Hello everybody and welcome back to the FIA Karting European Championship. We are here at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera and it is the second round of this phenomenal competition with the best drivers from the OK Junior and OK Senior categories gathered together from worldwide to conflagrate here on this fantastic circuit. It is definitely going to be another spectacular battle as our two championship leaders in the junior and senior categories, Dimitri Matveev and Joe Turney, have not been able to get themselves into pole position for any of their heats, which means that the competition has opened up once again. Hello everybody, I'm Jake Sanson and I'm here from the start-finish straight on this magnificent circuit, the longest in the calendar at 1.699 kilometers in length and certainly the fastest as well. Definitely going to be an exciting battle out there. There is apparently a 40% chance of rain through the course of the day. As you can see, the humidity is at 62% at the moment. Temperatures are reasonably high at the moment, 15 degrees Celsius, with it threatening to get to a high point of about 23 to 24 degrees Celsius later in the day. So it's a little bit cooler than we expected it was going to be. The wind has accelerated, so that's going to cause interesting moments for the drivers out there on the course, where slipstreaming and top-end speed are very critical. We had 9 races yesterday. We'll bring you up to speed with how things played out over the course of yesterday evening. But to start with, we will hear from the man who will start from pole position for this first heat of the day, which gets underway in 3 minutes' time. The young French talent for the Tony Kart factory team, Arthur Dorisson.
The session before the qualifying is good. I am in position at the last series after the pit stop, and after I overtaken my lap, and I'm very happy. I never start in pole position at the International. For me, it's difficult. It's difficult, the 8 in the first position, but it's good.
Great to see Arthur Dorisson coming of age as he battles away for pole position in the majority of his heats over the course of the weekend. The Frenchman did a fantastic job in time qualifying yesterday. Let's bring you up to speed with what happened over the course of Friday evening with the 5 junior qualifying heats that took place. Jules Caranta opened his account with a win just over René Lammers, the Dutchman for the Paralin team, with Kirill Ditiev of the Ward Racing team in 3rd position ahead of Luna Flusha. What a great job she did yesterday to come home in 4th position ahead of Gerasim Skulinov, and Frey in P6 from Adam Hideg, Maxon Verbruge, Marcus Saita, and the driver who set the fastest lap in that opening heat, Lewis Werrell of Great Britain. Then we had qualifying heat for drivers C versus F, and that was won quite comfortably in the end by Arthur Dorisson, despite the pressure from Andres Cardenas and Emanuele Olivieri. The man on the move and the fastest lap of the race was Alexander Bondarev. He came through to 4th place in front of his teammate Maciej Gledizh. Renaud Francote in P6 from Dimitri Matveev, Salim Hanna, Jimmy Elias, and Edward Robinson. A great performance, and all 10 drivers, separated by just 4 seconds at the line. Then qualifying heat A versus E saw the talented Spanish star Lucas Flusha get a win on home soil. Zach Drummond in 2nd place ahead of Nathan Ty, with Aaron Garcia in 4th ahead of Guillaume Bouzard, and then Tame Saleh, Tobias Clausen, Kirill Kutskov, Enzo Tarnvanichkul, and Len Nige finishing off in the top 10 of that particular heat. Then we had 2 more, qualifying heat B versus C, which saw Arthur Dorisson and Thomas Strauven there together on the front row of the first 2 karts across the line, Maciej Gledizh fighting beautifully to come home to 3rd place. Maxon Verbruge and Louis Laveau in the top 5. Well done to the Danish driver, his best results so far. Emanuele Olivieri and Luna Flusha from Jan Pozadovsky, Gerasim Skulinov, and Salim Hanna in the top 10. And then the final qualifying heat of yesterday in the juniors saw Nathan Ty take the win in front of Alexander Bondarev and Guillaume Bouzard, with Tobias Clausen in 4th ahead of Len Nige, Dimitri Matveev, Edward Robinson, Lucas Flusha, Kirill Kutskov, and Francisco Macedo, the Portuguese talent. So now the drivers are getting themselves ready for the off again, and this is the first race of the day, qualifying heat C versus E in OK Junior. And it'll be Arthur Dorisson lining up alongside the Scottish charge, Zach Drummond, who really has come out of the blocks for his 2nd appearance in FIA karting, fighting fit and doing an amazing job thus far. So the drivers are on the racetrack now, just 1 lap around the circuit. Arthur Dorisson and Zach Drummond on the front row from Emanuele Olivieri and Enzo Tarnvanichkul. Maciej Gladij and Aaron Garcia from Salim Hana and Taim Saleh. Elliot Kaczynski and Martin Molnar from Jan Pozadowski and Oliver Kinmark. Due de Decker and Livoey Sam Budler. Tiziano Monza and Nico Lanalati. Thomas Kinsey and Marcel Kaspricki. Leo Nielsen, Augustin Sepulveda, Nicholas Schaufler, Zoe Florescu, and there is no presence on the grid from the 23rd driver, as Mohan Kumar Abai unfortunately ended up having a disqualification from the meeting yesterday after a correction of the front fairing. Now, there is one driver missing from the grid that we were expecting to be there, and that is the South African Livoey Sam Budler. Now, I'm not entirely sure where he is, because he was obviously very competitive last time out at Portimao, and can't quite figure out where he is or why he's missing. So we'll try and catch up with that story a little bit later on. But certainly the drivers are getting themselves ready and warmed up at the end of the circuit now. 1.699 kilometers in distance, this particular circuit. So obviously it's going to be very, very exciting from the get-go. The drivers are obviously wanting to put in a very strong position from the off. As the drivers come off the final turn, Dorisson and Drummond, the revs are rising. Are we going to go racing straight away? Yes, we are. Racing in Zuera. Here we go. Good start from Dorisson. Drummond is going to hold it round the outside and keep second place. Good start from the Paralin driver. Very easy to lose ground on the outside line. But the drivers have made a good impression out through turn 2 and 3. No problems at all there. And up to the hairpin for the first time. Is everybody going to get through? Just about. It's tight, but everyone has managed to get through without incident. Up towards turn 5, one of my favorite corners in racing. This goes on and on forever. It's impossible for drivers to get it right every time, and it really does increase the excitement and the battles out there on the course. Lots of drivers going for overtakes. That's the move up the inside from Emanuele Olivieri. He gets the move on Maciej Gladij, who then has to fend off his teammate Salim Hana, and that opens the door for 2 or 3 drivers to get the move on the Colombian. So already some big moments out there. Martin Molnar making some gains, as well as the young Swedish ace Elliot Kaczynski. So a lot of drivers making good progress on this opening lap. But out in front, Arthur Dorisson has opened the door. The 240 has picked up a warning flag on this first lap. That's Thomas Kinsey, the Frenchman. Not entirely sure why, but certainly an issue there for him. But Arthur Dorisson has almost got a second on Zach Drummond. That's very impressive at this early stage. Enzo Tarnvanitschkel up to 3rd place. Here comes the move from Martin Molnar. He's going to get on the inside of Maciej Gladij. The Hungarian gets past the pole. Very exciting racing at the moment from these competitors as they continue to charge forward. But Arthur Dorisson doing a great job in front of Zach Drummond and Enzo Tarnvanitschkel. Olivieri still running well on the Formula K chassis in 4th position. Very good work from them so far as the battles continue out on the track. Running up on the far side. And some great duels. But Zach Drummond is now being hunted down by Enzo Tarnvanitschkel, the Scottish driver, trying to hang on in front of the young Thai ace. And Enzo Tarnvanitschkel really is improving compared to what we saw at Portimao, where things didn't quite go his way. He's now making a massive impact here at Zuera, and is already battling for his first win of the weekend. Arthur Dorisson, though, his teammate, still looking strong up front. And this has definitely been the young Frenchman's best performance so far in the FIA Karting paddock. But can Enzo Tarnvanitschkel get the run on Zach Drummond? Drummond doing his best, but here comes Tarnvanitschkel on the inside, gets the move into turn 4. So a good overtaking move then from Enzo Tarnvanitschkel. He gets through into 2nd position. A nice run there. And so Emanuele Olivieri having a really exciting battle and a great run as they continue in position. So an excellent battle and a great charge forward as the drivers are running in close proximity and great formation. So it will be an absolutely fantastic run from Enzo Tarnvanitschkel if he can keep this move charging forward. But it's definitely going to be a really exciting battle for the competitors as they continue to make progress around the circuit. Arthur Dorisson, Enzo Tarnvanitschkel now trying to close in on his teammate. Zach Drummond and Emanuele Olivieri are still coming along for the ride. We seem to have lost Nico Lanalati on the first lap. I didn't see what happened to the Finn, but I think it was out at Marshall Post 6. So at the end of turn 7, it looks like Nico Lanalati came off the road. Didn't see what happened there, unfortunately, to the Sodi Kart driver. But his race has come to an end as Martin Molnar gets the fastest lap of the race in. Only 6 laps for the heats in the OK Junior category. So not a lot of time to get things done out on the circuit in the juniors. But Arthur Dorisson and Enzo Tarnvanichkul making a Tony Kart factory team 1-2 at the moment. But there obviously is going to be a bit of a rivalry between these two drivers. Yes, they may be in the same team, but there are no team orders in the world of karting. Once you're out there on the circuit, you are racing for yourself. For the pride of your team, yes, and for the pride of your nation, definitely. But when you're racing wheel to wheel, the only games you play are with yourself out on the circuit. So you obviously have to try and make as much of an impact as possible. Arthur Dorisson and Enzo Tarnvanichkul, the Frenchman and the Thai, 1 and 2. Zach Drummond going well, the young man from Scotland, in third position for the Parolin Motorsport team. And then it is Emanuele Olivieri on the Formula K. A brilliant weekend so far from the Italian. Really starting to make a big impact on this paddock now. Martin Molnar P5 and Maciej Ledij solid and consistent as ever in the top 6. He never seems to be out of the top 6 these days. So it really is great to see what Maciej Ledij can continue to do. Kaczynski, 7th place from Salim Hanar. Tiziano Monza's made good progress. He's come up 6 places, the Singaporean. And the DPK racing driver is now in the top 10 in front of Jan Pesarovski. The driver at the back of the field, by the way, who's lost a bit of ground to the rest, is Oliver Kinmark. So I'm not entirely sure whether Kinmark was caught up in the incident that took out Nico Lanolati and gave Thomas Kinsey a warning flag, or whether it was a separate incident. But certainly Oliver Kinmark down towards the tail of the field. So Arthur Dorisson is being caught by Enzo Tarnvanichkul as we go into the final lap. And Tarnvanichkul will have the draft here. So he'll gain massively up towards turn 2. But will he get an opportunity to throw it up the inside into 4? That's going to be the interesting one as Aaron Garcia picks up a warning flag. So the local star, Aaron Garcia, whatever he's done, it's clearly rankled the race director, Nigel Edwards, who is atop the starting gantry, keeping an eye on things as we go through. But certainly for the first 2 drivers, Arthur Dorisson and Enzo Tarnvanichkul, looks like it's going to be fairly straightforward. It's not a dominant run from Arthur Dorisson, but he's certainly going to lead every lap of the race. And as they come through, Enzo Tarnvanichkul is going to do his absolute best to continue to run with the pack here. And as they come through at the end of the race, it is going to be one chance only, I think, for Tarnvanichkul to get past his teammate, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to take advantage of that. He won't be. So Arthur Dorisson is going to come through for the checkered flag. It waves on the start-finish straight, and Arthur Dorisson will take the plaudits from the first qualifying heat of the day here at Zuera. The Frenchman Arthur Dorisson in position ahead of Enzo Tarnvanichkul and Zach Drummond from Olivieri, Molnar and Ledij. A very positive start to the weekend then for the Tony Kart Factory team. Dorisson and Tarnvanichkul keeping the boss very happy. I'm sure Signor Bonazzi will be very happy indeed with that one. Excellent stuff then. But the Tony Kart Factory team will be very, very happy indeed with that. I know that the team manager, Marco Ardigo, will be working very hard with the boys, and that's going to put everybody very happy. Signor Rabazzi is going to be quite pleased with the way that things have started. Dorisson and Tarnvanichkul from Drummond and Olivieri. And then, of course, it will be Martin Molnar keeping energy course very much in the fight in the early stages. Maciej Ledij in P6. So a very solid start to the day then in the junior category. Unlike what we saw at Portimao, we're going to stagger the heats between classes rather than have 3 junior heats and then 3 OK heats. We'll stagger them across. So here's the provisional qualification for qualifying heat C versus E. Arthur Dorisson and Enzo Tarnvanichkul lead home Zach Drummond, with Emanuele Olivieri and Martin Molnar ahead of Maciej Ledij, Elliot Kaczynski and Salim Hanar, Tiziano Monza and Jan Pesarovski completing the top 10. Tame Soleil and Doué de Decker in front of Nicolas Schaufler and Aaron Garcia. Marcel Kaspricki in front of Augustin Sepulveda. And then Zoe Florescu ahead of Leo Nilsson. 19th place, it was Thomas Kinsey in front of Oliver Kinmark. Liverway Sam Budler did not start the race. Nico Lanolati was out on lap 1. And Mohan Kumar Abai, unfortunately, has been excluded from the event for correcting his front fairing in one of yesterday's heats. So a very interesting start to proceedings then. And in the OK Junior battle, it's definitely been very intense from the get-go. But a good start to proceedings for Arthur Dorisson, who really has come of age and done a fantastic battle as he has stepped up to the plate for the Tony Kart factory team. But he and Enzo Tarvanichkul making a very solid impression then in the first stage of the day, and really, really good to see that there's plenty of competitors coming out of the blocks in the OK Juniors to put up a good show. Emanuele Olivieri in particular has been very strong this weekend in the Formula K. Really good to see that some of the new names are now starting to make headway out on the circuit. So there's going to be more from OK Junior a little bit later on. Our attention now turns to the OK Senior category, and what a turnaround it's been for the Frenchman at VDK Racing, Arthur Rojean, who is going to be starting on the second row of the grid for this upcoming heat. We managed to catch up with him on Thursday afternoon.
The first race of the season for me was a bit hard because the pace was not so good, and after in the heat struggle a bit, so not in the final, but I hope we do better this week. One difficult point, it's the last few corners, because it's for all the straight. So if you are good in the last corner, the straight is good and the time also is good. You need to don't slide and to be really calm, to don't kill the tires. The qualifying heat is not too much lap, so we need to be focused and overtake the most possible, and don't do mistake. In this track is easier to overtake than Portimao. It's a bit hard because we have not too much something on outside the track to see, but we need to find something to do the break, and the better we can. I think we can do top this, and we can do. We have the pace in the free practice to do, so I hope and don't do mistake for me.
Well, Arthur Rojean is definitely gaining in stature and confidence. He's put in a fantastic showcase so far this weekend, and it's good to see him really rising to the occasion. He'll be starting right up at the sharp end of the field, along with his teammate Evan Gilter, who'll be starting this particular race that is coming up from the first position of the starting grid. We need to catch up with what happened in the OK category yesterday evening, of course, because we still had some good battles on track just after the qualifying practice. The first qualifying heat was in B versus D, and that saw Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian driver, continue after his fabulous qualifying form and grab his first win of the weekend in front of the local star Nacho Tunion, in front of Juho Valtonen, the Finnish driver, Enzo Deligny of France, and Chu Yanpu, the Chinese driver for the Kart Republic factory team. Then Thomas Stolchemanis, Josh Erfen, Karol Pazovic, David Walter, and Oscar Pedersen behind them in the top 10. Going to be very interesting to see how they play out over the weekend. Qualifying heat C versus F saw the championship leader Joe Turney storm his way to the victory in front of Kian Nakamura Berta and Tuka Tarpanen, with Adrian Mariero in fourth position ahead of Arthur Rojean, who got a top 5 finish in his first race of the weekend. Keanu Elazari is back to his best as he charged through for P6 after a great drive. Maxim Orlov in 7th from Francesco Marenghi, another great weekend coming up for the Italian. Matteo De Palo, his countryman and teammate, in 9th on the grid. 9th in the finish, I should say. Akshay Bora would have finished a lot stronger had he not been given a penalty post-race, but he was still able to classify in the top 10. A much better weekend for the superstar who has moved to the Energy Course team. Then in qualifying heat A versus E, we saw the brilliant Belgian Ian Eijkmans get a brilliant victory in front of Alex Powell and Arvid Lindblad, who returns to the FIA Karting fray this weekend, having had his big accident at the start of the season in February. Thank goodness he is back, and he looks just as fit and fast, if not faster, than he was back before the accident happened. He had a bit of a difficulty in qualifying, but he was fastest in warm-up this morning and was 3rd across the line in his first qualifying heat yesterday, so his speed cannot be questioned. Evan Gilter, who starts pole position for this one, was 4th in that qualifying heat, A versus E, yesterday, ahead of Rintaro Sato and Rashid Al-Daheri, another Emirati who has been absolutely superb so far this weekend. James Igotzi, the overall pole sitter, was 7th in that race, ahead of the Brazilians, Olin Gali and Matias Ferreira. Luca Samalisto rounding out the top 10. And then in qualifying heat B versus C, the very last race for the seniors of yesterday, as we just look at our holding area cam. Joe Turney was the winner of that one from Gabriel Gomez, and then Chuyan Pu in a brilliant third place ahead of Kian Nakamura-Berta and Zachary David. Adrian Maliero came home in sixth position ahead of Juho Valtonen, who picked up a post-race penalty. Thomas Stolchemanis, Oscar Wirtz, and Victor Gustafsson. That was your top 10 for the last race of yesterday. But now we're getting ourselves eager and excited to get out on the circuit once again in qualifying heat C versus E. And the drivers will be battling for plenty of exciting race opportunities over the course of the weekend. So with this being the second round of the European Karting Championship, it's definitely going to be an exciting and intense one. And we've seen a lot of great battles from competitors over the course of the weekend. And certainly a lot of drivers that really struggled at Portimao or were not able to make as good an impression as they wanted to at Portimao have been able to get themselves much quicker and up to speed again here this weekend. That's the beauty of having 4 rounds of the championship. You've got a little bit more time to play with, essentially, in terms of what we can battle. So we'll definitely have some exciting runs for the drivers as they continue on in fantastic fashion. But the drivers are obviously going to have a very exciting day at the office. They're going to have a very tough time of it across the races. Hello to everybody who is watching, wherever you are watching from, whether you are watching us on motorsport.tv or whether you are watching via the FIA Karting YouTube channel or the FIA Karting Facebook page. That is where you can send comments and messages. A very good morning to Kate Taylor, who is watching from back in the United Kingdom. And if you want to send messages and questions, please do send it to the Facebook page, because we will make sure that we can answer as many questions as possible. We're also hoping over the course of the day to have some special guests that are going to be coming up into the commentary box over the course of proceedings. We have a few drivers that we're going to interview through the course of the day as well. So there's plenty of you obviously wanting to hear from many people in the starting grid. We may just have a special guest and a 2-time European karting champion making his way to join me in the commentary box for some of the day. So that could be very exciting as well. Not going to tell you who, going to keep you guessing. So it could be very interesting as we get ourselves for the rest of the day's racing. But there is a very busy calendar of FIA karting events through the course of the 2022 season. We've obviously had our first European Championship weekend at Portimao 3 weeks ago in Portugal, where we saw some fantastic racing in both categories. And now we're here at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. The next FIA karting event after this one is going to be the first weekend of the KZ and KZ2 European Championship battle, along with the first weekend of the 2022 season of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, which is the one-make discipline that will see drivers gathered from ASNs all over the world, 54 drivers in total, and they come from 54 different nations covering all 6 continents across North and South America, across Europe, Asia, Africa, and Australasia. And it really will be a fantastic insight as to the developing talent that is making their way up the ranks of motorsport, all of them in identical machinery, which is going to be very difficult to identify who's who in the first couple of weekends, but we'll definitely see some amazing battles and squabbles amongst the young drivers. And it's a competition that has garnered some incredible talent over the years. The FIA Karting Academy Trophy, of course, giving us competitors such as Charles Leclerc and George Russell, who have worked their way through up to the higher echelons of motorsport. But here in the European Championship, the OK category has seen some amazing racers and amazing champions over the years, and we're going to see a few more of them as they head out onto the circuit for an exceptional battle. The senior category definitely has one of the most talented fields that we've ever seen in this category. It's wonderful to see just how tight and close together they are. The 1 minute board goes up for this second heat. Bit of a distance and a bit of a gap, of course, between the pairs of heats. But this has been changed because we did have last time out 3 OK heats and then 3 OK junior heats in rotation. But because of the slight transference of rubber down onto the road, the teams and drivers decided they actually wanted to mix it up so that there were no one team or no one championship class or group at a particular advantage. So it's now been mixed up so that you've got OK Junior and OK changing from one race to the next. It mixes things up a bit because, of course, the 2 classes have different tyre manufacturers. One is on MG, the other is on Vega. So obviously that makes things a little bit less advantageous for a couple of people in the championship as well. So it's definitely a bit more exciting. And it makes things very interesting for the competitors as we go racing once again. So the competitors are ready for another exciting battle out on the circuit, and we can talk you through the starting grid for the first senior heat of the day. Evan Gilter alongside Tuukka Tarpanen, Rintaro Sato and Artur Rojon on the second row. Nico Lemberg and Maxim Orlov from Rashid Al-Daheri and Keanu Al-Azadi. Hiyu Yamakoshi and Akshay Bora from Matias Ferreira and Matteo De Palo. Matthias Mogato and Nicolo Kuman from Emili Koivisto and Max Popov. Nathaniel Den Hont and Eric Genet from Jevan David and Jacob Rashki. Nathan Sharp and Max Hibicht complete the 11th row and the starting grid for this race. So all 22 drivers are out there on the starting grid for this one. And it's really exciting and really interesting to see how the competitors are racing and having a good battle out there on the circuit. And now we're ready to see the drivers as they continue to battle away for position. In one of the toughest competitions in motorsport, many a great driver has come through to be European Karting Champion at this level. To race at this level in the senior category, the OK category, it really has been fantastic to see how the drivers have prepared for this over the years. And we've seen some amazing racers come through and do a fantastic job out on the course. But it's been very competitive through the last few seasons. We'll see how the story continues here as the drivers come onto the main straight. Gilter on the inside, Tarpanen on the outside, away we go. Up to the first corner and a good start on the inside from Rintaro Sato, but it looks to me as though Artur Rojon has been crowded out a little bit there as they go through. He manages to keep his fourth position though, as everybody has got through the first couple of corners without incident. Up to the lead though, making the move, that is Tuukka Tarpanen, getting on the inside of Evan Gilter and taking over the lead. So the Finn, the reigning world champion, Evan Gilter, has got to try and pass him now. But the reigning world champion, Tuukka Tarpanen, is in the lead of the race. So the Finn comes through to get a good start. Rintaro Sato just settling in behind him in third position. And in fourth place, that is still Artur Rojon after a very solid start. Everybody getting through the first lap without incident at the moment. Lining up in fifth position, that's Nico Lemberg. A good start from him in the Koski Motorsport machine. So he hasn't really lost a massive amount of ground. And in sixth place, that is Maxim Orlov. So a very tame start as everybody in the top six pretty much gets themselves sorted out in the same positions, other than Tuukka Tarpanen taking the lead from Gilter. Al-Azadi's made the move on Al-Daheri. So those two having a good battle, having been quite used to racing each other in their native United Arab Emirates, and now they're racing each other in the European Championship. Great wheel to wheel as Sato has managed to get past Gilter. So Rintaro Sato, who is of course the son of the two-time Indy 500 winner Takuma Sato, is racing well here in Zuera as he runs in second position. I know that his dad Takuma was here 2 weeks ago watching, but of course he's out at Barber Motorsport Park this weekend racing in IndyCar. So Rintaro Sato continuing the family dynasty in great style here as Al-Azadi gets a beautiful move around the outside of Nico Lemberg. So that puts him up another position, I do believe. Now Al-Azadi, oh no, he's not quite there on Lemberg, but he's still hustling him for position. I think he just managed to shake off the attentions of Al-Daheri and Orlov on that last lap. So Al-Azadi now in P6 as they charge down the main straight. 2 down and 7 to go in this qualifying heat. So some great battles up to the inside line. Tuukka Tarpanen still hanging on in front of Rintaro Sato and Evan Gilter. But there could be a move here from Lemberg. Lemberg's going to look for the inside. He can't quite make it on Artur Rojon. He looked like he was going to commit to the overtake into turn 4 and then bailed out of it. Certainly kept a defensive line to thwart the opposition from Keanu Al-Azadi behind him. But Al-Azadi still running a strong race in P6. Rashid Al-Daheri behind him in the Forza racing machine. The young man from Abu Dhabi now in the British Forza racing team. And going very strongly indeed, actually. Coming out of his shell quite a lot in the OK Senior category. And just in behind them, the retro Castrol colours of Matthias Mogato. The all-green machine for the DPK racing team on their home soil. Of course, the team that runs under the Alonso Kart banner. And the DPK racing team is essentially Fernando Alonso's karting team in Spanish motorsport and in international motorsport as well now. So Tarpanen has pulled away to the tune of 1.1 seconds. 3 laps completed, 6 to go. So a fascinating battle as we continue to charge around the course. But Tarpanen is the leader and the fastest man on track as well. Sato, Rojon, Gilter, Lemberg, Alizadi and Aldeheri, and then Morgato, Orlov and Akshay Bora, who has moved up into the top 10. Working well in the energy course as he continues to make progress. So off the back straight, Morgato's going to make a big lunge on the inside of Alizari, but Alizari will come back on the switch. Morgato will squeeze him, and that's enough for the Brazilian to get through. So Morgato makes the move after Rashid Aldeheri had already got past. Now this is something that we saw a couple of times the last time they raced at Zuera. As up the inside goes Max Orlov. He gets through on Nico Lemberg. Lemberg's trying to get back at him, and here comes Akshay Bora looking for his move in the 1-1-2, the energy course. We saw that there were a couple of drivers out there, a couple of teams out there that were really struggling on tyre management. They would go off from time to time, but Alizadi's back in. Makes the move again on Matthias Morgato up at turn 2. So a good overtaking move from the young man from Dubai. So Keanu Alizadi gets his move. Spent his winter training back home in the gearbox category. So he's ready for anything that it can be thrown at him in seniors this year. Emili Koivisto has had an off somewhere. That looks like it's on the approach to turn 4. So Emili Koivisto, there is his kart. He's walked away from it, which is good, but the marshal's now going to have to go to work to move that kart so that we don't go yellow flags. I think we've got waved yellows at turn 2 briefly, but the marshals have already moved the kart from harm's way. So great work from the Armada Naranja, as they have been coined here, the Orange Army here around the circuit at Zuera. Tarpanen, Sato, Rojon, Gilter. So Rojon getting past his teammate then to get up into 3rd position. Matias Ferreira picks up a warning flag, the Brazilian, who is now down in about 12th position. I wonder if that's for the incident with Koivisto or whether it's an unrelated matter. Could well be. And the driver's certainly having a great scrap as Morgato. He's battling away with Alizadi and Rashid Aldeheri as they go in behind the top 4 drivers. So Morgato, Alizadi and Bora having a great scrap with Max Orlov. And it looks to me as though Morgato is now in front of Akshay Bora. So Akshay Bora has made a good run on Orlov. Orlov's going to come back down the inside to make the move on him as we watch the battle between the 2 teammates, VDK Racing stars Rojon and Gilter. And now that Rojon is running in front of his teammate at the moment. So these two, very friendly, very amiable, good teammates. They work well together in the VDK Racing team. After Rojon having moved across to the VDK Racing team, having raced elsewhere in 2021. 3 laps to go in this heat. And certainly looking good for Tarpanen, who's just stretching away in front of Rintaro Sato. Doesn't really need to worry too much about the distance between himself and the Japanese driver further back. He's really having a good run as they continue in position. But obviously it's podiums and top 3 finishes and top 5 finishes in the heats that give you the best chance of making the progress. So the race continues on. Matthias Morgato, having got through into 6th position, has now dropped this train, led by Alizadi, Orlov, Akshay Bora. Up the inside comes Popov. He gets the move on Lemberg. Hiyu Yamakoshi is in the mix there as well in the Praga, as Matias Ferreira in the new Alpine Academy colours on his Kart Republic has dropped to the back of that train for the moment. There's still time for him to make it back. So Rojon and Gilter, 3rd and 4th. Across the line once again, 2 to go. Rashid Aldeheri in the background in the Forza Racing Machine, and the green cart behind them is Matias Morgato in the DPK Racing Alonso kart. But still, Evan Gilter just following in behind his teammate Arthur Rojon, as he's not really going to make his bid unless he has to. Be so careful when you're battling against a teammate, because the toxicity that can be taken back to the awning at the end of the race is something that no driver wants to live through. But Arthur Rojon definitely giving Evan Gilter a hard time, as Gilter is trying to get through. He doesn't make his bid into the hairpin. That might be a last lap manoeuvre. But Matias Morgato, great progress made by him. 7 places made up, 6 from Max Popov and 4 from Nathan Schaap. So some good progress from several drivers in the field, as they've all started to make their impacts and make good impressions as they make their developments. But out of the final turn, and Tuukka Tarpanen has been absolutely rampant in this particular start to the day. Proof that the Tony Kart Factory team really does have good material and good setups here at Zuera. They were strong in the first junior race with Arthur Dorisson and Enzo Tarnvanichkul. Now in the senior category, Tuukka Tarpanen has been able to lead by example. There goes Gilter, makes his move on Arthur Rojon into turn 4. So he times it well at the end of the race there. So Arthur Rojon is going to have to try and fight back now. With a few corners to go, he may decide to just consolidate and finish up with 4th place. Mind you, he's a racing driver. He's not going to want to concede if he doesn't have to. So he will try and hustle Evan Gilter into a mistake. But it's not quite going to be good enough, I think, for him. So here comes Tuukka Tarpanen. And he will come through the final few corners in front of the Japanese driver, Rintaro Sato, who races under a British license. But what a drive from Tuukka Tarpanen, the reigning world champion, looking to make Portimao a distant memory. He starts in winning fashion today. The flying Finn continues here at Zuera. A great run and a great opening race of the day. Rintaro Sato second from Evan Gilter. And then in 4th position it is Arthur Rojon in front of Rashid Aldeheri and Matthias Morgato. A great race battle all the way through to the checkered flag. But Tuukka Tarpanen at an average speed of 99.32 kilometers an hour, covering a distance of 15.29 kilometers. A perfect start as far as he's concerned. No real issues there and no need to break a sweat. Ready ahead of the superheats and the finals tomorrow. Tuukka Tarpanen definitely looking in good form at the moment. Still a long day of racing ahead, 19 races still to go here. But certainly Tuukka Tarpanen doing well out of the blocks and keeping himself in a good position as he fights fit and fights valiantly at the start of the day here in Zuera. So a very solid start to the day then in qualifying heat E versus F for the OK seniors and juniors. Didn't quite see who that was coming across the line again, but someone's come through the line a 2nd time, or a 10th time I should say. Tuukka Tarpanen takes the win though from Rintaro Sato and Evan Gilter. Arthur Rojon and Rashid Aldeheri. And then we see Matthias Morgato and Keanu Alazari in front of Akshay Bora and Maxim Orlov. Max Popov and Hiyu Yamakoshi from Matteo De Palo and Nicolo Kuman. Nico Lemberg and Matthias Ferreira. And then Eric Genet and Yavan David from Nathan Sharp. 19th place for Jacob Rashki, who comes through in front of Nathaniel Denhont and Max Herbicht. And then there was the retirement midway through the race, Emili Koivisto of the Koski Motorsport team. And I can tell you that the driver that managed to carry on and do another lap was Rintaro Sato, who finished in 2nd place. Now that's baffling. I wonder if he didn't see the checkered flag, because Rintaro Sato has gone through and gone round again. So a very interesting situation. Oh, and we've got a cart that's broken down on the way back into the pits. That is the 156 there, I believe, of Nathan Sharp. So there is Emili Koivisto's cart. That's going to get recovered. But a very perplexing and strange situation for Rintaro Sato, continuing on to do another slowing down lap. Now, when he managed to get past Tuukka Tarpanen, I wonder if he thought they were still racing, and Rintaro Sato thought he was going to come through and take the win. But he clearly didn't count 9 laps. He counted 10. So Rintaro Sato going around again. There he is coming in. You could just see it in the background. And there is Nathan Sharp, who was broken down on the way into the pits. Very unfortunate. He managed to complete the race distance, though. So a very strange and perplexing start to proceedings. It's not always as smooth, and it's not always as clean as a whistle out there. So a very interesting battle still to come as we continue on our great day of racing thus far. And it's been very solid so far through the course of the weekend, but the drivers have definitely given us plenty of entertainment to start the race day with. So 1 junior heat down and 1 OK senior heat down, and it's wins so far for the Tony Kart Racing factory team in both categories. A good run from Arthur Dorisson and Enzo Tarnvanichkul in junior, and Tuukka Tarpanen just disappearing from the rest of the field in the OK senior category, just over a second ahead of Rintaro Sato. Back to the juniors, and the man on pole position is for the Ricky Vlin Motorsport team, the young man from Belgium who I caught up with yesterday after his qualifying run, Thomas Strauven.
Yeah, I think now the weekend is a lot easier than if you are like P5 in group. Yeah, I did the best as possible, and yeah, I just went in a good position. I think that's the most important thing in qualifying, and just did the best lap we could do. I think good. Like on all tire, we are very good. And yeah, I want to thank my mechanic Max Timmermans and the team Ricky Flynn. So yeah.
An excellent display so far this season from young Thomas Struiven of Belgium. He's been working very hard indeed to get himself up to the front end of the field, and he's managed to do that on his own merit and his own hard work. Good to see him there from the front of the starting grid for this next heat. And he's going to have a very exciting couple of drivers to battle with around him, because on Group B versus F, he'll be alongside Andres Cardenas on the front row of the starting grid, the Peruvian for the Energy Course factory team. And on the second row, it'll be the Frenchman Maxence Verbruge. He finds himself on the inside of row 2. And beside him on the grid is Edu Robinson, the Spanish driver, doing a fantastic job for the Forza Racing team. And a great performance so far from him. He's made a very big impact over the course of the weekend. Gerasim Skulinov lining up in 5th position on the starting grid alongside Renaud Francote. So the two drivers in their Birolats, although of course one of them is for the Leclerc by Lennox satellite team, and Renaud Francote is of course for the Birolat factory team. 7th on the grid, Luna Flusha. They're having a great weekend so far. The young Mercedes young gun for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. She made a great run to 4th position yesterday, as well as another top 10 finish. So she's really making an impact here at Zuera. And alongside her on the starting grid, it is Dmitry Matveev. So Dmitry Matveev, the championship leader for the Koski Motorsport team, lining up on the outside of the 4th row. And then rounding out the top 10, it is Alp Hassan Aksoy, the Turkish driver, again looking to give Tony Kart a strong result here. And alongside him on the grid, it is Sasha Bondarev. Alexander Bondarev, the young man from Ukraine for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, doing a fantastic job so far. So with plenty of drivers trying to fight their way forward and get themselves ready for another exciting battle out on the course, there's going to be a lot of great drivers to charge their way through. Louis Leveau, the Danish driver, who managed to come up with a top 5 finish over the course of yesterday. Great result for him. He lines up 11th on the grid for the Sodi Kart factory team, and he's making massive progress, actually, the young Dane. So it's good to see just how much of an effort he's made. Alfie Slater, the British driver for Ricky Flynn, doing a great job as he continues to make progress in OK Junior. This is only his second weekend in the FIA Karting European Championship, and he's definitely making waves out there on the circuit, not far behind his teammate Alexander Bondarev, just 1 row behind him, in fact. 13th on the grid, it is the young man from Mozambique, Ghazi Motlakar, and a great performance from him so far. His brother Mo had his birthday yesterday, so they've been very much in festive mood down at the Paralin Motorsport team. But Ghazi has turned up with his brand new race helmet design. It was pure jet black before. Now he's come up with a very creative design of his own, which involves the minions from the Hollywood movie Despicable Me 2, Despicable Me 3, I suppose, as well. But it looks very cool out there. It's very hard to mistake him now when he goes around the course. It looks pretty awesome. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Frenchman Jimmy Helias, who is there for the Tony Kart factory team, hoping to have another strong race as he goes from the outside of the 7th row of the grid. 15th on the grid, it is the Japanese driver Shimo Zhang, and he is there in position on the inside row of row 8. And then alongside him on the grid is Miguel Costa. Really struggled to get the lap he wanted in time qualifying, so he's going to have to spend the rest of his weekend charging his way back from the 8th row of the grid. He's not the only driver in that position, but certainly not where he wanted to start his second weekend of the European Championship. Jindra Pazel, the talented mini ace who has moved up to OK Junior for 2022 and straight in at FIA Karting. He is working very hard indeed with the Birolat Racing team and making steady progress. Sandro Perez, who is in his first European Championship season with the DPK Racing Kart team and the Alonso Kart chassis, came out of the world of X30 racing, was a serial winner both in his native Spain and in Europe, and now here he is in the FIA Karting Championships and doing a great job to continue his development. Stepan Antonov will line up on the grid in 19th place alongside Chi Newman, the Chinese driver, and then Ivo Besterda, the Polish ace, will line up in 21st on the starting grid alongside the young Finn Alexander Dahlstrom, who is making massive progress. Just didn't get the qualifying lap he wanted, but is definitely making some good overtakes out there with the Energy Course team. And at the back of the grid, it is the new driver from India, Aryaman Bansal of the Forza Racing team. So it'll be great to see what he can do from the final position of the grid as he tries to make progress through the field. So the drivers are getting themselves ready. They will push start out on the circuit. Only two of the drivers actually starting themselves, actually, Sandro Perez and Chi Newman. A useful trick to have, though, because obviously if there's an incident out on the track, they'll need to push start themselves if they want to keep racing. So Thomas Strauven and Andrés Cardenas on the front row of the grid from Maxime Verbrugge and Edu Robinson. Gerasim Skudanov and Renaud Franco from Luna Flusha and Dmitry Matveev. Alpassan Aksoy and Alexander Bondarev from Louis Leveau and Alfie Slater. Gazi Motlakar and Jimmy Helias from Shimo Zhang and Miguel Costa. Jindro Pezel and Sandro Perez. Stepan Antonov and Chi Newman from Ivo Besterda, Alexander Ballström and Ariman Bansal at the back of the grid. So with the 23 drivers now getting themselves up to speed, they will once again warm up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature, ready ahead of the race start. And we're going to be in for a very interesting battle as the competitors get themselves up to speed. They'll want to be pretty quick from the outset. And the drivers obviously wanting to be pretty quick straight out of the blocks. But they only get one lap around the circuit at OK Junior level in the FIA Karting European Championship. In other categories, they'd get 2 laps around, but here they only get 1. So they obviously have to make sure that they are ready from the start. And that's a kart that has pulled off before the race has even got going. And that is Chi Newman. That is Chi Newman. Big disaster for him. The Chinese driver walking away from his kart before the race has even got underway. And we are now racing. So Strauven into turn 1. Maxime Verbrugge going with him through the first corner. And Verbrugge, oh, problems there. 2 karts, 3 karts, 4, 5, 6 karts spinning off the road. That is a big one. 9 karts in total involved in that incident. And there's many, many karts in trouble. So 2 or 3 of them are managing to get going again, but several karts out on the spot. Skulinov, Bondarev, Slater, Motlakar, Helias, Zhang, Dahlstrom and Bansal, all involved in that one. Absolute disaster, and several karts out of the race then. Trying desperately to get started again is Bondarev and also the Paralin of Gazi Motlakar. They're both trying to push start again, but the race is carrying on, and I think we're going to go yellow flags here. We are going to go to the yellow flags. Yes, indeed we do. Yellow flag around the course. Bondarev trying to get going again, but he's clearly got damage. That is not going to be usable for the rest of the race. And Gazi Motlakar, I'm afraid, is out of the race as well. Well, there is Pasquale, race director's assistant there, just trying to get the karts slowed down. But drivers walking away. There's Gerasim Skulinov walking away. Several drivers involved then. Skulinov, Bondarev, Slater, Motlakar, Zhang, Chi and Dahlstrom all out on the first lap, but obviously Newman Chi was out of the race before it even started. So a big problem there on the start. 9 karts involved. Alexander Bondarev is still motoring around, but I fear his kart may be too damaged to continue. There is Alfie Slater walking away. Very unhappy indeed with having to retire before the race had even really got underway. Just keeping an eye on Bondarev. He is actually still going. So Bondarev is on the main straight trying to get himself back into the race again. Seems to have a little bit of damage, but nothing major. So he rejoins in 17th. Now, it's important for Bondarev to keep going because you never really know what's going to happen in these races. With a race that's taken out 8 drivers, 7 drivers from the start, we have now 6 retirements total with Ivo Besterda, Jimmy Helias, and Alexander Bondarev managing to get going again. Dmitry Matveev was caught up in that as well. He's now in 13th. With all those drivers having lost ground, essentially now whoever finishes the race could still come away with a relatively good result. And we go green. Green, green, green. We're racing straight away. So just a yellow flag, temporary, but the race gets underway again as we go green on the start-finish line. So we are green flags around the course. And Thomas Strauven is desperately trying to hang on to the lead. He's actually defending with 4 laps to go. Strauven clearly feels he's in a position to win this one, but only if he defends. So we are green flags around the course. The race is underway again. Bondarev is desperately trying to catch up to the field, but he hasn't been able to. So he is now down at the back, unfortunately, on his own. So are we going to get to see a few choice overtaking moves now? As Renaud Franco in the Birilat is trying to hustle behind Andrés Cardenas. Quite a few big names falling from the fray or falling down the order as a result of trying to get out of harm's way. A lot of makeups through the field. Luna Flusha is there in P6, make it P7 now, because Alp Hassan Aksoy has moved up into P6. Miguel Costa has charged his way through to 8th as a result of avoiding all the carnage. So Strauven, here comes Verbruge. Verbruge is going to make his bid into turn 1, side by side with Strauven, and Strauven shuts the door on him. And that's going to give a massive opportunity to Cardenas to get through on the inside of Verbruge. Verbruge won't let it happen. Franco, Robinson and Aksoy Hassan are still very close in behind. And that's going to tighten things up. Strauven has now been able to pull clear. Battles all the way through as Luna Flusha goes wheel to wheel with Louis Leveau. And Luna Flusha gets the move on the inside of the hairpin. Jimmy Helias sets the fastest lap. But they're not going to have a lot of time to do anything as there goes Cardenas on the inside of Verbruge. Cardenas in a second. Strauven is in fairy tale land up front. He's got a second on the rest of the field. And he doesn't have to worry about losing his lead anymore. So still the drivers battle. Cardenas into second past Verbruge. Franco, Robinson, Aksoy, Costa, Flusha, Basil and Matviv, who has now made up 3 places since the restart to get himself back into P10. So a very tough race battle. Strauven, Cardenas, Verbruge and Franco, and there's a battle into turn 2. But this man, Thomas Strauven, has timed it to perfection. He got away, shut the door on Verbruge when he had to, and now Franco is going for 3rd place on Maxon Verbruge. Not a lot of room to play with on the curb on the exit. And Verbruge keeps Franco at bay for the moment. But Renault Franco is going to try again. Edward Robinson right there in P5 as well. Alp Hassan Aksoy trying to move up as well. Big defensive strategy from Verbruge as Franco goes the long way round but loses ground on the exit. Robinson goes through, Aksoy goes through, Costa goes through, and there too goes Luna Flusha. So several places lost there, I'm afraid, as Robinson now gets the move on Verbruge. He gets into 3rd place. Very good foresight there from Edu Robinson as he makes his bid to get through into 3rd. Excellent work from the Forza Racing driver. But now on the home straight, Verbruge is going to get a run on the inside as we go into the last lap. Strauven and Cardenas are long gone. Verbruge back into 3rd, past Robinson. Robinson now trying to get back on terms with Verbruge. Verbruge defends. Watch for Aksoy. Aksoy, the Turk, has got a great opportunity around the outside. Tucks in for the inside for the next hairpin. Robinson getting balked. Flusha goes one way. Costa goes the other. Costa gets on the inside. Flusha now up alongside Robinson, trying to get through for position as well. Luna Flusha has to hang back. Great racing. Verbruge in 3rd and now has got a bit of distance between himself and Aksoy and Costa. Costa's going to try. Aksoy's going to block the line as it all concertinas up through the hairpin. Several drivers are going to make a bid now. A couple of drivers are going to get an opportunity or two. That looked like Sandro Perez making up a couple of places there on Helias and Leveau. But out in front, Thomas Strauven is going to time it to perfection. The Belgian really made work of it, but he manages to come through for the victory. Good defense, good tactics. Strauven wins it in front of Cardenas and Verbruge. Aksoy in P4 from Costa, Robinson and Flusha. Renault Franco and Jindro Pazel in the top 10, along with Dimitri Matviv, the championship leader. What a battle that was. Absolute carnage at turn 1. Fortunately, it looks as though everybody was okay. But just unfortunately too many karts into too small a space, and it was always going to be skittles by the time they reached turn 2. At least 9 drivers involved in the incident, 5 of them out on the spot, and there are 3 of them. That is Alexander Dahlstrom, along with Ghazi Motlakar and Shimo Zhang, all of whom were caught up in that incident. Gerasim Skudanov walked away, as did Alfie Slater. So very unfortunate that they were out of the race in that one, but a lot of work now for the marshals to clean up. So the Armada Naranja definitely having to go to work at the end of qualifying heat B versus F. So the drivers that made it home, they're the ones that come through for the result. Thomas Strauven in 1st position with the win from Andres Cardenas and Maxon Verbruge. Alp Hassan Aksoy in 4th place ahead of Miguel Costa, Edward Robinson and Luna Flusha. And in the top 10, the Birolats of Renault Franco and Jindro Pazel ahead of Dimitri Matviv. Jimmy Helias in 11th place in front of Sandro Perez. Louis Leveau in front of Ivo Besterda. Stepan Antonov is next across the line ahead of Aryaman Bansal, and Alexander Bondarev was the last driver home after being caught up in that first lap incident, but choosing to continue. Gerasim Skulinov, Alfie Slater, Ghazi Motlakar, Shimo Zhang and Alexander Dahlstrom were all wiped out in that first corner incident. Chi Newman, rather sadly, not even able to complete the first formation lap. So big drama in qualifying Heat B versus F. Several drivers unfortunately caught up in that one. And so the marshals are going to have to go to work to recover them. There is Ghazi Motlakar with his new Minions helmet design. Looks very cool, but unfortunately he doesn't feel very cool out there at the moment with his kart. He tried to get it push started and get moving again, and you can see that the Paralin, I think it actually lost one of its side pods in the incident. Either he or someone else certainly lost a side pod in the middle of all of that. But a very difficult situation for the drivers, as the marshals are obviously now moving around the circuit, gathering up the remnants of the battered karts out on the circuit. It definitely means that there's going to be a bit of a clean-up job. There is poor Chi Newman, the Chinese driver, who didn't even get to start the race. He had a mechanical problem before it even began. So he's going to watch his teammate, the Chinese driver Shimo Zhang, drive past him. There he goes. So it's very unfortunate indeed for Chi Newman, who ends up in a very awkward position. So he's going to have to do a little bit of homework as he gets himself back up to speed once again. Do keep your messages and comments coming in if you're watching along via the FIA Karting Facebook page. That is how to get messages to us, or questions as well. You're more than welcome, and your presence on the stream is very welcome indeed. And great to see how all of the competitors are gearing up through the races, and to see the fantastic and phenomenal support that they have is always very pleasing. So after what has been a very tough battle for all of the competitors in this one, they're obviously going to have a little bit more work to do as we continue with the battles. And you can see that the qualifying heats are gearing up once again. It's going to be for qualifying heat C versus D on this occasion. It's been a very exciting and dramatic battle in the OK Senior karting category at the moment, because we've still got a vast quantity of drivers up at the front end of the field who are battling to get to the race victories. And there's a real nice dynamic building now in the senior category. There's about a dozen drivers who are always in the position to battle for the race victories. One of those, who is in the new Alpine Academy colours for the first time this weekend, is the young Japanese charge Kiya Nakamura-Berta. He'll be starting this heat from pole position. I caught up with him after time qualifying yesterday as he battles for glory once again here in Spain.
I went out back of the pack. The outlap was quite messy, many people slowing down, people trying to get the perfect position. I managed to get a little gap, and I got a nice chase to the pack in front, and on the last lap I managed to piece a lap together and yeah, went pole. It will be much easier starting from the front row, as you want to stay throughout the whole weekend in the top 5, top 3 mainly. Give you the best position for the pre-final, and this will make it a lot easier. So yeah, confident for this rest of the week. We've seen how fast we are during the practice and qualifying now. So yeah, looking forward to it.
There's absolutely no denying the fact that Kiya Nakamura-Berta is one of the favourites for this weekend, having had a brilliant performance the last time that the CIK OK class raced at Zuera. He was the man who took the win in the final, so he's definitely looking very confident and very strong coming into this weekend. One of the drivers to watch out for, and he'll definitely be there from the front row of the starting grid alongside Enzo Deligny, who is still fairly new to the Zuera circuit. This season is the first time he's ever raced on this particular track, but he's really making good headway out there and doing a very impressive job so far this weekend. He has a good chance to steal a podium on his first European Championship appearance in Spain at senior level. Joe Turney and Nacho Tunion will be the drivers that line up on the second row of the grid. And Joe Turney is, of course, the championship leader after taking his victory last time out. So it'll be fascinating to see what happens as he continues to make progress around the course. Nacho Tunion, very fast yesterday, and the Spanish driver for the DPK Racing squad with the Alonso kart chassis and colours will be there on the second row of the grid, hoping to repeat his form from yesterday. Third row of the starting grid, we'll see the Maltese driver Zachary David. He lines up on the inside of the third row, and that's going to put him on a very solid position to start from, alongside the German talent Maxim Rem, who's been very consistent over the course of the weekend, very quick in qualifying as well. Good to see him put himself on the third row of the starting grid for the heats. And the Ricky Flynn driver on the Lando Norris chassis is definitely going to be one to keep an eye on over the weekend. Rafael Modenese, the Peruvian star, he's going to be lining up in 7th on the starting grid for this one on the inside of row 4. And he will line up alongside the British driver Josh Erfen. So Josh Erfen will be there in position on the Tony Kart as he runs with the Ward Racing team. It's been a bit of a switch up for Josh Erfen. He's made good progress and has certainly started to make good headway with his new berth. And he's settled into the lifestyle at Ward Racing very quickly. The 5th row of the starting grid is going to see the Spanish driver Adrian Maliero. He will line up in 9th position on the grid. He races under a Spanish license, but Adrian Maliero technically represents Portugal. That's where he was born. And he races there on the 5th row of the starting grid in the CRG. And the Italian driver Christian Bertucca will line up in 10th position on the starting grid in the factory Birolart. 11th position on the grid is going to be the Austrian driver Oscar Wirtz, making massive progress now for the Tony Kart Racing team, much quicker than he has been in previous weekends, and good to see that Oscar Wirtz is really starting to make an impact in this senior OK field. Alongside him on the grid is the Frenchman Marlo Bollier, another driver who's making good progress in the OK senior category. Good to see that he is still very much on the hunt for a decent result. There's also been a bit of a topsy-turvy weekend thus far for Victor Gustafsson, the Swedish driver, not quite able to unlock the speed he had the last time they raced at Zuera in the OK category, but he's certainly there or thereabouts for the CRG team, and he's got a good opportunity to continue to mix it up at the sharp end of the field. Alongside him on the starting grid is the Italian Simone Bianco, who had absolutely no luck in yesterday's heat. He seems to be very unfortunate in terms of the luck he's dealt with from time to time, but he's definitely got the speed to run up at the sharp end of the field. So hopefully he can make that happen in this one. Francesco Menenghi lining up 15th on the starting grid. He will be there on the 8th row on the inside line for the Alonso Kart chassis. And alongside him on the starting grid, Oscar Pedersen, who took his first European Championship podium 3 weeks ago in Portimao. So let's see what he can do as he continues to fight back after a difficult time in the qualifying sessions. Then Bruno Mulders, the new boy, the Dutchman, for the Kart Republic factory team. Good to see him continue to increase his speed and make good progress. And then it is Liu Ricky, so he's there in the Tony Kart machine as he runs at the tail end of the 18th position, the 9th row of the grid on the outside. The Lithuanian driver comes next up. That is Jokubas Bogdanovicius, who lines up 19th on the starting grid for the Ward Racing team in his very unique racing overalls that very much distinguish him from everyone else in the field. 20th on the grid is Max Angelard, a very difficult time in qualifying for him, but the Polish driver still eager to make up progress and make some overtaking moves from the 10th row of the grid. And then on the 11th row of the grid, it is Dion Gauda, the Singaporean, who had absolutely no joy in qualifying at all, did not get the time and did not get the space to make his own run in time qualifying. And then alongside him on the grid, making her FIA Karting European Championship debut at the age of 46 is Sofia Kotala, who only started karting 6 years ago for the Ward Racing team. This is one heck of a story and proof that you are never too old to go racing at the top level. Sofia Kotala, very quick as well, actually, in terms of her raw speed. And the Ward Racing driver, who, of course, is the wife of Jussi Kotala, who runs the Kotala sports team out in Finland and who recognized and nurtured the talent of the reigning world champion, Tukka Tarpanen. So they do know about their racing. They know how to go about things. And Sofia Kotala is not here to make up the numbers. She is here to prove a point. You are never, ever going to stop anyone determined enough to go racing at the top level from doing it. And she's done a fantastic job so far. So the yellow light is on at the end of the pit lane. And in a few seconds, the drivers will be out on circuit for, once again, a good battle out on the circuit here at Zuera. We will have some great race action as the competitors move out. Here we go. Another good racing prospect for qualifying heat C versus D. And another chapter in the eloquent European Championship battle this season. So, Kian Nakamura-Berta and Enzo Deligny on the front row of the grid. Joe Turney and Nacho Tunion on the second. Zachary David and Maxime Rem on row 3 from Rafael Modenese and Josh Erfen. Adrian Maliero alongside Christian Bertucca. Oscar Wirtz and Malo Bollier from Victor Gustafsson and Simone Bianco. Francesco Marenghi and Oscar Pedersen, then Bruno Mulders and Ricky Liu. Jokubas Bogdanovicius and Max Angelard from Dion Gauda, and at the back of the grid, Sofia Kotala. So all 22 drivers are out there for their 9 laps of formation. And again, it's going to be very interesting to see what the drivers can do as they get themselves up to speed. Much tougher in the FIA European Championships than in other disciplines because, of course, at the start of races, they only have 1 lap out on the circuit. In other categories, they will have 1 or 2 at the most, 2 formation laps usually to get them up to speed. You have the out lap and the additional formation lap. In the European Championship, they only have 1, so you've not got a lot of time to warm up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature. It's definitely something that you have to work on and very much adapt to as you make progress. So the competitors are now in their 2 tram lines as they come off the final turn. Kian Nakamura-Berta and Enzo Deligny hoping they've got the start right. Got to be very delicate on the throttle. I think they made a good start, and we are racing. But the outside line's made a reasonable launch. Turney comes through with Nakamura-Berta as they go through turn 1. And everybody's just about facing in the right direction despite a little bit of jockeying to and fro at turn 1. But they come up towards turn 4, and already the battle is very closely joined. Drivers still putting on a good show as they come off the hairpin. A couple of drivers running onto the grass a little bit, 2 wheels on the dirt. But otherwise, everybody keeping it clean. And up at turn 5, everybody trying to keep it nice and close together as one of the Lando Norris chassis goes wide. I think that's Dion Gauda, and drops to the tail of the field. So having already started to make up some progress, it hasn't gone well for Dion Gauda on the opening lap. But Kian Nakamura-Berta out in front of Joe Turney. And there is Zach David moving into 3rd place past Enzo Deligny. A very solid start to proceedings. On the inside, Deligny tries to go past Zach David, is not going to make that work, and as a result, Adrien Maliero and Maxime Rem are going to get a run on the Frenchman down into turn 1. So through at the end of the opening lap, Nakamura-Berta out in 1st position. Maliero is going to skate through on Deligny, as is Maxime Rem. So the Frenchman loses 2 places in one go there. And up the inside, Deligny gets back on terms with the Birolart of Christian Bertucca to hold his position. Maxime Rem gets through on Adrien Maliero in the same breath, with Tunion moving up to 8th in front of Josh Erfen and Malo Bollier. So a couple of places made up through the field then for a few drivers. The best start, easily that of Adrien Maliero and Max Angelard. They've both made up 4 places apiece. But Nakamura-Berta out in front of Joe Turney and Zach David, with Maxime Rem now getting past Adrien Maliero to get into 4th position. Out in front, it is the Alpine Academy driver, Kian Nakamura-Berta, who runs in the lead of the race. Joe Turney and Zach David, 2nd and 3rd. Maxime Rem 4th from Adrien Maliero in 5th. Deligny, Bertucca and Nacho Tunion. Josh Erfen in 9th and Simone Bianco in P10. Then Malo Bollier and Oscar Pedersen from Victor Gustafsson and Rafael Modenese. Angelard in 15th. There goes Maliero. So Maliero makes his bid on the inside of Maxime Rem to get back into 4th position. Maxime Rem is not going to let him have it. He gets straight back through into turn 5. So Maxime Rem determined that the CRG is not going to run in front of him. They get down into the braking zone once again, and Rem is actually blocking to defend his position from Adrien Maliero and Enzo Deligny. So those two continue to battle up towards the right-hander before the final couple of corners of the lap. And still Maliero holding steadfast in front of Maxime Rem. Maliero having made the move, and now Deligny gets through as well to get into 5th position past Maxime Rem. Down the home straight, and a terrific battle working up a storm now. Nakamura-Berta in front of Turney. who is pulling a little bit ahead of Zach David, trying to close up on the Japanese driver up front. Joe Turney wanting to continue the fabulous run from Tony Kart so far today. 2 wins out of 3 for the factory squad. There might be a third if Joe Turney can get close enough to Kia Nakamura and make his bid. So Enzo Deligny, having got past Maxime Rem now, still trying to make a good impression and a big impact on the rest of the battle as it continues. But Nakamura still leads the way from Turney and David. There they are, the top 3 drivers all together. Adrian Maliero and Enzo Deligny, 4th and 5th, Maxime Rem 6th, then Tunion, Erfen, Bianco, Bollier, Pedersen, Bertucca, Gustafsson, Modenese and Angelard. So good battles all the way through the field. All 22 drivers are still racing. They are still battling out on the course. So there's absolute pressure on Kia Nakamura now. Quarter of a second behind him. Joe Turney is bidding to take the lead in the inside line at turn 4. And he makes his bid. He gets the move up on the inside. And Joe Turney holds his position. So Nakamura and Zachary David making good battles as they quest forward. So Joe Turney, Kia Nakamura and Zachary David. Now David going to get the move on the inside of Nakamura, and he gets through. So an excellent run, but the competition's still going very well indeed for these drivers up in the top end. And there is going to be a really exciting tussle in through the hairpins and out through to the final turn once again. Kia Nakamura no longer your race leader. Joe Turney ahead of Zach David now, with Mariano and Deligny still making good progress. So with Kia Nakamura now trying to get himself back into 2nd place, past Zach David. There are 4 laps still to go. And this is not going to be easy for Zach David, but now he's going to get his run on the inside of the Maltese. Maliero slides in as well, so does Deligny. You've got a feel for Zach David. He goes from 2nd to 5th in 1 corner, and now Rem gets him as well for 5th position, and so too does Tunion. Zachary David having a horrific lap 6, as now he's going to try and hold off from Josh Erfen. Erfen's going to get the switchback, and he gets through now as well. Well, poor Zachary David suddenly goes from 2nd to 8th in 1 lap, and that is not what any driver wants to see as they continue on in the course. And up the inside, that's Deligny. So Enzo Deligny gets past Adrian Maliero, and that puts him up into 3rd place. So Turney, Nakamura, Deligny and Maliero. That's your top 4. Good battles so far as the drivers continue to make progress. Rem, Tunion, Erfen and David giving chase. As up the inside, there goes Rem. Slides in the inside of Maliero, and Tunion gets by as well. So Rem and Tunion both get past the Spanish driver Adrian Maliero, but Josh Erfen can't quite get the move on the inside line. Now he's going wheel to wheel. Maliero keeps him back. Erfen is going to try. David is close to him as well. Josh Erfen absolutely resolute to get through, but David is going to get the switch back. He's going to get alongside, but Erfen will hold the line. David will try and tuck in over the curbs to get back alongside Josh Erfen and round the outside. That's Simone Bianco. There goes David to get through. And a bit of a move there from Malo Bollier as he gets past Erfen. And now also Oscar Pedersen getting in. That puts Simone Bianco down to the back of the queue. So some tough battles already then. But with 2 laps to go, Turney and Nakamura covered by 0.7 of a second. It's a very good run all the way through. And still the battle's raging. Oh, David was given a little bit of support there. Unintentional, I think, by Malo Bollier to try and get through on Adrian Maliero. And it wasn't working out. So Rem and Tunion have managed to get well clear of the battle for 6th position. Here comes the move on the inside from Tunion. He gets through, makes the overtaking bid. Excellent work from Nacho Tunion to pass Maxime Rem. And that is the battle for 4th and 5th positions sorted out then. Certainly for the moment at least. And there's a warning flag from Malo Bollier. So I wonder if the officials just saw that little manoeuvre with Zachary David and thought that was a little bit over the edge there. 1 lap to go. And Joe Turney has enough of a gap over this man, Kian Nakamura, now in the blue and black Alpine Academy colours, running in second position. But he can't quite keep up with Joe Turney. Turney is having another spectacular battle out in front. And there is Joe Turney. It looks like the Tony Kart Factory team definitely had their Weetabix this morning. They've come through and done a fantastic job as they battle away in fine style and formation. Joe Turney runs in front of Kian Nakamura. 7/10 of a second between the two karts at the moment. A really exceptional battle and very strong as the drivers continue up on the far side. But it looks as though all 22 drivers, except for one actually, Christian Bertucca, I do believe, has had a problem out on the course. He's not going to come through, but everybody else will, as Joe Turney comes out of the final turn and takes another win. That's 3 out of 3 now for Joe Turney. Excellent form at Zuera so far. In the heats, Joe Turney absolutely flawless. Kian Nakamura ahead of Enzo Deligny. Then Maxime Rem, Nacho Tunion and Adrian Maliero in the top 6. Great work though from Joe Turney. And with 3 wins out of 3, he really is looking so strong at this early stage of the weekend. Never really driving as faster than he has to. Just keeping himself in the hunt and doing an exceptional job wherever the opportunities come his way. Kian Nakamura just passing him on the slow down lap, but not able to pass him in the final reckoning. He got to within 4/10 of a second, but he just ran out of laps to do anything really about Joe Turney's pace in the early stages. And that's where Joe Turney really has been able to come good straight away. An excellent performance and an excellent display so far. But Joe Turney keeps it in the victory. So here are the provisional results then for qualifying heat C versus D. Joe Turney in front of Kian Nakamura, Enzo Deligny ahead of Maxime Rem, Nacho Tunion, Adrian Maliero, Zachary David and Oscar Pedersen ahead of Malo Bollier and Josh Erfen. Simone Bianco in 11th place ahead of Dion Gauda, and then Rafael Modenese ahead of Max Angelard, Victor Gustafsson in 15th ahead of Francesco Marenghi and Oscar Wirtz. 18th place for Ricky Liu and then Jacobus Bogdanovicius from Bruno Mulders and Sofia Cotala, with the last driver in the mix, Christian Bertucca, unable to finish the race unfortunately, as the Italian had what I can only guess are mechanical problems as he brought it into the pits before the race was completed. So some exceptional battles out there on the circuit once again. But now our attention turns once again to the OK Junior category, and the man who will start from pole position after a brilliant run in time qualifying, the young Luxembourger Guillaume Bouzard, who's made amazing progress over the course of the first few weekends of the season. He and his teammate Dimitri Matveev really working hard for Koski Motorsport to run at the front end of the field, and it was Guillaume Bouzard that got the pole position in the end in time qualifying. Okay, I caught up with him yesterday after his run at the end of qualifying practice.
So at the beginning, I tried to take a gap with the group in front for not getting blocked in my fastest lap and get a good slipstream. After this, I just make a clean lap, not missing the apex and the time and the position is there. The confidence is here because after starting P1, you know that you're fast, you have the speed, so just keep your head down and go for it.
Good to see Guillaume Bouzard becoming the latest driver to run at the sharp end of the field, and he is the sole competitor in the FIA Karting paddock representing Luxembourg, and he will be there on the pole position for this heat. Lewis Werrell, the British driver, has been incredibly strong throughout the weekend. Let's not forget that this is only his second weekend in the FIA Karting European Championship, and he is on the front row of the grid for all of his heats. That is very impressive indeed from the young British driver. Nathan Tye, third position on the starting grid. The Sodi Kart driver from Great Britain has a really good chance to work his way forward here, and definitely has good opportunities to make some good progress from that second row of the grid. Kirill Ditiev will line up in fourth position on the starting grid, the Ward Racing driver. Very quick and very fast over the course of the early part of the season. and he's got his speed back together here at Zuera. Tobias Clausen will line up in 5th position, a very impressive young man, the Danish driver racing under the Falcon Racing kart squad. There's not many Falcons in the grid here this weekend, but Tobias Clausen definitely giving them plenty to be excited about as he brings his kart up into 5th position. And then René Lammers, the Dutchman, who lines up in 6th place on the starting grid. He will be there on the outside of the 3rd row. 7th position on the grid, it'll be the Spanish driver Lucas Flucha, who's had a very competitive start to the weekend already and has really been in fine form over the course of the home race for him in the European Championship. He won his first heat yesterday and was in the top 10 in the second. So Lucas Flucha definitely a contender for the final. Gilles Caranta, the Frenchman, who's been going very quickly over the course of the last couple of weekends. And certainly the Frenchman doing a very good job in the energy course. And then the top 10 is rounded out by the Belgian driver Len Nige, who really has picked up his pace for the Kart Republic team. He will go 9th on the grid on the inside of row 5. And then Matthias Orjuela, the Colombian driver for the Paralin Motorsport team, he will line up in 10th position on the starting grid. The Birilat driver Kirill Kutskov is going to line up in P11 on the starting grid. So he will be there on the inside of the 6th row. 12th position on the grid alongside him is Enea Frey, the Swiss driver for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. He'll be there in row 6. Francisco Macedo, the Portuguese driver, comes next for the CRG factory team. He'll be 13th on the starting grid. Alongside him is the man 14th on the grid, the Norwegian Marcus Saita, and he is there once again for the Ward Racing team. 15th on the grid, the Frenchman Andy Consani, who has been struggling a little bit for pace in qualifying, but is certainly doing his best to get it back again in the qualifying heats. He'll line up alongside his new teammate, the Hungarian driver Adam Hideg, who has gone from the DPK Racing team earlier in the season to join the Sodicart factory team for the remainder of the European Championship. And then 17th on the grid, it is the young Portuguese talent Maria Chimano Nito, who was, of course, one of the drivers for Tony Kart Racing this year, having won her place a scholarship with the team through the FIA Girls in Track program that takes place every year at Le Mans. So she'll be with the team all the way through the OK Junior season. And alongside her on the grid is William Go, the young man from the Philippines. Really struggled to get the lap time together in qualifying practice, but the talented Filipino from Forza Racing definitely has a great chance to charge his way back and make some good overtaking moves out on the circuit. Then comes the 10th row of the grid. That is the South African driver Nicolas Roos, the CRG driver who really struggled to get the one lap in time qualifying, but has already proved several times here in Zuera in the past that he does have the speed to run at the sharp end. Alongside him on the grid, it is the young Canadian talent Jensen Burnett, who is making a good progress for the Energy Course team. He's obviously having to come into the championship as a first-timer in the European Championship. This is still only his second weekend in the FIA Karting paddock, but he's making good progress and stepping up the attack every time he gets into the kart. The final 3 drivers on the grid, Kian Fardin, the Swiss driver, and he'll be there for the Energy Course team again as he lines up in position on the 21st position of the grid. And alongside Kian Fardin in the field, in P22 of the starting grid, it is Dinant de Vos, the Dutchman, making good progress for Kart Republic. And at the very back of the grid, it is the Australian driver Harry Arnett for the Paralin Motorsport team as he lines up in position 23 in Kart 264. And I can tell you that every single one of these 6 continents around the world is represented on this FIA Karting paddock field. Fantastic to see just how truly international the FIA Karting Championship paddock has become, with once again all 6 continents represented, with North and South America, Africa, Asia, Australasia, and of course Europe represented in the European Karting Championship. So many drivers from so many nations taking part over the course of the weekend. And the drivers now gearing up ready for the next of the junior races. 6 laps once again. So obviously the competitors will be pushed right to the limit from the start. And Guillaume Bouzard and Louis Werrell will take their place on the front row of the starting grid for a very competitive and very tough heat. So the green light comes on at the end of the pit lane, and Guillaume Bouzard and Lewis Werrell will be pushed out along with their 20 rivals out there on the circuit as they gear up for battle. 21 rivals, in fact. So the starting grid for qualifying heat A versus D, Guillaume Bouzard in pole from Lewis Werrell, Nathan Tai and Kirill Ditiev, then Tobias Clausen and René Lammers, Lucas Fluscher and Jules Caranta from Len Nys and Matthias Orjuela, Kirill Kutskov and Enea Frey from Francisco Macedo and Marcus Saita, Adi Kotsani and Adam Hideg, Maria Germano and William Go, and then Nicolas Roos, Jensen Burnett, Kian Fardin and Dinan De Vos, along with the man at the back, Harry Arnett. So as the 23 drivers warm up the tyres and brakes again to the optimum temperature on this formation lap, it is up to the race director, Nigel Edwards, to signal them off into the distance, and they can start racing as soon as the lap is completed. So as Bouzard and Werrell get themselves up to speed again, warming up the tyres and brakes, and they will lead the field round in their 2 tram lines as they come through at the end of what has already been a very interesting battle in the previous heats. Now we get to see Guillaume Bouzard and Lewis Werrell out on track for the first time this weekend. In television mode, obviously, because they raced yesterday in the qualifying heats in the evening. Green lights, and away we go. First corner, everybody hustling together quite nicely as they go through to the first corner. A good start from Tai and from Clausen as they hustle in behind Guillaume Bouzard. Everybody just trying to keep themselves nice and calm through the first couple of corners. Up to turn 4. Is everybody going to get through in neat fashion? A few drivers getting close to each other. Oh, problems! Spin in the middle of the field. 2 or 3 carts going off the road there. It's become a very tough race for a couple of drivers out there. That's a CRG facing in the wrong way. That's Francisco Macedo, I think. And we've also got Nicolas Roos and Jensen Burnett in trouble. So a couple of drivers involved in the incident there coming out of turn 5. Nicolas Roos trying to get started again. Jensen Burnett's gone off, so has Francisco Macedo. So 3 drivers involved on the first lap there in an incident. I think we just about saw Nicolas Roos's car getting spat out of the fray. And I'm looking down on the back straight. Nicolas Roos has walked away from his car. Can't quite see what happened to Jensen Burnett, but I assume he's off in pretty much the same place. So, Jensen Burnett has continued. I do apologise. So Francisco Macedo is the one that's retired from the race. Nicolas Roos managed to recover and get going again. So Roos and Burnett were caught up in it, but they have now formed up at the back of the field to try and recover. A couple of drivers in some difficulties in the middle of the field by the look of it. Looks like we've had one of the Paralins drop down and lose about 4 or 5 places there. Is that René Lammers in trouble? Yes, it is. René Lammers down to 11th position now. As up the inside there goes Lewis Werrell, making his bid to get past Tobias Clausen in the Falcon. So Lewis Werrell gets through into 4th place, and now he's trying to keep Clausen at bay once again. Tobias Clausen not exactly in the mood to take any favours, but also at the same time trying to work his way back up through the pack. He had a good initial start. Lucas Fluscher got an absolute flyer as well. 3rd position for the Spanish driver behind Bouzard and Tai. So Bouzard and Tai having a good run at the moment. Fluscher in 3rd. Werrell, Clausen, Kutskov, Nij, Caranta, Frey and Kotsani. Here comes Tai. Thought he was going to make the move then on the inside of Bouzard. Clausen, meanwhile, is going wheel to wheel with Len Nij. As into the pits, we've got a problem for René Lammers. René Lammers has come into the pit lane. He's had some contact with somebody by the look of it, and it looked as though the rear bumper was dragging on the rear wheel. So he manages to get going. That's one of the Sodis out now. That's Adam Hideg. So Adam Hideg is walking away. Not entirely sure what Adam got caught up in there that time, but certainly out on track. René Lammers has got back onto the circuit once again. So that's a couple of very big names there falling by the wayside. René Lammers and Adam Hideg in trouble as Nathan Tai is putting pressure on the race leader Guillaume Bouzard. And Lewis Werrell has now managed to get past Lucas Fluscher to get into 3rd position. So René Lammers has fallen all the way down to the back of the field. And has recovered though. Guillaume Bouzard having a great race out in front, but Nathan Tye is putting him under pressure. Here we go. Nathan Tye is going to make his move. Into the lead goes the British driver. So Nathan Tye manages to take the lead then. Matthias Orjuela manages to get the fastest lap of the race as he works his way up towards the top 10. He's not quite in the top 10 yet, but he's definitely making good enough progress to perhaps end up there. Lewis Merrill third behind Tye and Bouzard. Flusha in fourth, Kutskov is fifth, and then Nys, Caranta, Clausen, Frey and Andy Consani. 3 laps done and 3 to go, including this one, which is almost coming to an end actually. So Werrell staying in third position, but really starting now to gain ground on Guillaume Bouzard, as Bouzard is obviously going to have a really tough run of it. They come off the final turn and down the main straight again, and Werrell is going to put Guillaume Bouzard under massive pressure. Nathan Tye, still your race leader. Bouzard, Werrell, Flusha, Kutskov, Nys, Caranta, Clausen, all of them covered by 2.3 seconds. So I don't think this is done yet for Guillaume Bouzard. Up the inside goes Len Nys. So Nys gets the move there on Kirill Kutskov for 5th position. And now Nys is going to go back on the inside of Kutskov to defend the position. So he holds the line. Despite that little ominous threat to lose the position, he has managed to get back through and take on another place. So Nathan Tye having a very sturdy run at the lead of the race now from Guillaume Bouzard. But he is going to have to go defensive on the last lap, because Guillaume Bouzard is definitely not going to make it easy for the Englishman who leads the race up in front. Tye, Bouzard, Werrell, Flusha, Nys, Kutskov, Caranta, Clausen, Frey and Consani. So across the line into the final lap comes Nathan Tye. Guillaume Bouzard definitely going with him. And Lewis Werrell is going to try and close up on the 2-man as well. Bouzard goes for the lead on Tye. Gets through. Werrell gets past both of them. Brilliant from Werrell. And now Nathan Tye is going to come back on Werrell. Retakes the lead. The lead changes between 3 drivers 3 times in 2 corners. Astonishing. And now Lucas Flusha gets in behind Guillaume Bouzard. A very exciting battle still to finish off here. Werrell goes the long way, trying to get the switch back on Tye as Flusha goes wheel to wheel with Bouzard. And I think Flusha may have got through in a 3rd position. Yes, he has. So Lucas Flusha is now 3rd. Nys is now 5th. He's got through past Kutskov and Clausen. But now this is going to be between the 2 British drivers, Tye and Werrell, as to who could pull off a heat win. But it looks to me as though it's going to be Tye. Werrell's going to have the slipstream. He might race him to the line. They're going to go side by side. Not quite. Tye hangs in for the victory. Werrell decides to consolidate and go for 2nd place. So very sporting from Lewis Werrell. Decides not to gamble. Picks up the 2nd position ahead of Lucas Flusha and Guillaume Bouzard from Nys and Kutskov. But what a great final lap that was. And Nathan Tye putting in an excellent showcase there. The Sodikart driver gets a victory, exactly what he wanted. And I'm sure that the team at Sodikart are going to be very happy with everything, with Bernard Mansell and everybody working very hard behind the scenes to try and bring the team back up to prominence. The French manufacturer going up against the might of the Italian brands, and a really solid effort from Nathan Tye to continue that progress. So a great battle all the way through to the last lap then, showcasing just how talented and skilled the drivers are becoming in OK Junior. Although there were a couple of retirements to report. Let's go through the provisional results of qualifying Heat A versus D. Nathan Tye ahead of Lewis Werrell and Lucas Flusha from Guillaume Bouzard and Len Nys. Kirill Kutskov ahead of Gilles Caranta and Andy Consani. Tobias Clausen and Ea Frey in the top 10. Matthias Orjuela ahead of Kirill Ditiev. Then Kian Farden for Energy Course ahead of Marcus Saita and Nicolas Roos. William Goh 16th ahead of Maria Germano Nito and the Canadian driver for Energy Course Jensen Burnett. Then in 19th it is Harry Arnett ahead of Dylan De Vos. René Lammers returned to the circuit after an incident but managed to get it back again. Adam Hideg retired on the 2nd lap of the race. Francisco Macedo retired on the 1st. There is Francisco Macedo getting push started again. so that he can return to the pit lane. But obviously, once you spin off, you cannot have outside assistance. So he couldn't push start himself back into the race again, so had to wait until the marshals were able to do it for him. So still some fascinating battles to come, and you can see that the karts are still making their way to the holding area, ready ahead of the start of race action. Here is the schedule coming up for the rest of the day. We are approaching noon local time here in Spain, and you can see that we are staggering the races between the OK and Junior, all the way through the day. And that's to mix it up a little bit, make it a little bit more entertaining, a little bit more interesting for the drivers out there on the course. But we can see that we've got a rotation of heats still to come, 20 minutes between each race. So that gives drivers plenty of time to get themselves up to speed and bring themselves a little bit further forward. We've got our break, which comes after OK qualifying heat B versus F. There will be a bit of a pause of about an hour or so, and then we'll get to 15:20 when we'll go racing again. The OK qualifying heat B versus E, very much a part of that process as we continue on into the afternoon sessions. And then those final heats are going to be the ones that will set the grid and set the positions for the super heats, which obviously go tomorrow morning, will be added to the aggregate positions from the time qualifying sessions, from the qualifying heats, I should say, sorry, as they will finish off in close proximity and close style. And then obviously the points from the super heats will be added to the qualifying aggregate points, and that will decide which of the 36 drivers will progress through to the final tomorrow afternoon. Two very tough races at the Circuito Internacional Zuera circuit, 1.699 kilometers in duration, in length. You can see the last race of the day there is going to be at 6 o'clock local time, the OK qualifying heat A versus F. When that race is completed, we will know who is going to be where on the starting grid for these final two races tomorrow morning before the finals. It's definitely going to be very competitive and ultra close and exciting as the drivers are still gearing up for an excellent showcase across the weekend. So we've got the OK senior race coming up next, the qualifying heat that we've already seen some great battles from Tuka Tarpanen and Joe Turney to take their race victories. But there's obviously going to be more great battles out on the circuit. For the American driver, James Zigotzi, he will start from pole position after what was a fabulous run in time qualifying yesterday. I caught up with him after his qualifying practice run.
Well, we all waited till about 4 minutes on the grid to go out so we could have a total of 3 laps. And the first 2 laps I took it easy to build heat into my tires, and then on my flyer I was able to get a great draft coming onto the straight. So it was a great lap. I'm very happy with the team that we were able to figure out the setup that allowed me to do the time. Well, obviously it's a massive advantage because now it's open air ahead of me. I can just focus on staying where I am. I don't have to think about the obstacles I have to get to be first. Hopefully my time will stay and I'll be for pole overall, which means that I'll have inside for 5 heats. With only 9 laps every single heat, I think that I can maintain my top 3 for every heat and stay consistent for a good spot for the super heats.
So James Zigotzi for the Tony Kart Factory team did an excellent job in the time qualifying session yesterday to put himself up at the sharp end of the field. And now you can actually see he's in conference with his race mechanic. I think that's Jose at the front end of the field. And Luigi Coluccio is there as well, having a nice conversation as they battle away and get ready for the heat. But James Zigotzi will line up alongside the second fastest man from time qualifying, as this is going to be Group A versus B. And what a race battle it will be, because we'll have James Zigotzi alongside the Brazilian driver Gabriel Gomez of the CRG factory team. Great to see Gabriel Gomez so surprised and so shocked that he ended up at the front row of the grid. He wasn't expecting it. And really good to see that that's raw pace that the CRG crew have unlocked. And he is ready for the action ahead of him. Alex Powell, the Jamaican, who's been pretty quick in the last few weeks. He goes from 3rd position on the starting grid. Was one of the favourites going into the final the last time the CIK classes raced at Zuera. And was not quite able to get to the podium. So this is a very important one for Alex Powell to try and finish up. Alongside him on the 2nd row of the grid is the original Flying Finn, Juho Valtonen, who's been fighting his corner for the Tony Kart Factory team and is still doing a very eloquent job with the squad. Ian Eichmans is next up for the Eichmans Racing Team as he runs 5th position on the grid on the inside of the 3rd row. And then Chu Yanpu, the Chinese driver, lining up on the 6th position of the starting grid on the outside of row 3. The Chinese driver looking to make some good progress. Row 4, Lucas Amalisto of Kart Republic lines up there in P7 of the grid alongside the Polish driver Karol Pazovic of the Birolart Racing Team. So those two drivers definitely wanting to make a big impression on this particular heat. And then we're going to have on the 5th row of the starting grid, Harley Keeble of the Birolart team. He's alongside the Latvian Tomas Stolchamanis to round out the top 10. '11th on the grid is Olin Galley, and then David Walter will line up on the 6th row of the starting grid. Arvid Lindblad, 13th position, along with Freddie Slater, an all-British row 7, and that's going to be a very competitive one. Luigi Coluccio and Alva Simasvara, Caspian Hagman and Marius Christiansen, Andrea Vibriantit and Max Obst, and then the back row of the grid will see Ellis Stevens lining up alongside Gustav Wisniewski. So some great battles to come over the course of the OK Senior category, and some great drivers. We obviously saw earlier on today Joe Turney picking up his 3rd heat win out of 3. I managed to speak with him yesterday about his prospects in the European Championship now that he is a championship leader.
Yeah, consistency is massive. Obviously, in a championship, you need to be finishing at the front consistently. Any bad race will let the others catch points to you or whatever. So, no, we'll be, if we need to finish 3rd, if 3rd's the best we can do, then it needs to be 3rd. If 5th's the best, it needs to be 5th. But obviously, we're trying to win. Yeah, it's nice. It was when I was younger, looking up at these races and wishing that I'd race for a factory team. So now I'm here racing for Tony Kart, and it's nice to go up against the other manufacturers and hopefully come out on top and beat them. I think focusing on my own driving a bit more than I would have done, just trying to work out the tyre that we're using this year is important as well. But yeah, not too much has changed. I mean, as you said, we've been close many times, 2nd in European rounds, 2nd in the World Championship, a lot of 3rd places as well. So to finally win the 1st round and to be on the top of the championship is a good feeling. The track's similar in Portimao, similar to Portimao with the long straights and a couple of tight corners. So I think the fact that we were fast in Portimao probably means that we should be fairly fast here as well. Who knows really. At the moment we're doing good, we're making good progress, and I'm happy and hopefully they're happy as well. So at the moment everything looks good. The direction we're going in is good as well. The material's improving and the kart continues winning across all categories. So I think that my job's not doing too bad at the moment. Yeah, I just think we need to win a few more races here, and then that should be good. But no, everything's going well there. Normally we've always been trying to chase from behind a bit at this part of the year. Normally when it gets to the hotter races and the dry races, we weren't quite as fast. We always were fast in the dry in the winter, but not quite in the summer. We're always fast in the wet. But no, this year looks like we're fast everywhere we go. So far, I've done it for 3 years and this is my best shot. But we're only 1 round in, and in the future, who knows, I might have a better shot. But at the moment, for the last 3 years that I've done it, this is my best shot. It's the first time I've led the championship, so it's got to be.
So, of course, Joe Turney, the man they're all trying to beat as we battle away for position. Definitely going to be interesting to see how long he can maintain his winning streak this weekend here at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, as he's obviously going to have a really tough mission on his hands to hold on to things. But up at the sharp end of the field, it's definitely looking good for James Agozzi and Gabriel Gomez as they run at the sharp end of the field. Alex Powell and Juho Valtonen in the 2nd row. I'll be interested to see what Alex Powell can do from the inside of the 2nd row. He clearly has a good opportunity here as he goes off row 2. He'll definitely have some good balance and good performance to come from the Kart Republic Motorsport team. They've worked incredibly hard to work his way forward, and the craft that he's been demonstrating of late is definitely looking particularly strong. But Gabriel Gomez from that front row of the grid, he was as surprised as anybody that he ended up starting these races from the front. He was very surprised that he had that kind of speed, but he's been able to translate that into a win already this weekend. So what can the Brazilian do? That's going to be very interesting. So James Igotzi and Gabriel Gomez from the front row of the grid, Alex Powell and Juho Valtonen on the second, Ian Eichmans and Chu Yan Pu on the third, Luca Samalisto and Karol Pazovic from Harley Keebel and Thomas Stolchemanis, Olin Galli and David Walter from Arvid Lindblad and Freddie Slater, Luigi Coluccio and Alva Simasvara, Caspian Hagman and Marius Christiansen from Andrea Webriantit and Max Obst, Ella Stevens alongside Gustav Wisniewski. So the drivers putting in a good effort. In qualifying heat A versus B, we'll see some pretty exciting battles out there on the course, as they all want to make a good impact on this race. Going to see some tough battles from them, I expect, because obviously the competitors are going to be working increasingly hard on this warm-up lap to try and get the tyres and brakes up to the optimum temperature. Always a lot tougher when you only have one formation lap in which to do so. But James Igotzi didn't quite have the pace yesterday in his opening heat. He'll obviously be hoping that this time round he can make it work and he can get himself out of the starting blocks nice and quickly to try and get a first win of the weekend underway. But the fastest lap in time qualifying does not automatically guarantee that you are going to be the dominant force. In fact, no one driver has been immaculate and dominant over the course of the weekend so far. Let's see how we go racing. Off to the first corner. Great start from Gomez. He actually gets a better launch than Igotzi. That's round the outside. He and Valtonen managed to get into first and second. Valtonen already going for Gomez. Can't make the move stick. So a great run from Gabriel Gomez as the CRG takes the lead nice and early. Igotzi is already down to fourth behind Ian Eichmans. As the field works its way through turn 4, a really exciting battle. The competitors still putting on a good display. But Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian in the CRG, has managed to hit the front after an epic start. There's not many drivers in the field that can go from the outside of the front row to take the lead by turn 1. And Gomez timed his start to absolute perfection and manages to break away. Igotzi, caught out by that, now finds himself down in fourth behind Valtonen and Eichmans. There's still the drivers battle away. Fifth place for Alex Powell. So the Kart Republic driver is still there in P4, but it's a CRG and 3 Tony Karts at the moment. As Eichmans is going to go with Valtonen. They're going to try and close up once again on Gabriel Gomez. See, the Tony Kart Racing team spent a lot of last year scratching their heads and finally getting the pace together by the end of the season. Now at the beginning of the year, they are ridiculously strong as Eichmans and Igotzi both managed to get past Valtonen. So that is Eichmans to second, Igotzi to third, Valtonen down to fourth. And then it is the 2 Mercedes young guns, Powell and Chu, in the next top 6 positions. Wisniewski coming into the pits then with a mechanical problem. So Gustav Wisniewski, I'm afraid, for the Forza Racing team is out of it. And I'm not entirely sure what it is that's caused that one, but he only lasts 1 lap of the course. So I'm afraid it's game over then for the young Polish ace for the Forza Racing team. But Gabriel Gomez still out in front, as Eichmans and Igotzi are doing their best to try and close up on Gabriel Gomez. Marius Christensen picks up a warning flag. Not entirely sure what that's for, but certainly for the time being, it's not quite the situation that he wants to be in. So Gomez is your leader, but for how much longer? Because Eichmans has got very close to the back of Gabriel Gomez. Coming up to the corner, here goes the move on the inside from Ian Eichmans. And he gets through past the CRG. So Gabriel Gomez leads for the opening couple of laps. And now Igotzi is going to make his run on the inside of Gomez. He gets through as Powell manages to get past Juho Valtonen. So now it really is game on, and the top 5 are very close together. Meanwhile, Harley Keebel gets past Chu Yan Pu to get through up into 8th position. The Birolart driver on the move. And it looks to me as though Olin Galli is getting his overtake on Karol Pazovic in the background as well. So the Brazilian has moved up into P6. Then Pazovic, Keebel, Chu, Lindblad, who's now up into 10th place ahead of Thomas Stolchemanis. And then in 12th position, it is Luca Samalisto. So some good performances and some good battles out on the course. Gabriel Gomez, no longer your race leader. He's down in third, behind Ian Eichmans and James Igotzi. Alex Powell running in fourth position. Juho Valtonen and Olin Galli. And there is an investigation into the 142 of Gabriel Gomez. Now, is that because they feel he judged, have they judged that he might have jumped the start? Because maybe that's how he was able to get out of the blocks so quickly. And if he managed to jump the start, if he moved slightly early, then that could be a penalty coming Gabriel Gomez's way. And that will just add insult to injury, I'm afraid, for the Brazilian, who won beautifully yesterday. But you can see just how much the pressure is getting to the drivers. They are leaving nothing on the table and stretching the limits, as Alex Powell has now got past Gabriel Gomez to get into third position. So Eichmans, Igotzi, Powell, Gomez, Valtonen and Olin Galli. Then Keeble and Lindblad, Pazovic and Stolchamanis. And Samalisto and Coluccio. Freddie Slater, P13 from Chuyan Pu. Slater's got past Samalisto, Chu down to 15th position. Not going well for the Chinese driver at all. And still the drivers put on a good display as they come through the hairpin and up towards the rolling hairpin around the far side. Alex Powell, now the fastest driver on track, closing up on Eichmans and Igotzi. Fourth place for Gomez, fifth for Valtonen. And so there are still some good battles and good performances coming through out there on the course. Eichmans, Igotzi, Powell, Gomez. The top four covered by less than a second. Igotzi looking very hungry to take back the lead of this race. So it's going to be a really interesting challenge. A good opposition now from Eichmans to close back up on Igotzi. Igotzi to close up on Eichmans, I should say. But Alex Powell is reeling them both in. So the Tony Karts are 1 and 2. But Alex Powell is definitely catching them. So as they fight through turn one, there's a warning flag gone out to Ella Stevens. She's the Biralat racing driver for the Richard Mill Talent Academy. As there's the move for Igotzi. Igotzi's going to make the move on Eichmans. So the lead changes once again as James Igotzi gets past Ian Eichmans. Alex Powell has closed up on them as a result of that, as Arvid Lindblad, now in his 7th position, gets the fastest lap of the race as he takes on and passes Harley Keeble. But watch for Alex Powell. He might make the run here on Ian Eichmans. Certainly down into the hairpin. He conserves a little bit. Waits for his moment. Probably could have made the overtaking move there, but you don't want to run too many risks too early on in the weekend. It'll be in the afternoon when we really start to see drivers trying to push the limits, because they'll obviously want to make as much progress as possible. Off the final turn, Igotzi, Eichmans, Powell, Gomez, Valtonen, Galli. And then 7th is Lindblad ahead of Keeble. And those 8 drivers have managed to get a reasonable amount of distance between themselves and 9th place Karol Pazovic, who is still battling it out with Luigi Coluccio. Here goes Eichmans, making his bid for the lead. So Eichmans takes the lead then. So we've had Gomez in the lead, we've had Igotzi in the lead, and now we've got Ian Eichmans back in the lead once again. And Alex Powell in third is still just watching for the moment. Staying there at third position, waiting to see if Igotzi comes back on terms with Ian Eichmans. Eichmans moves his car to the middle of the road to try and thwart any overtaking moves. With 3 laps to go, they're running out of time. Igotzi holding on as he gets back for on Eichmans. Now shutting the door in his face. And Igotzi takes back the lead then from Eichmans. So James Igotzi pulling a fast one on his teammate, as Alex Powell now has to defend from Gabriel Gomez. The Jamaican versus the Brazilian, as they hunt down the Belgian and the American in the lead. So James Igotzi, although he carries the Italian flag, he is from Miami in Florida. Alex Powell has a think about Ian Eichmans. Just can't quite make it through on the inside again. Tries one more time, has to move to hold his position now from Gabriel Gomez with 2 to go. That's the problem. You start to make an overtaking move, you pull off the line. It takes a while to get through past the driver, but you're going to lose ground to the guy in front, whatever actually happens between the two of you. Even if it's only a couple of tenths here and there, it's still detriment that's lost. So you have to try and make it back. Igotzi out in front, and he's pulled clear at exactly the right moment. He's got the move on Ian Eichmans, and he's put in a qualifying style lap. His sector times are pretty rapid now, James Igotzi. He is pushing harder than ever before, and that's the build enough of a gap that he doesn't really have to think about looking behind him in the final lap of the race. So James Zagotzi gets the command in the final lap. Here we go. Eichmann second, Powell is third, fourth is Gomez from Galli. So the two CRG Brazilians now get to work together as they work their way forward. It's not going to be easy to make up the deficit. Alex Powell still can't quite go close enough to Ian Eichmann to throw the card up the inside and go for a move. It's pretty much stalemate now as side by side, that's Lindblad going round the outside of Olin Galli. He nearly makes it as well. Goodness me. Arvid Lindblad trying all sorts of tricks to move up as Alex Powell again tries. There is the battle further back. This is Keeble having got past Valtonen, but Lindblad is going for Galli again, and he gets up alongside him. I think that's Lindblad through. Gets the move on Olin Galli, the Brazilian. So that puts Lindblad up into 5th position on the last lap. But James Zagotzi times his move back on Eichmann to perfection, and the American continues the bandwagon for Tony Kart. Great work from James Zagotzi. Another great race. Eichmann's ahead of Powell and Gomez. Lindblad, Galli and Keeble, who is just ahead of Valtonen. In fact, the battle between Galli, Keeble and Valtonen, they were across the line together, 3 wide by the look of it. Less than a tenth of a second between the 3 of them. What an amazing battle we are brewing here, as several drivers are now looking pretty spicy out on the circuit. And it looks like there could be quite a few drivers who will challenge for the victory. So there's an awful lot of work to do, a lot of great battles to come, but it's all going very well at the moment. So the competitors are having an excellent run. The drivers still working very hard. So the competition working very hard out on the circuit, and James Zagotzi sealing an important victory. That will definitely help him out, and it will give the drivers and the competitors quite a lot of work to do. So an absolutely exceptional run from the competitors so far. But James Zagotzi takes the win in qualifying heat A versus B. Ian Eichmann's ahead of Alex Powell and Gabriel Gomez, Arvid Lindblad and Olin Galli from Harley Keeble and Juho Valtonen. Thomas Stolchemanis ahead of Luigi Coluccio in the top 10. Freddie Slater and Lucas Samalisto. David Walter and Karol Pazovic from Chuyan Pu and Caspian Hagman. Marius Christiansen is ahead of Alvar Simasvara. And then Andrea Weberiantet, the Lithuanian, finishing ahead of Max Obst and Ella Stevens. The one retirement from the race was on the opening lap, and that was Gustav Wisniewski for the Forza Racing team. So an absolutely exceptional performance so far. The OK qualifying heat A versus B. James Zagotzi managing to come through for a very worthy and capable victory after what has been a very solid effort from James Zagotzi so far. So it's definitely going to be a really exciting battle from the competitors as the race battles continue. But we have definitely got some great races to come. And as we see, we move from the senior category now back to the world of the junior category. And one thing you do have to say about looking at the way that the race day has played out so far is that one brand has pretty much been solidly at the front end of almost every race so far here at Zuera, and that is the Tony Kart team. The factory outfit really has put an exceptional amount of drivers at the front in both categories as well. It's not just in senior, but they managed to do it in junior as well. One of those that has come fresh out of the blocks and has been fighting fit from the start of the weekend is the young superstar from Thailand, Enzo Tarvanichkul. We caught up with him on Thursday.
Well, Portimao was not the best. Artie made a lot of mistakes during the weekend, and just some things here and there could have been better. But obviously, I think Zuera will be better, and we just have to see, because sometimes there's some problem with the tires also. So it's not always the same. Like maybe you're fast in one session and then you put new tires and then you're slower. It can happen, and you just have to see what you get, what material you get. But obviously we understand that the material works. So yeah, pretty confident actually. I think we can have a good result in Zuera. So we just have to see. You have to drive with a very small sprocket, and you have to be smooth. If you're not smooth, you're gonna kill the engine, and you're not gonna be able to go out of the corners. But for me, I like this track because obviously, as I said, you have to drive smooth, and it's my driving style. And you know, it's going to be a hard track because if someone overtakes you, you're going to lose a lot of momentum, and a lot of people are going to overtake you because you don't have speed to defend. There's like 4 or 5 good overtaking spots here. It's not the easiest, but you have to prepare the corner before that you're going to overtake. You have to prepare that to try and get the best exit to overtake for the next corner. I'm fairly confident. I think that we can make a good result. We see that the material works. For me, the team, we just have to work together and try and put the best result possible, no matter what happens. And you know, we all work as a team, and when we work as a team, we have to figure things out together, no matter if we're starting last or first. We always believe we can win because that's why we're here. It's a long week and we have to approach it carefully, and this week the weather will probably not be the greatest, and we have to know how to manage the tyres when it's a bit hotter or colder, when to push, when to not push, basically save the tyres. So we just have to work as a team and just try and get the best result possible.
Great to see the continuing progress of the young man from Thailand, Enzo Tarnvanitschgul, and it was great to catch up with him on Thursday. He's getting himself geared up and ready once again for another exceptional battle in the OK Junior category. The drivers will be sent out in 3 minutes' time out onto the circuit, which gives us a good opportunity to look up how things are currently going for the OK Juniors and who is going to be starting on the grid for this next race. It is qualifying heat B versus E, and that's going to put Thomas Strauven, the second fastest man from time qualifying, back into his pole position. And he will be there on the front row of the starting grid alongside Zach Drummond, the very talented British driver from Scotland, who puts the Paralin Motorsport machine onto the front row of the grid of every heat this weekend. Second row of the grid, we'll see Maxime Verbruge run up at the sharp end of the field once again. He is there in the second row, and he'll be there on the inside. And we will also see a fabulous battle from him alongside Enzo Tarnvanitschgul, who we've just heard from in P4 of the grid. P5, it is Gerazim Skudanov, the Birolot racing driver, although of course he is in the Leclerc by Lennox colours, as of course is his teammate Aaron Garcia, the Spanish driver who runs on the outside of the third row. And then Luna Flusha, who's had a fantastic weekend so far. She runs on the fourth row of the starting grid on the inside line. And then alongside her is the German driver Taim Saleh, who actually celebrated his birthday yesterday. It's been a very busy week for birthdays in the world of FIA karting, because we obviously had Taim Saleh's yesterday. The day before that was Maciek Lediz's. The day before that was Alexander Bondarev's. So it's been a really festive week for birthdays in the world of FIA karting. Alparslan Aksoy, the Turkish driver, lined up 9th position on the grid for this one. He's made massive steps forward in terms of his speed. Really good to see. And he is continuing his progress. And alongside him on the grid, it is the Hungarian Martin Molnar for the Energy Course team. He lines up to round out the top 10. 11th on the grid, Louis Leveau, the Danish driver for the Sodi Kart team. He lines up beside Oliver Kinmark, the Swedish driver, continuing on his brilliant progress. And then 13th on the grid for Ghazi Motlakar in the fabulous Paralin Motorsport kart he runs. Alongside him on the grid will be Liverway Sam Budler. And again, I don't really see Liverway Sam Budler's kart out on the circuit, so he must have had some kind of difficulty, whether it's technical or whether he's taken ill, whatever it might be. But certainly there is no Liverway Sam Budler out on the circuit this time, and that is very unfortunate. But it's something obviously that's happened only quite recently, as I'm fairly sure he was out there for the practice session this morning. So we'll have to investigate and see what it is that's kept Liverway Sambudla from getting out onto the circuit. There are 3 more heats for the juniors this morning before their lunch break pause. So obviously they want to make sure that they finish off in style to get ourselves ready for the second half of the day. The OK juniors get out on circuit then for qualifying heat B versus E. So the front row of the grid then, Thomas Strauven and Zach Drummond, Maxon Verbruge and Enzo Tornvenichkul, and then Gerizim Skudanov and Aaron Garcia from Luna Flusha and Tame Saleh, Alpa Sadaksoy and Martin Molnar from Louis Leveau and Oliver Kinmark, Ghazi Motlakar and Liverway Sambudla, Shimo Zhang and Nico Lanalati, Jendro Bezel and Marcel Kasprichki, Stepan Antonov and Augustin Sepulveda, Ivo Besterda, Zoe Florescu and Ariman Bansal complete the grid. So just the one driver missing then, Liverway Sambudla. We'll investigate what it is that's caused him to not be out there on the circuit. And one thing we did have as well in terms of focus there was that Augustin Sepulveda, the Chilean driver, was a bit late to get out onto the course. He manages to get onto the circuit, but unfortunately he's now going to have to start from the back of the grid, because while he was able to push start, which is perfectly fine and legal, he did not get out in time to take up his position on the starting grid. So he's now going to have to take up his position at the back. So out of the final turn, the engine revs have risen fairly high, and it's a false start, that's why. So the drivers have actually ended up running quite quickly there. And that was a false start, called quite quickly by Nigel Edwards, who saw that, saw the writing on the wall and realised that it was going to be a false start pretty quickly. But a very tricky scenario for the drivers, that is for sure, as they're obviously all wanting to try and get into a very solid and very strong position out on the course. But Strauven and Drummond will lead the field around. Verbruge and Tornvenichkul on the second row. Skulinov and Garcia, Flusha and Saleh, Aksoy and Molnar from Leveau, Kinmark and Motlakar. Zhang will be alongside Lanalati, Bezel and Kasprichki, Antonov and Sepulveda, Besterda, Florescu and Bansal. And that restart actually means now that Ivo Besterda, Augustin Sepulveda, I apologise, can now take up his position at the front of the grid once again. On his original grid position, I should say, which would be 18th position on the starting grid. So he can now return to his original position on the grid because he has time to take up his original grid position. So Strauven on the inside, Drummond on the outside, then Verbruge and Tornvenichkul, Skudanov and Garcia. Going to see how it runs off the turn. And we are racing this time. Good start from Strauven. Zach Drummond alongside him as they battle in for position. A really exciting battle coming up to the corner. And as they tuck in for position, that looked like Zach Drummond got a little wide there. A very tough run and a very intense battle as they continue to come through. But out in front, it is still Tom Strauven. He has got the position in front of Enzo Tornvenichkul. What a start from the Tony Kart driver. Third position for Tame Saleh. So the Kart Republic has actually charged its way through to third position. A good run there from Tame Saleh. Tornvenichkul actually moving to cover to make sure that Saleh can't get through on the opening lap. But it almost looked like he was going to go for an overtaking move on Strauven. Nice and early doors. So Tornvenichkul now in a second. Perfect start. Tame Saleh, though, running there in third position, making good work on things. And in fourth position, that looks like one of the declared by Lennox karts. I would think that's probably Gerizim Skudanov, who runs in fourth position. It is. And then his teammate Aaron Garcia is just in behind him. So they come through at the end of the lap. And it's Flusha who runs in sixth position. She's having a good run. Sixth position for her. Up the inside, Garcia making the run on his teammate Skulinov as they bid. Oh, and there's a spinner. It's Luna Flusha. Luna Flusha's had a spin, and that is disastrous for her. Running such a good weekend up to that point. And I'm afraid Luna Flusha has spun off at turn 2 on this, the second lap of the race. So that is going to really hamper her chances over the weekend. Very unfortunate indeed. So that is going to put her on the back foot now for the rest of the meeting, because that will give her a 22-point score from this race, and that is going to drop her. That doesn't mean she's out of the final by any stretch, because she's already got 2 top 10 finishes, but it's definitely going to make things a little harder for her to run at the sharp end of the dais. So with Luna Flusha out of this race, there's only 4 laps to go at the end of this one. And now Tame Soleil has got it to second place. I tell you what, the Kart Republic chassis really is coming on strong in this Saturday. Tony Kart started freshest out of the blocks, but now it seems that the Kart Republic Motorsport squad, whatever they've done to make the changes and make the tweaks, they've really got a good chassis underneath their right foot now. Big defense from Strauven. He knows that even with 4 laps to go, he's not going to have a massive amount of pace to hold on in front of Soleil and Tarvanichkul. So he's just trying to back Soleil into Tarvanichkul in the hope that the Thai driver makes the overtake and gives Strauven a bit of breathing space. But Tame Soleil is looking quite hungry at the moment, the German driver. Making the dive of the inside, and Strauven doesn't really have any option there. He has to let Tame Soleil go into the lead of the race. And so now Enzo Tarvanichkul has a chance to move up in a second. But Tame Soleil, the German, is now your race leader. 3.5 laps to go. Enzo Tarvanichkul has got pressure from behind him now as well. Garcia and Verbruge are starting the attack. Maxon Verbruge going well now that he's joined the Kart Republic Motorsport team as well. That's only a recent transition for the Frenchman. Out through turn 1, flat out. Tarvanichkul having a look, studying the opportunity on Thomas Strauven to get by. So a very interesting battle so far. And again, Strauven is going to go for it. This time he's going to take the lead back from Soleil. Tarvanichkul goes with him. And also through is Garcia. And he's not the only one. Side by side, Tarvanichkul goes for the lead. Gets through on Strauven. Now that was a little bit of a moment that Strauven didn't quite get the defensive line he needed. Tarvanichkul's now going to try and back Strauven into the path of Garcia, Soleil and Verbruge. So Verbruge is trying to work his way forward. I think Verbruge has actually got through on Soleil. Yes, he has. So Verbruge is now in 4th position. Tame Soleil, who led at the start of this lap, is now down in P5. 2 laps to go. Still a lot can change here. We had a race a couple of laps ago, a couple of heats ago, where we had the lead change 3 times between 3 drivers in the space of 2 corners. So Tarvanichkul having a very solid race, but here comes Strauven back for the move. Back into the lead again. And Tarvanichkul has to defend round the outside to keep Garcia from getting back through. Strauven is parking the bus on the inside apex. No chance of anybody making the overtake into turn 4 to get back into the lead. And now this traffic jam is really building up. Strauven, Tarvanichkul, Garcia, Verbruge, Soleil, Drummond, Laveau, Aksoy, Antonov. What a great run this is from Stepan Antonov. He's charged his way through to 9th position from 19th on the grid. So some great recovery drives. And certainly from Stepan Antonov, he has made a massive impact. So Strauven now leading from Tarvanichkul once again. But surely on the run down the main straight, Tarvanichkul and Garcia are going to have the slipstream and are going to have a run on Strauven up towards turn 2 again. See, Strauven seems to know where to position the kart perfectly. But in terms of the straight line speed, it's definitely with Tarvanichkul and Garcia. Through to turn 1, gaining, last lap begins. Strauven knows he's got to move to cover. Garcia's going to go for Tarvanichkul instead. And that's surely going to give Strauven the little bit of breathing space he needs. Strauven's defending, he doesn't need to. He could have held his line there, and he's actually backed himself up into Garcia and Tarvanichkul to a certain degree. So now Strauven's really got to defend. He didn't need to at turn 4. I think he just suddenly assumed that he was going to have a lot of drivers on him. Now he looks back. Now he definitely needs to defend. Watch for Tarvanichkul. He's going to try and get the switcheroo. And a great move from Verbruge. Verbruge into 3rd. Great run from the Frenchman. And now there's going to be a line from Garcia. He's going to get up alongside Strauven. Oh, they tangle. That was always inevitable. Neither driver prepared to concede. Strauven and Garcia collide. And it's all over. Here comes Tarvanichkul on the inside. Takes the lead in the final bend. Enzo Tarvanichkul is going to have a run to the line. But it's going to be close. It's going to be to the line from Verbruge. Tarvanichkul's got it. By 15 thousandths of a second. Oh my word. What a final lap. And devastation for Strauven. He can't believe it. Throws his gloves to the ground. Thomas Strauven enraged with the collision between him and Garcia, but he was closing. There wasn't going to be enough space for two of them to run side by side, and I'm afraid Garcia was not prepared to concede, nor was Strauven, and that's it. Enzo Tarvanichkul, though, picks up a beautiful victory. Strauven is absolutely distraught. Verbruge, a brilliant run to the line. He almost snatched the win himself, the Frenchman. And Zach Drummond getting out of all the chaos, coming through for third position. Poor Luna Flusha as well. It's going to be a tough race weekend for her now that she's had that spin at turn 2. But what a battle this now gives us as far as the battles are concerned. So we get ourselves ready for the next race, but qualifying heat B versus E ends up like this. Enzo Tarvanichkul and Maxime Verbruge from Zach Drummond and Tame Soleil. Alp Hassan Aksoy and Yindra Pazel. Stepan Antonov, what a drive to 7th from Ghazi Motlakar and Louis Leveau. Martin Molnar in the top 10. Oliver Kinmark in front of Gerizim Skudanov and Shimo Zhang. Augustin Sepulveda and Ivo Besterda from Marcel Kaspricki, Nico Lanalati and Aryaman Bansal. The last two finishers, Zoe Florescu and Aaron Garcia, who did get going again, only to finish at the back. Thomas Strauven was out, so too was Luna Flusha. The South African Luvawe Sambudla unable to take the start for the second race in a row. Not entirely sure what it is that's kept Luvawe Sambudla from racing, but we will find out, I'm sure, in due course. So the battle is going to continue in the OK Senior category as they battle away for position. And we're going to have a great opportunity now to speak with our guest up into the commentary box position. He's back in the world of FIA karting, having had a little bit of a spell away, but it's great to see him back in the paddock once again. Arvid Lindblad, Red Bull Young Gun and Kart Republic Motorsport driver. Arvid, great to see you back. Obviously, we've missed you because obviously the last round of the championship you weren't in a condition to race. Just explain how the convalescence and the recovery has been going and how you've been able to get back.
Yeah, it's been going well. As you know, I had a big crash 2 months ago in Franciacorta, and since then it's been sort of just recovery and trying to get my hand better. Yeah, I had the operation to take out the screws which were fitted to hold the bone in place whilst everyone was in Portimao for the European Championship, and then since then it's been just physio and trying to build my strength, build the the strength, build my thumb, so it's back in a condition where I can drive again. Last week I had my first go back in the kart and I felt okay. I felt like I was able to race this week. So we decided to come and to try and see if I still have a shot to try and take this championship. And it's been going well so far. I mean, qualifying was a bit difficult. We had a small problem which made our week a little bit more difficult than we would have hoped for. But I've had really strong pace in the 2 heats so far. I've managed to get sort of good comebacks. I was a little bit disappointed with the last heat. Had a poor start, but then from there got my head down and still managed to get P5. So at the moment now it's still just making sure I'm keeping that consistency, finishing all the races, keeping the bumper clean, and just to try and see if we still have a shot to get in the front in the final.
Well, it's great to see you back again, and obviously a lot of people that have been following your progress, they've really missed you at the last round of the championship. When you're having to try and get yourself back to the right physical form, to get back into the kart again, to get yourself back into a fight for the championship, knowing that you're not going to come in with any points, just psychologically and mentally, just how difficult has it been to get yourself back into that frame of mind again? Yeah,
it has been difficult, but I mean, I know I'm a fighter. It was difficult what happened in Franciacorta. It was a painful experience, and it wasn't nice. And yeah, they weren't very pleasant days in sort of the week afterwards. But it's I've shown character, and it's built built personality, built sort of who I am, and I'm proud of sort of how I've come through it, how I've responded. To be here now, considering the severity of the injury, is quite impressive, and I think that's just sort of testament, one, to the amazing job all the doctors did in Italy, and then all the help and support I've had from my sort of team. So yeah, I'm super grateful to everyone, and to be here now, I'm just happy to be racing again.
And you've had amazing support from the team at Kart Republic, from Dino and all the boys, and obviously from Red Bull, who have been supporting you all the way. Do you think you're a stronger driver now, having had that opportunity to recover in the right way and actually come back in a stronger and, you know, a bigger mentality?
Yeah, I do think so. I think I don't think it's really affected my driving per se, but I think it's built, like I said, character and personality. I think I've got more sort of fight in me now than I had before. And looking back on it, I don't actually see it as a bad thing what happened, because I think it's helped me now in the long run to really build this passion that I have in motorsport, to try and just really push now to just do as well as I can. So
I mean, we really do see it in you. You certainly seem to have got a much more determined, a much more focused methodology coming into this weekend. And we saw it in the heats yesterday and this morning. You know, you have definitely got a mission here. You're on a mission. You know that obviously you can only count 3 rounds. So essentially now it's a difficult ask for anybody, but you've got to be within the top 3 of the final pretty much every round now.
Yeah, that's true. I know it's a tall order, but I've got an incredible team around me. You know, everyone from KR, but then also Red Bull and sort of my parents and, you know, everyone who's helped me. You know, I've got such an amazing team around me that it is a tall order, but it's definitely not out of the question. And I'm just as much in this championship as I feel anyone else is. So I'm going to give it all I've got and see where we end up.
Amazing. Now, obviously, you were also planning this year not just to do the OK category, but the KZ category, which is obviously starting at Genk. How big of an impact has the accident and the recovery made to your plans to do gearbox? Are you still looking to do that, or maybe just doing the World Championship at the end of the year? How are things looking for that?
Yeah, with the KZ, it's a lot of a question mark still at the moment. I won't be taking part in Genk, that's for sure. The doctors aren't they don't feel I'm ready enough to go through sort of the you know, the forces in, you know, such significant in the gearbox yet. They don't think my hand's ready for that, so I will be missing Genk. But then what we do from there is still a question mark. I'm going to try and take part if I can, but obviously now also with the crash, the focus has gone more to cars now. So we need to see. At the moment, I'm sort of just really focused on the present, trying to do as well as I can this week, and then seeing how my recovery goes and going from there with the gearbox.
And obviously your passion for karting, you really want to bow out on your own terms here. So I guess from your side, coming back to the European Championship and really trying to focus for these 3 weekends to get the job done, you know, you want to end your karting journey, for the moment at least, with FIA Karting on your terms. You want to bow out your way.
Yeah, exactly. It is my final year in karting, and I wanna finish on a high. I haven't been able to grab any sort of FIA wins, either European or World Championship so far in my career, so I wanna make sure I get some this year.
But you are the only driver last year who finished on the podium at every single race, so you've got a great chance.
Yeah, I do. We've had unbelievable consistency. I've been 2nd or 3rd in the European or World Championship in OKJ and OK the last 2 years, so the consistency is there. But now it's just really trying to get on the top spot and get that last little bit.
Awesome. Well, we really wish you all the best. We think you've got a great chance of it. Good luck, and hopefully we'll see you on the podium once again.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Arvid Lindblad, it's going to be really interesting to see how things go for him over the course of the weekend, but we'll head down to the grid, ready for the next race. So a fantastic battle in the offing for the competitors as we continue. And it's his teammate, Kiya Nakamura-Berta, that will now start the attack from the front of the starting grid, as the 1.5 minutes is signalled to the start. And what a battle it's going to be for Kiya Nakamura-Berta as he launches forward from the front of the grid. Really good to hear from Arvid Lindblad there. And it's very, very clear, you know, coming into this weekend that, yes, he's had a setback. Yes, it's stunted his development this year, but he's definitely not going to let it disturb his progress and change him as a racing driver. If anything, as he said himself, it's actually made him more determined. It's made him more focused. So this is definitely going to be a really interesting advancement and development of an almost a brand new Arvid Lindblad. You're going to see a very different driver as he fights his way through. And yes, as he said himself, you know, his qualifying did not quite go according to plan, but he's been able to charge his way back to the top 5 in both of his first heats. So he's definitely got a good opportunity to go for the victory. He's going to be doing it quietly, as he fights his way forward, but he's definitely going to be a factor in this European Championship. He may have no points on the board, but we've seen that in the past. We've seen the first round not go particularly well, and then a driver come in and sweep it all before them. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, for example, knows all about how to do that, and I know that he's here in the paddock this weekend. He can't quite get karting out of his system, and he wanted to come along and watch it. So he is trackside here at Zuera to watch his beloved Kart Republic Motorsport team try and go for the victory. So it'll be Kian Nakamura-Berta and Evan Gilter in a pair of Kart Republics on the front row of the grid. But Joe Turney, the man who leads the championship and has been unbeaten over the course of the weekend so far in races, is going to go from third on the grid. Mission quite difficult continues here for Joe Turney, but he is doing a great job. I say quite difficult because it's definitely not impossible. So, qualifying Heat C versus E. Kian Nakamura-Berta and Evan Gilter from Joe Turney and Rintaro Sato. Zachary David and Nico Lemberg from Rafael Modanese and Rashid Aldeheri. Adrian Mariero and Hio Yamakoshi on the fifth row. Oscar Wirtz and Matthias Ferreira. Victor Gustafsson and Matthias Morgato from Francesco Marenghi and Emili Koivisto. Bruno Mulders and Nathaniel Den Hont. Jokubas Bogdanavicius, Yavan David, Dion Gouda and Nathan Sharp. So with the drivers getting themselves up to speed once again, warming up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature, we're going to have a really exciting battle and a great contest in this next heat. 9 laps of the course for qualifying Heat C versus E. And we will get to see what Kian Nakamura-Berta can do this time to thwart the attentions of Evan Gilter and Joe Turney from the grid. Rintaro Sato, of course, had a really great chance to get the victory last time. He actually managed to come home in second place on his last appearance. So we'll get to see what he can do as he continues to make good battles out there on the course. So with the second place already today, Rintaro Sato in a good position. With Kian Nakamura-Berta is trying to unlock the same pace that he had the last time that the OK classes raced in Zuera, which was only a couple of weeks ago. And let's see if he can get a final win as he did there. But let's see what happens as we go to the start. And we're racing! Good start from Gilter, not a great start from Joe Turney. As they start through, he's lost a couple of positions already off the get-go. But Gilter runs in second place initially, then Rintaro Sato breaks through to get into second position. Joe Turney slots in P4, but they are battling into the hairpin at turn 4 now. And everybody just about through without incident. There's a couple of puffs of smoke as drivers are kicking up the dust. But everybody racing through. Kian Nakamura-Berta into the lead and already starting to stretch away from his fellow Japanese driver, Rintaro Sato. Gilter trying to edge him into a mistake. But Kian Nakamura-Berta and Rintaro Sato both have the same thing in common, being Japanese in the Kart Republic Motorsport team and both racing under a British license. So Gilter and Turney are gaining ground on Sato, trying to hustle him for a mistake, but that's a big gap that Kian Nakamura-Berta has been able to pull on Rintaro Sato on the first lap of the race, as Rashid Aldeheri has made a cracking start, and he now finds himself in 5th position at the end of the first lap. A good start from the Emirati. Nico Lemberg in 6th, then Mariero, David, Modanese and Morgato. Some good battles already in the offing. That's a warning flag that's gone out nice and early, I'm afraid. So there is a warning flag that's gone out on the digiboard. And that is going to go out. I didn't see who that was, unfortunately, but the battle is going to continue for all of the drivers. It's a warning flag for Matthias Morgato. So the Brazilian Matthias Morgato with a warning flag. And there goes Joe Turney up the inside of Rintaro Sato, just after Evan Gilter has already made the move. And that's Mariero squeezing in on the inside there to make the move on Nico Lemberg. Lemberg's now going to struggle to keep Zach David behind him. And in the end, he has to let him go. So a very tough battle, but Kian Nakamura-Berta leads the way from Rintaro Sato. From Evan Gilter now, then Joe Turney, then Rintaro Sato. Aldeheri still running in 5th from Mariero, David, Lemberg and Gustafsson, with Matthias Morgato, despite the warning flag, currently running in P10 ahead of Koivisto and Modanese. Yavan David is having an absolutely extraordinary race. He's made up 7 places already, more than anyone else in the field, and is up to 13th in front of Ferreira and Hio Yamakoshi, with Dion Gouda having made up 5. to get up into 16th as Mariero battles with David and Lemberg. So Mariero and Lemberg both get past Zachary David there into turn 5. Hard overtaking move to pull off. And they're all just parking up at turn 7. And Matis Morgado was able to pull off a couple of moves there, but he's going to end up having to drop a couple as he ends up behind Emilio Coivisto. So Adrian Mariero defending valiantly for P6, desperately trying to keep as many drivers as behind as possible. So he's really struggling to get a bit more speed out of the car, and has already dropped quite a way back from the top 5. There they are. Rashid Al-Daheri is closing up on Rintaro Sato. So there could be another great run from Rashid Al-Daheri. But this 6th position battle is just a bottleneck now. And Adrian Mariero is the cork. As they run through to the hairpin, David going to go on the inside of Lemberg. Gustafsson trying to get there as well. So a couple of positions already being changed around, as Gustafsson and Lemberg have now managed to get through in front of, that's got to be Coivisto, in front of Modenese, and then Ferreira and Morgado. So a lot of changing hands as the drivers are battling away around the course. Very tricky situation for them all, but some great tussles. Kia Nakamura in front of Evan Gilter, Joe Turney and Rintaro Sato. Fastest of all in the 2nd sector, Joe Turney, just trying to close up a little bit more now on Evan Gilter. And there he is, running in behind in 3rd position. 3 heat wins out of 3. So this is all about Kia Nakamura trying to get up to speed again. Rashid Al-Daheri, by the way, has got past Sato. There he is in the background as Turney has his move on Gilter for 2nd place. A good move from Joe Turney into 2nd position. Now he's going to try and gain the ground on Kia Nakamura. Fastest lap of the race from Joe Turney. No massive surprise. Fastest of all in the 3rd sector now is Matthias Morgado, who is making good progress. Dion Gauder has now made up 7 places rather than Jovan David, who has slipped back into 15th place once again. Good racing in the midfield as much as there is at the front, and all 22 drivers are still circulating. Turney running solidly in front of Evan Gilter. Al-Daheri is not far away from them at all. He's gaining, he's actually dropping Rintaro Sato. So Joe Turney is going to get into the slipstream of Kia Nakamura out of the final turn, and this is where he can really make an impact. Ducks down in the seat, keeps himself nice and low for turn 1. Half a second to make up. And so Joe Turney definitely giving a lot of pressure to the Kart Republic in front. So Kia Nakamura, the race leader, Joe Turney and Evan Gilter, 3rd position at this moment in time. Rashid Al-Daheri still gaining ground on the top 3. But Kia Nakamura is holding his nerve at the moment out in front of Joe Turney. But once again, Joe is just steadily taking his time about this. He's not rushing. He's just keeping it nice and easy, nice and steady up at the front end of the field. Just chipping away little by little at Kia Nakamura advantage, because he's obviously still got a little bit of work to do. But they tuck away for position. Still battling through the course, out of the final turn. And getting back up to speed once again. Joe Turney definitely in the slipstream now with 3 laps to go. The gap is down to just 0.16. And Joe Turney might even make the bid into turn 4 this lap. He gets in behind Nakamura. This is going to be his first chance at an overtake. Is he going to do it? Yes, he is. Dives in on the inside. Lovely move from Joe Turney. And he hits the front once again. And this is his 4th race of the weekend, and he is leading it just as he has won the first 3 races. So it looks like, certainly the way things are currently shaping up, Joe Turney could be on course for a 4th win out of 4. And this is pretty perfect as far as the British driver is concerned, just to keep himself in the hunt and work himself up to a crescendo. Working very well. But now Kia Nakamura is under pressure from Evan Gilter. The Frenchman has a chance to get past Kia Nakamura. And Gigi is going to work very hard indeed here in the last couple of laps in order to try and work his way up into 2nd place. That is an off further back in the pack. I'm afraid that is one of the declared by Linux cards. That's Rafael Modenese going off the road. He manages to recover, but that has dropped the Peruvian down to the back of the field, I'm afraid. It looks as though he's had an incident there with Nico Lemberg. Lemberg has dropped back to 16th. Modenese back to last. So not a good run then from Nico Lemberg and Rafael Modenese. I don't know whether they just went off together or whether they had a collision, but that'll obviously be looked at after the race. Joe Turney leads Kia Nakamura and Evan Gilter. Rafael Modenese going off the road down to the back. And in fourth position behind the top three, still a good battle actually, because we've got Rashid Al-Daheri pulling away from Rintaro Sato and starting to gain ground on Evan Gilter. This could be a really good opportunity now for Rashid Al-Daheri to make a progress. So as the field continues, the battles are very close right from the start of this particular battle. Joe Turney has a bit of a gap over himself and Kia Nakamura. He can be a little bit defensive, a little bit decisive, so he can continue to have a really excellent run in position. So Evan Gilter tries again. Kia Nakamura keeps the kart very much on the racing line, giving Evan Gilter a lot of homework to do to try and move up. But if he keeps defending the move, Rashid Al-Daheri might get a chance to break into the top three, either past Nakamura or Gilter, or both. So Nakamura parking the kart, just trying to stay as close to Evan Gilter as possible, trying to let him know where he is and where he's able to go for the move himself. So this is the last opportunity. Evan Gilter tries, but Nakamura keeps his kart very firmly parked on the apex. Rashid Al-Daheri is caught up to them, and the Forza Racing driver could snatch a third place here. As he comes off the final turn, he's going to get out of the corner quicker than Gilter and get alongside him. But Joe Turney will take the win. Nakamura second from Gilter and Al-Daheri. A good race battle from them all. And a very exciting tussle. 4 different teams in the top 4 places. So a great run there. And a very exciting battle for Joe Turney as he continues his winning streak. 4 wins out of 4 now. And that's a spin after the race has finished. That is Matthias Morgato. What has happened there? Matthias Morgato has spun the kart on the slowing down lap. Now, what on earth has happened to the Brazilian on that occasion? Now, did he do that on his own? Did the engine seize? Or was he given help? Well, that is a fascinating scenario. Matthias Morgato managing to finish just ahead of Matias Ferreira and Adrian Malheiro, but I don't have any evidence of anything happening to Matthias Morgato other than a mechanical problem. So very bizarre to see Matthias Morgato off the road after the finish line, having spun the kart around. Well, we'll have to look at that again. Joe Turney is your winner, though, of qualifying heat C versus E. Kia Nakamura is second from Evan Gilter, ahead of Rashid Al-Daheri. Rintaro Sato ahead of Zachary David, Emili Koivisto, Matthias Morgato, Matias Ferreira and Adrian Malheiro. A brilliant drive from Jovan David up to 11th. Hio Yamakoshi ahead of Victor Gustafsson and Nathan Sharp. Oscar Wirtz is ahead of Dion Gauda. Jokubas Bogdanovicius in 17th place ahead of Bruno Mulders. And then it is Nathaniel Den Hont ahead of Rafael Modenese and Francesco Marengi from Nico Lemberg. All 22 drivers finished, and they ended up coming through with a fabulous result. So Joe Turney takes the victory, but something has happened to Matthias Morgato post-flag. Not entirely sure what happened there at all, I'm afraid. Bit of a mystery for the Brazilian, and clearly not according to the script there to have that kind of situation and have that kind of problem. So the safety crew are going to obviously go to work. But again, it continues for the OK Senior category with Joe Turney, clearly still the man to beat at the moment in the OK Senior driving force. He is still out there at the front, despite not starting any of the races from pole position. He's actually started all of them from the 3rd or 4th position on the grid. And he's done an immense job at the moment to try and charge his way back to the front. So excellent performance from him so far. The focus will go back to the junior starting grid once again, as the drivers are now getting themselves ready for the next heat, and that will be for the battle in qualifying heat for the junior category D versus F. And it'll be a fascinating battle for the drivers as to pole position for the first time in the FIA Karting European Championship paddock goes the young British ace, Lewis Werrell. What a roller coaster 18 months that boy has had, racing in British national karting and stepping up to the junior category for this year, having claimed the international finals for the Miami engine brand at the end of the season last year in Adria. Now he is a junior driver in OK Junior with Forza Racing. What an opportunity this is for him in his second weekend in the FIA Karting European Championship. And he is amazing over the course of this weekend. Pole position for him. Andres Cardenas lining up second on the grid, the Peruvian in the energy course. He's been there before, of course. Kirill Ditiev lining up on the second row of the grid in third position, alongside the Spanish driver, Edu Robinson, who is on home soil, knows the circuit incredibly well, and has been very strong indeed for the Forza Racing team. He has a great chance this weekend. We caught up with him on Thursday to see how he's coping with life in the junior category.
Quite good, actually. I was just unfortunate in some heats, crashed in some, which set me back for the final, but I was good. I usually struggle in qualifying. I just need to get a good qualifying. I think I can do quite well. It's just all the drivers, the challenges of the drivers. It's quite hard, actually, considering there's big straights and the toe is a big difference. But if they're all in like one big group and you're good at fighting, you should be okay. I'm quite confident as long as I get qualifying right, because considering last year here, I was one of the quickest, so yeah.
So the competitors are going to be very, very close indeed for Edward Robinson as he runs there in fourth position. The Forza Racing driver from the outside of the second row of the grid. René Lammers in fifth position, and he will line up alongside his fellow Dutchman Renaud Francote on the third row of the grid. Jules Caranta, the Frenchman, who's been very strong in the continuing phase of the season, runs in seventh place on the grid for this one. Dimitri Matviv, the championship leader, will go off eighth position on the grid. Very interesting to see what he can do from there. And then Matias Orjuela, the Colombian, will line up in position as he runs from ninth place. And Alexander Bondarev will be there in 10th position on the grid once again. The sixth row of the starting grid will see Enea Frey line up alongside his teammate Alfie Slater. The two Ricky Flynn Motorsport drivers will be there in position. The 3-minute board goes up at the end of the pit lane, and that will be 3 minutes until the drivers get out onto the circuit once again. Marcus Saita is next up, the Norwegian, as he lines up alongside Jimmy Helias on the grid. And then Adam Hideg, the Hungarian, will be on the 8th row of the starting grid on the inside line for Sodikart, alongside Miguel Costa, the Brazilian, for the Sauber Academy. Two drivers that will be looking to make very quick progress to try and move their way forward. 9th row of the starting grid for William Go, the young man from the Philippines, who will line up on the inside row. And then on the outside row, it'll be the Spanish talent Sandro Perez, who is there 18th position on the starting grid. 19th on the starting grid will be Jenson Burnett, the Canadian, as he continues his progress forward. And the Energy Course driver will be sharing the 10th row of the starting grid with Chi Newman, who will just be hoping this time that he doesn't have a difficult start to the race like he did last time, where he couldn't even start the race. On the last row of the grid, it'll be Dinan de Vos, the Dutchman for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. He lines up on the inside row, and on the outside row, the young man from Finland, Alexander Dahlström, who is very much continuing the family dynasty of racing. His father, Toffa Dahlström, was one of the best rallycross drivers and rally drivers of his generation, rally drivers, I should say, and did a fantastic job in his native Finland. And it looks as though Alexander Dahlström is proving to be quite the talent himself. So the drivers gearing themselves up ready once again. It's not going to be terribly easy to figure out who is going to get what from the drivers as they continue in fine formation and proximity. But the battles are well and truly joined as the contenders continue out on the circuit. But we're definitely going to have a fabulous battle once again in this race battle. The competition is going to be very tight and very close proximity for the drivers as they run around the circuit once again in this one. But this battle is really starting to intensify in terms of the points scored across the races battled for, because obviously the drivers are going to work very hard across these next 6 laps. But the temperature is rising, and the competitors are definitely getting themselves up to speed now with more competition on the horizon. Lewis Werrell is actually going to push start his own kart to get out onto the circuit. It's interesting how a couple of weeks ago we saw in Portimao there was only 1 or 2 drivers doing so, and now there's a few more that have thought, you know what, actually there's an advantage to being able to adequately push start yourself from the start of races, because obviously what if it happens in the race and you have a moment, you need to be able to push start yourself to go racing again. So there's a few junior drivers who have decided, you know what, I'm going to learn how to do it, and I'm going to push myself. I'm not going to rely on the mechanic to push me out onto the circuit. I'm going to learn how to do it for myself. So a fabulous battle in the offing here for the OK Junior qualifying heat in groups D versus F. Lewis Werrell and Andres Cardenas will be on the front row of the grid then from Kirill Ditiev and Edward Robinson. René Lammers and Renaud Francote from Jules Caranta and Dimitri Madviv. Matthias Orduela and Alexander Bondarev in the top 10. Enea Frey and Alfie Slater from Marcus Saita and Jimmy Elias. Adam Hideg and Miguel Costa from William Go and Sandro Perez. Jensen Burnett and Chi Newman. Then Dinan De Vos and Alexander Dahlstrom. So the competitors continue on their way as they will obviously do their 1 rolling lap. The 1 formation lap that will give them the keys to unlock the tyre temperature and brake temperature that will get them up to speed in the best possible fashion. They're going to have to work very hard to unlock the best of it, but it's definitely going to be a solid race battle for the drivers as they continue on. And now the drivers are getting themselves into position. Are we going to see a strong run from the pole position for Lewis Werrell, or is this going to be one of those races where the competition well and truly opens up? There's a lot of drivers who will want to have a really strong and competitive run as the competitors continue forward. Let's see how it all squares out of the final turn. Werrell on the inside, Cardenas on the outside, and we go false start. So a false start then for the drivers. It wasn't quite lined up in position. So a very interesting battle and a tough challenge for all of the competitors as they run in close proximity and formation. So the drivers now locking up and getting themselves into position once again. Lewis Werrell and Andres Cardenas will once more be on the front row of the grid. Kirill Ditiev and Edu Robinson from that 2nd row. And then the 3rd row will be René Lammers and Renaud Francote, an all Dutch 3rd row of the grid. So Werrell, Cardenas, Ditiev, Robinson, Lammers, Francote, Caranta and Matviv, and then Orduela and Bondarev. So the competitors now gearing up. Werrell and Cardenas, Ditiev and Robinson, Lammers and Francote, Caranta and Matviv, Orduela and Bondarev, Frey, Slater, Saita and Helias. From Hideg, Costa, Go, Perez, Burnett, Chi, De Vos and Dahlstrom. They come off the final turn now. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are. Up to the first corner, then we go. A good start from Werrell. Perfect from Ditiev and Lammers. They get through. A big slide from the Birolart. Oh, and there's 2 or 3 carts going off the road. That's gone very badly wrong for the 227 off the road. I'm afraid that's Alfie Slater. So yet again, Alfie Slater having a difficult race. And he's not the only one in trouble because somebody went with him. I'm afraid that is Marcus Saita, the Ward Racing driver, that went off with him. So Slater is off the track and out of the race, sadly. And up the inside, that's Andres Cardenas trying to get himself back past Ditiev, and they come together. Ditiev and Cardenas just lock wheels. Ditiev goes up in the air, recovers, but that's down to the back of the field, and I have a feeling he'll be going no further. Airborne in a big way. So Ditiev, unfortunately, tagged onto a big accident with him and Andres Cardenas, and Ditiev's kart has come to a stop. He tried his best to get going again, but I'm afraid that's ruined Kirill Ditiev's weekend. So Lewis Werrell and René Lammers are now well clear at the front. 3rd position is Dimitri Matviv. He's come through all the chaos and managed to get himself up into third place. Excellent work from Dimitri Matveev. Absolutely terrific work from him. And now it looks like Gilles Caranta, he's up to fourth position, having got past Edu Robinson. Now, what has happened to Andres Cardenas? He has dropped all the way back to 19th in front of Marcus Saita, having had their problems, those two. And in fact, I think Andres Cardenas is now behind Saita. He might have damage to his kart as a result of what happened on the previous lap with Kirill Ditiev. So Werrell, Lammers, Matveev, Robinson, Caranta and Francote. Then Jimmy Helias and Alexander Bondarev, Frey, Orjuela, Go, Hideg, Costa and Burnett. So Werrell and Lammers managed to get themselves a bit of daylight between themselves and Matveev. Matveev's going to have quite the job to try and close up on them. Meanwhile, Francote is trying to have a look there on the inside to make an overtaking move. Werrell's still keeping René Lammers at bay for the moment. Lammers desperate for a decent result because he didn't get one in the previous race. He had to finish up in dead last after problems with another driver. So Lammers really does need a solid result here, and a solid result is going to be quite likely if he continues to battle away the way he is. So they come through. Oh, and there's two more karts in trouble. Now I'm afraid that is Jensen Burnett, and he has tangled there with Chi Newman. So yet again, Chi and Burnett not able to finish their heat. So big problems for those two. Green flags at turn 5, so that must have happened then on the exit of the hairpin at turn 4. It has indeed. They've just come together there, unfortunately. So a big problem for those two, and their race once again cut short. 3 laps done, 3 to go in the junior category. And still, Lewis Werrell running in front of René Lammers. Dimitri Matveev having a very solid race from Jules Caranta. And then it is Helias running in 5th ahead of Francote and Frey. Here comes the move for the lead. Lammers gets his run on Lewis Werrell. He's been building up to this. And with the yellow flags withdrawn at turn 4, he can make his bid for the overtake. No worries there to get past Lewis Werrell, as Dimitri Matveev is closing up on both of them. What if Dimitri Matveev could storm his way up to take the victory? That would really show the impressive performance of the Koski driver. But Lewis Werrell again cannot quite go for the move there on René Lammers. He has to wait for a perfect opportunity. He's getting closer and closer still. This might be his chance, but he doesn't go for it on the inside of René Lammers. Still opportunities to come, still chances to make. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one as they battle away for proceedings. It's going to be a tough race battle for them as they continue in close proximity. Excellent work from the drivers as they press on. We're going to have a really solid battle from the competitors as they continue. Close racing, close battles, and a very solid race in the offing here for the competitors as they continue on. Lammers, Werrell, Matveev. Bondarev gets the fastest lap in. So the battle's still going strong with him as he continues to battle for proceedings. But Bondarev going strong as he tries to close up on the drivers ahead. A long way still to go. A lot can still play out here. But Lammers, Werrell and Matveev absolutely nose to tail. Caranta in the distance in 4th. Francote is 5th. Then Helias in 6th position. So still a long way in this race to go for the top step of the standings, because after this heat we've obviously got quite a few more from the juniors still to go. But Lammers has consolidated here. Final lap. A victory is definitely going to help out Lammers after his practical DNF in the previous heat. A win is definitely going to help out his score because he won't add to it now. But he's got to defend. He's got to block Lewis Werrell and Dimitri Matveev. Matveev's going to get his run on the inside of Werrell. Werrell goes wide. Pony's over the curb. And now he's got to try and stop Matveev getting through. Matveev round the outside squeezes Werrell and manages to get into 2nd place. So Dimitri Matveev takes the move, but René Lammers is now going to be too far ahead. So very close battles between Matveev and Werrell, but Matveev is the one who manages to get into 2nd position by squeezing Lewis Werrell at the apex and not wanting to take a front fairing or anything like that. Lewis Werrell has to concede the position to Dimitri Matveev audacious from Matt Vive, but totally reasonable, as René Lammers comes off the final turn, and he will take a crucial victory at a really important stage of the weekend for him. Matt Vive, Werrell and Caranta give chase to the end. But René Lammers coming back after a difficult retirement. Now he is in position for a solid race victory. Good run from René Lammers. And he really needed that after his previous DNF, René Lammers. So good to see him come and get back into position at an average speed of 95.48 kilometers an hour. The Dutchman running very solidly in these early stages. So some good performances and some excellent display from the competitors as they continue to make progress around the course. So as the drivers finish up, they are having some excellent displays and good performances from the drivers as they continue on. So we will continue in fine fettle and good style with the junior heats continuing on. René Lammers then picking up the win in qualifying heat D versus F, and that's quite an important one after his earlier DNF. He really needed it. So fascinating battle for the drivers there. Dimitri Matviv in second, Lewis Werrell in third, Jules Caranta in fourth position from Renaud Francote and Alexander Bondarev, Jimmy Helias and Enea Frey from Miguel Costa and Sandro Perez, Matthias Orduela and William Go from Alexander Dahlstrom and Marcus Saita, then Adam Hideg, Dinan De Vos, Edward Robinson and Andres Cardenas. 19th position, it is obviously the first of the retirements, Jensen Burnett and Chi Newman from Kirill Ditiev and Alfie Slater as they continue their battles, but obviously the four drivers there out of the race. So difficult situation, but not a lot that can now be done about that one, as they have some difficult situations to try and fight back from. So an intense battle from the competitors as they run in close proximity. So they're going to have a really difficult comeback for those four drivers. It looked like Alfie Slater actually managed to get back into the kart again and managed to get back into the kart and actually drive it back. This is the problem. When you spin off the road in the OK categories, in junior and OK, you've got to be able to push start it. That's the biggest problem. And push starting it, it's a real devastation, a real problem for the competitors, because obviously they're trying to push start the karts, but they can't have outside assistance. And a lot of the junior drivers, when the adrenaline's pumping, they're not really in physical condition to push start the karts again once they've had a spin. So while the kart was perfectly capable for Alfie Slater to get going again, I think he knew that it wasn't really going to be possible to get the kart started once more. So a very difficult situation for the competitors. They've obviously had some very tricky race battles to combat over the course of proceedings. There is the circuit here at Zuera. 48% humidity, so it has dropped a little bit based on the conditions at the start of the day. And the wind has definitely picked up a little bit, 8 kilometers in speed, but the temperature has risen, as you can tell. We started the day at 15 degrees Celsius. It's now registering at 21 degrees Celsius, and that percentage of rain that we thought we had at the start of the day, about 40% chance of rain showers, is slowly starting to dissipate. So that is really good news, and we seem to have had a lot of competitors really start to now make a bit of an impact as the drivers prepare for the exciting racing ahead of them. There's the rest of the day's action on the schedule here on this epic Saturday of race battles here at Circuito Internacional Zuera. And we've got just 3 races to go before our lunch break period, during which we'll show you the highlights from the first round of the championship 3 weeks ago at Portimao in Portugal, just a stone's throw away from the scene where Lewis Hamilton became a 7 times world champion. And here in Zuera, we're obviously going to have a very busy afternoon, starting at 3:20 local time. Then juniors come straight after that. Then we'll have rotations again from D versus F, C versus D, A versus C, A versus B, and D versus E, from the OK to the junior respectfully, as those 5 races will get us one step closer. And of course, we'll be trying to find 2 drivers in the mix that will run at the top end of the dais, because there are going to be 2 drivers in both the junior and senior category that will start from a the super heat in pole position. So very important that those two drivers get themselves into the positions towards the end. And then obviously the qualifying heats for junior and senior will take us into the next phase of the battle. So it's definitely been very exciting over the course of the day so far. There's still a little bit of work to do and still a few more racers to come out onto the circuit and showcase what they are able to do. One of the drivers who's been most impressive in the senior category, having only seen the circuit for the first time a couple of weeks ago, is now right up there at the sharp end in what is already turning into a very hectic season for the Paralympic motorsport driver from France, Enzo De Ligny, under the tutelage of the two-time world champion Lorenzo Travasanuto. We caught up with him on Thursday after a very eager start to the season.
Yes, Zuera is a very challenging and fast circuit. I really enjoy driving it. There's still some technical sections though, like the long left-hander, but it's really fun to drive and I enjoy driving it a lot. Always tire wear is a bit tricky with the 5 heats we have to go through, but this circuit is not too bad for tire wear compared to Portimao. But still you have to manage and not over push the tires because you have to still have some decent grip at the end of the heats. It's not that hard because it's a very fast and open circuit. It's a very big circuit with a lot of passing zones. So this track is honestly pretty easy to pass even if you make bad qualifying. It does make it harder, especially it's my first time at the circuit. So at the practice race I had to try to pick out the braking zones without the entry curbs, which was a bit more challenging. But overall, once you get used to it, you memorize the braking points, and yeah. I'm decently confident, but we're still working very hard with the team, trying to find as much pace and time as possible. The practice for race went very good, so it's looking positive, but we're still working very hard to try and find as much time as possible.
So Enzo De Ligny definitely making steady progress and working very hard indeed to continue as he makes steady progress over the course of the season. And he is going to be running in this next race from the front row of the starting grid. What an impact he has made already so far this weekend. Definitely starting to make good impact on the weekend and is turning into a serious contender. He starts alongside the pole man and the fastest man from time qualifying, James Igotzi, the young man from Miami in Florida, who will line up on the front row of the grid. Alongside him, as we know now, of course, Enzo De Ligny. And then from the second row of the grid, it will be Alex Powell, the Jamaican, who is there in the third position on the second row. Beside him on the grid, it is the Spanish talent Nacho Tuñón, the Alonso kart chassis for the DPK racing team. Great to have the Alonso colours up at the sharp end of the field in this competition. Then the third row of the grid, it is Ian Eichmans, the Belgian driver who lines up in fifth position on the starting grid for the Eichmans GP racing team. Alongside him on the grid, it is the very talented German Maxim Rem for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team on the Lando Norris chassis. Seventh on the grid, it is Luca Samalisto, the Finnish driver for the Kart Republic team. He lines up on the inside of the fourth row alongside Josh Erfen, the British driver for Ward Racing on their Tony Kart chassis. Ninth position on the grid, it is the British driver Harley Keeble, the Berolart racer who lines up alongside Christian Bertucca, the Italian who had a real unfortunate end to his previous heat with mechanical problems taking him out of the action. The sixth row of the grid, Olin Galli, the Brazilian, who lines up alongside the Frenchman Malo Bollier. So Malo Bollier looking very hungry for more success. Arvid Lindblad, the British driver who we heard from in detail earlier in the broadcast. Great to see him back in the world of kart racing once again, up at the sharp end of the field. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Italian star Simone Bianco. And then we have Luigi Coluccio in 15th position, along with Oscar Pedersen. So the two Tony Karts, one for the factory outfit and one for the Ward Racing team on the 8th row of the grid. Then it is Caspian Hagman, the Swedish talent who lines up 17th on the starting grid. He'll be there on the inside of the 9th row alongside Ricky Liu, the Chinese driver for Tony Kart. Races up in 18th position on the grid. 19th on the grid, it is Andrea Vibriantit, the very talented Lithuanian lady, as she lines up on 19th position on the starting grid, alongside Max Angelard for the Leclerc by Lennox racing team, who is, of course, Andrea Vibriantit's teammate. And then we have 21st on the grid, Ella Stevens from the Richard Mill Talent Academy. She lines up on the Birolart in 21st position alongside Sofia Catala, who is, of course, once again making her European Championship debut for the Ward Racing team. So some great performances so far through the course of the weekend. Every driver has earned their right to wave their nation's flag on their race suits and on the timing screens as they hurtle around the circuit. Very fast speed and some incredible performances from the drivers as they continue to make headway around the course here at Zuera. So we're going to see some great continuations of the race battles as the race day continues. Yellow light on at the end of the pit lane. And that means, of course, that the drivers are going to have a really short time to wait before they get pushed out onto the circuit. So the drivers are ready for a little bit more action and energy around the circuit. As the race day goes on, the intensity rises as drivers know that coming into the second round of the championship, you have very little time left to mess around with. After the first weekend in Portimao, drivers know how much time they need to make up. But then obviously once they get to the second weekend of the European Championship, you really need to start making some big moves and start battling and questing for some big results. So the drivers get onto the grid. James Zigotzi and Enzo Deligny on the front row from Alex Powell and Nacho Tunion. Ian Eichmans and Maxim Rem from Lucas Samalisto and Josh Erfen. Harley Keeble and Christian Bertucca from Olin Galli and Malo Bollier. Then Arvid Lindblad and Simone Bianco. Luigi Coluccio lines up alongside Oscar Pedersen from Caspian Hagman and Ricky Liu. And then Andrea Webriantit will be beside Max Angelard with the final row of the grid taken up by Ella Stevens and Sofia Cotala. So as the drivers now get themselves up to speed once again, weaving from side to side, trying to get the heat into the tyres. There's obviously going to be still some good battles to come from the OK Senior category. I'm fairly sure now this is only 3 races to go before we get to our lunch break pause. So obviously the drivers want to get through to that race without too much drama. And they want to make sure that they're in the best possible situation as the competitors continue in fine style. So the drivers now just getting themselves into their 2 rows around the course in the hope that we're going to see one final push from the front end of the field from these 2 drivers into the first corner. Looks like a good start. I think we're going to be underway racing. No, false start. That was a little bit too eager from Egozzi and Deligny on that occasion. So a little bit too eager to make the charge forward. And we're going to have a really interesting and really entertaining battle for the competitors. That's just at the tail end of the field there, Max Angelard. Just trying to continue joining at the front end of the field there. So everybody just continuing on and getting himself into a very solid end to the race battle. So qualifying heat A versus D is definitely going to give us an opportunity to see if Egozzi can go for the... Oh, that is Angelard having pulled off. So Angelard, there were some problems with his kart, and now unfortunately he's had to pull off the road. So Max Angelard, I'm afraid, with mechanical problems, will not take the start from his 20th position on the grid. So that's very unfortunate for the Polish driver. There's not a lot he can do about it now. Just has to gear himself up and get ready once again. So James Zigotzi and Enzo Deligny on the front row of the grid. Alex Powell and Nacho Tunion on the second. Then Eichmans and Rem, Samalisto and Erfen, Keeble, Bertucca, Galli, Bollier, Lindblad and Bianco from Coluccio, Pedersen, Hagman, Liu, Webriantit, Stevens and Cotala. They come off the final turn. And things still going very well as they come down to the straight. Here we go. James Zigotzi takes the lead into turn 1. Powell trying to get alongside Deligny. Deligny holds it round the outside. Bit of a twitch from a couple of drivers as they run to the curb. But they manage to catch the kart through. So an excellent start from Egozzi, but there's a spinner up at turn 2. And that is one of the Car Republics, I'm afraid. That is Lucas Samalisto. The Finn has had a problem trying to get started again. And it looks like there's more dust kicked up on the way out of turn 4. But I think we've pretty much got everybody still facing in the right direction as Egozzi runs ahead of Deligny. But I'm afraid it's game over for Samalisto. He can't get the car restarted. Eichmann's up the inside of Powell. So too does Bertucca. So Bertucca gets through as well. It's Lucas Samalisto walking away. His race is already over. That's a real shame for the Finn. So the drivers continue on their quest. Egozzi, Deligny, Tunion. Tunion has dropped back a little bit, my apologies. So still they come out of the final turn. And it is Zagotzi leading the way from Enzo Deligny, but up to third now comes Eichmanns from Bertucca, Powell, Tunion and Erfen. Then Rem and Bianco, Lindblad up to 10th, and Bodier, Keeble, Coluccio, Pedersen and Galli. So there is a warning flag that's gone out now for the German, that is Maxim Rem. So it's obviously going to be a very interesting one for him as he tries to continue and make progress. But good runs from Christian Bertucca at the moment as he runs ahead of Ian Eichmanns. The battle on for third position. So Ian Eichmanns just trying to make his move and make an impact to try and get past the Italian Christian Bertucca for the Birolart factory team. Alex Powell still there in P5. Nacho Tunion running as close to the Jamaican as he can in P6. But it's obviously been a very tough start to things at the moment. So James Zagotzi still running a perfectly judged race at the moment from Deligny, and then it is Bertucca out of the final turn. Enzo Deligny will still be in the draft of James Zagotzi, but he doesn't seem to be getting into panic mode. There is an investigation going on for Ricky Liu. Now Ricky Liu has had something come his way against him. I'm not entirely sure what it is, whether it's something at the start or whether it's something that's gone wrong for him on the opening lap. But certainly Ricky Liu is now under investigation. Just the two retirements so far, Max Angelard, the Polish driver, and Lucas Samalisto, the Finn, who spun off on the opening lap and has not been able to get started again. So two names that have sadly fallen by the wayside. But James Zagotzi having a solid race. Enzo Deligny still holding quite stationary in second position ahead of Christian Bertucca. Bertucca's really stepped up the attack now, taking Ian Eichmanns along for the ride. Alex Powell and Nacho Tunion in the top 6. Maxim Rem 7th. Lindblad is up to 8th now, so good work there. Simone Bianco and Harley Keeble rounding out the top 10. Then it's Erfen, Bollier, Pedersen, Galli, Hagman, Coluccio, Stevens, Vibriantit and Kotala. There are just 19 karts still running as Ricky Liu has come into the pits to retire, I do believe. So Ricky Liu, I'm afraid, is out of this motor race now. Sofia Kotala, the last of the runners. There goes Bertucca sliding in on Enzo Deligny. Lovely overtaking move from Christian Bertucca to get into second place. And now it looks as though Eichmanns is trying to step up his move to get for Enzo Deligny. And that's brought Alex Powell back into play in 5th position. There's a bit of a gap now between Agozzi and Bertucca. But there goes Powell on the inside of Ian Eichmanns, up to 4th position for the Jamaican. A good work there from the young superstar, who is of course part of the Mercedes F1 junior team. Some great performances so far coming from young Jamaican star Alex Powell. But Nacho Tunion is catching in on Powell and Eichmanns. So Eichmanns will want a cheeky overtaking move on Alex Powell before too long, because he certainly doesn't want to drop back any further than he currently is. As through comes Powell, 4th place, Eichmanns 5th, Tunion, Lindblad, Rem and Keeble. 4 laps completed, 5 remaining. And Alex Powell still got a little bit of pressure from Ian Eichmanns as they battle for 4th position. So Powell just keeping himself nice and tidy ahead of the Belgian Ian Eichmanns. But this is Bertucca versus Deligny. Birolart versus Parolin. And they are very closely matched, these two. So we've got to see if Enzo Deligny is going to be able to stretch an opportunity to close in and then pass Christian Bertucca. Certainly Bertucca and the Birolart team working very hard to get themselves back to the front. It's been a very tough season for them so far, but the gearbox season at FIA level has yet to begin, and we all know how strong the Birolart squad are in KZ trim and KZ2 trim as well. And that first weekend of their season, of course, is coming up in May, 2 weeks from now, at the home of champions at Genk in Belgium. So still the battles are joined. And as they run through on the far side of the course, there is some good pushing from the drivers. They still want a little bit more speed. And they still want to get into a solid position. Here comes the move from Deligny. Dives in on Bertucca. And so Enzo Deligny gets back at his 2nd position on Christian Bertucca. Alex Powell now 4th, ahead of Eichmanns. Tunion, Lindblad, who sets the fastest lap. Then Rem, Keeble and Josh Erfen. Bianco, Galli, Bollier, Coluccio and Pedersen. All the way down to Ellis Stevens, who is battling at the moment with Caspian Hagman. And then, of course, you have the likes of Vibriantit and Kotala. So James Zagotzi has actually spread a little bit of a gap now on Enzo Deligny and Christian Bertucca. But Alex Powell is still right there for the making in 4th position. Still a lot of work to do. So with 3 laps remaining, it's always going to be very tricky to know who is going to have the best tyre life by the end of the heat. Vigozzi still has a second just about on Enzo Deligny. With 3 laps to go, I'm not entirely sure you're going to see anyone catch up to James Vigozzi. He'll seal a very important victory as Lindblad makes his move on the inside of Nacho Tunion, and he got through. So up to 6th position then for the British driver. Top 5 in every race as far as he's concerned. He can't afford to finish any lower than that. So Lindblad now into P6, only 1.8 seconds behind Luis Vigozzi, who of course is 0.8 of a second ahead of Deligny. So Lindblad definitely charging his way through the field rapidly as he continues to make solid progress. So Vigozzi still about 0.8 of a second clear of Deligny, but Deligny is not getting far enough away from Bertucca to start threatening Vigozzi's advantage, as Powell had a bit of a look on the inside of Christian Bertucca, wasn't able to get the overtaking move there, was far too, was not even close to the back bumper of Bertucca's kart there. But into the 8th lap, Vigozzi has 2 laps to go, ahead of Enzo Deligny, Christian Bertucca and Alex Powell. Eichmanns, Lindblad and Tunion are next up from Rem, Keeble and Erfen. So some good battles all the way through the top 10. Onto the far side, Bertucca gets back in on Deligny, but Deligny's going to get the undercut. We'll get back through alongside him, and now Powell's going to try and move the gap for Bertucca, but he can't get through. So Bertucca still with a chance to get into 2nd place on Enzo Deligny. He had it briefly, but Deligny got him back again. And now there's a bit of insistence from Lindblad, who's in 5th position behind Alex Powell. He wants to go for the battle again. Out through the right-hander, charging up towards the crest again, and then up towards the compression complex, through the rights and through the lefts. So Alex Powell now trying to keep Lindblad at bay with Eichmanns and Tunion close back. What a move from Lindblad! Great move from Lindblad in the final turn as he gets into 4th place past Alex Powell. Pure conviction from Alex Powell. He has to let Lindblad go. I think he was well aware of the fact that there was no fighting back from that one. However, there is going to be a battle further back as Nacho Tunion, he's going to lose ground there, trying to get his move on Ian Eichmanns, but Vigozzi has the advantage. Deligny is back in front of Bertucca to get into 2nd place. So a good run from Enzo Deligny as he gets into P2 now, once more in front of Christian Bertucca. Then Lindblad in 4th, then Eichmanns, Tunion and Powell. So Powell has slipped to 7th place. Not an easy lap for the youngster. But out in front, this man has been absolutely monstrous. James Vigozzi, quick in qualifying. Now he's going to be the one to take the victory. And this is going to be a lot for him. He comes out of the final turn. James Vigozzi loves running from the front. He loves the battles. He loves the competitive nature and the analytical side of it. But the checkered flag comes out for him this time. Deligny in front of Bertucca. So an excellent battle coming in from the drivers there. Lindblad putting on quite a show as he runs in 4th position. Ian Eichmanns in P5, Tunion in P6 from Powell, Keeble, Erfen and Maxim Rem. Great work from James Vigozzi, the Tony Kart factory driver from Florida in the United States. Excellent work for him. He runs under an Italian license these days because that's where he is based. So he can be closer to his beloved green, white and red machines, the Tony Kart factory outfit. Excellent work so far. Now we can see that there's that kart parked up on the side of the road. That is Max Angelard. I think we had a retirement from Marlo Bollier and Ella Stevens as well. So in the last couple of laps we lost Marlo Bollier and Ella Stevens, I'm afraid. There is Lucas Samalisto walking away, having had a retirement barely before the race even got started. But there's still a long way to go in the weekend. A lot of races to come this afternoon where drivers can try and fight themselves back into contention. Provisional results then for qualifying heat A versus D. James Vigozzi takes the win from Enzo Deligny and Christian Bertucca. Arvid Lindblad ahead of Ian Eichmanns and Nacho Tunion. Alex Powell in 7th place ahead of Harley Keeble. Then Joshua Erfen and Maxim Rem in the top 10. Next up, Olin Galli ahead of Simone Bianco. Luigi Coluccio came home in 13th ahead of Oscar Pedersen. Caspian Hagman just managing to finish ahead of Andrea Vibriantit. Then Sofia Cotala and the first of the retirements, Ella Stevens, along with Marlo Bollier and Ricky Liu. There were 2 other retirements as well, but but they don't show up on the timing screen because they didn't complete the first lap. Luca Samalisto and the man who failed to take the start, Max Angelard of the of the Birolart factory team, I should say. And there is Luca Samalisto getting a push start in the hope that he can return to the circuit and return back to the pits relatively quickly. So there you go. Lucas Amalisto does get push started. So they're allowed to do it in between races, but you're not allowed outside assistance before that point. So the OK Senior race will continue, and the man we'll speak to now is in the OK Junior category. A good battle going on between a lot of the drivers at the Birolart squad, but the man next to me is Renaud Francote. Renaud, good to see you once again, and obviously in OK Junior things seem to be going quite well.
Yeah, of course, everything's going good. Also the quali. The whole weekend we've been really competitive. Thanks to Birolart, they have a really good job done this weekend. Really a lot of hard work also from Maciek, the engine tuners, and just everything's going quite well this weekend, yeah.
Now, a lot of the fans watching FIA Karting will know you from last year when you competed in the Academy Trophy and how you've had to step it up a little bit to come into the Birolart Racing factory team. How tough is it when you are now working with one of the best squads in the sport?
For me, it's like not really hard because I drove for Expert, for Tony Kart, and it's also really competitive teams. So for me, it's just like, yeah, just a different team and really good.
And what is the atmosphere like at the moment? Because I know that the team is trying its best to get to the front of OK and OK Junior consistently. We know they've been very good in gearbox, but now in direct drive, you guys are all really starting to get the speed now. It's starting to come together.
Yeah, everyone's really hardworking. Everything's, yeah, just everyone wants to win, of course. And they're making a lot of hard work just to be in front.
Now, tell us about the nature of this circuit, because Zuera is very fast. It's the longest circuit on the calendar, and one of the biggest problems here is tyre wear, because it really does cause problems throughout the heats. How difficult is it to manage the tyres from one race to the next when they're already quite badly worn?
Yeah, of course it's really difficult because you have to get the slipstream, but also you have to need enough tyre wear for attacking because it's a long straight, but also really tight corners, fast corners. So you need a lot of tyre grip. And yeah, it's really, really difficult, especially with those high temperatures. It's not long lasting.
Now, this is your second year in the FIA Karting European Championship paddock. It's obviously always going to be high pressure the second year because you're not a rookie anymore. So obviously there are no excuses on that count. How do you feel that since Portimao, where things were really difficult, you've managed to get back to a decent position in qualifying, and now you're fighting at the front in every qualifying heat? How big a difference has it been for the last 3 weeks?
Yeah, it's just hard work, just maximum concentration, of course, because in Portimao it wasn't really going well. But now just we improved on everything, and so did I. And just, yeah, now we're in the front.
And obviously the first weekend is always a difficult one because you're still trying to gauge where you are and how fast the kart is. Looking at how quickly the speed has come from Birolart and how you're adapting to that, do you think we're likely to see you battling for the podium places before the end of the season?
Yeah, of course. We're making so much progress throughout the whole year. So if this keeps on, I can probably fight for podiums.
And it's a strong calendar as well, because there are race circuits that you know quite well. Kristianstad, obviously, having been very successful there in the Academy Trophy last year. And you've got to look as well to Franciacorta, which has become almost the new testing home for the OK category now, and heading for the World Championships in September at Sarno. So you guys have got a great opportunity, and Birolart knows these circuits coming up very well. So I guess you guys are very confident.
Yeah, of course, because it's in Italy. Birolart is based in Italy, but also the other teams know the circuit's really good, so it's going to be really competitive.
Excellent. Now, coming into these last couple of races, this is where the tyres are really worked to their maximum, because you've obviously got only a certain number of tyres that you work with over the course of the weekend before you get to the final. Just how difficult is it to manage the tyre from race to race? Because obviously it gets worse and worse as the weekend goes, but you're also at the same time having to manage engine temperature, brake pressure, water temperature, all of these things. You're having to be a bit of a scientist as you go around.
Yeah, in fact, yeah, because you just gotta keep in mind for everything, the water temperature, as you said, the tyre wear, tyre temperature, and you gotta look back, you gotta look in front to attack, and yeah, it's just really difficult on track.
That's kind of where you go from being, you know, a relatively good racer in the domestic championship to a professional. The data analysis, it always fascinates me. Do you enjoy that element of it, or is it something that you kind of feel you have to do when you're waiting to get out on track?
Sometimes I like and sometimes I don't, because if it's good, I like it. If it's not, I don't like it.
It's very honest. I like it. But does it make you a stronger driver? Are you finding now that you're much more of a professional racer than you were even compared to last year? The more work you've done.
Yeah, of course. We worked so hard for everything that we achieve now, and just everything.
Fantastic. Look, we're really excited to see what you can do for the rest of the weekend. Good luck. I know you and the team are going to give it 110%, so hopefully a good one.
Thank you.
Excellent. Renaud Franco of the Birolard Factory team. More great racing on the way, and of course, the OK Juniors are not far from getting under starters' orders. So only a short delay to proceedings for the OK Juniors by a few seconds based on the cleanups from the previous heat. But the yellow light is now on at the end of the pit lane, so that time is going to be made up pretty quickly. Guillaume Bouzard and Arthur Dorisson, the two fastest men from their groups, will now come through and get themselves off to the starting positions on the front row of the starting grid. This is the last of the junior heats before the lunch break, so obviously it's important for them to make a good impression. Guillaume Bouzard and Arthur Dorisson on the front row from Nathan Tai and Emanuele Olivieri. Tobias Clausen and Maciej Gledish from Lukas Flusha and Salim Hanar. Len Nige and Elliot Kaczynski from Kirill Kutskov and Jan Pozadowski. Andy Consani has been there with Tiziano Monza, with Francisco Macedo and Due de Decker just in front of them. Maria Giovananito and Thomas Kinsey. Nicolas Roos and Leo Nilsson from Kian Fardin. Nicholas Schaufler and Harry Arnett, with Mohan Kumar Abai unable to take the start due to his previous exclusion from the race meeting for adjusting the front fairing. So qualifying heat A versus C really does bring some powerhouses to the front end of the grid. Guillaume Bouzard and Arthur Dorisson really making massive progress, but then you have Nathan Tai, who will be lining up in third position on the grid, having already taken some heat victories over the course of this 2022 FIA karting season. He really wants to step it up and go for the top step of the podium. He came so close at Portimao, and now he really wants to put all of the doubts to bed and go for the top spot. He is so close to that mark, and it really is looking very, very eager for him to try and give Sodikart their first win in the OK Junior category for a very long time indeed. They come out of the final turn onto the home straight, and it is going to be green, 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 and off to the first corner. Oh, on the grass slightly. The front row man, Arthur Dorisson, squeezed there on the way through, and Dorisson has lost a lot of ground as a result of that. So a very difficult start for Arthur Dorisson. Somehow, though, he manages to catch the car before they slide out, and Guillaume Bouzard leads as they come through. A couple of drivers going off the road behind them, I'm afraid. That is Emanuele Olivieri. What a shame. The Formula K driver having a great start to his weekend. Due de Decker seems to be off the road as well in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine. He's managed to get going again, but he is now down at the back of the grid as a big tussle for fourth position begins. Len Nige gets on the inside there of his teammate Lukas Flusha. So Len Nige gets up into fourth position behind Tobias Clausen. But once again, it is Bouzard and Tai that have stepped up and pulled away from the rest of the field. And what a shame for Emanuele Olivieri. He was having such a great race over the course of the weekend up until that point. But Dorisson and Olivieri losing ground. Gledish lost it as well. Has lost several places, but has managed to stay in the top 10. So Bouzard and Dorisson still having a very solid race battle. Lukas Flusha in the top 5, but Kirill Kutskov battling away with Arthur Dorisson. So Dorisson is down to 7th position off the start. Gledish is 8th. Consani is 9th now, and Francisco Macedo finds himself in 10th place. Nicolas Roos and Kian Fardin have both made up 8 places off the start. Nicolas Schaufler has made up 7. So a lot of drivers shuffling the deck in the opening lap. But Guillaume Bouzard in front of Nathan Tai. Len Nige and Tobias Clausen in the top 5 from Lukas Flusha in 5th place. And Arthur Dorisson in P6. Then Kirill Kutskov and Maciej Gledish. Andy Consani and Francisco Macedo. The top 10 still very evenly competitive. But now Len Nige, having got into 3rd position, is going to find that there's a lot of competition around him. So Len Nige really making a great statement here this weekend in third position as he charges after the top two drivers, Bouzard and Tai. Best of the rest now appears to be Len Nys ahead of Clausen and Flusha. Dorisson has fought his way back to 6th place ahead of Gledige. And now he's going to make another bid up the inside of Flusha as Dorisson gets a warning flag. Not entirely sure what that's for, but after Dorisson has certainly picked up a warning flag out there on the course. And that is a retirement for one of the Paralins, I'm afraid, facing in the wrong direction. That is the 264 kart of Harry Arnett, the Australian. So Harry Arnett in trouble, I'm afraid, on lap 3. And he is not going to finish this particular qualifying heat. He tries to get it started again, but I'm afraid it's game over. And the Orange Army, the Armada Naranja, as they have come to be known around the circuit, has ended up having to push start that kart, or push that kart off the racetrack, I should say, because they cannot push start it because that would be outside assistance. So Andy Consani battling away with Kirill Kutskov and two of the CRGs. That is Macedo and Roos. They are dueling together as they come off the final corner. Guillaume Bouzard still running ahead of Nathan Tai. In through turn 1, Nige, Clausen, Dorisson and Gledige in the top 6. Flusha in 7th place. And up to 8th is going to go Kutskov. Yes, he does. Gets through on the inside of Andy Consani, who also picks up a warning flag. So not entirely sure what that's for, but Macedo and Roos are going to go wheel to wheel. Roos is going to get the place, while Maria Nito, who is up in 12th position, doing a great job. She now finds herself fighting to try and make up positions. But Maria Germano Nito, this is definitely her best race in FIA karting up to this point. Still only her second weekend in the category, as Gledige has a big look on the inside of Tobias Clausen. Can't quite make it stick on the inside line there. And Lucas Flusha in the 202 is trying to get through, but he can't quite make the overtaking move stick. So Maciej Gledige continuing his fine performances in 6th position, never really outside the top 10 in terms of raw pace. So Maciej Gledige trying to close in on Tobias Clausen. So through to 4th has come Arthur Dorisson to get himself back into P4 at the expense of Tobias Clausen. But Nathan Tai has 2 laps to go. And obviously the bid to try and close up on and then pass Guillaume Bouzard. He's running out of time to do it. But the Sony Kart factory driver still giving it absolutely everything as they continue to push on. Yellow flags again. And that is one of the Ricky Flynn's. That's Salim Hanar who's gone off there. And he's gone quite a long way in, actually, into the grass. So again, not entirely sure what's happened there for the Colombian. But certainly a big problem there. We've lost Leo Nielsen from the fray now as well. So Leo Nielsen, I think, had an issue with Harry Arnett. Either that or they've had 2 separate incidents out on the course. But certainly for Leo Nielsen, his race is over. There is Salim Hanar walking away as we watch Arthur Dorisson battle away with Len Nys and get through into 3rd position. So Arthur Dorisson is now in 3rd position. The last lap begins, and it's Guillaume Bouzard versus Nathan Tai. A great comeback drive from Arthur Dorisson to move up into 3rd position ahead of Len Nys and Tobias Clausen. But we're not done yet. Nathan Tai still has a shot here on Guillaume Bouzard. Bouzard defends. Nathan Tai is going to get a faster exit off the turn. And this is where Guillaume Bouzard is going to try and sort him out. Up to the hairpin. Nathan Tai will squabble all over the back of Guillaume Bouzard's machine in the hope that he can squeeze past for the victory. Guillaume Bouzard once again just trying to park the kart out of harm's way here. Nathan Tai trying to go for a faster exit from the hairpin. Bouzard positions the kart nicely. And now Nathan Tai may get a shot, but Guillaume Bouzard is trying to keep that kart nice and tight at the apex. I think Nathan Tai may be able to try something here. He goes long, backs out, knows that Guillaume Bouzard is going to defend the penultimate turn. Nathan Tai's got a faster trajectory. He might just be able to get there to the line. It's going to be close, but Guillaume Bouzard will get it. Nathan Tai in 2nd. A good run from Guillaume Bouzard. And he takes over the lead then. And there is the proof that there's not going to be a single dominant force in junior. Once again, as Guillaume Bouzard now gets himself to 6th in the provisional standings with a 0-point score, 2 for Tai, 3 for 3rd, 4 for 4th, 5 for 5th, and so on, of course, in the qualifying heats. And the objective is to get as few points on the board as humanly possible, because you want to obviously make sure that you get fewer issues out on the course. And you want to score as few points as possible at the end of races, because the drivers with the fewest amount of points will come through for the front end of the grid. But it's definitely been a very tough race, this one. A lot of flotsam and jetsam around the circuit on this occasion. And several drivers coming a cropper in the middle of the race. Only 19 drivers coming through for the finish this time of the 23 that were due to start. And there is one of them. Very unfortunate to see Harry Arnett unable to get going again. Guillaume Bouzard then takes the win in qualifying heat A versus C ahead of Nathan Tye, but less than a tenth between them. Len Nige in third from Arthur Dorisson and Tobias Clausen. Maciek Ledige and Kirill Kutskov are next up. Then Andy Konsani, Nicolas Roos and Lucas Flusha rounding out the top 10. Jan Pisodowski and Francisco Macedo, then Tiziano Monza and Elliot Kaczynski. Nicolas Schaufler is ahead of Kian Fardin. Then the final three drivers across the line, Thomas Kinsey, Douwe de Decker, and the 19th driver, I should say, Maria Giamanonito, who was going so well up until that point. She suddenly dropped down the order. Salim Hanna, whose kart we're looking at there on the screen, he retired from the race, as did Leo Nilsson and Harry Arnett. Emanuele Olivieri, unfortunately, retired from the race on the very first lap, and as he didn't pass the timing line, does not come up on the timing screen. Very unfortunate, and a big wobble for several drivers in the field there. Shows you just how intense things are getting at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, as drivers are still making an impact to try and get themselves around the course in the fastest possible time. But it's still looking very tight at the moment between the likes of Guillaume Bouzard and Nathan Tye. They do seem to be fairly similarly matched, and where Tye has been able to beat Bouzard in previous heats, Bouzard has finally managed to get one over on the British driver. So those two juniors definitely going to be fighting up at the sharp end of the field. So that's very exciting, and we're looking forward to seeing how that one plays out. Now comes the final senior heat of this rotation and the morning session. And the man who was as surprised as anybody to be in pole position of his group, the Brazilian driver Gabriel Gomes of the CRG Racing Team, was pretty flabbergasted when we caught up to him after qualifying practice.
Oh, really? I don't think we're possible to do this now, because we have a little of problems on the last weeks, but now we really do a good job. And only to say thanks for all my team, because that's awesome job we do for this week. I think now for it we have a good pace and possible to do something. We need to only focus and don't do mistakes, and we're possible to do something good.
So it's going to be an interesting one as the drivers now get themselves to the starting grid. They are released out onto the grid, and the competitors are definitely going to give us a little bit more drama and action out on the course. There's some great competitors from all over the world that continue to put on an excellent show. Gabriel Gomes particularly surprised to be in pole position. He's talked his chances up in the past before, but he looked a little bit downcast going into qualifying. I think he thought that there wasn't really a lot of pace that the CRG could have, but he's been able to find it ready for time qualifying, and he was absolutely astonished when he came out of the kart. His mechanic told him, "You're P1." He went, "Really? Me? No, surely not." And he was quite excited about it. So really good to see Gabriel Gomes in confident mood coming into this next race. And he looks pretty eager for the off in position. Second place on the starting grid alongside him is Tuukka Tarponen, the reigning world champion. And third position on the starting grid is the original Flying Finn, Juho Valtonen. So the Finnish driver from the Tony Kart Racing Team who lines up on the second row of the starting grid, Juho Valtonen, has been in these situations time and time again, fighting for European and World Championships at the pinnacle of karting level. We managed to catch up with him on Thursday, a very experienced hand in the world of OK category racing, and certainly one of the contenders for European glory in 2022.
I feel good. Finished in top 10 in the first round, and that's not bad result, of course, but not what I want, but still not bad, and I feel comfortable. I think in Zuera circuit it's really fast track, and we drive here with really long sprocket, and there is few really tight hairpins, and those you have to manage to get out from the hairpins with long sprocket, and I think those are the most difficult part of the circuit. We have 5 heats, and then we have super heat, and we have to drive those with 6 tires. And yeah, in the heats, in the beginning when tire is cold, you have to drive really carefully to not overheat the tires and destroy them. So yeah, drive to calm and try to keep the tire alive. In Zuera, it's quite easy. It's fast track, and if you, of course, you need the speed to gain the positions. And yeah, here is many places good places to overtake, so it's not too difficult here. Personally, never use any marks for the braking, so I go with the flow, and when you feel comfortable with the kart and driving, you find always the places you don't need any marks for braking. Of course, I'm always confident and I feel good. I think we have speed for good result, though. Only have to little bit also need luck to have everything go well, and I think we can do strong result here.
It's been really good to see Juha Valtonen continue charging forward with the Tony Kart Factory team. The squad looking really strong here at Zuera this weekend, and he is in a good position to challenge Gabriel Gomez and Tuka Tarpanen on the front row of the starting grid. The 5-minute board has just gone up in the air, so it's going to be a little while before the drivers head out onto the circuit, but it does mean that we get to talk you through who is going to be where on the starting grid. Gabriel Gomez and Tuka Tarpanen for CRG and Tony Kart respectfully, as we mentioned, on the front row of the grid. Juha Valtonen on the inside of the second row in P3, and alongside him on the grid is the Frenchman Arthur Rojon, who's definitely been in very strong form over the course of the weekend for the VDK Racing team on the Kart Republic chassis. Good to see him as he continues his quest in European Championship glory. Chu Yanpu, the Chinese driver, is next up. He lines up 5th on the starting grid. The talented Mercedes youngster, as he will run in the Kart Republic factory team, going off P5 on the starting grid. P6 on the grid, it is Maxim Orlov, who runs very competitively on the Paralin and looking good for another solid race weekend here from the outside of the third row. Then it is Karol Pazovic, who lines up 7th position on the starting grid. The Birolot driver from Poland, looking very fast indeed over the course of the weekend, and definitely helping the team to look at more serious positions in the OK category. 8th on the grid, Keanu Alazadi, always fighting, always pushing hard, and certainly this weekend, definitely looking much more of the competent and dictatorial driver in the aggressive battles that we've come to expect from him. He was a strong junior, and now he is there fighting very fit at the front end of the field in the senior category, and he belongs in the top 10. He's finally managed to get qualifying to a good position, and now we can really see what he's capable of. 5th row of the starting grid to round out the top 10. 9th on the grid, Thomas Stolchemanis, the Latvian, who is there on the inside of the 5th row. And alongside him, another man who's finally getting his chance to shine at a high level, and that is Akshay Bora, the young man from Singapore originally, although he carries a British racing license these days. And Akshay Bora, having made the switch to the Energy Course team, what a difference it has made to his composure and his attitude. He is a much faster, much fresher racing driver out on the course, and he's really starting to look very authoritarian out there in the battles. David Walter, a bit of a difficult weekend for him so far. His race at the beginning of the day yesterday ended in a spin, which saw him retire from the first heat, but he's still got great speed for the Koski Motorsport team, so expect big things from David Walter over the weekend. 12th on the grid, Matteo De Palo. He will line up on the outside of the 6th row of the grid for Kart Republic. And then you'll have 13th on the grid for Freddie Slater, the man who is, of course, the former European champion in junior level and has managed to now come into seniors in 2022. It's a tough road in the OK senior category, very tough for Freddie Slater. He's not dominating in the same way he was in junior, but he's learning about it the hard way and really starting to gain some great skills that will take him into later disciplines of motorsport. 14th on the grid, Nicolo Cuman, the talented Italian, racing for the Forza Racing team. Always a very trusty, reliable pair of hands in the squad. A great development driver and really helping the Forza Racing team to make massive progress. 15th on the grid, Alva Simasvara, lining up in 15th place on the grid for the Ward Racing team. He lines up alongside his teammate, Max Popov, who will be there on the 8th row of the grid beside him. 17th on the grid for the Danish driver, Marius Christiansen. He will be there on the inside of the 9th row alongside Eric Genet, the Spanish driver who is making his first appearance in Spain in the OK category. He's raced many different categories beforehand, but this is his first crack on home soil in the European Championships. And then Max Obst will line up 19th on the grid, the very talented Polish driver for the DPK racing team. And alongside him will be Jacob Raschke, his countryman, who lines up in the Tony Kart machine. And then on the back row of the starting grid, 21st on the grid will be Gustav Wisniewski for the Forza Racing team, lining up alongside the Austrian Max Hebecht, who will take the DPK Racing Alonso Kart chassis into 22nd on the grid. So this is the last race before our pause to allow the marshals and the officials around the circuit a chance for recuperation. But this is obviously an important one for several drivers in the field, not the least of whom are the front row men, Gabriel Gomez and Tuka Tarpanen, both drivers who have taken race wins over the weekend so far. So they now want to be in a position where they can continue fighting fit. There's only one driver who has gone through the whole weekend unbeaten, and that is Joe Turney, who has just one race to go this afternoon. But certainly the other drivers are going to do their very best to score as few points as possible. A win gives you 0, don't forget. 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth. So it's obviously going to be very difficult to try and stay as consistent as possible. But there's going to be several drivers who will try and fight for the victory. In qualifying heat B versus F. Here's the grid. Gabriel Gomez and Tuka Tarpanen from Juho Valtonen and Arthur Rojon. Chu Yanpu and Maxim Orlov from Karol Pasovic and Keanu Alazari. Thomas Stolchemanis and Akshay Bora from David Walter and Matteo De Palo. Freddie Slater and Nicolo Kuman from Alva Simasvara and Max Popov. Marius Christiansen and Eric Genet, Max Obst and Jacob Raschke from Gustav Wisniewski and Max Hebecht. 22 drivers, 11 rows of the grid, and they've all come from all 4 corners of the globe to race in the European Championship here at the second round at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. Some great racing over the course of the weekend thus far. Joe Turney currently comes into this weekend as the championship leader, and into this second half of the Saturday as the points leader. All he will need from his final heat is a 3rd position, and that will guarantee him pole position for the super heat tomorrow morning. But Tuka Tarpanen is in a very difficult position now because he wants to make sure he doesn't lose too many positions. Gabriel Gomez lining up in pole, and he's obviously on the wrong side of the grid is Tuka Tarpanen. He's only accumulated 3 points from the weekend so far, so he really needs to continue fighting fit here with this particular race battle ahead of him. So he won't want to drop He won't want to drop too many points. So it's definitely going to be difficult for Tuka Tarpanen. Let's see what the reigning world champion could do as they come along the main straight, and we're racing. Good start from Gomez and Valtonen. Tarpanen's going to tuck into 4th position, I think, behind Chu Yanpu. As they start their way through, Tarpanen's going to get up the inside to get into 3rd place. So he gets himself back into 3rd. Good start from Tarpanen. Chu is going to lose 3 places in grand total as Pasovic and I think Orlov all trying to get through there in the same breath as well. Everyone getting through on the far side. Max Orlov has not had the greatest of starts, and there's a car that's run off the road onto the dust, but manages to bring it back. So Gomez ahead of Valtonen and Tarpanen. That's the way it starts up. 4th position for Pasovic. So some excellent starts through the gaggle of drivers at the moment as they go through to the hairpin. Once again, is everybody through on the opening lap? So far, so good. Great battles in the midfield. There is the 109. Tuka Tarpanen, the reigning world champion, trying to shake off Karol Pasovic. And then in 5th position behind him, that is Arthur Rojon, I do believe, of the VDK racing team. Yes, it is. Then Chu Yanpu. And then we've got another set of drivers chasing them down. Thomas Stolchemanis has come up to 7th place. A good start from him. Then Walter, Alazari, Orlov, Slater, Bora and Simasvara, as there goes Karol Pasovic to protect and defend from Arthur Rojon, but Rojon is going to get on the inside anyway as Stolchemanis gets the move on Chu at exactly the same time. So 1 lap done and 8 to go. And a very exciting battle so far as Gomez still only has 0.2 of a second over Valtonen and Tarpanen, but those 3 have got well clear of the rest. A bit of a mistake from Chu Yanpu as he drifts onto the dust. You've got to be careful going off here as it's very rough indeed on the infield. There's more stones and rocks than there are patches of grass around the course. The drivers really have to be quite focused. That's Tuka Tarpanen through past his teammate Juha Valtonen. I missed where that happened. I do apologise. I was looking at the timing screen at exactly the wrong moment. Tuka Tarpanen into second position. Now chasing down Gabriel Gomez. And this is good news for the Finn because Tarpanen can now start to attack. And if he gets past Gabriel Gomez, then he's still looking very strong to get pole position for one of the two superheats. Still a long road to go though. But up the inside further back, there is Tarpanen making the move. Tarpanen gets into the lead. He gets past Gomez. And also through, that's Pazovic on Stolchamanis. So Pazovic fourth, Stolchamanis is fifth. But Tuka Tarpanen, very important to get the overtaking move. So Tuka Tarpanen doing a great job at this early stage as the Finn has managed to work his way from second, dropping down initially to fourth, then to third, then to second, now to first. And Stolchamanis has got the move now on Pazovic. So Thomas Stolchamanis through into fourth position past Karel Pazovic. So the Energy Course driver making a good impression now as he tries to close up on the top three. Juha Valtonen is going to be his first target. They come down the main straight. And it's Tarpanen, Gomez, Valtonen, Stolchamanis, Pazovic and David Walter. The top six still very closely matched. There's a lot of hard work to go. Arthur Rojan is now seventh in front of Jan Puchu. Fair play though as the battles continue. There's Pazovic on Stolchamanis. But watch behind because you've got Walter and Rojan battling away now to close up. Chu Yan Pu has managed to get back past Rojan. Stolchamanis is back through on Pazovic. And I thought David Walter was going to join them in there as well. But he's had to let them go. Alvar Simasvara now sets the fastest lap of the race. He's in 12th place, just in behind Bora and Slater. So some good battles all the way through the field. Some great racing and some epic drives. Very calculated at the moment. Walter has now got past Pazovic as well. That puts David Walter into fifth position. And there is the battle behind them. That is Rojan, Chu, Alizardi, Bora, Slater and Simasvara. Six drivers all battling and contesting to get as high up the order as possible. 4 done, 5 to go. This is the halfway lap. So Tuka Tarpanen and Gabriel Gomez still keeping themselves very nice at the front end of the field. Juha Valtonen is about to lose out to Stolchamanis, who slides in. Stolchamanis takes over third position. So a good run there from the Latvian Thomas Stolchamanis into third position. Valtonen is P4, Walter is P5, Pazovic P6. They come out of turn 5, up through the left-hand flick, and then through towards the hairpin. Here we go. Move on the inside from Walter. He gets past, and that is past Juha Valtonen. So into fourth position goes the Danish driver once again. Making good progress, David Walter, just picking them off one by one. Didn't get the greatest qualifying lap, but has managed to figure out where the deficiencies lie and is now trying to get himself back into position once more. So Tuka Tarpanen, Gabriel Gomez, and then it is Thomas Stolchamanis ahead of David Walter. Juha Valtonen still going well as well. Karel Pazovic and Chu Yan Pu. Gianno Alizardi, Alvar Simasvara and Akshay Bora. Freddie Slater going full guns blazing in 11th place. Warning flag to Maximilian Obst. Now, I'm not entirely sure what that's going to be for, but Maximilian Obst, obviously, having fought his way through to 13th position, has transgressed in some way, and the stewards and the officials quite clear that they're going to put a stamp to it, whatever it might be. He's currently battling away with the Ward Racing machine of Max Popov in the midfield. So there are Stolchamanis and Walter, third and fourth, trying desperately to make up ground on Tuka Tarpanen and Gabriel Gomez. But it does look to me as though we're going to get 3 different chassis in the top 3 places. Tarpanen, the race leader for Tony Kart, Gabriel Gomez for second, CRG, and then Thomas Stolchamanis for third, Energy Course, as Arthur Rojan is the latest driver to be the recipient of a warning flag. 3 laps to go. They're going by very quickly indeed, these heats. So 2 drivers with warning flags now. Arthur Rojan being one of them. And the second one, as we already know about, the 139. Getting the warning flag, that is Maximilian Obst. So they are both shown it. They are both going to have to acknowledge it. As Tuka Tarpanen leads the way. A 1 minute 1.045 for the lap. Shows you just how much pace the Tony Kart Racing team have found in the Zuera circuit. They had a race 2 weeks ago here for the CIK categories, and they were actually struggling a little bit for pace come the final. But certainly where they are looking at the moment, Tuka Tarpanen is doing a grand job to keep the pace up and run a second clear of Gabriel Gomez. It almost looks as if their woes from Portimao are a distant memory. They will be the last persons to admit that, of course. As 2 to go for Tuka Tarpanen, the reigning world champion, ahead of Gabriel Gomez, who has won the Ayrton Senna Trophy back home in Brazil several times in several classes. Tomas Stoltemanis, David Walter and Karel Pazovic in the top 5 positions. Valtonen in P6. Keanu Alazardi making a good comeback now in P7. He's come to the head of his train. So Keanu Alazardi, this is the thing for drivers. You've just got to be at the head of your pack that you're fighting with, because you never know when that's going to be a battle for victory next time. Here comes Stoltemanis, a late bid on Gomez, and he tags the front fairing. Stoltemanis has to bail out of it and drops back to 4th position. Gomez absolutely determined that he won't let Stoltemanis through. Well, that was tight. That was very tight between the two. They got very close indeed to a big incident, but that is about as hard and physical as you can expect to get without having the book thrown at you. Tuka Tarpanen goes into the final lap here. And a solid drive it's been for the reigning world champion in front of Gabriel Gomez and David Walter. Walter still has a chance now on Stoltemanis. On a chance now on Gomez, I should say, because Stoltemanis has dropped to 4th position. Gomez is parking it on the inside apex. This is going to come down to quick wits from Walter and Stoltemanis to try and take advantage. But this man, Tuka Tarpanen, absolutely on it. No problems at all for the Finn. These three still absolutely scrapping away for second. Watch Gomez. He'll park the kart on the inside apex, and he's going to get a little bit of a hurry up from Walter. Watch Stoltemanis. He's going to dive in between them, and Stoltemanis squeezes into 3rd. Nearly goes for second on Gomez. Lovely reactions from Stoltemanis. Great racecraft. So that's bought him another position. But this man, Tuka Tarpanen, continues his excellent weekend. The Tony Kart boys really are in excellent form this weekend. Tuka Tarpanen picks up another heat victory, and that puts him into good position for the afternoon. 2nd for Gomez, 3rd for Stoltemanis, 4th for David Walter. Great racing in the OK qualifying heat for drivers B versus F. Well, Tuka Tarpanen continues his run. He's not the reigning world champion by accident, you know. He deserved it. Drove beautifully at Campos last year. And now he is looking to add the European Championship title to his vast and ever-growing collection of silverware. But there's a long route still to go before the European Championship can be crowned. We obviously still have the remainder of this weekend. And then we have Kristianstad and Franciacorta to look forward to. It's definitely going to be a fascinating battle for the drivers and teams, as they will take a little breather now, as well as the marshals around the track. They could do with a breather as well. They've been out there since 9 o'clock when the warm-ups began, and it is now just coming up to 2:15 local time. So a fascinating battle then in the OK qualifying heat for groups B versus F. Here are the provisional classifications. Tuka Tarpanen in the victory from Gabriel Gomez and Tomas Stoltemanis. David Walter in 4th position ahead of Karel Pazovic and Juho Valtonen. Chu Yanpu in 7th from Alva Simasvara. Keanu Alazardi in 9th place from Arthur Rojon. Freddie Slater is 11th ahead of Max Popov and Akshay Bora. Gustav Wisniewski and Maxim Orlov. Matteo De Palo and Maximilian Obst in 17th ahead of Marius Christiansen. Then in 19th place it is Nicolo Kuman, who came home in front of the Spanish driver Eric Genet, and then Jacob Raschke and Max Hebicht. They finish up, and they are all able to bring it home to the finish line. So a fascinating battle then so far at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, the FIA Karting European Championship for the OK and OK Junior categories, definitely providing us with a lot of talking points as we go into the lunch break. Certainly in OK Junior, it's going very well for Arthur Dorisson and Nathan Ty, with Zach Drummond and Enzo Tonvanichkul giving them plenty of opposition in the junior category, whilst in the OK Senior battle, it's very much about the Tony Kart boys, Joe Turney and Tuka Tarpanen. Flawless, without a single point dropped for Joe Turney Only 3 for Tuukka Tarpanen up to this point, so there's still quite a lot to play out for, but now we have a bit of an understanding as to which drivers are likely going for the pole positions in the 2 superheats tomorrow. There are still a handful of heats later this afternoon, so make sure you join us as the battle continues. For the moment, we will leave you with the heats and I should say the highlights even from the second round, the first round. I'll get my worms out eventually. We'll go for that again. The first round of the European Championship from the Autodromo Internacional Algarve at Portugal. It was a fantastic weekend. We had some brilliant battles, and it's how we got to the situation that we're in now. So we'll leave you for the moment with the highlights from the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship. And when we come back, racing will continue here in Zuera. The Algarve in Portugal. In the shadow of the Formula 1 circuit at Portimao, where Lewis Hamilton became 7 times world champion in 2020, lies the kart circuit, where the championship he won 20 years previously begins in earnest. 18 of the current 20 Formula 1 drivers began their journey in FIA karting, and countless more are now racing at Indianapolis, Le Mans, and even further afield. For 140 drivers from all 6 continents worldwide, the FIA Karting European Championship will begin in hot but windy conditions. On a circuit famed for overtaking, slipstreaming, and an immense technical challenge, where limits will be stretched, nerves will be tested, and victory will be harder than ever to attain. For many of these young girls and boys, it'll be their toughest test yet, as the 2022 season begins. 2021 was a near-perfect season in the junior category for Ricky Flynn driver Freddie Slater. A dominant drive at Genk was followed by another at SA, only to be denied by a penalty post-race. Then came a sensational sprint to the line with Harley Keeble at Sarno, as they recorded the closest finish in FIA karting history. And finally came a triumphant win at Zuera to become junior European champion. And this year he steps up to the OK category. Last season in OK, Rafael Camara came out of the blocks to take the win at Genk. But from that moment on, the season was Andrea Kimi Antonelli's to command, as he triumphed at SA, blitzed the field at home in Sarno, and romped to the title at Zuera to become OK champion for the 2nd year running. Rumours suggest he could be back for the KZ World Championship later this year, but there'll be a new OK European champion in 2022. Maria Germano Nito will be our guide around the Portimao circuit as she flies through turn 1 flat on the throttle. Top end speed is critical here, but so too is good balance as you start to decelerate and then brake into turn 2. Then turn 3 kicks the kart sideways, so you need to have strength to correct it. Out of the square left and on the run to the hairpin at 5, a decent and common overtaking spot. A dash of curb on the exit to correct, then you stay on the throttle through the next left, but a slight blip may be needed on the next, just to stay in control. Then another overtaking chance into the double apex left-handers. Once done here, you turn right 3 times as you drop down the hill and the speed increases. The next big stop is a signature overtaking move, turn 12. Dive in and make the kart as wide as possible as the next 2 left-handers are treated as one as the elevation rises and the camber changes. The final 2 corners are where precision counts. Turn into the first with a bit of curb to balance the oversteer, then be strong but fast through the last corner, and you've just lapped the Portimao circuit in rapid fashion.
Karting was something that was very close to my heart because in the early, probably 90s, we could see that there was a lack of exposure for young kids. And when we had to get into a racing car, straight into a Formula 3 car or a Formula 4, without the exposure that the kids were getting in many countries, I found it a huge handicap. And that's when I got very involved in trying to ensure that we bring karting to many countries that didn't have this exposure for the young kids to develop their skills. You know, the whole philosophy behind it is to provide a platform to young children to develop the mindset and to understand the engineering portion of it, not just the driving portion of it, and also to work as a fraternity and get competitive from a young age and learn about the whole ecosystem of motorsport. You see, there is a lot of karting going on at different levels in many countries, but the dots are just not connecting up. We need to find strategies which we're working on and how to connect the dots, because CIK is about dealing with karting as a whole and not just in a particular segmented area.
I was trying to adapt to the pyramid, and obviously there's a lot of existing championships out there, championship organisers, and at the end of the day you need to make sure that we're not taking away from people's current business, but at the same token we need to make sure that we're coming up as the CIK, being the world governing body. We need to actually be there giving support to the ASNs across the world and actually really giving them a proper structure, a proper pyramid that people can actually follow to get to the very top of what we have here. But then bear in mind at the very base of karting, we've got corporate karting, indoor karting, and really trying to funnel people through. We've seen it over the years. Lots of people want to get right to the top of karting straight away, then leave the sport. And it's really important for sustainability that we cover it across the board, across the band. And I think actually the idea of having these sort of national categories and giving the toolkits, that's the thing, is giving the toolkits to ASNs that they can use and try and develop karting in their different nations across the board.
I'm really thrilled to be back here again and really thrilled to continue this project we have with the FIA and continue as the promoter. I think this year we face a lot of challenges. We've overcome COVID and now we're back here again. We unfortunately have some very unfortunate situations in the world that makes the market very difficult, but we are continuing to push all the time. And together with the new leadership in FIA, with the new president, with the new CIK president, our new vice president, and a new structure in the office, I look forward to see where we're going to push karting to a new level in this year and for years to come. One thing that's very important for us to do is put back that humour and interaction. We need to engage more with the parents, engage more with the teams, engage more with everybody and build our community back and bring back the fans, because we've obviously been behind closed doors for 2 years. Well, one thing we did over Corona was we really worked really hard with television stations and distribution networks. We have a very good partner in a distribution company, and we managed actually now to successfully have 68 channels sign up with 128 territories worldwide, which are now hosting all of our highlight content. And now we are having more and more interest in our live feed, as you said, together with Motorsport TV, and also multiple other channels are taking interest. So for us, our goal is just to build karting and show it to the world.
For young racing drivers all over the world, this is the pinnacle of the sport. The OK Junior category is the toughest racing competition for young adults in the world, and to reach the final is a major achievement, where the drivers receive a medal presented to them by FIA Karting President Akbar Ibrahim and Vice President John Ryan. But it's also where the pressure truly begins. Dimitri Matveev lines up in pole position beside British star Nathan Tighe for the resurgent Sodi Kart team. In third place is Alexander Bondarev, flying the flag for Ukraine, with René Lammers beside him, continuing the family dynasty. Anatoly Kavalkin will start fifth, with the challenging Energy Course squad in hot pursuit, along with Belgium's Thomas Strauven. The recipe is ready for a tasty race.
Well, obviously I'm trying to be as fast as I can at every single moment. Doesn't matter who is standing around me. I'm just trying to get as much as I can out of it. And yeah, this weekend he's also coaching me, so yeah, you never know your speed coming up on the mountain track. Maybe you're very fast, maybe you're very slow. And it's basically always going to be one underdog that's always fast on a particular track. Last year the level of junior was insanely high. Like everybody there were some very good drivers there. They're also winning now, and some of them are winning now in OK, and it was a high level. And now I think it's dropped a bit, but yeah, still, a lot of drivers are very fast, and it's always hard to compete.
At the start, the inside line managed to hustle the outside line aside, and Matveev leads from Bondarev and Kavalkin, with Nathan Tighe wrestling valiantly around the outside to secure 4th position by turn 4. The drivers raced hard on the opening lap, but kept it clean and fair. Bondarev was threatening on the second lap, but Kavalkin beat him to it to pass the Ricky Flynn star into second. It didn't take long for Tighe to seize the initiative either, as he made the same move at the same place a lap later. On the next lap, Bondarev tried his best to reclaim the podium spot, but the Sodi kart driver would not yield. As they started lap 5, the Ukrainian star finally found the gap and sailed past, but the 2 men up front were already pulling clear. So when would Kavalkin make his move, or would he leave it too late? Tighe would take back the position once again, and Bondarev once more struggled to return the favour. The tension was clearly mounting. With time running out and the gap increasing to the duo ahead, Bondarev had to step it up. But once more, he was denied. On lap 9, he dived for the overtake at turn 12, with Tighe again resisting. And with one final effort, he saw an opportunity and took it into the penultimate turn. But the 2 of them drifted wide, and it was enough to see both their chances fade, as they lost out to Lammers, and the leaders disappeared. The train that had now developed was long and eager to progress. Strauven took on his teammate and moved into 4th position, whilst Tighe went wheel to wheel with Jules Caranta, and Kirill Dezitiev made up a position, whilst Louis Werrell duelled with Kirill Kutskov. With 7 laps to go and the fight for the win out of reach, Strauven moved ahead of Lammers, and Tighe stormed up the inside of Bondarev, who ran wide and dropped even further back down the order, much to his growing frustration. But it wasn't over yet. Lammers caught and passed Strauven again, with Tighe looking poised to battle back too. In the closing laps, Kavalkin was still close behind Matveev, but the Koski Motorsport driver had been protecting and managing his tyres and brakes, and he still had the speed to avert his attack. 3 laps to go, and with the fight for third looking likely to be claimed by Lammers, the 2 men behind consolidated a reasonable start to their European campaigns. After pulling a slight gap on the parallel behind him, Matveev could control the final lap with relative ease, and won his first and Koski Motorsport's first win at FIA Karting level, a momentous occasion for all concerned. They had won together before, but never as big a win as this. Behind Kavalkin and Lammers, Strauven would stay ahead of Nathan Tighe and Kirill Dezitiev, with Jules Caranta, Kirill Kutskov, Martin Molnar, and FIA Karting Academy trophy winner Maciej Gledizh fighting back to the top 10. With a pair of podiums for Parallel Motorsport and a first FIA win for Koski, it's a stupendous start to the junior season. However, with plenty of drivers who could challenge for the win, there are still plenty of questions unanswered. And with the title fight moving on to Spain, this epic tale has only just begun. But for now, it's time to get busy with the fizzy.
The weekend was full of concentration, and basically all the concurrents were close to me, so it was hard. From the quali, I did a really good job because I won the qualifying. I won 4 heats out of 5. In the final, I got pole position from the start and got a good start. probably pulled away a bit. I wasn't looking back, and I was just looking in front to concentrate on my driving. I defended a bit, but just to be sure that I can win. And I succeed, and I'm really happy about that. For sure, I want to say really big thank you to Jan and my mechanic Kasper. Okay, basically whole team Koski Motorsport, because they did a brilliant job and setting the car brilliantly, as you can see. So yeah, without them I couldn't actually do anything.
The final was fine. I like always following Dmitry, and I can't overtook him because I little bit mistake before last lap. I feel like good because Zuera is good track for me, and we will see. Thank you for all for support me, and thank you for Parallel Racing Team.
The win was too far for me in the superheat, so I had to start P4 in the final on the outside again. So I dropped back to P6 at the start, and then from P6 I managed to, yeah, they were fighting very hard. Dmitry and Anatoly managed to drive away of everybody in those laps. In the rest of the laps, when I was P3, because Ty and Bondarev, yeah, they were a bit dodgy. Just had to defend for the whole race to stay P3.
It needs a lot of work, a lot of practice. Here we come to test here already 3 weeks ago to find the setups, what we're going to use in the races, and we find the setups that work for everyone, and the result is this one. It's not getting any easier for sure, but of course it helps when you have a win behind you. It's maybe helping mentally for everyone that you know you are able to win the races, and so for sure for the whole team it's a nice thing and it helps, but the work will be still the same or even more.
To progress to the senior category is another huge step up, with a higher top speed and an even more intense physical challenge. Drivers must be 14 during their first competitive season, and not only will they race against fellow rookies and Grand Prix stars of the future, but also the drivers destined to be written into karting legend. It's an all-Tony Kart front row as Ward Racing's Artem Sevrukin lines up beside factory driver Joe Turney. Evan Gilter is third for VDK Racing, beside Ian Eichmans of Belgium. Thomas Stolchemanis of Latvia will start on row 3, beside reigning world champion Tuukka Tarpanen. And on row 4, Juho Valtonen starts beside the reigning junior world champion Kian Nakamura-Berta. With Enzo Deligny leading the charging pack behind them, the final is set to be the toughest and longest race of the weekend.
I'm really excited for this year. Last year I couldn't complete the whole European Championship as I broke my arm, but hopefully this year I'll do my best and I'll see what I can achieve. Here in the European Championship, every heat you can't make a mistake, you have to do minimal damage, and you have to try to stay in that top 5 all weekend, every weekend. It's a lot of hard work put in by the team, and everyone just try to stay the best. Obviously I moved up from junior last year to seniors. Quite a big difference, much more physical. The senior has more speed, more mid-range, so you have to train a lot more on your neck, especially the corner speed is also much higher. It's increased, obviously. I've moved up to the senior category where there's more older people as well, but some of my old competitors who was in junior have also moved up, so it's a little bit more of a mix. It's a mix of the front runners I raced last year and also the more advanced drivers who are senior. I'll just put in the most effort I can, but try my best. Stay consistently in the top 5, top 3 hopefully, and yeah, we'll see what result I can get.
For once, Joe Turney was able to draw level through turn 1, but as he was squeezed, he had to blip the throttle to avoid contact. The chain reaction sent Tuukka Tarpanen spinning, and a pile-up ensued. Up ahead, the pole sitter Sevrukin settled into an early lead ahead of Gilter, Stolchemanis and Nakamura Berta, as Turney was forced to drop back behind the fast-starting Oscar Pedersen. But Joel Bergström was out on the spot, as were Luca Savalisto and Matthias Morgato. Tuukka Tarpanen and Victor Gustafsson would struggle on, the latter eventually retiring. Max Popov would walk back to the pits in disbelief. And Alex Powell would limp back to the pits with a wounded cart and would end his race there and then. Having been given a golden opportunity, Nakamura Berta set his sights on the podium, passing Stolchemanis on lap 2. But the leader was already a few kart lengths clear, and Gilter in second position was the Japanese talent's next target. Back in the pits, all former KZ2 European champion Gustafsson could do was tell his mechanic what happened. After 6 more laps of patience and smooth driving, the writing appeared to be on the wall, as the trio fighting for second couldn't quite do enough to catch the World Racing driver up front. So it was inevitable that something needed to change. Thomas Stolchemanis repeated the move that Nakamura Berta had made on him, to reclaim third place. But Pedersen and Turney were gaining ground rapidly. Turney had recovered well after his earlier problems, and a swift move on lap 9 sent him ahead of Pedersen. But the British driver's charge was just getting started. A lap later, and Stolchemanis had finally caught Gilter, and the energy course swept past with the signature move at turn 12, with Nakamura Berta nearly joining him. Lap 12, and in the slipstream, the Japanese star gained sufficient ground to sweep past Gilter, with a podium finish still possible in his first FIA senior weekend. But Gilter wouldn't stand for that, and as he retaliated, they both drifted wide, allowing Turney and Pedersen to sweep past them both. The attrition rate was particularly high in Portugal. Rafael Modenese joined Gabriel Gomez on the sidelines, as the retirement list rose to 8. And just a few laps later, Karel Pazovic on the Birolart would join them after his own incident on track. Stolchemanis was doing everything he could to gain on Sevrukin and started to close in. But little did he know he had a front fairing out of position, which would cost him a podium finish post-race. The World Racing driver out front was flawless throughout. But Turney pushed hard to close up, ruining the time lost on the opening lap, as without it, he could easily have challenged for the victory on track. By the final lap, the Latvian had caught the race leader and was determined to push the World Racing pilot into a mistake. But with only 1 lap remaining and half a second to gain, it wasn't enough time, and the energy course would finish behind the Tony car. As the checkered flag flew, the top 3 remained in position, with the drivers in second and third left wondering what might have been, as Sevrukin had led every lap without drama. As the Ward Racing team celebrated, Stolchemanis learned his fate, and it would promote Turney to second, and Oscar Pedersen would inherit his maiden podium. Nakamura Berta would be 4th on his FIA senior debut ahead of Gilter and Enzo De Ligny. Stolchemanis was eventually awarded 7th ahead of Freddie Slater, Ian Eichmans and the Flying Finn Juho Valtonen. The FIA immediately launched a post-race investigation into the conduct during the OK final podium ceremony, and therefore the results remain provisional, pending an official review. But at least Rebecca Ward could lift the winning team manager's trophy for Ward Racing on her birthday.
Yeah, another good weekend. A strong weekend 2 weekends ago, and winning a lot of heats throughout the 2 weekends, but always Artem was winning his at the same time. That was the problem. So he started second in the final. Speed was good, but had not a great start. So yeah, another good weekend. Not quite on the top, but a lot of confidence for the next races. Yeah, I think the material is obviously working really well. We've been on the podium, I think, in the last 5 races, and you can look at the results and see that the material works well. So
there's no reason to say why it won't work at those tracks as well. So I think we have a lot of confidence as a team and as a group to go ahead and produce some good results at the next few races.
It have been a tough weekend. We was good in qualifying, but in the qualifying heats we struggle a bit to find the pace and have a problem with the tire wear. But then I just kept my head down and know that in the final with the new tires I was going to be fast. So yeah, just worked my way up there. And then obviously we were a bit lucky that Thomas had a front penalty, so I ended up in third.
Everybody is really hard working and trying their best in any situation. And I am just proud that everybody is focusing on the same things, and things have fallen our way this past 2 weeks, and we hope it can continue like that. For this race we managed to prepare well before the race, and that we cannot do for Zuera, so we have now we are everybody on the equal terms for next weekend, because practically nobody have been there for a serious test before the race. And that will be a much harder occasion than it was here, because here we were a little bit in advance and had an advantage for that. But for the next coming races it will be very hard. But we are confident and we have prepared well, and I think we can managing the situation as good as we have a capacity to do.
So, in the season opener at Portimao, it's the Scandinavian teams that have stormed into victory lane, with Koski Motorsport and Ward Racing reaping the rewards of hard work and basking in the achievement. But this is only the beginning. Today, they can celebrate. But tomorrow, the hard work begins all over again. In one of the toughest championships in motorsport, teams have returned to the front, new faces have emerged, and new challenges will face the competitors in the days and weeks ahead. The circus never sleeps in European karting, as the teams will now pack down their awnings and drive the trucks for 14 hours to reach the north of Spain. The second round of the European Championship sees the return of the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, where the fight for the European crown continues. Who will be triumphant, and what battles will the drivers have to fight? Tune in next time to find out. We're back into the action here at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. It is the second round of the FIA Karting European Championship, and it's already turning into quite a crescendo of a weekend. All sorts of battles taking place over the circuit in both the OK Junior and OK Senior classes. So far, the story has been about the Tony Kart Factory team really starting to take it to the Kart Republic Motorsport squad. They seem to be the two teams that over the course of the weekend seem to have the highest amount of pace and great amounts of grip out there on the circuit. They seem to have the raw pace coming in over the weekend, but there are a few drivers from other teams that are trying to break into that little realm of possibility. Hello everyone, Jake Sanson here with you, still going all the way through till the end of the day, and it's a fabulous circuit that greets us for this Sunday afternoon tomorrow. The Saturday action is definitely still very much with us, and we have got another 3 hours of race action to come for you. Here are the conditions out on the circuit. The humidity has dropped quite significantly, and that 40% chance of rain that was threatening at the start of the day seems to be ancient history now. The track temperatures will be going up because the air temperature is about 23 degrees Celsius. So expect the track temperatures to be around 35, 37 degrees Celsius, I would say, at a push. 9 kilometers wind speed, so that's definitely starting to pick up a little bit. And with this being the longest circuit and the fastest circuit that we have in the European Championship calendar, it's definitely going to provide some great action. Let's go around the circuit at speed with one of the local stars, Eric Genet of the Paralin Motorsport team. So you come off the final turn and power down the main straight. Eric Genet is going to go flat on the throttle through the first corner. It's when you get to the second corner things start to get really interesting. There are no entry curves on this circuit, so you really have to judge where you're going to turn in. You carry a lot of speed through the second corner, out through the left flick, big heavy braking, then turn into the hairpin, and you've got to be very quick on the exit. A lot of curb is used. Now up to one of my favorite corners in the sport, turn 5. It just goes on and on and on. It's so difficult to get this corner right. Then you turn back into the right-hander, onto the back straight. You've got to use a lot of nerve to get onto the inside line and make an overtaking move. Because as you come off the exit of that long-flowing left-hand hairpin, you run onto the rocks there, and it can get very nasty indeed for the chassis. Through the right, back on the power, a little dash of curb, through the right again, and then continuing it on to tighten up through these last pair of apexes. Then a double left-hand apex. You keep the kart nice and central, try and stay off the curbs as much as possible. Through the right-hander, then just keep the throttle open all the way through that final turn and back onto the home straight. 1.699 kilometers in just over a minute. Yes, that elusive less than a minute lap time, only really possible in the gearbox categories. Of course, they are starting in the FIA Karting Championships in 2 weeks from now at the home of champions at Genk in Belgium. Up until that point, we are still getting ourselves prepared for the action here at Zuera. 3 weeks ago at Portimao, we had some great battles throughout the competition, and we're going to have even more as we continue with great gusto and determination. The great verve and vigour from the drivers as they prepare for more great race action this afternoon. Hello to everyone, however you are choosing to watch via the motorsport.tv live stream, or whether you're watching on the FIA Karting Facebook or YouTube pages. Via Facebook is where you can send messages to us and keep supporting your great race drivers and race teams that you are cheering for. The 1 minute board goes up at the end of the pit lane, and that means that we are about to go racing once again in the latest of our heats. And of course, we will start the bidding this afternoon with the OK Senior category. It's definitely been a very interesting battle thus far, and we're going to see some more exciting duels out on the circuit as the race day continues, but it's already been full of excitement and drama over the course of yesterday's 9 heats and the collection of races that we had this morning. It'll be a grand total of 30 races that lead us up to the epic battle in the super heats tomorrow morning. There will be 4 races in total, 2 in each category, junior and senior, and then we will have the grid set for the final remaining 36 drivers in both classes as we continue our battle. It is going to be Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian driver on pole position, the man who has become a bit of a sensation back home in his native Brazil. He is one heck of a competitor and has already been able to show his class on the world stage several times before, and he goes alongside Gigi Evan Gilter on the front row of the starting grid. Qualifying heat, B versus E for the OK category for this afternoon's conflagration. So the drivers head out onto the grid, and it's going to be Gabriel Gomez and Evan Gilter on the front row of the grid from Juha Valtonen and Rintaro Sato. Chu Yanpu and Nico Lemberg from Karol Pazovic and Rashid Aldeheri. Thomas Stolchemanis and Hio Yamakoshi round out the top 10 from David Walter, Matthias Ferreira, Freddie Slater and Matthias Mogato. Alva Simasvala and Emili Koivisto, Marius Christiansen and Nathaniel Den Hont, then Max Obst, Jevan David, Gustav Wisniewski and Nathan Sharp of the Netherlands. 22 drivers all getting themselves up to speed, and of course in the European Championship the drivers only get one formation lap around the course, so they don't have a lot of time to prepare for the start. Race director Nigel Edwards will guide them into position as they come off the final turn. If they are in their 2 tram lines, then they will be able to go racing as normal. Now, this circuit definitely has a lot of exciting battles for the drivers. It's going to be very, very exciting to see how everybody is going to be preparing for the great battles that we have. We'll have some very, very tough races and some incredible competitors. There is the race director, Nigel Edwards, at the top of the starting gantry, just getting ready to signal the drivers away. We'll have a fantastic battle, but can Gabriel Gomez get into the lead from the start? He had a bit of a jump start earlier on, unfortunately, I'm told, so it had to be penalised. So it's definitely going to be an interesting situation for the competitors. But now we are going to get our engine revs rising, and the lights out. Let's race. Round from the outside. It's a perfect start from Evan Gilter. He goes from the outside line to take the lead as they fly through turn 1. Gabriel Gomez slots into 3rd position, not the best of starts, as the field jockeys for position. Tices its way through turn 2, up towards the hairpin at 4 now. And is everybody going to get through in one piece? They just about managed to give each other enough room. And they come down to the hairpin again at turn 5. Long flowing left-hand sweeper hairpin. As everybody tries to stay out of trouble, they just want to make sure that they get through this first lap without incident. Definitely a tough battle now as on the inside. Gomez gets back into 2nd place. He takes on Rintaro Sato, the son of the 2-time Indy 500 winner Takuma Sato, in 3rd position. Now in 4th, that is the 116, the Tony Kart factory driver, Juha Valtonen. Sorry, that's the 110, I should say. Juha Valtonen in 4th position, trying to get past Rintaro Sato. And behind them, that is Rashid Aldeheri, the Emirati, for the Forza Racing team. Good opening lap, good sensible run for the drivers, but Gilter has got a decent margin over the rest of the field. Gomez, Sato, Valtonen, Aldeheri, Yamakoshi, the Japanese driver on the Praga, going beautifully. That's Valtonen into 3rd place past Sato. They come off the turn again, up to the hairpin, and now Valtonen moving to cover to make sure that Sato and Aldeheri don't get a chance to get back through. Yamakoshi losing ground there to Chu Yanpu, the Chinese driver. So it's Japan versus China for 6th position behind them, as they battle away in the gaggle. A fascinating situation for the competitors as they continue to run in close proximity. So it's going to be a really exciting battle for the drivers as they run in close quarters. But it really is going to be very close and very even as the drivers run in position. Gilter, Gomez, Valtonen, Aldeheri, Sato and Chu Yanpu. Matthias Mogato in 7th position, then Hio Yamakoshi and Matthias Ferreira from Nico Lemberg and Emili Koivisto. Stolchemanis in P12, Slater, David, Walter and Pazovic. Now it looks like Marius Christensen has got past David and Pazovic, so he's up at a 15th place now. 2 laps done, and that's Aldeheri having moved past Rintaro Sato now. So the young man from the United Arab Emirates, based out in Abu Dhabi, but lives now in Italy, having had a wonderful start to his progression. A great young racing driver. Watched him in his native UAE back in the days of the Dubai O-Plate many years ago. What a sensational competitor he was. Evan Gilter is under investigation. Has he jumped the start now? Because we saw obviously a very similar situation from Gabriel Gomez in one of the previous heats. I wonder if he's now going to fall foul of it. Has he now got to bear the ignominy of having a penalty? That is a big problem for Evan Gilter. I wonder if he just launched away a fraction of a second too early from the grid, and that could end up being a penalty for the Frenchman. We'll have to watch for the rest of the race to play out and then get the details later. But certainly for Evan Gilter, that could be an absolute nightmare scenario. Gomez in 2nd, Valtonen in 3rd, Aldeheri, Sato, Chu Yanpu and Matthias Mogato. Matthias Ferreira is 8th, Thomas Stolchemanis is 9th, and then Hio Yamakoshi the Japanese driver, currently running in P10. Freddie Slater is up to 11th position in front of David Walter. And watching the battle further back, this is Yamakoshi trying to get on terms with David Walter. He was up in as high as 6th position at one point, Yamakoshi, but he's just tumbled down the order. But the Japanese driver really has made a massive impression on his half campaign in Europe. Excellent work from the Praga start. And now he is going to be a serial operator in the world of motorsport in the future to come, I'm sure. Matías Ferreira battling away with Thomas Stoltemanis. Stoltemanis trying to slide in on the inside of the Brazilian. But Matías Ferreira in the new Alpine Academy colours is just going to hold his position for the moment. No change in the top 5. Gilter, Gomez, Valtonen, Aldeheri, Sato and Chu just keeping it nice and together at the moment. There is Aldeheri in front of Sato and Chu Yanpu. So the Chinese driver, Chu Yanpu, is going to make the move on the inside of Sato. And he gets through. So once again, it's Japan versus China, although it's a very different driver that he's racing against this time. So Chu Yanpu going much better this time. The Mercedes F1 youngster. So obviously a very interesting battle. There are 2 other drivers from the Mercedes Junior Academy on track this weekend. Alex Powell of Jamaica in the senior category and Luna Flusher of Spain in the junior category. And another member of the Mercedes Junior Academy, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, is actually here this weekend watching his friends go out on track. So Gilter, Gomez, Valtonen, Aldeheri and Chu Yanpu. That's the top 5, and there is the Chinese driver of the Kart Republic Motorsport team back on the main straight. Gilter has about 1.4 seconds now on Gabriel Gomez, but Gomez is trying to stay with the Frenchman as much as possible. 5 done, 4 to go. Still tough race battles, but a very tough battle at the moment. So the racing is still very, very close. But obviously the competitors are having a very tough race of it at the moment. Trying to stay with Evan Gilter up front. Gomez second, Valtonen third. There is Aldeheri, the young man for the United Arab Emirates, taking on his fellow Asian driver, Chu Yanpu. And the Mercedes driver trying to get as close as he can to Rashid Aldeheri. I wonder if a fresh pair of tyres has gone on the left side of Chu Yanpu's kart in order to give him a little bit more grip to play with, to try and improve his position, because you do have a certain number of tyres through the course of a weekend that you have to carry all the way to the final and look after right from the start of practice on Friday morning. So very tricky stuff at the moment. The racing is still very close and very even at the moment. So as the competitors continue, it's very difficult at this precise moment to judge who is actually going to be the stronger of the 2 drivers come the end of this race. But Chu Yanpu, he's going to make his bid on the inside, and he gets into 4th position, having set the fastest lap. So Chu Yanpu, the Chinese driver, makes his way up into 4th position now. He's got a little bit of time to catch up to Juho Valtonen. So it's not quite over yet in this battle. Certainly a lot of interesting squabbles to come from this young Chinese ace. He really is starting to make good work of things out there. So the battle will just continue and get stronger and stronger as the day goes on. Excellent work as they continue to put in a good show. Gilter, Gomez, Valtonen, Chu, Aldeheri and Sato. Stoltemanis doing a good job in 7th place. Morgato, Walter and Slater are in the top 10. Here comes the leader, Evan Gilter, over the line again. Gomez in 2nd, Valtonen leading the charge in 3rd, but Chu is closing in on the fin in 3rd position. A very tough racing prospect for Gabriel Gomez to hang on to 2nd place, but he seems to have enough of a gap not to have to panic about it too much. But Valtonen and Chu are getting closer to each other all the time. Chu has a good opportunity to move into 3rd place here as David Walter now sets the fastest lap, the Koski Motorsport driver from Denmark. They go through the hairpin. Great battles everywhere you look. All the way down the field, there are still some good wheel-to-wheel scraps on this penultimate lap. But Valtonen is really going to struggle to keep the motivated Chu Yanpu at bay. So Juho Valtonen, 3rd position. But Chu Yanpu is really getting close in behind the rear bumper now. Just eating away at that gap, little by little, edging closer at the apexes. Here's the move in the final bend. Lovely from Chu Yanpu. And that's definitely the strongest run I've seen from him for a while. He was fastest in his time group the last time they came to race at Zuera in the OK category a couple of weeks ago. And now in the European Championship, Chu Yanpu is making a statement on Saturday afternoon. But Evan Gilter of France is on the final lap. We don't know if anything is going to come of that investigation that is currently for Evan Gilter in the lead. If it does, then he's going to have a rather bitter pill to swallow at the end of this race. But certainly for the moment, he's got plenty of excitement to come. And the drivers are doing everything they can to close up on him. They've not been able to on this particular run. But this is it for Evan Gilter. He's been incredibly strong. He's been fighting fit. And he's definitely been able to make good ground out there on the course. So Evan Gilter will come through with 1.7 seconds advantage on Gabriel Gomez. It's been an excellent run for him so far, and he can just continue to push that all the way to the finish line. Evan Gilter will take the checkered flag. A good run for the VDK racing driver. Second place for Gabriel Gomez. Third place for Jan Puchu. In front of Valtonen, Aldeheri and Sato. Excellent work. And Evan Gilter, that's a crucial 0-point score. If he's allowed to keep it, that will definitely help him. But obviously with that investigation comes a question mark or two. So we'll have to see if Evan Gilter is going to be eligible to keep that finishing position or not. It's definitely very tough to know which way that investigation is going to go. So Evan Gilter, definitely the class of the field in qualifying heat B versus E, and that takes him one step closer to finding out where he's going to start tomorrow's super heats from. He's definitely looking to be towards the sharp end, but it depends on what that investigation leads to, of course. Gomez, though, a good run in second place, this time staying out of harm's way from pole position. And Chu Yanpu making good progress in that race to make up some places. There you go, Evan Gilter in front of Gabriel Gomez and Chu Yanpu. Juha Valtonen ahead of Rashid Aldeheri. Rintaro Sato in front of Thomas Stolchemanis and David Walter. Freddie Slater, Matthias Morgato and Matthias Ferreira. Emili Koivisto is alongside Jevan David from Marius Christiansen and Hiyu Yamakoshi. Max Obst is 16th across the line, then Nico Lemberg in front of Alvar Simasvara. Nathan Sharp, the Dutchman, came across the line in 19th place. Bitter disappointment for Karel Pazovic, who ended up coming across the line in 20th after a very difficult race. And then Nathaniel Den Hont and Gustav Wisniewski, two drivers who really could have made a little bit more work of it had qualifying not gone their way. But as you can see, all 22 drivers came home, and the whole field separated by 14.3 seconds. That's how close it is in the OK Senior category. So many drivers putting on such a spectacular show that you're really going to see some exceptional performances from them as the races go on. Well, it's been absolutely sensational right from the get-go. All of the drivers putting in an excellent display, and the temperatures have actually heated up around the circuit. I've had to ditch the jacket, unfortunately, to survive in my commentary box. However, as the circuit heats up, so will the racing. We're getting closer to the bitter stages of the super heats, where drivers are trying to book themselves the best possible starting position for tomorrow's super heats. One man who's got a great chance to put on an excellent display here is the British driver, one of the new boys in the OK Junior category for the Paralin Motorsport team, young Zach Drummond of Scotland. He's been a bit of a whirlwind since he's come into the FIA Karting European Championship paddock. This is only his second weekend behind the wheel at this level, so amazing to see what he's been able to produce. We caught up with him on Thursday to see how his season is getting on.
I feel very confident because I had a very good finish for my first race in FIA Karting. So yeah, feeling very confident coming into Zuera. I think the track is very difficult, like turn 4 or 5, I think. The long left, it's really difficult to get exactly right, so I'm going to try and aim to get that perfect. I don't really manage tyres as it's just try to overtake as it's quite close. So I just try to overtake. I don't think about managing tyres as I just focus on the driver ahead. I think because the track's very fast, it's quite hard to overtake. Like there's turn 3, it's pretty easy to overtake, nice tight hairpin. And then, but the rest is really hard, so it's really difficult. Or if you try overtaking a fast corner, you use a lot of time to the kart ahead. So yeah, very difficult. I just think where my the drivers in front of me, the fast drivers. I brake when they brake because if they're fast, then they're obviously doing the right lines. So I base it off of other people, and then I try to push my limits to the kart. So if it goes too far on, then I'll bring it back a bit, and then that will be the perfect braking point. I am very confident because a couple of weeks ago I did a test and I was very fast. So I'm very excited and hoping that I'll get a good result here this weekend.
So excellent work so far from young Zach Drummond. He really has been a bit of a superstar since coming into the OK Junior paddock this season. Still only his first year in the category, and he really is putting on an excellent display and a great show out there for the drivers to go and come up against him. They're actually having to dig deep and find something pretty special to try and take him on at the moment. But certainly he has come out of the blocks fighting fit. And for qualifying heat E versus F, he will line up in pole position alongside Andres Cardenas, the Peruvian, for the Energy Course team. Now very much an established challenger at the front end of the field in OK Junior. Second row of the grid, we'll see Enzo Tarnvanichkul, the Thai superstar who grabbed a brilliant victory earlier on today. And hopefully there's a couple more of those under the young Thai's right foot. Fourth position on the starting grid is going to be Edward Robinson, the Spanish driver who knows this place very well indeed, and he'll go from the outside of the second row. Then it is Aaron Garcia, the Spanish driver who lines up on the third row alongside Renaud Francote, who we heard earlier on in the broadcast. Good to talk to him. There'll be a few more couple of guests coming into the commentary box a little later on. Fourth row of the grid is Taim Saleh, the man who had a birthday yesterday. Good to see the German driver putting on an excellent show again this weekend. Alongside him on the grid, the championship leader, Dimitri Matveev, who came out of Portimao absolutely rosy after his victory on the Portuguese circuit. Ninth position for Martin Molnar, the Hungarian, in his Energy Course chassis. He will line up there in position on the inside of the fifth row, and on the outside of the fifth row is going to be Alexander Bondarev, the young man from Ukraine, representing the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Sixth row of the grid, it is the Swedish talent Oliver Kinmark. He will be there continuing his progress forward, and he's done a very good job to come back into the FIA Karting European paddock once again. Alongside him on the grid is young Alfie Slater, who's had a very unfortunate day at the office so far. Certainly had a lot of speed and is definitely getting towards the sharper end of the field now. Didn't have the greatest of qualifying laps from his perspective, but he's definitely still very much in the game to try and fight his way forward. 13th on the grid is Liverway Sam Budler, although of course he is once again missing from his 7th row of the grid slot. 14th on the grid, Jimmy Helias, the Tony Kart driver, lining up in 14th position on his own then on the 7th row. Nico Lanalati of the Sony Kart team, he finds himself on the 8th row of the starting grid alongside Miguel Costa. And then Marcel Kaspricki, the Polish driver, 17th on the grid, lines up beside Sandro Perez. And then on the 10th row of the grid, it is Augustin Sepulveda, the Chilean driver, and he will line up beside the 20th place man on the grid, that is Chi Newman, who is again hoping for a little bit more luck than his previous two races, where he ended up retiring. Zoe Florescu, the Romanian driver, lines up in 21st on the starting grid for the Biralat factory team. And alongside her on the grid, the talented young Finn, the new boy in the pack, Alexander Dahlström, who is getting on with life in the world of karting very, very quickly and very amicably. So the 1 minute board goes up then on the front of the pit lane. And it's definitely going to be a very interesting challenge for the competitors as they want to make as good an impact on the start of these races as humanly possible. They've obviously got to work very hard and try and position themselves in a good position around the circuit. So they'll definitely put on a good show here. But obviously the battles in the field are actually getting much more intense as the weekend progresses. There'll be a lot more for the drivers to do and a lot more for the drivers to battle forward with over the course of the weekend. But certainly for Zach Drummond and Andres Cardenas, this is big pressure. Zach Drummond has never been in pole position for an FIA karting heat of any kind. So this is definitely the toughest pole position Zach Drummond has ever had. And he's come into it incredibly maturely this season as a new boy. Straight in, not with any pressure on his shoulders. He's just taken his time and got things done at his pace and at his speed. So qualifying heat E versus F puts the Scottish superstar Zach Drummond in pole position. The drivers head out onto the grid, and another 6 laps of the circuit will now commence. So we'll see Zach Drummond and Andres Cardenas on the front row of the grid, Enzo Tarnvanichkul and Edward Robinson on the second row, Aaron Garcia and Renaud Franco on the third, Tape Saleh and Dimitri Matviv on row 4 from Martin Molnar and Alexander Bondarev. Oliver Kinmark and Alfie Slater from Liverway Sambudla, who is missing, alongside Jimmy Helias, and then Nicola Nanati and Miguel Costa, Marcel Kaspricki and Sandro Perez from Augustin Sepulveda, Chi Newman, Zoe Florescu and Alexander Dahlstrom. So the competitors are obviously getting themselves into a strong position now as they warm up the tyres and brakes, trying their very best to get themselves up to speed. So obviously the competitors are going to be very strong from the outset. They're going to be tough from the get-go. So we're going to see a really exciting battle and a really strong challenge from the competitors out there. I haven't really seen anything from Liverway Sambudla's social media or anything to suggest why he wouldn't be racing this time, so not entirely sure what the situation is there. Maybe someone can send a message up to me as to why he's not racing. However, we are going to get underway racing this time. The lights go out, so we're racing to the first corner, and it's a perfect start for Drummond and Tarnvanichkul. They go 1 and 2 as the field storms its way through to the inside. Looks like Garcia trying to get into second position past Tarnvanichkul, but he can't make it. Tarnvanichkul keeping it nice and steady. A big power slide from the tie as he gets down to the brakies over turn 4. Manages to hold second place behind Zach Drummond as the field squirts its way up towards turn 5. No problems at all on the opening lap so far as they come into that long flowing left-hand hairpin, then into the right kink. And it's Drummond from Tarnvanichkul. No problems at all for those two. Up to third has come the Peruvian Andres Cardenas. He's now trying to close up on the leading duo. But so far so good as the drivers continue to battle their way forward. Tarnvanichkul trying to get up alongside Zach Drummond. This is for him to take the lead, and he does it. Brilliant run from Tarnvanichkul. The young Thai is now into the lead in front of Zach Drummond and Andres Cardenas. So there's still a long way to go. But up to the lead of the race comes the young Thai superstar Enzo Tarnvanichkul. Definitely a contender for the victory this weekend here in Zuera, my apologies. So through they come. Tarnvanichkul, Drummond. Drummond is now going to have to try and attack Tarnvanichkul, who moves across to the middle of the circuit to defend his lead. 5 laps to go. I wonder if Tarnvanichkul doesn't quite feel good enough in terms of raw pace to run at the front. Drummond tries to get in on the inside. Tarnvanichkul squeezes him at the apex, and that's now tough stuff for Drummond because he's got Cardenas breathing down his neck. Garcia and Franco, they're not far in there either. Out through the hairpin. Great run for the drivers so far as Tarnvanichkul is leading the race, but Drummond is having to go defensive to keep Cardenas at bay. Watch for Garcia and also watch for Franco. He gets up alongside Garcia as they work their way through turn 7. Good battles all the way through this chasing pack. But Garcia has managed to get through past Cardenas. This is great news for Drummond because now he's lost the toe of the carts behind, and he's now got a clear run to go after Enzo Tarnvanichkul in the lead of the race. Very tough to make overtaking moves in the middle of the gaggle. But they charge down the straight once again. Flat on the throttle, charging through turn 1. Tarnvanichkul, Drummond, Garcia, Cardenas, Saleh and Molnar, with Eddie Robinson trying to get up into the top 6 ahead of Dimitri Matviv. There's a bit of a gap back to Matviv. Here comes Cardenas, making his move on the inside of Garcia. So Cardenas moves up past Garcia. Wonderful move for those through the Peruvian versus the Spanish talent. And as they continue to charge forward, what an incredible battle it's been for these two. Still Cardenas holding on from Garcia, but in 5th place that is Tape Saleh, the German, who really has come out of the blocks fighting hard. And up on the inside that is Edward Robinson, the Forza Racing driver, getting up into the top 6 past Martin Molnar. So some serious competition now as the drivers battle away for position. But Tarnvanichkul is your race leader still in front of Zach Drummond. Zach Drummond is getting ever closer to the Tony Kart in front of him. Enzo Tarnvanichkul going very well at the moment. Definitely looking like the hottest young talent from Thailand since Alex Albon, and now he has come all the way from FIA Karting to the Formula 1 paddock. So you can see where the talent leads you to. And Enzo Tarnvanichkul trying his best to hold on from Zach Drummond, but here comes Drummond on the inside. And in the shade of his move, he has already left the door open for Andres Cardenas to get through to 2nd place as well. Tarnvanichkul's going to have to go back to the drawing board. 3rd position for him. Garcia in 4th place. definitely putting on a bit of a squirt of speed. But Zach Drummond pushing on very hard here, now in the lead of the race, holding on from Andres Cardenas, who gives him a little rub for good measure. Down the back straight, here comes the move from Garcia. He's going to move up on the inside of Enzo Tarnvinichkul and squeeze out the tie, but Enzo gets back in on the inside. Lovely move from Tarnvinichkul to defend his position. He's still there in third. So Drummond, Cardenas, Tarnvinichkul, Garcia, Saleh and Molnar, the top 6, still very tight together. And Zach Drummond has not got this race won by a long shot. 2 laps to go. He's got to really work hard here. Cardenas is going to go over the inside line. Tarnvinichkul's going to go with him. The door is left open. Cardenas gets the lead. Drummond nearly on the grass. And through comes Tarnvinichkul to second. Through comes Garcia to third. And this is going to be tough now for Drummond to hold on to the top 5. He holds the inside line to get back in on Molnar. And Molnar's going to get held up. He goes in wide round the outside. Tame Saleh and Aaron Garcia slot themselves into 4th and 5th. Tame Saleh alongside Molnar. Tarnvinichkul back in on the inside of Drummond and gets back into 2nd place with Andres Cardenas, a crucial 0.3 of a second clear. Drummond is trying to keep Garcia at bay now. Garcia will get the switcheroo maneuver as they go side by side. Problems for Molnar. He's going to lose places. 2 carts get through. That is Matveev and Bondarev. They both managed to get past Molnar. Drummond loses out to Garcia. Matveev is up to 5th. Bondarev is up to 6th. 2 superstars charging their way back through the pack. Matveev gonna have a look at Drummond. That's brave. It doesn't work. Bondarev's gonna have the upper hand round the outside. He's gonna storm him down the main straight. Oh! Bondarev and Matveev come together on the main straight. Oh my goodness. Big shunt. Big shunt. Now that is gonna be an instant red flag, and it is. Oh, it's the worst kind of accident. The worst kind of incident when you've got a driver on the main straight and you can't slow the cart down in time because it's on the straight line. Oh dear. The worst kind of accident. You have absolutely no warning of that. The race will be red flagged and it will not be restarted. So Andres Cardenas is going to take the victory in that one from Enzo Tarnvinichkul and Aaron Garcia, but that is of course of secondary importance at the moment. I can tell you that Dmitry Matveev has walked away from the scene, and the marshals and officials are already at the scene to ensure that the correct medical assistance is given to Alexander Dahlstrom and to Alexander Bondarev. So obviously a very tough situation for the drivers in the incident, but obviously the safety crews will do their best to ensure that the drivers receive the correct medical attention and that the protocols are adhered to. The ambulance is already on the course. They will obviously ensure that the drivers receive the correct medical attention. Always a tricky situation when something like that happens on the main straight. A very tough race battle going into the last lap. I can tell you that the provisional results of that race, it's going to be Andres Cardenas who will take the victory in front of Enzo Tarnvinichkul and Aaron Garcia. And Zach Drummond will be in the top 5 along with Martin Molnar, Tame Saleh, Dmitry Matveev. Technically classified as 7th place because his cart did cross the line. So that race will obviously have to be assessed in terms of what the situation is going to be. I can tell you that both drivers are awake and conscious. They are in the hands of the medical team. So they will obviously make sure that everybody is okay. So very important to ensure that the safety protocols are adhered to. They obviously have to ensure that the correct protocols are adhered to. Always a difficult situation when you consider that these are young drivers and they're obviously pushing very hard as they go through. But obviously the situation is very much in the capable hands of the safety teams, and they will ensure that we are in a safer position as we possibly can be. Never an easy situation when you have an incident like that out on the course, and obviously in the FIA Karting European Championship it's always going to be very, very difficult to assess the situation, and there's no point in speculating or showing countless replays of what happened. You obviously have to make sure that the drivers are well looked after in that situation. I can tell you that from my position, I can actually see that the crews are attending to both drivers. The safety teams are already on the scene, so they will obviously make sure that everybody is okay. So while we're waiting, obviously, for that situation to address itself, we're obviously going to move on a little bit as we try and steer focus away from the unfortunateness of what is currently happening out on the circuit. Obviously, I can tell you that the medical teams are there. They are making sure that everybody is A-OK. And I can tell you that both drivers are conscious. They are awake. So that is good news. And obviously, the medical teams are there just making sure that they are in the best capable hands. They will obviously go through the correct protocols and make sure that everybody is OK and safe. So let's move on from that and turn our attention back to the OK senior category, because that is what's going to be next out on track. And with me is the Japanese driver, Hiyu Yamakoshi. Hiyu, it's great to see you, and what a fantastic season you've been having so far.
Yes, thank you. So, very good season now. Yeah, so first time European Championship, so many first try to start, and so tires. I don't know, so good balance. So
you got a microphone there. We want to hear what you're going to say here.
So English no good to me.
Oh, that's fine. You're doing a great job. I can still understand everything you say. You've come into Praga this year.
Yeah.
It's a team that doesn't have a lot of success history in OK, but you've been able to run in the top 5, both Portimao and here.
Thank you. So Portimao is very good. So start and so all qualifying practice and qualifying heat very good. So. But so time is good, so average time so very good, so but so not good to me battle so European Championships now.
But this is good because you mean you're here and you're only doing a half campaign, because I hear apparently this is going to be the last one you do for this season.
Last season?
No, this one.
This
year. Am I right in thinking this is going to be your last weekend in the European Championship, or are you finishing the whole season? I just wondering, are you going to complete the season? Will you be at Kristianstad and will you be at Franciacorta? Are you going to continue the year?
Franciacorta, so I entry so difficult, so I haven't been there. So if I get so visa so many times, so FIA Karting and Champions Future, I want to so entries. So but so now so I haven't been there.
Fair enough. I mean, it's a fantastic competition, and for someone like yourself to come all the way from Japan to race here in the European Championship, I mean, there's a handful of drivers who have done it to good success, but you've come with absolutely no experience of racing in Europe before this and come straight to the front. I mean, are you as surprised as everybody else is about it?
Sorry, so not very good. So.
Are you shocked that you are running towards the front so quickly?
Quickly?
Yeah, because you've come straight in and immediately gone up to the front of the grid. You've been very fast.
Yeah, thank you.
So what do you think is going to... Do you have a good chance of you running into the Super Finals tomorrow? Will we see you at the front?
Super Finals?
Yeah. Do you think we'll see you in the Super Heats tomorrow?
Yeah, Super Heats. I want to go to top 10, so I want to go to final. So if I can go to final, so good. I think so. Good race and good overtake. I can go. Yes, I can. Good
fantastic.
Overtake. Yeah.
Well, look, Hiyu, it's great to hear from you. I know that English isn't your first language, but you've done a fantastic job so far.
Thank you.
So congratulations so far on getting to this stage, and we hope to see you in the Super Finals and the final tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Domo arigato. Good to see you, my friend. And we'll see more great battles from the drivers as we get into the phases later in the day. So obviously we're still under red flag conditions after the incident out on the circuit between Alexander Bondarev, Dmitry Matveev and Alexander Dahlstrom. So obviously we are going to get underway as soon as is humanly possible. We will give you an update as to any further news that is relevant as and when. There is no point speculating on the incidents. I can tell you that both drivers involved in the accident that needed medical attention are awake. They are conscious, so they are in the safe hands of the medical team here at the Circuito Internacional Zuera. It's always a very stressful and difficult situation, so there is absolutely no point to speculate on what may or may not be happening. We just need to allow the medical teams to go through their protocols and safety procedures and make sure that the drivers will be safe and obviously taken care of. So when we get underway racing again, the next race is going to be the qualifying heat, D versus F, and we will keep you abreast of the situation as to when the race will get started once more.
Karting was something that was very close to my heart because in the early, probably 90s, we could see that there was a lack of exposure for young kids. And when we had to get into a racing car, straight into a Formula 3 car or a Formula 4, without the exposure that the kids were getting in many countries, I found it a huge handicap. And that's when I got very involved in trying to ensure that we bring karting to many countries that didn't have this exposure for the young kids to develop their skills. You know, the whole philosophy behind it is to provide a platform to young children to develop the mindset and to understand the engineering portion of it, not just the driving portion of it, and also to work as a fraternity and get competitive from a young age and learn about the whole ecosystem of motorsport. You see, there is a lot of karting going on at different levels in many countries, but the dots are just not connecting up. We need to find strategies which we're working on and how to connect the dots, because CIK is about dealing with karting as a whole and not just in a particular segmented area.
So we are still under red flag conditions here at Circuito Internacional Zuera, as we are obviously tending to the incident that's taken place during the OK Junior qualifying heat E versus F. It is red flagged. It will not be restarted because 5 of the 6 laps were completed. And the provisional results are that Andres Cadenas will be the race victor from Enzo Tarnvinichko and Aaron Garcia. Zach Drummond in 4th place ahead of Martin Molnar, Tame Soleil, Dimitri Matviv, Miguel Costa, Breno Francote and Jimmy Helias. Oliver Kinmark and Edward Robinson from Augustin Sepulveda, Marcel Kaspritsky, Zoe Florescu and Alexander Bondarev from Sandro Perez. Alfie Slater, Alexander Dahlstrom, Nico Lanolati, Chi Newman, the final drivers involved in that last incident. Luvewe Sambudla unable to take the start of any of the races today. Not entirely sure what the reason for that was. But obviously, in an incident that we've just had on the circuit involving 3 drivers, Dimitri Matviv, Alexander Bondarev, and Alexander Dahlstrom, I can tell you that Dimitri Matviv walked away from the scene of the accident. The other 2 drivers are now receiving care and attention from the medical teams. So obviously, we cannot continue racing until the situation has been assessed correctly, and we leave that in the capable hands of the officials. There's obviously a correct protocol and procedure that needs to be adhered to ensure that the race situation plays out correctly. So we will allow the medical teams to do their hard work, and obviously it's an awkward pause, a difficult situation, but obviously the capable hands of the circuit and track staff and the medical teams here will make sure that everybody is in the right place at the right time. and the medical teams are taking care of the situation at the moment. We will be able to go racing again at the appropriate time, but obviously there is going to be a pause in proceedings while that is sorted out. So we will allow the medical teams to continue their protocol. We'll remind you, of course, that there are plenty of FIA karting events coming up in the sporting calendar at this point, because we're obviously going to have some very exciting and very entertaining battles out on the circuit as the drivers are getting themselves ready for the next race. But we could tell you about the FIA Karting calendar at this point, because obviously there's going to be more races to come over the course of proceedings. We will obviously have the first round of the FIA Karting KZ and KZ2 battles, along with the FIA Karting Academy Trophy over the course of the next 2 weeks. That will be taking place at Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. And then, of course, we will have another spectacular race battle taking place for not only for the KZ and KZ2s and Karting Academy Trophy, but the third round of the European Championship will take place at Kristianstad Karting Club in Sweden. And then the fourth round of the European Championship for the direct drive categories, OK and OK Junior, will take place at Cremona in Italy. And we'll have the second round of the FIA Karting European Championship for KZ and KZ2 drivers, and the second round of Academy Trophy. That'll take place at Cremona in Italy. And then the World Championship for KZ and KZ2, along with the Academy Trophy, will take place at Le Mans in France on the first weekend of September. 2 weeks after that will be the Championship of the World for the OK and OK Junior categories in the running for Sarno in Italy. So it's going to be a very interesting battle as the competitors continue out in FIA Karting. So obviously you can stay tuned with everything that's going on at FIAKarting.com and on the official pages for FIA Karting on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. And you can follow everything as it happens. We will allow the safety teams to do what they need to do. There's no point speculating. We just need to allow the safety teams to do what they need to do in the situation.
The Algarve in Portugal. In the shadow of the Formula One circuit at Portimao, where Lewis Hamilton became 7 times world champion in 2020, lies the kart circuit, where the championship he won 20 years previously begins in earnest. 18 of the current 20 Formula One drivers began their journey in FIA karting, and countless more are now racing at Indianapolis, Le Mans, and even further afield. For 140 drivers from all 6 continents worldwide, the FIA Karting European Championship will begin in hot but windy conditions, on a circuit famed for overtaking, slipstreaming, and an immense technical challenge, where limits will be stretched, nerves will be tested, and victory will be harder than ever to attain. For many of these young girls and boys, it'll be their toughest test yet, as the 2022 season begins. 2021 was a near-perfect season in the junior category for Ricky Flynn driver Freddie Slater. A dominant drive at Genk was followed by another at SA, only to be denied by a penalty post-race. Then came a sensational sprint to the line with Harley Keeble at Sarno as they recorded the closest finish in FIA Karting history. And finally came a triumphant win at Zuera to become Junior European Champion. And this year he steps up to the OK category. Last season in OK, Rafael Camara came out of the blocks to take the win at Genk. But from that moment on, the season was Andrea Kimi Antonelli's to command as he triumphed at SA, blitzed the field at home in Sarno and romped to the title at Zuera to become OK champion for the second year running. Rumours suggest he could be back for the KZ World Championship later this year, but there'll be a new OK European champion in 2022. Maria Germano Nito will be our guide around the Portimao circuit as she flies through turn 1 flat on the throttle. Top end speed is critical here, but so too is good balance as you start to decelerate and then brake into turn 2. Then turn 3 kicks the kart sideways, so you need to have strength to correct it. Out of the square left and on the run to the hairpin at 5, a decent and common overtaking spot. A dash of curb on the exit to correct, then you stay on the throttle through the next left, but a slight blip may be needed on the next, just to stay in control. Then another overtaking chance into the double apex left-handers. Once done here, you turn right 3 times as you drop down the hill and the speed increases. The next big stop is a signature overtaking move, turn 12. Dive in and make the kart as wide as possible as the next 2 left-handers are treated as one as the elevation rises and the camber changes. The final 2 corners are where precision counts. Turn into the first with a bit of curb to balance the oversteer, then be strong but fast through the last corner, and you've just lapped the Portimao circuit in rapid fashion.
Karting was something that was very close to my heart because in the early, probably 90s, we could see that there was a lack of exposure for young kids. And when we had to get into a racing car, straight into a Formula 3 car or a Formula 4, without the exposure that the kids were getting in many countries, I found it a huge handicap. And that's when I got very involved in trying to ensure that we bring karting to many countries that didn't have this exposure for the young kids to develop their skills. You know, the whole philosophy behind it is to provide a platform to young children to develop the mindset and to understand the engineering portion of it, not just the driving portion of it, and also to work as a fraternity and get competitive from a young age and learn about the whole ecosystem of motorsport. You see, there is a lot of karting going on at different levels in many countries, but the dots are just not connecting up. We need to find strategies which we're working on and how to connect the dots, because CIK is about dealing with karting as a whole and not just in a particular segmented area.
I was trying to adapt to the pyramid, and obviously there's a lot of existing championships out there, championship organisers, and at the end of the day you need to make sure that we're not taking away from people's current business, but at the same token we need to make sure that we're coming up as the CIK, being the well-governing body, we need to actually be there giving support to the ASNs across the world and actually really giving them a proper structure, a proper pyramid that people can actually follow to get to the very top of what we have here. But then bear in mind at the very base of karting, we've got corporate karting, indoor karting, and really trying to funnel people through. We've seen it over the years. Lots of people want to get right to the top of karting straight away, then leave the sport. And it's really important for sustainability that we cover it across the board, across the band. And I think actually the idea of having these sort of national categories and giving the toolkits, that's the thing, is giving the toolkits to ASNs that they can use and try and develop karting in their different nations across the board.
I'm really thrilled to be back here again and really thrilled to continue this project we have with the FIA and continue as the promoter. I think this year we face a lot of challenges. We've overcome COVID and now we're back here again. We unfortunately have some very unfortunate situations in the world that makes the market very difficult, but we are continuing to push all the time. And together with the new leadership in FIA, with the new president, with the new CIK president, our new vice president, and a new structure in the office, I look forward to see where we're going to push karting to a new level in this year and for years to come. One thing that's very important for us to do is put back that humour and interaction. We need to engage more with the parents, engage more with the teams, engage more with everybody and build our community back and bring back the fans, because we've obviously been behind closed doors for 2 years. Well, one thing we did over Corona was we really worked really hard with television stations and distribution networks. We have a very good partner in a distribution company, and we managed actually now to successfully have 68 channels sign up with 128 territories worldwide, which are now hosting all of our highlight content. And now we are having more and more interest in our live feed, as you said, together with Motorsport TV, and also multiple other channels are taking interest. So for us, our goal is just to build karting and, you know, show it to the world.
For young racing drivers all over the world, this is the pinnacle of the sport. The OK Junior category is the toughest racing competition for young adults in the world, and to reach the final is a major achievement, where the drivers receive a medal presented to them by FIA Karting President Akbar Ibrahim and Vice President John Ryan. But it's also where the pressure truly begins. Dmitry Matveev lines up in pole position beside British star Nathan Tighe for the resurgent Sodi Kart team. In third place is Alexander Bondarev, flying the flag for Ukraine, with René Lammers beside him, continuing the family dynasty. Anatoly Kavalkin will start fifth, with the challenging Energy Course squad in hot pursuit, along with Belgium's Thomas Strauven. The recipe is ready for a tasty race.
Well, obviously I'm trying to be as fast as I can at every single moment, doesn't matter who is standing around me. I'm just trying to get as much as I can out of it. And yeah, this weekend he's also coaching me, so yeah, you never know your speed coming up on the mountain track. Maybe you're very fast, maybe you're very slow, and it's always basically always going to be one underdog that's always fast on a particular track. Last year the level of junior was insanely high. Like everybody, there were some very good drivers there. They're also winning now, and some of them are winning now in OK, and it was a high level. And now I think it's dropped a bit, but yeah, still, a lot of drivers are very fast, and it's always hard to compete.
At the start, the inside line managed to hustle the outside line aside, and Matveev leads from Bondarev and Kavalkin, with Nathan Tighe wrestling valiantly around the outside to secure fourth position by turn 4. The drivers raced hard on the opening lap, but kept it clean and fair. Bondarev was threatening on the second lap, but Kavalkin beat him to it to pass the Ricky Flynn star into second. It didn't take long for Tighe to seize the initiative either, as he made the same move at the same place a lap later. On the next lap, Bondarev tried his best to reclaim the podium spot, but the Sodi Kart driver would not yield. As they started lap 5, the Ukrainian star finally found the gap and sailed past, but the two men up front were already pulling clear. So when would Kavalkin make his move, or would he leave it too late? Tighe would take back the position once again, and Bondarev once more struggled to return the favour. The tension was clearly mounting. With time running out and the gap increasing to the duo ahead, Bondarev had to step it up. But once more, he was denied. On lap 9, he dived for the overtake at turn 12, with Tighe again resisting. And with one final effort, he saw an opportunity and took it into the penultimate turn. But the two of them drifted wide, and it was enough to see both their chances fade, as they lost out to Lammers, and the leaders disappeared. The train that had now developed was long and eager to progress. Strauven took on his teammate and moved into fourth position, whilst Tighe went wheel to wheel with Jules Caranta, and Kirill Dezitiev made up a position, whilst Lewis Werrell duelled with Kirill Kutskov. With 7 laps to go and the fight for the win out of reach, Strauven moved ahead of Lammers, and Tighe stormed up the inside of Bondarev, who ran wide and dropped even further back down the order, much to his growing frustration. But it wasn't over yet. Lammers caught and passed Strauven again, with Tighe looking poised to battle back too. In the closing laps, Kavalkin was still close behind Matveev, But the Koski Motorsport driver had been protecting and managing his tyres and brakes, and he still had the speed to avert his attack. 3 laps to go, and with the fight for third looking likely to be claimed by Lammers, the 2 men behind consolidated a reasonable start to their European campaigns. After pulling a slight gap on the parallel behind him, Matt Vieve could control the final lap with relative ease and won his first and Koski Motorsport's first win at FIA Karting level, a momentous occasion for all concerned. They had won together before, but never as big a win as this. Behind Kavalkin and Lammers, Strauven would stay ahead of Nathan Tai and Kirill Zitiev, with Gilles Caranta, Kirill Kutskov, Martin Molnar and FIA Karting Academy trophy winner Maciej Gledij fighting back to the top 10. With a pair of podiums for Paralin Motorsport and a first FIA win for Koski, it's a stupendous start to the junior season. However, with plenty of drivers who could challenge for the win, there are still plenty of questions unanswered. And with the title fight moving on to Spain, this epic tale has only just begun. But for now, it's time to get busy with the fizzy.
The weekend was full of concentration, and basically all the concurrents were close to me, so it was hard. From the quali I did a really good job because I won the qualifying. I won 4 heats out of 5. In the final I got pole position from the start and got a good start. Probably pulled away a bit. I wasn't looking back, and I was just looking in front to concentrate on my driving. I defended a bit, but just to be sure that I can win, and I succeed, and I'm really happy about that. For sure I want to say really big thank you to Jan and my mechanic Kasper. Okay, basically whole team Koski Motorsport, because they did a brilliant job and setting the car brilliantly, as you can see. So yeah, without them I couldn't actually do anything.
The final was fine. I like always following Dmitry, and I can't overtake him because I little bit mistake before last lap. I feel like good because Zuera is good track for me, and we will see. Thank you for all for support me, and thank you for Paralel Racing Team.
The win was too far for me in the superheat, so I had to start P4 in the final on the outside again. So I dropped back to P6 at the start, and then from P6 I managed to, yeah, they were fighting very hard. Dmitry and Anatoly managed to drive away of everybody in those laps. In the rest of the laps, when I was P3, because Tai and Bondarev, yeah, they were a bit dodgy. Just had to defend for the whole race to stay P3.
It needs a lot of work, a lot of practice. Where we come to test here already 3 weeks ago to find the setups, what we're going to use in the races, and we find the setups that work for everyone, and the result is this one. It's not getting any easier for sure, but of course it helps when you have a win behind you. It's maybe helping mentally for everyone that you know you are able to win the races, and so for sure for the whole team it's a nice thing and it helps, but the work will be still the same or even more.
To progress to the senior category is another huge step up, with a higher top speed and an even more intense physical challenge. Drivers must be 14 during their first competitive season, and not only will they race against fellow rookies and Grand Prix stars of the future, but also the drivers destined to be written into karting legend. It's an all-Tony Kart front row as Ward Racing's Artem Sevrukin lines up beside factory driver Joe Turney. Evan Gilter is third for VDK Racing, beside Ian Eichmans of Belgium. Thomas Stolchemanis of Latvia will start on row 3, beside reigning world champion Tuka Tarpanen. And on row 4, Juho Valtonen starts beside the reigning junior world champion, Kian Nakamura-Berta. With Enzo De Ligny leading the charging pack behind them, the final is set to be the toughest and longest race of the weekend.
I'm really excited for this year. Last year I couldn't complete the whole European Championship as I broke my arm, but hopefully this year I'll do my best and I'll see what I can achieve. Here in the European Championship, every heat you can't make a mistake, you have to do minimal damage and you have to try to stay in that top 5 all weekend, every weekend. It's a lot of hard work put in by the team and everyone just try to stay the best. Obviously I moved up from junior last year to seniors, quite a big difference, much more physical. The senior has more speed, more mid-range, so you have to train a lot more on your neck, especially the corner speed is also much higher. It's increased obviously, I've moved up to the senior category where there's more older people as well, but some of my old competitors who was in junior have also moved up. So it's a little bit more of a mix. It's a mix of the front runners I raced last year and also the more advanced drivers who are senior. I'll just put in the most effort I can, but try my best. Yeah, stay consistently in the top 5, top 3 hopefully. And yeah, we'll see what result I can get.
For once, Joe Turney was able to draw level through turn 1, but as he was squeezed, he had to blip the throttle to avoid contact. The chain reaction sent Tuukka Tarpanen spinning, and a pile-up ensued. Up ahead, the pole sitter Sevrukin settled into an early lead ahead of Gilter, Stoltjemanis and Nakamura-Berta, as Turney was forced to drop back behind the fast-starting Oscar Pedersen. But Joel Bergström was out on the spot, as were Luca Savalisto and Matthias Morgato. Tuukka Tarpanen and Victor Gustafsson would struggle on, the latter eventually retiring. Max Popov would walk back to the pits in disbelief. And Alex Powell would limp back to the pits with a wounded cart and would end his race there and then. Having been given a golden opportunity, Nakamura-Berta set his sights on the podium, passing Stoltjemanis on lap 2. But the leader was already a few kart lengths clear, and Gilter in second position was the Japanese talent's next target. Back in the pits, all former KZ2 European champion Gustafsson could do was tell his mechanic what happened. After 6 more laps of patience and smooth driving, the writing appeared to be on the wall, as the trio fighting for second couldn't quite do enough to catch the World Racing driver up front. So it was inevitable that something needed to change. Thomas Stoltjemanis repeated the move that Nakamura-Berta had made on him, to reclaim third place. But Pedersen and Turney were gaining ground rapidly. Turney had recovered well after his earlier problems, and a swift move on lap 9 sent him ahead of Pedersen. But the British driver's charge was just getting started. A lap later, and Stoltjemanis had finally caught Gilter, and the energy course swept past with the signature move at turn 12, with Nakamura-Berta nearly joining him. Lap 12, and in the slipstream, the Japanese star gained sufficient ground to sweep past Gilter, with a podium finish still possible in his first FIA senior weekend. But Gilter wouldn't stand for that, and as he retaliated, they both drifted wide, allowing Turney and Pedersen to sweep past them both. The attrition rate was particularly high in Portugal. Rafael Modenese joined Gabriel Gomez on the sidelines, as the retirement list rose to 8. And just a few laps later, Karel Pazovic on the Virolart would join them after his own incident on track. Stoltjemanis was doing everything he could to gain on Sevrukin and started to close in. But little did he know, he had a front fairing out of position, which would cost him a podium finish post-race. The World Racing driver out front was flawless throughout. But Turney pushed hard to close up, ruining the time lost on the opening lap, as without it, he could easily have challenged for the victory on track. By the final lap, the Latvian had caught the race leader and was determined to push the World Racing pilot into a mistake. But with only 1 lap remaining and half a second to gain, it wasn't enough time, and the energy course would finish behind the Tony car. As the checkered flag flew, the top three remained in position, with the drivers in second and third left wondering what might have been, as Sevrukin had led every lap without drama. As the Ward Racing team celebrated, Stolchemanis learned his fate, and it would promote Turney to second, and Oscar Pedersen would inherit his maiden podium. Nakamura Berta would be fourth on his FIA senior debut, ahead of Gilter and Enzo De Ligny. Stolchemanis was eventually awarded seventh, ahead of Freddie Slater, Ian Eichmans and the flying Finn Juho Valtonen. The FIA immediately launched a post-race investigation into the conduct during the OK final podium ceremony, and therefore the results remain provisional, pending an official review. But at least Rebecca Ward could lift the winning team manager's trophy for Ward Racing on her birthday.
Yeah, another good weekend. A strong weekend 2 weekends ago, and winning a lot of heats throughout the 2 weekends, but always Artem was winning his at the same time. That was the problem. So he started second in the final. Speed was good, but had not a great start. So yeah, another good weekend. Not quite on the top, but a lot of confidence for the next races. Yeah, I think the material is obviously working really well. We've been on the podium, I think, in the last 5 races, and you can look at the results and see that the material works well. So there's no reason to say why it won't work at those tracks as well. So I think we have a lot of confidence as a team and as a group to go ahead and produce some good results at the next few races.
It has been a tough weekend. We was good in qualifying, but in the qualifying heats we struggled a bit to find the pace and have a problem with the tire wear. But then I just kept my head down and know that in the final with the new tires I was going to be fast. So yeah, just worked my way up there. And then obviously we were a bit lucky that Thomas had a front penalty, so I ended up in third.
Everybody is really hard working and trying their best in any situation. And I am just proud that everybody is focusing on the same things, and things have fallen our way this past 2 weeks, and we hope it can continue like that. For this race we managed to prepare well before the race, and that we cannot do for Zuera, so we have now we are everybody on the equal terms for next weekend, because practically nobody have been there for a serious test before the race, and that will be a much harder occasion than it was here, because here we were a little bit in advance and had an advantage for that. But for the next coming races it will be very hard, but we are confident and we have prepared well, and I think we can managing the situation as good as we have a capacity to do.
So in the season opener at Portimao, it's the Scandinavian teams that have stormed into victory lane, with Koski Motorsport and Ward Racing reaping the rewards of hard work and basking in the achievement. But this is only the beginning. Today, they can celebrate. But tomorrow, the hard work begins all over again. In one of the toughest championships in motorsport, teams have returned to the front, new faces have emerged, and new challenges will face the competitors in the days and weeks ahead. The circus never sleeps in European karting, as the teams will now pack down their awnings and drive the trucks for 14 hours to reach the north of Spain. The second round of the European Championship sees the return of the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, where the fight for the European crown continues. Who will be triumphant, and what battles will the drivers have to fight? Tune in next time to find out. After weeks of uncertainty surrounding the world pandemic, the FIA Karting World Championship will be held at Karting Center Campillos, near the seaside resort of Malaga in Spain. When plans to race in Brazil fell apart due to the COVID-19 outbreak, Campillos was given the mammoth task of hosting a World Championship with 4 weeks preparation. The circuit not only came through, but with flying colours, and both drivers and teams alike will have their own mountains to climb on a circuit they've never competed at, with varying changes of camber and elevation in changeable weather against a breathtaking backdrop. It couldn't be better for the pinnacle event of the World Karting calendar. This is my first time at an official meeting and moreover in the FIA Karting World Championship. It's the first time I've had the opportunity to go to such an event since I arrived at the FIA, and I must admit that I'm quite impressed by the number of participants there are, and we know how difficult it was to organise this event given the current period that we are experiencing. And then I would say the enthusiasm that there is everywhere in the paddock, whether it is at the level of the competitors themselves, but also at the level of the organisation in the broad sense. Karting is really the cornerstone of a whole part of the FIA strategy. Indeed, it is the basis of motorsport, and we want to develop it further. Moreover, we have a strategic plan that we are in the process of developing, so as to extend this base even further, and to make it a discipline of access, really, and of initiation to motorsports on the one hand, but also, why not, to road safety. So there is really an extremely important role on both the sporting and mobility sides for the FIA, and we really want to develop this as much as possible. Pedro Hilbrand will guide us around Karting Center Campillos. Up to turn 1, easy to get wrong, hard to get right, as the apex will kick you straight into the second corner and you start the climb up the hill towards the tight and twisty hairpin section. Into the left, grab some curb and tuck the kart back round to the right, which goes on for the next 3 corners. This is the highest point on the circuit, and the drop helps you accelerate. Stay flat through the next long right-hander, then take care on the brakes as the kart starts to drift away. Hop down through the hairpin and then on to the back straight. A good exit should give you a good overtaking chance, but then brake hard for the left hairpin and be careful on exit. Blend the throttle out through the right to achieve the best mechanical grip. Back on the power, flat out all the way down the hill, and then be gradual but firm on the brakes so that the kart responds directly into the right. The kart will slide a little into the left if you are not prepared, but you can correct on the exit neatly to finish the final right on the power and complete an extraordinary lap of this new venue. Circuit owner Martin Ruvers tells us more.
For us it's a great pleasure to have our first FIA event ever. 1 month ago, it was all short time. We got a call from the FIA if we would be interested to host the event, if possibly we could do this event, and my first answer of course was no, that's in 1 month we can't do this. After 10 minutes thinking, I called Mr. Geidel back. I was like, yeah, let's do it, let's go for it. So, and here we are 4 weeks after, 4 weeks of no sleep, of lots of work, of organization and modifying parts and get the best infrastructure possible for this event and to make everybody happy during this day. So our paddock was made in one direction that maybe all the big teams will fit, so as we have done always national races, so the big teams have a little bit different structures, so making a plan and drawing on a piece of paper on how we can fit them all. So we decided to maximize the paddock space. Even somebody at the FIA, the first day they arrived, was like, it's maybe the first time we got to a paddock where 80% is positive about the track where we are. Of course we have a different track. We always knew that our layout is, well, I've been in karting many years and I think we have a very pretty layout with the level changes, and it's challenging. And now with the new asphalt that we did this year, it makes it even better than it was already. I'm very happy that everybody is, I only get good comments, and that's very pleaseful.
Rain has arrived just in time for the start of the toughest race of the year, and after a handshake from FIA President Felipe Massa, it's time to go to battle. Freddie Slater is fighting back after a mechanical problem in the heats, whilst Thomas Stolchemanis will be on the front row alongside pole sitter David Walter. James Igotzi was unbeaten on Saturday, but the change in weather caught him out in the final heat. And with unpredictability very much a factor now, emerging talents such as Kian Nakamura-Berta and Dmitry Matveev could well show their hand, as nothing is certain heading into the World Championship showdown. Freddie Slater spent 2021 cementing his authority as the world champion from last year by sealing a title-winning campaign in the European Championship. Victory at Genk started the season well, but after a post-race penalty at Aulnay-le-Bois, victory was then handed to his Brazilian opponent Matias Ferreira, meaning the title was still open. Next came a thrilling fight to the line with Harley Keeble in Sarno, which went in the Tony Kart driver's favour by the smallest of margins. But the perfect tonic was for Slater to seal the win at Zuera, to claim both junior titles in 12 months. Now his objective is clear. He wants to seal back-to-back World Junior titles, which no racing driver has ever done before. There were no disasters into turn 1 for the leading trio, but James Igotzi was held up and Keanu Alazari and Alex Powell were edged out by the chasing pack, allowing Kian Nakamura-Berta into 4th place behind Walter, Stolchemanis and Saita. As the drivers climbed a hill, Max Popov stormed back on the inside at the hairpin to retake 4th from Nakamura-Berta, with Freddie Slater already up to 6th. Meanwhile, Matias Ferreira was out on the opening lap, ending a disappointing slump in the talented Brazilian's year. Stolchemanis was on the warpath early on and grabbed the lead on the second half of the lap, but the Dane hung on valiantly to maintain second before the Norwegian Marcus Saeter could steal it away. So now it was Thomas Stolchemanis leading from David Walter and Saeter, with Kian Nakamura-Berta in 4th ahead of Popov and Slater. As Saeter quested to move up to second, Walter defended his position without hesitation. Elsewhere, it was all over for Frenchman Jimmy Helias after a spin in the final corner in the tricky conditions. Then came the fight back for Slater. He pounced beautifully on Popov to storm his way into 5th position, and there was enough of a gap left open for Jonathan Waywat to try his luck too, and the move was done, with Ian Eichmans joining him. Slater was going to need to be decisive to move up, and his move on Nakamura-Berta into turn 1 was that of a man who knew he had to be ruthless but also delicate. It was a textbook move, and now he was 4th. Unfortunately, Kirill Kutskov's day ended with a pirouette in one of the worst places on the track to be caught out. He was unhurt, but very frustrated to be running home early. Next up on Slater's hit list was Saeter, and he grabbed the upper hand on the Norwegian on lap 3 to move back into the podium positions. On the sidelines, James Igotzi had sadly retired too, as did his teammate Arthur Dorisson. But now that Slater was making his way through the pack, Kian Nakamura-Berta was following in his footsteps and doing the same. The Belgian star Eichmans made an audacious move on Waywat and made it stick in spectacular fashion at the top of the hill. But it was game over for Keanu Alazari, one of the stars of the weekend, who after a brilliant 3-lap charge back to the top 10 was robbed of a result. And he wasn't the only one, as Daniel Wahlberg and Enzo Tanvanitschku crashed out in sympathy. Now Slater was duelling with Walter, and both men fought resolutely to claim the place, and it would take a few corners to settle the dispute. But Slater would not yield, and he made his final move at the highest point on track. Despite his retaliation, Walter had to concede the position. Stolchemanis knew it wouldn't be long before Slater was making a bid for the lead, but even he didn't think the British driver would make such a bold and spectacular move on only lap 6. Now the Englishman was leading once again. Kian Nakamura-Berta was managing his tyres beautifully and took 3rd position away from Walter on the next lap. A master in these conditions, the Japanese youngster was the only driver lapping at a similar rate to the new leader. In only a couple of laps, he had gained enough ground on Stolchemanis to start the attack. His initial bid informed the Latvian he was a threat, but realistically, the move was never going to work. A lap later, and a more traditional overtaking spot played into the Forza Racing driver's hands as he grabbed the position and was now in hot pursuit of Freddie Slater. And now he had a sniff of a victory. It looked apparent that his opponent's front fairing had come loose, and with it would come a 5-second penalty. If he could pull more than 5 seconds clear at the flag, he would still claim the win. Stoltjermanis and Walter were left to duel amongst themselves, and the Danish driver was ruthless to make the move onto the podium. But both men would yet be troubled by another, as Anatoly Kavalkin was reeling them in. So Stoltjermanis fought back and reclaimed the position. But the more they battled, the closer the Parolin chassis behind them was looming. Walter grabbed the place back again into the left-hand hairpin at the summit. But Stoltjermanis bounced straight back, and as he dropped a wheel off the curb, the energy course veered wildly into the side of Walter's kart. They both held on, and it was the Latvian who emerged triumphant. This was becoming a ferocious struggle, and Kavalkin was content to let it all unfold as he gained more and more time. The battle became closer still, and Walter made another big move. But now, crucially, Kavalkin was close enough to become a problem. So now the Latvian had to defend instead of attack, and that gave Walter the breathing space he needed. Only a few corners later, and Kavalkin was up to 4th. But could he make it to the rostrum? Walter was desperate to pull clear, but he looked vulnerable, and at the first sniff of a chance, Kavalkin pounced miraculously to grab the final step of the podium with a bold and brilliant move. Walter's teammate Dmitry Matveev was not so fortunate, as his World Championship ended on the mud. But Slater was pushing hard, the gap staying steady between 3 and 4 seconds throughout the race, not enough to win with a loose front fairing. With one final effort, he drove harder than he ever had, edging a few extra tenths of a second per sector to finish the job his way. The Japanese driver was pushing too though, and it was tough to know which of the two would emerge as world champion. His countryman would have to wait for glory, as Shutazono parked his energy course heading into the final lap. Slater had driven masterfully to complete the perfect comeback and the perfect drive. But alas, the front fairing was indeed loose, and the gap was only 4.7 seconds. That meant that Kian Nakamura-Berta was now junior world champion from Slater and Kavalkin. Walter and Stoltjermanis held off Saita, whilst Popov and Waywat were joined in the top 10 by Dion Gauda and Miguel Costa. The pain of losing a world championship in such a manner was hard to imagine. But as the world watched Freddie Slater's anguish, the British star was heroic in defeat, despite the obvious hardship. Forza Racing was celebrating, as Kian Nakamura-Berta became the first Japanese driver and the first Asian since Alexander Albon to become junior world champion. It was a brilliant end to a strong season for Parolin Motorsport, with young Anatoly Kavalkin sharing the honour on the podium. But now, at last, it was time to celebrate. The race was very good. After the start, I was in a bit of a bad condition because two of the Ricky Flynn teammates had been pushing me a bit, but I eventually left them. From then I was concentrating hard, and I started to increase my pace, one by one, to overtake the others. It was really amazing. I'd like to thank everyone for helping and supporting me to get to this stage.
Yeah, it's been an amazing season in OKJ. 2 more races to go, but yeah, it's been good so far in the FIA, so yeah, I'm really proud of what I've done, and yeah, it would have been nice to take the double, but yeah, we've got 2 titles at the moment, so I'm ready to go take 2 more in senior.
In the start of the race, I wasn't up to pace as much. Then slowly, as the race progressed, I managed to get the pace back up, and just an amazing feeling right now. Have no emotions, but I came into this weekend hoping for the best, and we managed to get the top.
A really tough final. Massive respect to Freddie and to Ricky for the job that he did on track. Obviously, that's how racing goes at the minute, but also to Kian, to keep in there, keep consistent, maintain that gap. Yeah, incredible feeling at the end to realise he managed to sort of keep in the time gap and win the title.
Yes, I'm definitely happy to be here in Campilhos. It was quite a tricky situation, because we had to cancel Brazil. But I mean, I think everything was in the good way, to have a good championship. We have a lot of problem with the COVID in many different countries, and for sure that was a tough job for all of us. So I'm sure we're gonna have a top level championship, and it will be a good show as well for the competition, the fights, and that's what we want to see. I think karting needs to be better promotion, to show the people in the many different levels, even in the different events, for example, Formula 1, Formula E, many different events. I think you always need to have the way to promote karting for the people, for the kids, for even the people that is just love, not professional, but I mean they really love to have a lap, in the karting. So I think the promotion it needs to be better, and I'm sure it will be with our ideas. So I'm really looking forward for the big evolution karting next year, but also talking about the next 5 years, many new things coming up.
There are so many contenders for the World Championship that it's impossible to know who will have the best chance to lift the title. Hugo Ugochukwu has been strong all weekend, but then so has young Swedish ace Oscar Pedersen. But the surprise of the weekend has been Brazilian newcomer Gabriel Gomez, who clinched pole position in timed qualifying in phenomenal fashion. So with the established guard of Rafael Camara, Arvid Lindblad and Nikola Tsoloff behind him, and the likes of Tuka Tarpanen and Luigi Coluccio also in the mix, could there be a shock new winner? 2021 has been about the Kart Republic stars, led by Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and despite a poor start, which saw Rafael Camara grab a precious win in Belgium, the Italian would then romp to 3 emphatic victories, and with it, the European Championship, scoring all but 2 of the maximum points available. Arvid Lindblad and Nikola Tsoloff were amongst those who ran the Italian close, but they just couldn't defeat him. Now the Italian sensation has moved on to car racing, and last year's winner Callum Bradshaw isn't returning either. So who will step forward to become World Karting Champion? As the drivers stormed into turn 1, there was a lot of jockeying for position as the drivers wrestled for grip. The big mover was Rafael Camara, who managed to make up several places through the uphill climb. He would make an incredible overtake on Gabriel Gomez and take Tuka Tarpanen along for the ride as they sailed through the triple right in the first sector behind Ugochukwu. But as Arvid Lindblad and Luigi Coluccio pursued the CRG driver, Gomez would run out of road on the outside line and tumble down through the field. A brilliant weekend's work undone in one corner. At the end of the first lap, Camara found the smallest gap in history to pass Ugochukwu for the lead, determined to put the Brazilian flag on the top step of the podium. There were battles everywhere you looked. Daniel Briz versus Oscar Pedersen and Luigi Coluccio versus Norton Andreasen, with the Italian winning the duel down the hill. But the Swede wasn't settling for that, and the Ward Racing driver attacked again over the curbs in the hairpin. But the Cosmic Ace was wise to that manoeuvre. Meanwhile, Tarpanen was now level with Ugochukwu and finding it difficult to overtake. At least he was still on the road. Matthias Morgato wasn't, as Biralarp's weekend had gone from bad to worse. Then Tarpanen hoodwinked Ugochukwu beautifully, He backed out of the entry to the right-hander and accelerated strongly through the exit to leave no doubt as to who was now in second place. It was all going wrong for Ugachukwu, as now his teammate Arvid Lindblad was hustling him for position 2, and the American was now off the podium. Kamara was defending valiantly to keep the Finn at bay, but there was no stopping the Tony Kart youngster, who made a phenomenal overtake into the right hairpin in the second sector. The Finn was now on the crest of history, as he could become the first Finnish world champion. Things quickly unravelled for Kamara, as first Arvid Lindblad caught and passed his Kart Republic teammate, promoting the Red Bull Junior to second. Just a lap later, and with Lindblad long gone, Ugachukwu then moved ahead into third place. And within an instant, Coluccio had stolen fourth position too. Something wasn't right. It was clear that a mechanical problem was developing, and by the time the Brazilian had lost a dozen more places, the writing was on the wall, and Rafael Kamara would return to the pits and retire from the World Championship. Later on, and Coluccio had caught Ugachukwu to grab his first World Championship podium since 2018. But could he stay there? Slater had been dominant in the junior race, but nothing quite like Tarpanen in the OK final. The race was the Finns to command, and he emulated last year's winner Callum Bradshaw with a dominant drive ahead of the pack. Lindblad was set for a fifth visit to the podium, but he too was carrying a front fairing penalty, and the 5 seconds added afterwards would drop him to third. That was to the benefit of Luigi Coluccio, who, having dispensed with Ugachukwu, was now on his own and about to inherit the vice world champion status. But having seen Heikki Kovalainen, Juho Valtonen and Auro Vainio score a podium in the World Championship, Finland was about to go one better. Last year, he'd been the junior vice world champion. Now, Tuukka Tarpanen was the world champion. The new Flying Finn was the hero of Campios, and it could be the first of many World Championship successes for the lovable young star. Behind Coluccio and Lindblad, Ugachukwu held off Nikola Tsolov and Artem Severukin, with Joe Turney ahead of Ruben Moya, Juho Valtonen and former world champion Pedro Hiltbrand. Finland has waited over 50 years for their first karting world champion, and now they can celebrate one of the youngest ever after a sensational display. With Coluccio and Lindblad sharing the spoils on the podium, it's a welcome return for the Italian after a 3-year hiatus, and Lindblad ensures he scores silverware in every single FIA OK Senior race he started. An astonishing end to the season for the Red Bull youngster.
I'm really happy with the result. I was second on the road, but unfortunately got a bumper penalty, so I was third. But to be on the podium again is really good. I'm really happy with that. The consistency this year has been really solid, and it's just testament to the fact of how good the package has been this year. I'm really grateful to everyone at KR for their support to give me a package good enough to compete at the front week in, week out in different conditions, different circuits.
The track was very hard now to drive. It was super slippery, and we need to find the right pressure. It was really important. So I just managed to finish the race in the best way I can. 3 years ago I was third in the same category. Now I'm vice world champion, and I'm super happy. Also for the team, we worked so hard and we deserve it.
First Finnish world champion, it has been a bit difficult year, but finally I got it what I need. Yeah, it has been really difficult condition. Also not so fast all the time, but we improved and I won.
I think he grew a lot during this weekend, means not just in performance, but how to know the track, how to know all the feeling with the track and also with the material too. So and also the team do a quite good job to follow his way and him to follow our way. So I think together we do a great job. He growing with us during the weekend, I think.
So, Kian Nakamura-Berta and Tuukka Tarpanen are now the new kings of the sport and will forever be members of the FIA Karting Hall of Fame. But just as the 2021 season draws to a close, the teams will begin work again, as the European Championship will return in April at Portimao in Portugal. So until then, adios amigos! The Algarve in Portugal. In the shadow of the Formula One circuit at Portimao, where Lewis Hamilton became 7 times world champion in 2020, lies the kart circuit, where the championship he won 20 years previously begins in earnest. 18 of the current 20 Formula One drivers began their journey in FIA karting, and countless more are now racing at Indianapolis, Le Mans, and even further afield. For 140 drivers from all 6 continents worldwide, the FIA Karting European Championship will begin in hot but windy conditions, on a circuit famed for overtaking, slipstreaming, and an immense technical challenge, where limits will be stretched, nerves will be tested, and victory will be harder than ever to attain. For many of these young girls and boys, it'll be their toughest test yet, as the 2022 season begins. 2021 was a near-perfect season in the junior category for Ricky Flynn driver Freddie Slater. A dominant drive at Genk was followed by another at SA, only to be denied by a penalty post-race. Then came a sensational sprint to the line with Harley Keeble at Sarno, as they recorded the closest finish in FIA karting history. And finally came a triumphant win at Zuera to become junior European champion. And this year he steps up to the OK category. Last season in OK, Rafael Camara came out of the blocks to take the win at Genk. But from that moment on, the season was Andrea Kimi Antonelli's to command, as he triumphed at SA, blitzed the field at home in Sarno, and romped to the title at Zuera to become OK champion for the 2nd year running. Rumours suggest he could be back for the KZ World Championship later this year, but there'll be a new OK European champion in 2022. Maria Germano Nito will be our guide around the Portimao circuit as she flies through turn 1 flat on the throttle. Top end speed is critical here, but so too is good balance as you start to decelerate and then brake into turn 2. Then turn 3 kicks the kart sideways, so you need to have strength to correct it. Out of the square left and on the run to the hairpin at 5, a decent and common overtaking spot. A dash of curve on the exit to correct, then you stay on the throttle through the next left, but a slight blip may be needed on the next, just to stay in control. Then another overtaking chance into the double apex left-handers. Once done here, you turn right 3 times as you drop down the hill and the speed increases. The next big stop is a signature overtaking move, turn 12. Dive in and make the kart as wide as possible as the next 2 left-handers are treated as one as the elevation rises and the camber changes. The final 2 corners are where precision counts. Turn into the first with a bit of curb to balance the oversteer, then be strong but fast through the last corner, and you've just lapped the Portimao circuit in rapid fashion.
Karting was something that was very close to my heart because in the early, probably 90s, we could see that there was a lack of exposure for young kids. And when we had to get into a racing car, straight into a Formula 3 car or Formula 4, without the exposure that the kids were getting in many countries, I found it a huge handicap. And that's when I got very involved in trying to ensure that we bring karting to many countries that didn't have this exposure for the young kids to develop their skills. You know, the whole philosophy behind it is to provide a platform to young children to develop the mindset and to understand the engineering portion of it, not just the driving portion of it, and also to work as a fraternity and get competitive from a young age and learn about the whole ecosystem of motorsport. You see, there is a lot of karting going on at different levels in many countries, but the dots are just not connecting up. We need to find strategies which we're working on and how to connect the dots, because CIK is about dealing with karting as a whole and not just in a particular segmented area.
And was trying to adapt to the pyramid. And obviously there's a lot of existing championships out there, championship organisers, and at the end of the day you need to make sure that we're not taking away from people's current business, but at the same token we need to make sure that we're coming up as the CIK, being the world governing body. We need to actually be there giving support to the ASNs across the world and actually really giving them a proper structure, a proper pyramid that people can actually follow to get to the very top of what we have here. But then bear in mind at the very base of karting, we've got corporate karting, indoor karting, and really trying to funnel people through. We've seen it over the years. Lots of people want to get right to the top of karting straight away, then leave the sport. And it's really important for sustainability that we cover it across the board, across the band. And I think actually the idea of having these sort of national categories and giving the toolkits, that's the thing, is giving the toolkits to ASNs that they can use and try and develop karting in their different nations across the board.
I'm really thrilled to be back here again and really thrilled to continue this project we have with the FIA and continue as the promoter. I think this year we face a lot of challenges. We've overcome COVID and now we're back here again. We unfortunately have some very unfortunate situations in the world that makes the market very difficult, but we are continuing to push all the time. And together with the new leadership in FIA, with the new president, with the new CIK president, our new vice president, and a new structure in the office, I look forward to see where we're going to push karting to a new level in this year and for years to come. One thing that's very important for us to do is put back that humour and interaction. We need to engage more with the parents, engage more with the teams, engage more with everybody and build our community back and bring back the fans, because we've obviously been behind closed doors for 2 years. Well, one thing we did over Corona was we really worked really hard with television stations and distribution networks. We have a very good partner in a distribution company, and we managed actually now to successfully have 68 channels sign up with 128 territories worldwide, which are now hosting all of our highlight content. And now we are having more and more interest in our live feed, as you said, together with Motorsport TV, and also multiple other channels are taking interest. So for us, our goal is just to build karting and show it to the world.
For young racing drivers all over the world, this is the pinnacle of the sport. The OK Junior category is the toughest racing competition for young adults in the world, and to reach the final is a major achievement, where the drivers receive a medal presented to them by FIA Karting President Akbar Ibrahim and Vice President John Ryan. But it's also where the pressure truly begins. Dimitri Matveev lines up in pole position beside British star Nathan Tighe for the resurgent Sodi Kart team. In third place is Alexander Bondarev, flying the flag for Ukraine, with René Lammers beside him, continuing the family dynasty. Anatoly Kavalkin will start fifth, with the challenging Energy Course squad in hot pursuit, along with Belgium's Thomas Strauven. The recipe is ready for a tasty race.
Well, obviously I'm trying to be as fast as I can at every single moment, doesn't matter who is standing around me and around me. I'm just trying to get as much as I can out of it. And yeah, this weekend he's also coaching me, so yeah, you never know your speed coming up on the mountain track. Maybe you're very fast, maybe you're very slow, and it's basically always going to be one underdog that's always fast on a particular track. Last year the level of junior was insanely high. Like everybody, there were some very good drivers there. They're also winning now, and some of them are winning now in OK, and it was a high level. And now I think it's dropped a bit, but yeah, still a lot of drivers are very fast, and it's always hard to compete.
At the start, the inside line managed to hustle the outside line aside, and Matveev leads from Bondarev and Kavalkin, with Nathan Tighe wrestling valiantly around the outside to secure fourth position by turn 4. The drivers raced hard on the opening lap, but kept it clean and fair. Bondarev was threatening on the second lap, but Kavalkin beat him to it to pass the Ricky Flynn star into second. It didn't take long for Ty to seize the initiative either, as he made the same move at the same place a lap later. On the next lap, Bondarev tried his best to reclaim the podium spot, but the Sodi kart driver would not yield. As they started lap 5, the Ukrainian star finally found the gap and sailed past, but the two men up front were already pulling clear. So when would Kavalkin make his move, or would he leave it too late? Ty would take back the position once again, and Bondarev once more struggled to return the favour. The tension was clearly mounting. With time running out and the gap increasing to the duo ahead, Bondarev had to step it up. But once more, he was denied. On lap 9, he dived for the overtake at turn 12, with Ty again resisting. And with one final effort, he saw an opportunity and took it into the penultimate turn. But the two of them drifted wide, and it was enough to see both their chances fade, as they lost out to Lammers, and the leaders disappeared. The train that had now developed was long and eager to progress. Strauven took on his teammate and moved into 4th position, whilst Ty went wheel to wheel with Jules Caranta, and Kirill Dezitiev made up a position, whilst Louis Werrell duelled with Kirill Kutskov. With 7 laps to go and the fight for the win out of reach, Strauven moved ahead of Lammers, and Ty stormed up the inside of Bondarev, who ran wide and dropped even further back down the order, much to his growing frustration. But it wasn't over yet. Lammers caught and passed Strauven again, with Ty looking poised to battle back too. In the closing laps, Kavalkin was still close behind Matveev, but the Koski Motorsport driver had been protecting and managing his tyres and brakes, and he still had the speed to avert his attack. 3 laps to go, and with the fight for third looking likely to be claimed by Lammers, the two men behind consolidated a reasonable start to their European campaigns. After pulling a slight gap on the Paralin behind him, Matveev could control the final lap with relative ease, and won his first and Koski Motorsport's first win at FIA Karting level, a momentous occasion for all concerned. They had won together before, but never as big a win as this. Behind Kavalkin and Lammers, Strauven would stay ahead of Nathan Ty and Kirill Dezitiev, with Jules Caranta, Kirill Kutskov, Martin Molnar, and FIA Karting Academy trophy winner Maciej Gledij fighting back to the top 10. With a pair of podiums for Paralin Motorsport and a first FIA win for Koski, it's a stupendous start to the junior season. However, with plenty of drivers who could challenge for the win, there are still plenty of questions unanswered. And with the title fight moving on to Spain, this epic tale has only just begun. But for now, it's time to get busy with the fizzy.
The weekend was full of concentration, and basically all the concurrents were close to me, so it was hard. From the quali, I did a really good job because I won the qualifying. I won 4 hits out of 5. In the final, I got pole position from the start and got a good start. Probably pulled away a bit. I wasn't looking back, and I was just looking in front to concentrate on my driving. I defended a bit, but just to be sure that I can win. And I succeed, and I'm really happy about that. For sure, I want to say really big thank you to Jan and my mechanic Kasper. Okay, basically whole team Koski Motorsport, because they did a brilliant job and setting the car brilliantly, as you can see. So yeah, without them I couldn't actually do anything.
The final was fine. I like always following Dmitry, and I can't overtook him because I little bit mistake before last lap. I feel like good because Zuera is good track for me, and we will see. Thank you for all for support me, and thank you for Parallel Racing Team.
The win was too far for me in the superheat, so I had to start P4 in the final on the outside again. So I dropped back to P6 at the start, and then from P6 I managed to, they were fighting very hard. Dimitri and Anatoly managed to drive away with everybody in those laps. In the rest of the laps, when I was P3, because Ty and Bondarev, they were a bit dodgy. Just had to defend for the whole race to stay P3.
It needs a lot of work, a lot of practice here. We come to test here already 3 weeks ago to find the setups, what we're going to use in the races, and we find the setups that work for everyone, and the result is this one. It's not getting any easier for sure, but of course it helps when you have a win behind you. It's maybe helping mentally for everyone that you know you are able to win the races, and so for sure for the whole team it's a nice thing and it helps, but the work will be still the same or even more.
To progress to the senior category is another huge step up, with a higher top speed and an even more intense physical challenge. Drivers must be 14 during their first competitive season, and not only will they race against fellow rookies and Grand Prix stars of the future, but also the drivers destined to be ridden into karting legend. It's an all-Tony Kart front row as Ward Racing's Artem Sevrukin lines up beside factory driver Joe Turney. Evan Gilter is third for VDK Racing, beside Ian Eichmans of Belgium. Thomas Stolchemanis of Latvia will start on row 3, beside reigning world champion Tuka Tarpanen. And on row 4, Juho Valtonen starts beside the reigning junior world champion Kian Nakamura-Berta. With Enzo Deligny leading the charging pack behind them, the final is set to be the toughest and longest race of the weekend.
I'm really excited for this year. Last year I couldn't complete the whole European Championship as I broke my arm, but hopefully this year I'll do my best and I'll see what I can achieve. Here in the European Championship, every heat you can't make a mistake, you have to do minimal damage, and you have to try to stay in that top 5 all weekend, every weekend. It's a lot of hard work put in by the team, and everyone just try to stay the best. Obviously I moved up from junior last year to seniors. Quite a big difference, much more physical. The senior has more speed, more mid-range, so you have to train a lot more on your neck, especially the corner speed is also much higher. It's increased, obviously. I've moved up to the senior category where there's more older people as well, but some of my old competitors who was in junior have also moved up, so it's a little bit more of a mix. It's a mix of the front runners I raced last year and also the more advanced drivers who are senior. I'll just put in the most effort I can, but try my best. Stay consistently in the top 5, top 3 hopefully, and we'll see what result I can get.
For once, Joe Turney was able to draw level through turn 1, but as he was squeezed, he had to blip the throttle to avoid contact. The chain reaction sent Tuka Tarpanen spinning, and a pile-up ensued. Up ahead, the pole sitter Sevrukin settled into an early lead ahead of Gilter, Stolchemanis and Nakamura-Berta, as Turney was forced to drop back behind the fast-starting Oscar Pedersen. But Joel Bergström was out on the spot, as were Luca Savalisto and Matthias Morgato. Tuka Tarpanen and Victor Gustafsson would struggle on, the latter eventually retiring. Max Popov would walk back to the pits in disbelief. And Alex Powell would limp back to the pits with a wounded kart and would end his race there and then. Having been given a golden opportunity, Nakamura-Berta set his sights on the podium, passing Stolchemanis on lap 2. But the leader was already a few kart lengths clear, and Gilter in second position was the Japanese talent's next target. Back in the pits, all former KZ2 European champion Gustafsson could do was tell his mechanic what happened. After 6 more laps of patience and smooth driving, the writing appeared to be on the wall, as the trio fighting for second couldn't quite do enough to catch the Ward Racing driver up front. So it was inevitable that something needed to change. Thomas Stolchemanis repeated the move that Nakamura Berta had made on him, to reclaim 3rd place. But Pedersen and Turney were gaining ground rapidly. Turney had recovered well after his earlier problems, and a swift move on lap 9 sent him ahead of Pedersen. But the British driver's charge was just getting started. A lap later, and Stolchemanis had finally caught Gilter, and the energy course swept past with the signature move at turn 12, with Nakamura Berta nearly joining him. Lap 12, and in the slipstream, the Japanese star gained sufficient ground to sweep past Gilter, with a podium finish still possible in his first FIA senior weekend. But Gilter wouldn't stand for that, and as he retaliated, they both drifted wide, allowing Turney and Pedersen to sweep past them both. The attrition rate was particularly high in Portugal. Rafael Modenese joined Gabriel Gomez on the sidelines, as the retirement list rose to 8. And just a few laps later, Karel Pazovic on the Birolart would join them after his own incident on track. Stolchemanis was doing everything he could to gain on Sevrukin and started to close in. But little did he know he had a front fairing out of position, which would cost him a podium finish post-race. The Ward Racing driver out front was flawless throughout. But Turney pushed hard to close up, ruining the time lost on the opening lap, as without it, he could easily have challenged for the victory on track. By the final lap, the Latvian had caught the race leader and was determined to push the Ward Racing pilot into a mistake. But with only 1 lap remaining and half a second to gain, it wasn't enough time, and the energy course would finish behind the Tony car. As the checkered flag flew, the top 3 remained in position, with the drivers in 2nd and 3rd left wondering what might have been, as Sevrukin had led every lap without drama. As the Ward Racing team celebrated, Stolchemanis learned his fate, and it would promote Turney to 2nd, and Oscar Pedersen would inherit his maiden podium. Nakamura Berta would be 4th on his FIA senior debut, ahead of Gilter and Enzo Deligny. Stolchemanis was eventually awarded 7th ahead of Freddie Slater, Ian Eichmans, and the flying Finn, Juho Valtonen. The FIA immediately launched a post-race investigation into the conduct during the OK final podium ceremony, and therefore the results remain provisional, pending an official review. But at least Rebecca Ward could lift the winning team manager's trophy for Ward Racing on her birthday.
Yeah, another good weekend. A strong weekend 2 weekends ago, and winning a lot of heats throughout the 2 weekends, but always Artem was winning his at the same time. That was the problem. So he started 2nd in the final. Speed was good, but had not a great start. So yeah, another good weekend. Not quite on the top, but a lot of confidence for the next races. Yeah, I think the material is obviously working really well. We've been on the podium, I think, in the last 5 races, and you can look at the results and see that the material works well. So there's no reason to say why it won't work at those tracks as well. So I think we have a lot of confidence as a team and as a group to go ahead and produce some good results in the next few races.
It has been a tough weekend. We was good in qualifying, but in the qualifying heats we struggled a bit to find the pace and have a problem with the tire wear. But then I just kept my head down and know that in the final with the new tires I was going to be fast. So yeah, just worked my way up there. And then obviously we were a bit lucky that Thomas had a front penalty, so I ended up in 3rd.
Everybody is really hard working and trying their best in any situation. And I am just proud that everybody is focusing on the same things and things have fallen our way these past 2 weeks, and we hope it can continue like that. For this race, we managed to prepare well before the race, and that we cannot do for Zuera. So we have now we are everybody on the equal terms for next weekend, because practically nobody have been there for a serious test before the race, and that will be a much harder occasion than it was here, because here we were a little bit in advance and had an advantage for that. But for the next coming races it will be very hard, but we are confident and we have prepared well, and I think we can managing the situation as good as we have a capacity to do.
So in the season opener at Portimao, it's the Scandinavian teams that have stormed into victory lane, with Koski Motorsport and Ward Racing reaping the rewards of hard work and basking in the achievement. But this is only the beginning. Today they can celebrate, but tomorrow the hard work begins all over again. In one of the toughest championships in motorsport, teams have returned to the front, new faces have emerged, and new challenges will face the competitors in the days and weeks ahead. The circus never sleeps in European karting, as the teams will now pack down their awnings and drive the trucks for 14 hours to reach the north of Spain. The second round of the European Championship sees the return of the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, where the fight for the European crown continues. Who will be triumphant, and what battles will the drivers have to fight? Tune in next time to find out. After weeks of uncertainty surrounding the world pandemic, the FIA Karting World Championship will be held at Karting Center Campillos, near the seaside resort of Malaga in Spain. When plans to race in Brazil fell apart due to the COVID-19 outbreak, Campillos was given the mammoth task of hosting a World Championship with 4 weeks preparation. The circuit not only came through, but with flying colours, and both drivers and teams alike will have their own mountains to climb on a circuit they've never competed at, with varying changes of camber and elevation in changeable weather against a breathtaking backdrop. It couldn't be better for the pinnacle event of the World Karting calendar. This is my first time at an official meeting, and moreover in the FIA Karting World Championship. It's the first time I've had the opportunity to go to such an event since I arrived at the FIA, and I must admit that I'm quite impressed by the number of participants there are, and we know how difficult it was to organise this event, given the current period that we are experiencing. And then I would say the enthusiasm that there is everywhere in the paddock, whether it is at the level of the competitors themselves, but also at the level of the organisation in the broad sense. Karting is really the cornerstone of a whole part of the FIA strategy. Indeed, it is the basis of motorsport, and we want to develop it further. Moreover, we have a strategic plan that we are in the process of developing, so as to extend this base even further, and to make it a discipline of access, really, and of initiation to motorsports on the one hand, but also, why not, to road safety. So there is really an extremely important role on both the sporting and mobility sides for the FIA, and we really want to develop this as much as possible. Pedro Hilbrand will guide us around Karting Center Campillos. Up to turn 1, easy to get wrong, hard to get right, as the apex will kick you straight into the second corner and you start the climb up the hill towards the tight and twisty hairpin section. Into the left, grab some curb and tuck the cart back round to the right, which goes on for the next 3 corners. This is the highest point on the circuit, and the drop helps you accelerate. Stay flat through the next long right-hander, then take care on the brakes as the cart starts to drift away. Hop down through the hairpin and then on to the back straight. A good exit should give you a good overtaking chance, but then brake hard for the left hairpin and be careful on exit. Blend the throttle out through the right to achieve the best mechanical grip. Back on the power, flat out all the way down the hill, and then be gradual but firm on the brakes so that the kart responds directly into the right. The kart will slide a little into the left if you are not prepared, but you can correct on the exit neatly to finish the final right on the power and complete an extraordinary lap of this new venue. Circuit owner Martin Ruvers tells us more.
For us it's a great pleasure to have our first FIA event ever. 1 month ago, it was all short time. We got a call from the FIA if we would be interested to host the event, if possibly we could do this event. And my first answer, of course, was no, that's in 1 month we can't do this. After 10 minutes thinking, I called Mr. Geidel back. I was like, yeah, let's do it, let's go for it. So, and here we are 4 weeks after, 4 weeks of no sleep, of lots of work, of organization and modifying parts and get the best infrastructure possible for host this event and to make everybody happy during this day. So our paddock was made in one direction that maybe all the big teams will fit, so as we have done always national races. So the big teams have a little bit different structures, so making a plan and drawing on a piece of paper on how we can fit them all. So we decided to maximize the paddock space. Even somebody at the FIA, the first day they arrived, was like, it's maybe the first time we got to a paddock where 80% is positive about the track where we are. Of course we have a different track. We always knew that our layout is, well, I've been in karting many years and I think we have a very pretty layout with the level changes, and it's challenging. And now with the new asphalt that we did this year, it's made it even better than it was already. I'm very happy that everybody is, I only get good comments, and that's very pleaseful.
Rain has arrived just in time for the start of the toughest race of the year, and after a handshake from FIA President Felipe Massa, it's time to go to battle. Freddie Slater is fighting back after a mechanical problem in the heats, whilst Thomas Stolchemanis will be on the front row alongside pole sitter David Walter. James Igotzi was unbeaten on Saturday, but the change in weather caught him out in the final heat. And with unpredictability very much a factor now, emerging talents such as Kian Nakamura-Berta and Dmitry Matveev could well show their hand, as nothing is certain heading into the World Championship showdown. Freddie Slater spent 2021 cementing his authority as the world champion from last year by sealing a title-winning campaign in the European Championship. Victory at Genk started the season well, but after a post-race penalty at Onnet-le-Bois, victory was then handed to his Brazilian opponent, Matias Ferreira, meaning the title was still open. Next came a thrilling fight to the line with Harley Keeble in Sarno, which went in the Tony Kart driver's favour by the smallest of margins. But the perfect tonic was for Slater to seal the win at Zuera, to claim both junior titles in 12 months. Now his objective is clear.
We are now ready to get back going and racing underway once again with OK qualifying heat D versus F in the senior category. Enzo Deligny will line up in pole position alongside Tuka Tarpanen as he battles away for proceedings. Nacho Tunion and Arthur Rojon set to be racing on the second row of the starting grid. And then Maxim Rem and Max Orlov are together on the third row of the starting grid for this next race. Josh Erfen and Keanu Alazari are next up from Christian Bertucca and Akshay Bora. Marlo Bollier and Matteo De Palo are next up in position. And then we will have Simone Bianco and Nicolo Kuman. Along the next row of the grid, Oscar Pedersen and Max Popov from Ricky Liu and Eric Genet, Max Angelard and Jacob Raschke, Sofia Kotala and Max Hebecht. There will be a short delay before we get started again with the original timed starting of positions, because we were due to be starting underway once again at 17:30. There is going to be a slight pause in proceedings again as we just wait for the final return to the circuit of the ambulance, because obviously we need to make sure that we have 2 live ambulances at the circuit at any one time. And once the ambulance is back in position, we can start again. So the start has been officially delayed. It will not be a immediate return to the circuit, but once the ambulance returns to the circuit, and it should be fairly soon, we will be able to continue with race activity once again. So just to inform you that the races are obviously going to continue to run as they would originally have done. They will still be to 9 laps duration for the OK Seniors and 6 laps of duration to the OK Juniors. It will just run to a longer race schedule than originally planned. So we will be able to continue with the remaining races of the day. And once the circuit is fully equipped with the 2 ambulances on the track once again, then we will be able to return to racing. Until that point, we are still on hold.
It's trying to adapt to the pyramid, and obviously there's a lot of existing championships out there, championship organisers, and at the end of the day you need to make sure that we're not taking away from people's current business, but at the same token we need to make sure that we're coming up as the CIK, being the world governing body. We need to actually be there giving support to the ASNs across the world and actually really giving them a proper structure, a proper pyramid that people can actually follow to get to the very top of what we have here. But then bear in mind, at the very base of karting, we've got corporate karting, indoor karting, and really trying to funnel people through. We've seen it over the years. Lots of people want to get right to the top of karting straight away, then leave the sport. And it's really important for sustainability that we cover it across the board, across the band. And I think actually the idea of having these sort of national categories and giving the toolkits, that's the thing, is giving the toolkits to ASNs that they can use and try and develop karting in their different nations across the board.
So it'll probably be only another couple of minutes or so before we are in position once again, ready to go racing. There are still a handful of races remaining, and obviously the races here this afternoon will build us up into position ready for the remaining points to be scored and accumulated, ready ahead of the superheats tomorrow morning. All of the contenders are obviously still going to be able to get out onto the circuit, those that are still present. So the racing is obviously going to be a very exciting one for the evening session. But the drivers and teams are ready in position and ready to get out onto the circuit for qualifying heat. In the senior category, this is qualifying heat D versus F, and as already stated, it will run to 9 laps of duration. So at this juncture, we currently have 3 races left in the OK Junior category still to run. That will be qualifying heat C versus D. That will come in approximately 25 minutes time roughly. We believe by the time that everything is all set and in motion and in position once again, it should be about 25 minutes time that race will take place. We are just waiting for the return of the ambulance to its position outside the doctor's office, and then once it is there in position, we can continue with our race day schedule. And then obviously when we get into position once again, the drivers have been given the command that they can now stand by and be in position as the ambulance has returned to the circuit. The 1 minute board goes up on the circuit, so we are ready to get back underway with racing here at Zuera. Just want to take this opportunity to thank everybody for their assistance at the circuit, from the marshals to the officials to the stewards to the teams, for acting so responsibly in a difficult situation. We are now going to continue with our race day. A massive thank you to everybody for their cooperation. And we are now going to be able to get underway with racing. So it will be qualifying heat D versus F in the senior category. Enzo Deligny will go off from the front of the grid for the Paralin Motorsport team. Alongside him on the grid will be the reigning world champion, Tuukka Tapanen. Nacho Tunion will be third on the grid, and Arthur Rojon will be in P4 from the starting grid. Maxim Rem and Max Orlov, and then Josh Erfen, Keanu Alizari, Christian Bertucca, and Akshay Bora, rounding out the top 10. The drivers will be heading out onto the circuit when they get the command and the green light at the end of the pit lane. So as you can see, drivers heading out onto the circuit once again, and it is time to go racing once more. Enzo Deligny and Tuukka Tapanen on the front row from Nacho Tunion and Arthur Rojon, Maxim Rem and Max Orlov from Josh Erfen and Keanu Alizari, Christian Bertucca and Akshay Bora, Malo Bollier and Matteo De Palo from Simone Bianco and Nicolo Kuman, Oscar Pedersen and Max Popov from Ricky Liu and Eric Genet, Max Angelard, Jacob Raschke, Sofia Kotala and Max Hebicht finishing up the grid. So we will continue on with our race day as it concludes. The OK qualifying heat, D versus F, will be the first of the races this evening. And obviously the temperatures are now going to get considerably cooler. The wind has picked up a little bit in terms of intensity as well. So that's going to make things particularly challenging for the drivers as they continue across their race day format. So a fascinating battle for all of the drivers as they are getting themselves out onto the start grid once again. They will form up in their two tram lines, and when they come off the final corner, we will be racing here at Zuera once again. So Enzo Deligny and Tuukka Tapanen, the engine revs rise off the final corner, and the lights go out. We're racing here at Zuera. Good start into the first corner as Nacho Tunion gets up in his second position, makes the good run on Enzo Deligny. And Deligny and Tunion go through the first corner, very close together. Tunion actually having to defend to hold back a couple of drivers charging forward. That is the very fast Tuukka Tapanen. He's come through in third position, and we got a spinner. That is one of the Tony karts, I'm afraid. I think that might be Jacob Raschke. So Jacob Raschke involved in that one, and I'm afraid he has spun off the road, and he is out of this heat. He has a good chance of restarting, but it's definitely going to be at the far end of the field. He is going to try and push start it, Jacob Raschke, and manages to do so, I think. Or certainly working his magic to try and make it happen. But Deligny, Tunion and Tapanen. Tapanen making the big lunge on the inside. Nacho Tunion is not going to let that move happen. So the end of the first lap, already it's going to be very tight. But Enzo Deligny has got himself into a fairly strong lead from the outset. Tuukka Tapanen now going side by side with Tunion, and he's got there. Tunion just making sure his engine's okay, because through goes Bertucca. So Bertucca gets through in a third position as well. And Tunion's actually going to lose another place now to Maxim Rem. So that's 3 positions lost for the Spanish driver as Tapanen moves to cover the inside line so that Christian Bertucca doesn't pop in on the inside and get the overtaking move. So Deligny, Tapanen, Bertucca and Maxim Rem. 5th place, that is Arthur Rojon in front of Nacho Tunion. And then we have Keanu Alizari running in 7th place in front of Josh Erfen in the Ward Racing Machine. Simone Bianco in front of Max Orlov, Akshay Bora and Oscar Pedersen, Bollier, Kuman, De Palo and Angelard. So Enzo Deligny has 1 second over Tuukka Tarponen already, but that is not an insurmountable gap. That is something that the Finn can catch up to. He's obviously going to have to work very hard with Christian Bertucca in tow. They will obviously be pushing very hard to try and make this move happen into the next lap. A second is the gap between Deligny in the Paralin and Tarponen in the Tony car. Still great battles around the course as we watch to see the move on the inside. That's Arthur Rojon. Rojon gets his move on Maxime Rem. So Arthur Rojon makes the bid and gets up into the position. And now he's going to come back at him, Maxime Rem. So Maxime Rem retakes Rojon, but then drifts wide again. So Rojon gets back through on the inside. So difficult to get turn 5 right, especially when you're in the middle of a battle for an overtake. As Rojon tries again to keep Maxime Rem at bay. And they've got pressure from behind. Josh Erfan and Nasho Tunion now lining up moves of their own. Josh Erfan trying to go over the move and on the inside. Up and over the curbs to get through. That's enough for Josh Erfan to get past both men. So Rem and Rojon drift out wide. And now it's going to be split by Tunion. Tunion on the inside. Bianco comes through up the inside. Al-Azadi's going to get through now as well. And that looks like one of the energy courses. That's going to be Akshay Bora making his move to go into turn 1 as well. So some terrific battles already as the competitors still making good moves. But Enzo Deligny has 0.6 of a second now on Tarponen. Tarponen, having set the fastest lap of the race, is doing everything he can to close down the gap. Bertucca in 3rd position. 4th place Erfan in front of Rem, Tunion, Bianco, Bora, Al-Azadi, Rojon and Orlov. So great battles all around the course. Everywhere you look there is going to be a move or two. There's Tunion. Tunion getting his run on the inside of Maxime Rem. So Tunion gets by. Nice overtaking move then from the Spaniard. But Maxime Rem has got pressure of his own now from the Italian Simone Bianco, who is going to be all over the back of him as he comes through. So Simone Bianco trying to line up the move then on Maxime Rem in the hope that he's going to make some headway onto the main straight. And Tarponen has got the gap down to 0.3 of a second. Back to Enzo Deligny. So Deligny is not going to be able to run away and hide with this one. Tuukka Tarponen, who of course is trying to secure a superheat pole position, is still there, trying to fight his way forward. But it is definitely going to be pretty tricky as the racers continue to battle. Oh, and that is a spin from one of the Paralins. That is Eric Genet, I think. It is indeed. Eric Genet has spun off there at turn 2. Can't quite figure out whether he did that on his own or whether he had mechanical problems or assistance from somebody. But Simone Bianco now trying to have a look on the inside of Maxime Rem, and he gets the switcheroo. Squeezes Maxime Rem on the exit. Nicely done from Bianco. He has to leave a little bit of room just in case Maxime Rem is still there. But Eric Genet is walking away from the scene. So the Paralin driver is out of it. And that is very unfortunate indeed from him. Look how close Tuukka Tarponen has got now to his teammate Enzo Deligny. So Genet is about to watch his teammate being hunted down by Tuukka Tarponen. The gap was a second. And in the last 4 laps, Tuukka Tarponen has now brought that down to less than 0.2. Surely Tuukka Tarponen is going to get his run here, and Enzo Deligny on the inside. And Tarponen takes the lead. He really is having fun at Zuera. Gets through into the lead after a lap time of a 1:01.487. So Tuukka Tarponen catches and passes Enzo Deligny. That 1 second gap was surmountable after all then. So Tuukka Tarponen, the Finn, has been able to catch and pass Enzo Deligny, once again proving the might of the Tony Kart package in the shorter sprint distances. Can they get it all done together? So a fascinating battle. Well, what a sensational run it's going to be for Tuukka Tarponen to bounce back and then catch up to and pass Enzo Deligny. And look, he's already put daylight between himself and the Frenchman. 3rd place Christian Bertucca is just trying to catch up to them now. And in the top 3 positions, you have the 3 different styles of Nassau panel. That's one for the technical nerds. You've got the hot dog bun groove in the Nassau panel of the Tony Kart up in front. The more flatter, rounded form on the Paralin. And then you've got the air hole cut into the front end of the Birolart Nassau panel. 3 different designs of front end of the kart for 3 different technical advantages. Jacob Raschke, unfortunately, having retired on lap 1, Eric Genet retiring just a couple of laps ago. And those are the only 2 drivers that are not running from this particular OK heat. But it has been a very difficult one. Tuka Tarpanen leading the way from Enzo Deligny. Bertuka, Irfan, Bianco, Tunion, Rem and Alazari. Akshay Bora in the top 10 along with Max Orlov. So Bianco's still going to have pressure from Nacho Tunion. Arthur Rojon has picked up a warning flag. Not entirely sure what that's for from the Frenchman, but certainly a bit of a difficult moment. As through turn 1, flat out, we've got Nacho Tunion going for the move on the inside of Simone Bianco. Neither driver is conceding. Bianco holds him at bay for the moment. Tunion tries again into the hairpin at turn 4, but Bianco's got to give him space. So Tunion gets through. Nice work from the Spanish charge. And now Rem is going to have to battle to keep Keanu Alazari behind him. Alazari doing a great job, still in the top 10, as he has been all weekend. So Keanu Alazari still fighting for his corner, and that's going to be a move on the inside of Bianco from Rem, but Alazari gets them both. Great move from Keanu Alazari. Stayed right in the position he needed to be, and has made up 2 places for the price of 1. Excellent work from Keanu Alazari. Now he is in P6. And Akshay Bora is going to make up the place now on Maxim Rem. So he gets through into 7th place. Great work from Akshay Bora as we go into the final lap. And Tarpanen has 0.6 of a second on Deligny now, as Max Popov now has a warning flag. But what a performance this is from Tuka Tarpanen. He's almost pulled out the same gap on Enzo Deligny that he had in deficit to him on lap 1. Absolutely extraordinary from Tuka Tarpanen. Proof once again that this Finn really is the world champion by right. He's been absolutely astonishing ever since he won that title at Campios. And his 1-lap pace here at Zuera is extraordinary. So Tuka Tarpanen is going to come through then after a very easy-looking drive, or I bet it wasn't though, as Tarpanen challenges and channels his energy into a fantastic run. That is a retirement. That is Max Angelard on the final lap. But Tuka Tarpanen will come through for the victory in front of Enzo Deligny. Brilliant drive from the flying Finn. Excellent work. And so Tuka Tarpanen continues his run to the Superheat pole. He's currently looking good for it, having only dropped 3 points from the entirety of the qualifying heats up to this stage. So excellent work for Tuka Tarpanen. He's now in a strong position to be on the front of the grid for one of the 2 Superheats tomorrow morning. So a great race from Tuka Tarpanen ahead of Enzo Deligny and Christian Bertuka. Excellent race once again from the Finn. Despite losing ground initially, went down to 4th position, but fought his way back. So clearly he and Joe Turney are the class of the field out there in the OK category. Eric Genet walking away from his marshal post to return to his kart, which will obviously be recovered by the marshals and officials around the circuit. So a fascinating battle as we go back to racing once again. Great to see that the drivers really have put on an excellent show. Excellent race battle. Tuka Tarpanen taking the win from Enzo Deligny, Christian Bertuka, Josh Irfan and Nacho Tunion, Keanu Alazari, Akshay Bora, Simone Bianco and Maxim Rem ahead of Matteo De Palo. Maxim Orlov, Arthur Rojon, Nicolo Kuman and Max Popov, Marlo Bollier and Oscar Pedersen from Ricky Liu and Max Herbicht. 19th position, the last driver home was Sofia Kotala. And then we had the 3 retirements from the race. Max Angelard, Eric Genet, and on the very first lap, we also lost Jacob Raschke. So Eric Genet is push-started by the marshals. They're not allowed to do it during the race itself, of course. So that's the problem for Eric Genet. He had a perfectly good kart underneath him, but once he spun off, it's very difficult to push-start these OK karts again. So obviously he needed outside assistance in order to be able to do that, and you can't have that from the marshals during the race itself. So qualifying heat D versus F, going very well indeed, and an absolutely spectacular battle from all of the drivers in that one. They really gave a good show there. Next up is going to be the competition from the OK Junior race and qualifying heat C versus D, with a lot of great talent in the field, including the Colombian star Salim Hanna, who's going to be going off from the third row of the starting grid. I managed to catch up with him over the course of Thursday.
I mean, it was okay because finish 11, so for the points I think it's okay, and now we need to finish in the front to get better points for the next one. We cannot be bad this weekend. It's tricky, and for the chassis it's tricky too, because you need to work a lot in the chassis and in the track too. For example, the second corner is quite difficult, and there are much corners more than they are difficult. So we need to keep the tires in a good condition. We cannot fight, or I mean, we cannot just punch wheels or we'll start sliding. We need to always keep the tires in a good condition. Always. So some corners that they are easy to pass, overtake. Yeah. For example, second corner and fourth corner, and more corners, of course. Yeah. If I have a good quality, it's really strong. If I don't, it's a little bit less, but still I have.
So we're getting underway now for qualifying heat C versus D in the OK Junior. Arthur Dorisson will be on the front row with Lewis Werrell. Emanuele Olivieri and Kirill Ditiev on the second row of the grid. Maciej Gledige alongside René Lammers. Salim Hanna of Colombia alongside Jules Caranta. Elliot Kaczynski and Matthias Orjuela. Jan Pisodowski and Enea Frey. And then Douwe de Decker, Marcus Saita, Tiziano Monza, Adam Hideg, Thomas Kinsey, William Go, Leo Nielsen, Jensen Burnett, Nicholas Schaufler and Dinand de Vos. So the drivers getting themselves under starters' orders. Arthur Dorisson, the Frenchman in the Tony Kart, will come off the final turn with Lewis Werrell, the British driver for Forza Racing, alongside. And we're racing! A great start already from Arthur Dorisson. Emanuele Olivieri is trying to get through in a second, and he's made it there in the Formula K. Lewis Werrell dropping behind Maciej Gledige as they run through the hairpin up at turn 2 and up towards the right-hander at turn 4. Dorisson with a good start as they work their way through. Olivieri and Gledige now in his second and third places. They move their way back forward. Oh, spin in the background. We've had somebody go off the circuit there in the background, and that looks to me like Adam Hideg, the Sodi Kart driver from Hungary. Yes, it is. Adam Hideg in the 213, I'm afraid, has spun the kart. So Adam Hideg will now have to try and push start in order to get going. Maciej Gledige through into second position now as he makes his bid, overtaking Emanuele Olivieri. So now Olivieri trying to come back at Gledige. No chance, says the young Pole. For the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, he gets through into second position. But a very tough battle for all of the drivers as they have a really strong battle ahead of them. Out of the final turn and across the start-finish line goes Arthur Dorisson, the Frenchman, leading the way here. Gledige, Olivieri, Werrell, Lammers, Ditiev, Pisodowski, Hanna, Frey and de Decker. And on the inside there goes Lammers, making his move on Lewis Werrell. So René Lammers gets through, takes on the move from Lewis Werrell. And he's doing his best now to hold down the positions. A very interesting battle for them. So a very tough race battle as they continue on their way through. But a really interesting battle and a tough race continuing on now as Gledige tries to get clear of Emanuele Olivieri. Werrell still has a shot at getting back past René Lammers here. He's keeping him nice and honest. In terms of their race battle out there, it's going beautifully. He really is taking on his plaudits at the moment. So Emanuele Olivieri, this is such a good performance from the Italian on the Formula K chassis. Nicholas Schaufler appears to have picked up a warning flag for something that's happened on the opening couple of laps. Didn't quite make out what that was. So Dorisson, Gledige, Olivieri, Werrell. He's now Lammers and Werrell, my apologies. So Lammers still having a good battle. So Dorisson in front of Gledige and Olivieri. Still the battles rage. Lammers, Werrell, Ditiev, Hanna, Pisodowski, de Decker and Tiziano Monza. A bit of dust kicked up. And I think we've had another off up at turn 4. I think we seem to have lost Tiziano Monza from the fray. So Tiziano Monza has come through at the very back of the field. So he's gone off the road, but manages at least to continue for the DPK Racing team. So just a little excursion off track. So he's obviously got to try and bring himself back into position once again. So the drivers still putting on an excellent show at this moment in time. But the competitors are obviously going to get very close together. Lewis Werrell definitely going to have a run here. So let's see if we are going to see an interesting battle into turn one now. Lewis Werrell getting up close to René Lammers. And in the top three positions, we've got Dorisson, Gledige and Olivieri. Lammers and Werrell. And then, of course, Kirill Ditiev, sixth position. So this is a really interesting battle and an interesting challenge now. A charge forward from the competitors. Jan Pisadowski, Salim Hanna, Enea Frey and Douwe de Decker. And then, of course, in 11th position, we've got Nicolas Schaufler and Marcus Saita. Jules Caranta, a good battle going on in the middle of the pack with Elliot Kaczynski and Jensen Burnett. But Nicolas Schaufler really is making some great recovery drives in this one. He's up 10 places from his starting point. He's now currently in P11, just dropped out to 12, but he did start the race from 21st position. So Nicolas Schaufler doing a great job to recover and make up as much time as possible. So 3 laps completed. And now it's 4, 2 to go. Lewis Werrell in danger of losing his 5th position to Kirill Ditiev here. Ditiev is definitely getting very close to him. So Kirill Ditiev for the Ward Racing team really starting to hunt down Lewis Werrell. There might be a move into the hairpin. There would have been a move on Lammers, I think, from Lewis Werrell, but Lammers was holding his line very firmly, and now we're going to get side by side. Werrell having to shut the door there on Kirill Ditiev to stop the overtake. And as they come through on lap 5 out of 6, an interesting battle still going underway. Here comes the move on the inside, and that's Lewis Werrell getting past, but is he going to lose it again on the exit? He does. Lammers gets back in the inside, and now Werrell's going to have to move to cover and protect the move from Kirill Ditiev. Very easy to miss the braking point by about half a meter, which seems like pretty much what he's been able to do there, but he gathers it up without losing more than a place. And that was the place he had already just gained on René Lammers anyway, so no massive damage done. Dorisson, Gledige and Olivieri go into the final lap. Olivieri definitely closer to Gledige than Gledige is to Dorisson. So there could be a really interesting challenge as he battles his way further forward. But Dorisson, Gledige, Olivieri, Lammers and Werrell is the top 5 at the moment, but they are getting close together. For 4th position, it's very close behind the top 3. Lammers, Werrell and Ditiev all having a great tussle. It's pretty much stayed as it was in terms of positions. But Gledige is definitely trying to shake off Emanuele Olivieri in the Formula K. They're still close enough to each other. Gledige looks back and knows that he doesn't have to defend just at the moment to Olivieri, because Olivieri isn't quite close enough. So still, I think he's not going to have enough time, really, Olivieri, to get onto the tail of Mathieu Gledige to the extent that he could make a bid up the inside and go for the move. So Arthur Dorisson is going to be able to hang on for the victory up front. A great run from the Frenchman. The checkered flag will come out, and the Tony Kart driver continues the team's day in fine style. Mathieu Gledige in 2nd, Emanuele Olivieri in 3rd for the IPK Formula K Praga chassis. Excellent work in the top 3 then. France, Poland and Italy represented in the top 3. Excellent work from René Lammers to hold off Lewis Werrell and Kirill Ditiev. Jan Pisadowski and Salim Hanna in the top 10, Douwe de Decker and Enea Frey in there as well for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Some tough racing still to come then here in Zuera as we get closer and closer to the top 2 drivers in the superheats, who at the moment are the Frenchman Arthur Dorisson, who is looking good for pole position here for the finals, and Nathan Ty, who is on 5 points. So Dorisson is on 4, Ty is on 5, and they are a good 8 points clear of the next best, Buzar, Drummond and Tyne van Ichkel, who are the next drivers into the hunt. So a fascinating battle for the drivers at the moment, and they have given us so much excitement coming into the weekend. And now it continues with Arthur Dorisson looking the favourite for pole position for the first Super Heat tomorrow morning. Matt Chikladij and Emanuele Olivieri, René Lammers, Lewis Werrell and Kirill Ditiev in the top 6. Jan Pesodowski, Salim Hanna, then Douwe de Decker and Enea Frey. 11th is Marcus Saita from Elliot Kaczynski and Jules Caranta. William Go and Leo Nilsson from Jensen Burnett, Dylan De Vos and Tiziano Monza. 19th for Matthias Orjuela, Thomas Kinsey and Nicholas Schaufler. Adam Hideg was the one retirement from the race. He was unfortunately not able to get going again, having spun off on the opening lap. He has now managed to get the kart started again. So, a very exciting battle. And the competitors are getting themselves geared up now, ready for the next heat, which is going to be the OK qualifying heat, A versus C, as the drivers continue in close proximity and formation. And A versus C is going to bring another incredible group of drivers together. Some of them who are well established in the sport, obviously, in the OK category. Nonetheless, than the pole sitter, James Igotzi, who managed to get the fastest lap time in qualifying practice. And it's been a really exciting battle for all of the drivers as they continue on their way forward. But now we have James Igotzi lining up alongside Kian Nakamura-Berta on the front row of the starting grid. Alex Powell will be in 3rd position on the grid on the inside of the 2nd row. And alongside him on the grid will be the championship leader, Joe Turney. Unbeaten so far this weekend across the heats. And he has done so in 4 races so far. This will be his 5th. And this is the chance for him to book himself a position in the Super Heat pole position for tomorrow morning. 3rd row of the grid, we'll see Ian Eichmans go up alongside Zachary David. Those two will go together on the 3rd row of the grid. Lucas Amalisto and Rafael Modanese will be on the 4th row. Harley Keeble and Adrian Maliero will go together on row 5 to round out the top 10. Then Olin Galli and Oscar Wirtz, Arvid Lindblad and Victor Gustafsson, with Luigi Coluccio running along with Francesco Marenghi. And on the 9th row of the grid, we'll see the Swedish driver Caspian Hagman alongside the new boy for the Kart Republic Motorsport team, Bruno Mulders, who will start in front of the Lithuanians Andrea Vibriantit and Jakubas Bogdanavicius, and the Brits Ella Stevens and Dion Gauda. Well, what a great weekend this is turning into for Bruno Mulders as he continues his European Karting Championship journey. His first time in OK 3 weeks ago at Portimao, and now here he is for continuing his European Championship journey here in Zuera. We caught up with him on Thursday to see how he's getting on.
Well, I came from Rotax, so it's still a pretty big step. But I feel like every single race I make with the new team and everything, I'm making big steps and a lot of progress. Just getting faster and faster and getting used to the tires, the tracks, everything. I think on Zuera you sometimes have to dirt a bit because sometimes it can get a bit windy, and when it's dry, you have all the gravel and everything. But I think the main challenges on this track here are the corners are sometimes a bit technical, and you have to drive with a short sprocket, so you have to watch out in some slow corners to just get the speed on the straight. You just have to brake really calmly, drive really calmly, and overall it has to be really consistent and just all in control. You can't really push the tires over the limit. I think gaining positions in Zuera is quite easy because you have a lot of overtaking opportunities on the straights, and many times a lot of crashes happen, so you can gain some places. Finding the braking point isn't the hardest part because I always try to find sometimes some lines or anything on the track, but also a lot of it is quite on just the feeling you have. I feel a lot better with this track than the other ones I've raced in the OK, and last weekend at the training session was going quite good, so yeah, I'm hoping for a lot this weekend.
So great to hear from Bruno Mulders as he continues his karting journey. The drivers will obviously be preparing to go racing once again here in the senior OK category. And it's been a really interesting battle from them as they gear up for an exciting tussle out on the circuit. The drivers have obviously been working very hard over the course of the weekend. Coming up to this race, we're now going to look at the potentials for the two Tony Kart factory drivers to start from pole position across their super heats. Coming into this race, Joe Turney has 0 points, having raced in all 4 of his races and won them all. And he will do so now from the outside of the second row of the grid. Not that that's going to stop Joe Turney if he gets an opportunity. Tuka Tarpanen has only dropped 3 points from the races thus far. James Igotzi has managed to only take 7, as has Ian Eichmans, the Belgian. And Kia Nakamura Berta, who is on the front row of the grid on the outside of the front row, has only 10 points, with Enzo Deligny, Alex Powell and Arvid Lindblad all currently on 11. So it's still a very competitive OK Senior field. Very unclear as to who is going to have the best of it going into the final. And obviously there's going to be lots of drivers who will continue to push from the very get-go. And with so many drivers starting up at the sharp end in the OK category, with a very even chance of fighting forward, it's going to be a really exciting challenge for the drivers as they are now neatly in position. The gate is closed on the entry to the dummy grid, so that obviously means that all of the drivers will now be neatly into position. So an absolutely fascinating battle for all of the competitors out on the course. And the drivers are running in position, and they've had a really exciting battle coming up to this point, with the drivers obviously getting themselves into the line on the circuit. There's only going to be a few races left in the day, so it's obviously been updated in terms of the schedule now. So to bring you up-to-date information, this race will get underway at 10 minutes past 6 local time, and then the final 2 races in Senior OK, will be at 18:50 and 19:30, so 7:30 local time, 6:50 and 7:30 for the last OK Senior races of the day. And then we will obviously have OK Junior races to conclude the day as well. And there are only going to be, I think, 3 races left for them. And they will take place, 2 races left for them, 6:30 and 7:10. So we are definitely getting into the final stages then of the qualifying heats. And with Arthur Dorisson picking up the win in that last heat, that actually confirms Arthur Dorisson as the pole sitter for the super heat ready for tomorrow. So Arthur Dorisson is confirmed as starting from the superheat pole position for tomorrow's race. So very much going to be an interesting one. But the drivers are now getting their final warnings 3 minutes before the race gets underway. So as the drivers get themselves into position, it's going to be an interesting one right from the start here. A lot of seriously competitive drivers on this part of the grid, and this is going to be the race that will confirm where Joe Turney will be starting on the grid for his last, or for his superheat tomorrow morning, as he will go off from P1 on the grid at the moment. But on this particular heat, which is the first of the last heats, as it were, Joe Turney will be on the second row of the grid from the outside of that second row. Always a tricky place to start from. But Joe Turney is one of the few drivers in this Senior OK field that have been able to make sure he can get himself out of a difficult situation and charge his way back into contention. So the drivers still having an excellent run of it. James Igotzi, Kia Nakamura Berta, Alex Powell and Joe Turney from the first 2 rows of the grid. Ian Eichmans in 5th position on the grid with a very good chance of starting on the front row of the starting grid for his own super heat tomorrow. Currently coming into this heat with only 7 points accumulated. So very much a good opportunity for Ian Eichmans. He's currently locked in a battle with James Igotzi for the front row of the super heat. If he drops any points, then there's a good chance he could get overtaken by the likes of Nakamura Berta and Alex Powell in this one. But depending on how it all works out, he'll still be looking at a position on the first 2 rows of the starting grid for one of the super heats at the very least. So there's still plenty of battles for the drivers to quest after in this one. The 1 minute board goes up and we are ready to continue racing. Fortunately, we are at the point of the year when the sunlight is still quite present and is getting brighter all the time here in Zuera. so we won't lose the light, even though we're going to get to 7:30 local time, which is very good news for everybody. And it means that the racing can continue to its natural conclusion. So the man from Miami in Florida, James Igotzi, will go from pole position for his last heat to see if he can win it and only take 7 points away from these qualifying heats. If he does that, he will obviously gain a little bit of momentum on his teammate Joe Turney, who has 0 points accumulated. And that means that there could be an interesting twist in the tail going into the super heats tomorrow. So we're definitely in for an exciting showcase, whatever happens. But now the drivers will be heading out onto the circuit to showcase their craft and skill once again for the final time for these two groups before the super heats tomorrow. It is now time for the OK qualifying heat in A versus C. Their last heat before the super finals tomorrow morning. So James Igotzi and Kia Nakamura-Berta on the front row from Alex Powell and Joe Turney, Ian Eichmans and Zachary David, Lucas Amalisto and Rafael Modenese from Harley Keeble and Adrian Maliero, Olin Galli and Oscar Wirtz, then Arvid Lindblad and Victor Gustafsson, Luigi Coluccio and Francesco Marenghi, Caspian Hagman, Bruno Mulders, Andrea Vibriantit, Jokubas Bogdanovicius, and then Ellis Stevens and Dion Gauda. Now, thanks to the great work from Tuukka Tarpanen to guarantee the superheat pole for tomorrow's superheat, Joe Turney has to be first or second in this race to guarantee it. If he gets third, then it will be a tie on points with Tarpanen, and that will end up coming down to countback, or obviously dependent on what Tarpanen's result in the final heat is going to be. But if they ended up tied on points, Tarpanen would actually end up being in the superheat pole, because obviously his qualifying performance was stronger than Joe Turney's. So this is all down to Joe Turney. First or second will book him the superheat pole for tomorrow morning. We already know the identity of one of the superheat poles in junior. That is Arta Dorisson. So let's see how it's going to go out of the final turn. The engine revs rise. We're going to get up to speed. Are we racing? No, false start, false start. So a false start is called then. And that obviously makes things very interesting in terms of the upper battle. But it's definitely going to be very exciting to see how they're going to battle it. So the drivers are getting themselves up to speed once again, and they have to repeat the same process, just trying to get enough temperature into the tyres and brakes. So the competitors are having a really tough battle in this closing of proceedings, but this is the first of the last heats for the OK Seniors. Gonzalo Planta just slowing the drivers down, making sure that they obviously adhere to the regulations on the start. They need to make sure they slow themselves down to a walking pace so that they can get themselves into their 2 rows on the starting grid. And so for qualifying heat A versus C, the OK category, we'll see James Igotzi, Kia Nakamura-Berta, Alex Powell, Joe Turney, Ian Eichmans, Zachary David and the rest start their final heat. And this is where they will decide where they are going to be starting for the super heats tomorrow. It's now or never, make or break. Lights out. Good start at the front from James Igotzi. Nobody massively squeezed at turn 1. Joe Turney making a brilliant launch to cut across as he goes through up onto the inside of Kia Nakamura-Berta. Great start from Joe Turney. Chops across and into 3rd position. Now behind Igotzi and Powell. Nakamura-Berta in P4, Eichmans in 5. Couple of drivers going off on the grass. And a little bit of a run wide there. That looks like Rick Gilou, I think. Going slightly wide. No, off the road. That's one of the Ward Racing Tony Karts. I think that's Jokubas Bogdanovicius. So Bogdanovicius has had an off there. And he wasn't the only one caught up. I think they had a problem from one of the other drivers in the mix there as well. So a couple of drivers ending up tumbling down the order. But certainly a couple of drivers in the mix there. I think it might have been Oscar Wirtz that ended up losing traction on the exit of the hairpin. And that's cost him a couple of positions. But James Igotzi leads Alex Powell and Joe Turney. They come off the corner once again. And down the back straight once more. Onto the main straight. Completing in fine style. So really exciting tussle for the competitors as they continue on their charge forward. They continue on their way. Now to the brakies over the hairpin. Higotzi, Powell, Turney. Broken clear of Eichmanns and Nakamura-Berta. Keeble in P6. And then Mariero and David, Modenese and Wirtz. The top 10 continuing on their way. And still the battle's raging. So an excellent run and a great tussle as the drivers continue on their way. Higotzi still having a good battle. Powell, Turney, Eichmanns and Nakamura-Berta. Oh, a couple of drivers running wide on the exit of turn 7. And the 115 kart has been given a warning flag. That is Luca Samalisto. So Luca Samalisto with a warning flag then. Not great news from his point of view. So that's obviously going to put him on the back foot. But Higotzi, Powell and Turney still going strong. Now Joe Turney, to book himself a guaranteed pole position, needs to get past Alex Powell, because at the moment he is tied on points for Tuukka Tarponen on the aggregate. And on the inside, Powell is going to get the move on Higotzi. Can Turney get past his teammate? This is for the Superheat pole. He's through into second place. So Joe Turney, if he could stay in second place, Joe Turney is going to be guaranteed Superheat 1 pole position. Now, if he ties for points with Tuukka Tarponen, as I mentioned before, Tarponen is going to get the pole because he had a better qualifying performance than Joe Turney. So this is important for Joe Turney to remain in the top 2. But having got past Higotzi, he is now looking really strong. Eichmanns and Nakamura-Berta are now closing up on the pole man for this heat. James Higotzi running in 3rd. But Powell, Turney, Higotzi, Eichmanns, Nakamura-Berta is the top 5 at the moment. And they've got a bit of distance between themselves and Harley Keeble. Down the home straight. Mariero is doing a good job as he fights his way back into 7th position in the CRG. David, Modenese, Wirtz, Gustafsson, Samalisto and Galli. And on the inside there goes Turney for the lead. And Eichmanns and Nakamura-Berta both get past Higotzi in the same breath. So Joe Turney takes the lead. Powell into 2nd. Eichmanns, Nakamura-Berta and Higotzi. Joe Turney hits the front, and it looks as though it's going to be a clean sweep of 5 wins from 5 for Joe Turney. Absolutely astonishing weekend so far for the British driver and the championship leader. What an incredible run. But there's still a long way to go. So this is definitely going to be an interesting charge forward as Joe Turney continues his incredible battle. Alex Powell, Ian Eichmanns, Nakamura-Berta, and then it is Higotzi down to 5th position as a result of those overtakes from Eichmanns and Nakamura-Berta on the previous lap. But Joe Turney isn't done yet. Alex Powell is all over the back of him still. And the Kart Republic driver still feels he's got a part to play in this. Nakamura-Berta gets up into 3rd place now, makes the bid on Ian Eichmanns, gets through 3rd position. Nakamura-Berta now trying to charge after his teammates. There's a great scrap going on further back. Zachary David is battling away with Adrian Maliero, Wirtz and Modenese for 7th position. 4 drivers absolutely cat after pigeons at the moment as they squabble for positions. And a little bit of a moment for Adrian Maliero. He's had a big error coming out of turn 7, and that's dropped him back behind David, Wirtz and Modenese. So Oscar Wirtz is now up to 7th place for the Tony Kart Factory team. Zachary David in 8th, Modenese and Galli still having an interesting scrap of it. But for Joe Turney, out in the lead, if he finishes the next 4 laps, still in position, then he will be guaranteed Superheat 1 pole position for tomorrow morning. A clean sweep is so hard to pull off these days because it's so ultra competitive in the OK Senior category. So for Joe Turney to come through, not even as the fastest man in qualifying, to come through after some very consistent and solid results, to book himself 5 heat wins from 5 starts across yesterday and today, that would be truly extraordinary and unbelievably exceptional from Joe Turney. 2019 was his first year with the Tony Kart Racing Factory team. Had flashes of brilliance, but there was obviously a lot of work still to do. 2020, the podiums started flowing, and he became vice champion of the world behind Callum Bradshaw at Portimao in 2020. Then ran on to 2021. He was rarely off the podium that season. And it's been amazing to see how he has continued that journey into 2022. He has one objective, one mission. He wants to become European champion. Nakamura Berta gets the run on Alex Powell. Into second place goes the Japanese driver. But Alex Powell is already starting to make a march to come back at him. And we know how fast Nakamura Berta can be. The last time the OK classes raced at Zuera a couple of weeks ago, they were absolutely baffled by how much speed Kia Nakamura Berta unlocked in the final. And he went and won it. He's hoping to do the same thing here in the European Championship. So they come through the hairpin, battling away again. Turney, Nakamura Berta, Powell, Eichmanns, Egozzi, Keeble, Wirtz. And then it is David in front of Galli, Samalisto and Coluccio from Arvid Lindblad, Rafael Modenese and Adrian Maliero. Some exceptional battles and some really tight tussles out of the circuit. They're going to come through for the final 2 laps now. Joe Turney looking strong. Knows he's got Nakamura Berta and Alex Powell for company. He hasn't won this race yet. He knows it's going to be tough to the end. But he's not going to finish up. This will be very tight. Powell is already looking. Can't quite get the move on the inside of Nakamura Berta. So the Japanese driver still giving us plenty of work to look at. But with Nakamura Berta taking 2 points, that's going to drop him behind Deligny and Eichmanns in the rankings, as well as parallel to Egozzi. So Egozzi really cannot afford to lose another place. He's in 5th position at the moment. In danger of losing out to Harley Keeble the way things are currently going. But he still has a lap and a half of the race left, and he has 1.3 on Harley Keeble. So he's just got to keep going, keep pushing, and hope he can stay in position. The drivers come out of the final turn, and Joe Turney leads going into the final lap. Here he goes. Ultima Vuelta here at Zuera. And Joe Turney out in front of Kia Nakamura Berta, Alex Powell, Ian Eichmanns, and James Egozzi. Harley Keeble P6 in the background. Oscar Wirtz, Zach David, Olin Galli, and Lucas Samalisto quite a long way back now. But still, Alex Powell hasn't given up on his designs for second place to get past Kia Nakamura Berta in the process. It's going to be tricky to see if that will turn into anything, especially considering they're now rapidly running out of time. But Joe Turney is looking very strong out in the lead of the race, and he is just a few corners away from bookmarking his super heat pole. Excellent work all weekend from Joe Turney. Stayed at the front end of the grid in qualifying. Didn't get the pole, but was certainly close enough up the front end to make it all come together for him. And out of the final couple of corners, Joe Turney, having had all the bad luck, all of the negatives come his way over the last 3 years, he always seems to get the short straw. He's pulled the long one today. It's a super heat pole for Joe Turney tomorrow morning. 5 wins out of 5. Joe Turney invincible here at Zuera. The confidence from Portimao raised. Now he is absolutely flawless in Spain. And the British driver who has been so nearly a victor in the FIA Karting European Championships, so nearly on the top step of the podium, is now the favourite to do so tomorrow. He's been absolutely extraordinary. And what a performance from Joe Turney. 2 race wins yesterday, 3 today, and he is the absolute superheat pole position sitter for tomorrow morning. Excellent work from Joe Turney. Very impressive stuff from the British driver, but now the question becomes who will get the other superheat pole, because at the moment it is looking likely to be Tuukka Tarpanen. But Enzo Deligny on 11 points will be hoping that Tuukka Tarpanen does not have a great race, because if he doesn't, then Enzo Deligny and even Ian Eichmanns, it won't be Ian Eichmanns, but Eichmanns may get the chance to shine here, because he's on 11 points accumulated. Joe Turney, Kia Nakamura Berta, Alex Powell and Ian Eichmanns in the top 4. James Egozzi is 5th ahead of Harley Keeble, then Oscar Wirtz, Olin Galli, Zachary David and Luca Samalisto. Arvid Lindblad 11th in front of Luigi Coluccio and Rafael Modenese. Victor Gustafsson ahead of Andrea Weberiantet. Adrian Maliero drops in the end to 16th place in front of Francesco Marenghi and Caspian Hagman. 19th place is Dion Gauda after what has been a very tricky weekend for him. Ella Stevens, Jacobus Bogdanovicius and Bruno Mulders, all 22 drivers finishing despite how tough it was for them out there. So a really exciting battle for all of the competitors as they continue to give us great style and great speed over the course of proceedings. So a really exciting battle as we get ourselves ready for another hot ticket as the drivers getting themselves up to speed. But in the OK Juniors coming up next, we're definitely going to have even more excitement and good battles out on the circuit, as we will end up with another close quarters race. The drivers are battling in position. 6:30 local time is when they will go racing. And we're going to have a really exciting challenge from the drivers as they gear themselves up for another exciting battle out on the circuit. Guillaume Bouzard, the man who starts from pole position for this one. We actually managed to chat to him in depth on Thursday, and so we had no idea at the time, of course, that Guillaume Bouzard was going to be running at the pole position, but he certainly has put himself into a great position. So we will have a great opportunity now to hear from the man in pole position, Guillaume Bouzard, for the Koski Motorsport team.
So after the first race, after Portimao, I was a little bit disappointed because I could not enter in the grid in the Parc Famé. But at the end, I was quite happy because the speed was good and I was confident for the rest of the weekend. Zuera is a very difficult track because every mistake you make, you lose a lot of time and the people behind you catch you very fast. So you have to be very keen and concentrated. So at the beginning, you try to use the tires to make a gap and the people behind battling. And then when you have a gap in front, you try to manage the tires, don't go too fast in the corner, and that's how you manage it. For me, Zuera is quite easy to overtake because there's a lot of passing. So even if you make a bad quali, there's always a chance to come back and make good start in the outside. I'm very confident because all these years I was quite in the top, always top 5, top 10. So for me, you just believe in yourself and keep pushing, and the time and the place will come.
So fabulous that Guillaume Bouzard has really been picking up his performance over the last few weeks, and great to see him deliver and get a pole position. At the time we did that interview on Thursday, he had absolutely no idea that he was going to come through on Friday afternoon as the overall pole position sitter. He now lines up on the front row of the starting grid for this next heat alongside the Belgian Thomas Strauven. There is the circuit we're racing at, the longest in the calendar, 1.699 meters, very nearly a mile in length. And the Circuito Internacional Zuera, just a few miles from the ancient and glorious city of Zaragoza, where the River Ebro runs through at a fabulous, picturesque location. A town that is famous for its folklore, its cuisine, and of course the Fiestas del Pilar, which is a wonderful event that many fantastic people contribute to, and it's a very famous event across Spain. But this weekend, it's all about the racing, and just a few miles away from the city of Zaragoza, we are here on the Circuito Internacional de Zuera, which has become a bit of a staple now for the FIA Karting European Championship these days. And what a fabulous location it is. The fastest and longest circuit in the European Karting Championship calendar at the moment. But definitely going to provide some exceptional races for the Super Heats and finals tomorrow. We're just booking now the final few places on the starting grid across the junior and senior categories so that everybody can now be in position. In 2 minutes' time, the drivers will be sent out on their way. Guillaume Bouzard and Thomas Strauven will be together on the front row of the starting grid. The Luxembourger and the Belgian, they will be together on the front row of the grid. Nathan Tye of Great Britain has the chance to secure the second Superheat pole as he runs in position from third on the grid. All he needs to do essentially is come home in the top 2 positions, and he will have that result pretty much guaranteed, although he can finish as low as 5th or 6th if he wants to, because he has accumulated 5 points compared to everybody else who has a minimum of 12. Bouzard has 12, Drummond has 12, Enzo Tanvanichkul has 13, and Max van Verbruge has 17 to Werrell's 20 and Lucas Fluscher's 21. So a very interesting battle up at the sharp end of the field, but all Nathan Tye has to do here to guarantee Super Pole for the second Superheat is to be in the top 5, and he will manage to secure that. In fact, he can finish as low as P6 if he needs to, and he will secure Superheat pole position for the second of the Superheats tomorrow morning. So that's obviously the position we now find ourselves in, and Nathan Ty, I should say, finds himself in one day maybe. You've got Guillaume Bouzard and Thomas Strauven on the front row of the grid. Nathan Ty will line up beside Maxime Verbruge on the second row of the grid. Tobias Clausen of the Falcon Racing team will line up P5 alongside Gerasim Skulinov. 7th on the grid will be Lucas Flusha alongside his sister, Luna Flusha, will be together on the 4th row of the grid. I'm sure Lorenzo Flusha-Domine will be having kittens at the side of the circuit he may not want to watch. Len Nijs on 9th position on the grid, and Alp Hassan Aksoy will round out the top 10. The Belgian and the Turkish driver together on the 5th row of the grid. Then Kirill Kutskov and Louis Leveau will be on the 6th row of the grid together in 11th and 12th. So the drivers will be signalled out onto the circuit very shortly, and they will have the one formation lap, and then we will get back under starters' orders once again. So the drivers will now get out onto the circuit. Pushed out for qualifying heat A versus B, the last heat for these drivers before they get to the super heats tomorrow. So a very important race for these drivers to play out. Guillaume Bouzard and Thomas Strauven on the front row of the grid from Nathan Ty and Maxime Verbruge. Tobias Clausen and Gerasim Skulinov, then Lucas Flusha and Luna Flusha together on the 4th row. Len Nijs and Alp Hassan Aksoy rounding out the top 10. Kirill Kutskov and Louis Leveau, Francisco Macedo and Ghazi Modlakar, Andy Konsani and Shimo Zhang from Maria Gimanonito and Jindra Pazel, Nicholas Roos, Stepan Antonov, Kian Fardin, Ivo Besterda, Harry Arnett and Aryaman Bansal. So just the one driver that is not going out on the circuit for this race, and that is Stepan Antonov. Not entirely sure for the reason why, but Stepan Antonov is not out there on the circuit. So obviously that will come out in the wash. You can check all the results and the updates on FIAKarting.com, and you can check on the results page under the FIA Karting calendar. And obviously all of those updates will take place over the course of the evening, and we'll have all the relevant information and up-to-date stats and data ready going into the super heats tomorrow. But certainly for Nathan Ty in 3rd position, this is it. He's got a chance to book super heat pole number 2. We already know that Arthur Dorisson, the Frenchman for Tony Kart, will be in the super heat pole number 1. He is the overall winner of the qualifying heats. But can Nathan Ty be second and get the second super heat pole? Here we go. Up to the first corner. Good start from Guillaume Bouzard. One driver on the grass. One of the Tony Karts, I think, in the middle of the field there. That was Alp Hassan Aksoy. And Nathan Ty going off the road. Oh my goodness, Nathan Ty goes off. The Tony Kart is squeezed, and that is big drama. Nathan Ty suddenly plummets down the field. Oh my goodness, we're going to have a real show now. He's going to have to try and fight his way forward. It opens the floodgates for super heat pole number 2. That could now go anybody's way. So Bouzard out in front. There's a big battle going on here between Lucas Flusha and Tobias Clausen, and Flusha is the one who gets through in the end. An excellent tussle. Up into 3rd position, then comes Lucas Flusha in front of Len Nijs. Great battles further back as Luna Flusha now goes wheel to wheel with the treble 2. The Tony Kart machine of the fast-starting Andy Konsani. So Flusha and Nijs are now working together, 3rd and 4th, as they try and close in on the leading duo up front. Guillaume Bouzard and Thomas Strauven. Bouzard is clear, Strauven's got daylight. And then it's Flusha, Nijs, Clausen and Kutskov from Skulinov and Verbruge. Some thrilling battles as up the inside. There goes Kutskov on Clausen. He gets through and takes him up into 5th position. Flusha and Nijs, then Kutskov, Clausen, Skulinov, Verbruge, Macedo, Konsani, Luna Flusha and Kian Fardin. There's a spin up at turn 4. Someone has come to a stop, and that is one of the Paralins. So that's Harry Arnett in trouble, and that's one of the Tony Karts. That is Maria Gimanonito, the Portuguese driver. She is out of the race by the look of it. So I'm afraid that's Maria Gimanonito out of this one. Hopefully she has still done enough to get a decent starting position on the grid for the next super heat tomorrow. But it looks as though we also have a retirement from Ivo Besterda. Besterda and Antonov not going any further. Harry Arnett has come off the circuit. Although Ivo Besterda was out on the first lap, that was who we saw parked up on the side of the road. Now Harry Arnett, I think, is still going, the Australian, although he is struggling at the back of the field. And Thomas Strauven is closing in on Guillaume Bouzard. There's the move further back. That looked to me like Maxime Verbruge taking on Tobias Clausen. He's got through, so that is Verbrugghe into P6. Now where is Nathan Tye? He is down in 18th position. This is disastrous for Nathan Tye. That's going to drop him to 8th in the standings, and that is going to ruin his chances of Superheat pole 2, and that will go the way of the race leader, Guillaume Bouzard, unless Strauven can overtake him. In that case, it would go to, provisionally, Zach Drummond. So obviously Zach Drummond will be very keen for the overtaking move to come from Thomas Strauven to get past Guillaume Bouzard. And another man who could get the super pole for the second superheat tomorrow is Enzo Tarnvanichkul, depending on what happens in his heat with Zach Drummond. So if Tarnvanichkul can go for the win and Bouzard and Drummond falter in the points, then Tarnvanichkul could still get superheat pole number 2. It's genuinely doable. So Kutskov is 5th, Verbrugghe is 6th, then Skudanov, Clausen, Macedo, Consani, Flusha, Roos, Vardin, Aksoy, Laveau, Motlakar, Paisel and Tye. Nathan Tye sets the fastest lap of the race, but he's in 18th. He's still got a lot of work to do as Len Nige gets through past Lucas Flusha. Overtaking moves in the background. I think Nathan Tye may have got past Jindra Paisel to move up into 17th position. As he continues to battle away, he hasn't quite made it stick. So Nathan Tye still struggling to close in on Jindra Paisel. And that is heartbreaking for the Sodi driver. They get so close to the top spot. They get so close to the win. I'm not saying this is game over for them in terms of getting the win, because they could still do a very good job in the superheat tomorrow and pick up enough points to start from a relatively good position in the final to get it back again. But they have so much adversity, the Sodi Kart team. They're still fighting, they're still pushing on, but they're definitely going to have their work cut out for them now. Bouzard and Strauven, first and second. Nige, Flusha and Kutskov battling for third. As it stands with 2 laps to go, Guillaume Bouzard is going to book his place on the superheat pole number 2. If he stays in the lead, it will happen. If he doesn't, it'll change, and that's going to be Kutskov getting past Lucas Flusha now. So Kutskov up into 4th place on the Sodi Kart. Nathan Tye with another fastest lap. Pent-up frustration and the red mist comes down then for the Sodi Kart youngster as he now gets past Jindra Paisel to move up into 17th, but this is still not going to be good enough to get him on the front row of the starting grid. It's going to put him 4th on the grid for one of the superheats tomorrow, most likely the second one. But what a tough situation this now puts him in. Now he's got a chance. If he gets up a couple of positions, he could move to 6th, which will put him 3rd on the grid for the superheat, and that will at least save his bacon and get him into a good position possibly for the final. So it's not all done and dusted for Nathan Tye, but it's definitely made it a lot harder. Here we go, last lap for Guillaume Bouzard. He needs to pull away here from Thomas Strauven. The win will secure the superheat pole for Guillaume Bouzard, but he cannot finish second. Otherwise, it will go somebody else's way. So Guillaume Bouzard has got to hang on here for the superheat pole. A win in the race will do it. But this is obviously very high pressure. He has got to stay in position. So that is a really, really tough situation and a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the young Luxembourger. But he's dealing with it well. He's keeping himself neatly into position. And all he has to do is bring it home in front of Strauven. Looks like there's been another off up at turn 4. A couple of drivers off the road on the back straight. So the checkered flag is going to come out. Red flag, red flag. So there is a red flag. The race is not going to finish as it would. So it is red flag. Guillaume Bouzard will still be declared the winner. And Thomas Strauven will be second. And that means, of course, that Guillaume Bouzard is going to be on pole for the OK Junior Superheat number 2. And they were just about to complete the 6th lap of the race anyway. But the race is red flagged after an incident on the back straight. And I couldn't quite make out which 2 drivers it was that was involved in that one. So there are 2 drivers on the straight. They are being shown which way to go on the far side of the course. I'm afraid I don't have an update for you as to which 2 drivers were involved in that incident. I've got a feeling it might be Maxime Verbrugghe and Gerasim Skulanov, but that is mere conjecture at the moment. They're obviously there with the medical teams down on the back straight. I didn't see them coming through, those 2, so that's probably the reason why I'm assuming it's those 2 drivers, the 214 and the 256 of Verbrugghe and Skulanov. But obviously, once again, the medical teams are with them in exactly the right place, with exactly the right team of people to get them sorted. So obviously the OK Junior race will continue after this one. There will be just one heat to go for the OK Juniors, and that will settle out the rest of the grid positions. So it is provisional at the moment, but it looks like it is going to be Guillaume Bouzard who will be the winner of OK Junior qualifying heat A versus B, and that is going to put him on super heat pole number 2 for tomorrow. Thomas Strauven in second position. Len Nige was third in front of Kirill Kutskov and Lukas Flusha. The drivers involved in the incident, we think, were Maxim Verbrugge and Gerasim Skudanov, who were 6th and 7th going into that final lap. So Tobias Clausen, Francisco Macedo and Luna Flusha were next on the road. Then Kian Fardin and Andy Consani. Alp Hassan Aksoy ahead of Nicolas Roos, Louis Leveau and Ghazi Motlakar. Nathan Tai unfortunately loses super heat pole number 2 with an off on the first lap. Yendra Pazel, Shimo Zhang, Ariman Bansal and Harry Arnett are the only other finishers. Maria Germano Nito and Ivo Besterde out of the race, and Stepan Antonov unable to take the start. So once again, a very interesting scenario here at Zuera, and a second red flag over the course of the day. But it doesn't look as though this one is quite as severe. Obviously the medical team are there on the protocol procedure, so we will just make sure that the drivers involved in that particular incident are okay. They have obviously already received the correct medical attention. And then we will finish off with the final 3 races of the day. And they will come from the OK category and the OK Junior category, respectively. Qualifying heat D versus E to come in the OK category. And A versus F to come as well. And then the final OK Junior race of the day should be taking place at 7:10 local time for qualifying heat D versus E. What we do know, though, is that with the victories in the last heats for Arthur Dorisson and Guillaume Bouzard, that means that both drivers have now booked their places in pole position for the super heats tomorrow. So it'll be a Frenchman and a Luxembourger in super heat pole 1 and 2. It'll be Arthur Dorisson for super heat 1 for the Tony Kart Factory team, and it'll be Guillaume Bouzard of Luxembourg for the Koski Motorsport team, who will be in pole position for the second. The next race up on the bill is going to be that of the OK category in qualifying heat D versus E. And that will obviously put a whole competition of other drivers in position on the starting grid. While we're waiting for those drivers to get gridded up and the red flag situation obviously to be rectified, let's hear from the championship leader in the OK Junior category, Dmitry Matveev, who I believe has 1 heat to go. I spoke with him at length yesterday to see how he feels coming into this second round of the European Championship, and for the first time as the championship leader.
Portugal was a brilliant weekend, everything was good. It was tough in the start about the heats, and I was first after the quali, so I needed to go away from the group like chasing behind me. So that was hard for me, but I learned how to do it and prepared perfectly for the final with the team. We did good settings, which we were working a lot about. So the final, I succeeded. I pulled away from the start and then just was keeping my pace up, so Havelkin couldn't really catch me. So won the race and was really happy about that, because it's a really great achievement for me. I'm really happy about the team because the atmosphere in the team is just brilliant. We are working, everyone is friendly to me and I'm friendly to them, and we got each other, so we understand each other much better this year, so we can prepare settings especially for each driver, which I really like. The engineers of One Engines, they're doing great work as well, and trying to listen to each driver and do something specific for him. That's the reason I think it's working for us. It's a different track, but it's kind of similar in the same way, because there are a lot of speed, a lot of straights, but in the other way there are some sectors that has really slow corners, such as in Portimao. So I like this kind of tracks, and also I would have said about the asphalt, that asphalt is probably kind of similar. It's warming up the tires a lot.
For me as a driver, we are not really looking on the curbs. We have it in our minds when we have to brake. We feel it with our body and we feel the chassis, how we have to brake. Because the track also, you have to understand that the track is changing on every session, and it's not that you brake every time in the same way and in the same point. So you have to feel it. The level is tough, and is for me is more about how teams and pilots adapt and work, test for the final and basically for the whole race. It's not only about the pilots that are driving, because there can be some new drivers that come here and was really strong. So as for me, we don't need to think about tough of the race. We need to work only with ourselves and try to do best for ourselves, not really looking on the others.
So Dmitry Matveev, the championship leader, will obviously be taking a very good opportunity into tomorrow's superheats and final. So obviously he's going to have a very exciting battle ahead of him as the competition continues here at Zuera. The drivers are just getting themselves onto the dummy grid, ready for the start of the next race. The OK qualifying battle is obviously ahead of us, but it's definitely going to be very interesting to see how things continue to play out here. We've got 3 races to go, and the OK senior battle has already seen quite a few developments. We know for a fact now the pole position sitter for the superheats in both the OK Junior and OK category for Superheat 1 are going to be Arthur Dorisson of France and Joe Turney of Great Britain, both for the Tony Kart factory team. So Tony Kart absolutely lock out the superheat poles across the 2 categories for tomorrow's first superheats. The identity of the second superheat pole is now confirmed in the junior category as Guillaume Bouzard. So he will come through having an absolutely fantastic battle. And the 2 karts, I can tell you, that were involved in the incident earlier on, 214 and 256, it is confirmed as Maxon Verbruge and Gerasim Skudanov. No word on the situation, but they are, of course, in the capable hands of the medical teams. So if there are any updates, we will, of course, let you know what is happening at the relevant time. But we will not speculate, and we will certainly not deal in conjecture, as we never do. So the drivers are gearing themselves up ready for the next heat, which is, of course, qualifying heat D versus E. And that is going to provide us with another great battle out on the circuit. Enzo Deligny and Evan Gilter, the 2 Frenchmen, will go together on the front row of the starting grid as they battle for supremacy. The second row of the grid will see Nacho Tunion of Spain and Rentaro Sato of Japan go together on the second row of the grid. And that is, of course, going to have a row with real Formula 1 connections attached to it, because of course you have Nacho Tunion in 3rd position on the grid in the Fernando Alonso Racing colours of the DPK Racing team on the Alonso Kart chassis, part of the Kart Republic group. And on the second row of the grid alongside him is Rentaro Sato, the son of the ex-Formula 1 driver and 2-time Indy 500 winner Takuma Sato. Maxim Rem will line up in the 3rd row of the grid, P5 overall. And that is the German driver on the Lando Norris chassis for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. A lot of F1 connotations in this particular race. 6th on the grid, the Finnish driver, Nico Lemberg, for the Forza Racing team. My apologies, Nico Lemberg for the Koski Motorsport team, I should say, as he lines up in the 6th position of the grid on the outside of row 3. Row 4, the inside line, it is the British driver Josh Irfan that will line up in 7th position on the starting grid for the Ward Racing team. He will line up there in position. 8th on the starting grid is going to be Rashid Aldaheri, as he runs in 8th position on the grid on the outside of row 4 for the Forza Racing team, the British team run by Jamie Croxford. And then on the 5th row of the grid, Christian Bertucca, the Italian for the Biralat factory squad. He will line up there in position alongside, on 10th position on the grid, Hiyu Yamakoshi, the Japanese driver for the Praga team, who we heard from a short while ago, telling us that as long as everything goes well with his visa applications, then he should be able to continue racing in the FIA Karting European Championship. But if it doesn't, then he will obviously have to return to racing in his native Japan. But what an impact he has had with the Praga team in international competition. Only his 2nd weekend in the FIA Karting European Championship in any category, and he is up in the top 10. Absolutely astonishing work. 11th place from the Frenchman Malo Bollier. He will be on the inside row of the 6th row of the grid. 12th position on the grid, Matias Ferreira of Brazil in the Alpine Academy colours. So the Alpine Academy driver lining up in 12th position on the grid. Simone Bianco, the Italian for the Koski Motorsport team, will line up 13th position on the starting grid for this one. And the Koski Motorsport driver will line up next to the 14th place car. That is Matthias Morgato in the all-green Castrol colours for the DPK racing team. Apparently next month he'll have the all-green Castrol racing suit as well, which will match his colour scheme on the kart. And that'll be ready in time for the 3rd round of the championship at Kristianstad Karting Club in Sweden. So we're really excited to see the retro colours return to the world of karting, at least. Oscar Pedersen, the Swedish driver who bagged his first European Championship podium 3 weeks ago at Portimao. He lines up 15th on the grid for this one. He's not had as easy a weekend this time round. He lines up on the grid alongside Emili Koivisto, who has shown flashes of pace in the last couple of weeks and really showcased that it's not going to be too long until he starts to make a big impact on the OK category. He's done a very good job leading up to this point, of course. The 9th row of the grid, Ricky Liu, the Tony Kart factory driver, lining up in 17th position on the starting grid. And he will be on the inside of the 9th row. Alongside him on the grid in 18th place will be Nathaniel Den Hont, the Belgian driver, as he now lines up in position in 18th place. 19th on the starting grid is going to be Max Angelard. The Polish driver will line up for the Leclerc by Lennox racing team in 19th position on the starting grid on the inside of row 10. And then alongside him on the grid for the Forza racing team after a very awkward qualifying session is Ivan David, the top racing driver in the world from Sri Lanka at the moment. But certainly putting on an excellent display to try and charge his way back. He's done quite a few great overtaking moves over the course of the day already as the young Sri Lankan tries to book himself back into a competitive position for the final tomorrow. And then on the back row of the starting grid, the 11th row is going to see the talented Finn Sofia Kotala, still in only her 6th year of racing and is making her European Championship debut. Would have been at Portimao, of course, but for a family event. And obviously Sofia Kotala now is racing for the Ward Racing team this weekend and making a good show of it. Alongside her on the starting grid, Nathan Sharp, the Dutchman on the Leclerc by Lennox Birolart. And great to see him, the Dutchman, continuing to put in a good show. Not a great qualifying from his point of view. Could have had a lot more in terms of the pace that he was showing from the sectors. But he's making up for it by making up some good positions in the races. He's had some good overtakes in a couple of the heats prior to this one. So he's hoping to bow out of today on his terms, making up some good positions as he goes. So the drivers in position, ready for the start. Just a slight delay to proceedings as the marshals get themselves back into their positions around their various posts, because obviously they need to make sure they are in the correct positions around the around the first lap. So we've just been informed that the start has been delayed. That board has now just gone up on the start of the pit lane, but I don't think it is going to be too long a delay for the start, because obviously the previous red flag, the positions look like they're already being reset. So even though it's only going to be a little bit of a delay, we've already had a couple of minutes run forward, but I have a feeling that this time will be made up and accumulated back again as the drivers are getting themselves ready for the continuing heats after this one. Because after this race, there is only going to be one more OK Junior heat and one more OK Senior heat. So obviously it'll be a very interesting battle all the way through after what has been a very tough challenge for the competitors. So the drivers all in position, the 22 competitors getting ready to finish off their day in the OK category. As I mentioned, there are only 3 races to go, including this one. But obviously a slight pause in the proceedings as a result of the previous heat being red flag. So a fascinating battle. So a fascinating competition still going underway here for the FIA Karting Championship. Hello to those of you who are watching, wherever you're watching from, whether it's via the Motorsport TV live stream or whether it's via the FIA Karting YouTube or Facebook pages. Do please keep in touch with us. We will obviously answer any questions or comments that you may have. Obviously, we won't have any conjecture about some of the earlier incidents in the day, so please don't ask. We will continue, however, with great racing in the remainder of the other categories. And it's definitely going to be an exciting battle as the drivers continue to give us great action and great suspense around the course. So the drivers are still battling away in the OK category. We will get underway again very shortly, as the racing is obviously going to be very closely guarded. And we're going to have some exceptional battles as the drivers get themselves underway once again. And the competitors are obviously still getting themselves ready for an excellent battle. But this is going to be a very close race with the final couple of drivers getting themselves settled into position. And obviously, this race could also book us a second superheat pole, as the drivers are obviously trying to accumulate as few points as humanly possible. And coming into this race, the second superheat pole is likely to go the way of Tuukka Tarponen, but it's not guaranteed. His race is coming up after the next OK Junior heat. But obviously what that means then is that Enzo Deligny and Ian Eichmans are in a prime position to take full advantage of the situation. If Tuukka Tarponen were to have a difficult heat, as we've already seen from Nathan Ty in the juniors, so anything could still happen. But Enzo Deligny and Ian Eichmans are the next men in line to take an opportunity if something were to go amiss for Tuukka Tarponen. A lot depends on this race. Enzo Deligny essentially has to win this one to be in the best possible position to challenge to get the superheat pole. So no pressure, Enzo, but obviously he's going to have a very tough race ahead of him to get himself back underway once again. So he needs to make sure that essentially he keeps every single driver in the midst behind him. Now there is the race director, Nigel Edwards, walking in with Albanese Martinet, who is the new representative within the FIA Karting. He is the General Competition Secretary of FIA Karting, while Nigel Edwards is, of course, our race director. So I have a feeling we're going to get an update very soon in regards to when the race is going to restart, and I don't think it's going to be too long at all. I think we've just had official word that we are going to get started again. Excellent news. We obviously just had to make sure that everybody was in position and the protocols were adhered to. So we are now going to go racing once again. The 1 minute board will go up. We've only lost a handful of minutes and we can get back on schedule relatively quickly, I believe, from here. So the drivers will battle one more time. There is one more OK Senior heat after this one, but that will come after the OK Junior heat that precedes, that follows this one, sorry. So for Enzo Deligny, his best chance to get a superheat pole is to win this heat. Nothing short of that will do if he wants to get a superheat pole. It's very much in the hands of the gods after that. If he gets the win, then he will be guaranteed a minimum of third in the general rankings. But he could get second if Tarponen has a difficult final heat. So this is Enzo Deligny's best chance yet. He has to win this heat if he wants to be on a superheat pole. If not, he'll have to settle for second or third on the grid for one of those races. So it's definitely a tough mission for the drivers ahead. And obviously it's going to be a very intense race, but we'll have to see who gets the second superheat pole. It will be very tough to determine. So there we go. The drivers getting out onto the circuit once again. And the battles are well and truly joined. So the competitors are out on circuit. They're warming up. And now we are ready for some exceptional racing again. So as the drivers head out onto the circuit, it is Enzo Deligny and Evan Gilter that are on the front row. Nacho Tunion and Rintaro Sato on the second. Maxim Rem and Nico Lemberg on the third. Josh Erfen and Rashid Al-Daheri. And then Christian Bertucca and Hiyu Yamakoshi rounding out the top 10. Marlo Bollier and Matias Ferreira. Simone Bianco and Matias Morgato. Oscar Pedersen and Emili Koivisto. Ricky Liu and Nathaniel Den Hont. Max Angelard and Jovan David with Sofio Catala and Nathan Schaap. So all 22 drivers are out there warming up the brakes and tyres. And obviously they've only got one formation lap to get themselves into position. So Gonzalo Planta just moving to the side of the circuit once again. Just reminding the drivers they need to slow up and get themselves into their two tram lines on the main straight. They obviously have to run in between the white lines on the tram lines. And then they cannot move from those positions inside the tram lines until the lights go out and racing can get underway again. But for Enzo Deligny and Evan Gilter, it's a French front row. They come off the final turn. Engine revs rise. And we're racing. Up to the first corner. Deligny moves to cover. Great battle on the inside line as Nacho Tunion and Maxime Rem are already trying to go for it. And there's a spin through turn one. Two karts going off the road in the background. And that is one of them recovering. That is Hiro Yamakoshi, the Japanese driver in the Praga. But someone else has gone off and into the barriers, I believe. Yellow flags at turn one. But it looks to me as though the driver is out of the kart and he's on his feet. So a bit of a difficult start. It's Marlo Bollier. Marlo Bollier in the Kart Republic. So he's out of the race, but fortunately he's on his feet and able to walk away. So the marshals are already clearing up the scene of that incident. And there's yellow flags elsewhere, I think. A couple of drivers running out wide on the way through the rest of the lap. A couple of drivers getting out off the skirting board there. The 122 going off over the gravel. That is Emili Koivisto dropping to the back of the field, unfortunately. So the Finn already in some dire straits on the opening lap. But as they come through to complete this one, it is Evan Gilter who is giving chase to the race leader, Enzo Deligny. Now, if Deligny can get the win in this one, he is guaranteed a minimum of third place overall in the classification. That would be the front row of the starting grid for the first super heat. But if Tuka Tarpanen were to have a poor heat and drop out of the top 8, then all of a sudden, Enzo Deligny could be into the super heat pole as up the inside, there goes Nacho Tunion. So Nacho Tunion is going to have a really exciting battle as he continues to make progress, gets past Evan Gilter. Maxime Rem is right behind the Frenchman. So the battles are still very close. A very tight order and a tough battle coming in as up the inside there goes the move from Maxime Rem. So Maxime Rem gets past Evan Gilter. Up into third place now for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver on the Lando Norris chassis. As they come off the turn, Rintaro Sato closing up on the 106 of Evan Gilter. Enzo Deligny ahead of Nacho Tunion, Maxime Rem, Evan Gilter and Rintaro Sato. Christian Bertucca, Josh Erfen, Simone Bianco, Matthias Mogato and Matthias Ferreira. Then Oscar Pedersen, Nico Lemberg, Jovan David and Max Angelard. From Rashid Aldeheri, Emili Koivisto and Nathan Sharp. Then Ricky Liu, Nathaniel Denhont, Hiro Yamakoshi and Sofia Cotalo. Just the one retirement from the race then. That is the Frenchman Marlo Bollier on the first lap. Maxime Rem trying to close down now on Nacho Tunion in the hope that he can make some gains. But it's obviously very tight at the top end of the field. Enzo Deligny in front of Nacho Tunion, the Spanish driver, hoping to get a decent result to end his day on home soil. And obviously with the Fernando Alonso colours on the DBK Racing Team kart. In second position, he is really going to go for it. Now, if he manages to take the win off Enzo Deligny, that's really going to make him public enemy number 1 down at Parolin. But Enzo Deligny really wants to hang on to this victory. That would give him a best result of third in the standings. A worst result, I should say, of third in the standings if he holds on to the win. And then it all comes down to Tuka Tarpanen, who, if he finishes 9th or lower in the heat after this one, then it would be Enzo Deligny in super heat pole 2. An excellent run and a terrific battle so far. That's up the inside, that's Rintaro Sato. Rintaro Sato gets the move on Evan Gilter. He gets through. An excellent battle and a great display. A couple of drivers really struggling to get themselves around the corners. A couple of very close battles further back. I think Emili Koivisto has lost some ground, as has Nico Lemberg. Managing to recover just in front of Hiro Yamakoshi. It's Sofia Cotala in the Ward Racing Machine, still holding up the back end of the field for the moment. And Enzo Deligny and Nacho Tunion still pulling clear. Evan Gilter trying to take on Rintaro Sato once again. So Sato in 4th position, Gilter in P5, and then behind him is Josh Erfen, the British driver in the Ward Racing Machine. There's a warning flag going out, and that is for the 156 machine. That is Nathan Sharp. So Nathan Sharp, I'm afraid, has picked up a warning flag. But the battles are still going strong here. Some good progress being made up by several drivers in the field. Matthias Mogato has made up 6 places. There's the move for the lead. Nacho Tunion gets through on Enzo Deligny. So Nacho Tunion moves up past Enzo Deligny and gets into the lead of the race there. So the Spanish charge is now leading on home soil. Nacho Tunion ahead of Enzo Deligny, Maxime Rem, Sato, Gilter, Erfen, Bertucca, Morgado and Ferreira. Now, I was going to make the point that there are several drivers who have made up big places through the field. Nobody has made up more places than the race, the driver in 13th position, sorry, that is Javan David. The Sri Lankan has made up 7 places from his grid slot. He is definitely the hard charger in this one, and he is still going. He's actually caught up to his teammate, Rashid Al-Daheri, in the Forza racing machine. So Javan David still making massive progress as he gets up to 13th position in this one. The Sri Lankan going very well. Tunion, Deligny, Rem, Gilter, Erfen, Bertucca, Sato, Ferreira and Morgado, and then Oscar Pedersen. Deligny is not finished yet. Still has a chance to get back on terms with Nacho Tunion. Now, Nacho Tunion has actually got himself into a very solid lead here. And the Spanish driver on the Alonso kart in Spain really wants to finish up in that position, but it's easier said than done. Sato's got pressure now from Bertucca. Bertucca doesn't decide to throw it up the inside of the hairpin there at turn 7. A fairly obvious overtaking move if he were to, but he decides against it. So a fascinating squabble and a great battle early doors. So Rintaro Sato and Christian Bertucca having an amazing battle at the moment. Sato just holding his nerve. Bertucca not really getting into hot water at the moment as they come through at the end of the lap. 3 to go. And Tunion still has Deligny breathing down his neck. It's not done yet by any means at all. Still going to be very close and will still be very tense indeed. So Nacho Tunion in the DPK Racing Alonso car still leads the way from Enzo Deligny, but Deligny is not backing down from the fight as Josh Erfen, now in P5, sets the fastest lap of the race ahead of Sato and Bertucca. So an unbelievable battle still continuing on in fine fettle. But Tunion, Deligny, Rem and Gilter ahead of Josh Erfen and Rintaro Sato. That's the top 6 at the moment. And then Bertucca in front of Ferreira, Morgado and Pedersen. Then Simone Bianco and Rashid Al-Daheri ahead of Javan David and Nathan Sharp. Some good battles all the way through this field, but Sato still just hanging on in front of Christian Bertucca. Bertucca is giving him plenty of aggro, but he's not really making light work of the overtaking move yet. So through they continue. Tunion, Deligny, Rem, 2 laps to go. And Rem is not quite close enough to Tunion and Deligny to challenge, but this is really important now for Enzo Deligny. If he wants to be in a superheat pole, he has got to catch back up to Nacho Tunion and pass, and that's why he set the fastest lap. That is 2 drivers out of the race by the look of it. That's Koivisto and Angelard. So Emili Koivisto and Max Angelard have retired from the race, and that is on the way into turn 1, I do believe. Oh, the slowboards are out. Slowboards are out. So no, it's not at turn 1. In fact, it's further around the course, but the slowboards are out. And that means that with 2 laps to go, we are going to finish this race under full course yellows. There is Emili Koivisto's kart. Koski Motorsport machine off the road up at, I think that's just beyond Marshall Post 7, in fact. So the 2 karts have come off there and they're now going to retreat to the Marshall Post. So we go into the final lap with Nacho Tunion in front of Enzo Deligny, and I'm afraid, oh goodness, Koivisto has had a bit of a mud bath there by the look of it. But fortunately, he is okay. Shaken but not stirred, I believe is the term. So Emili Koivisto is able to walk away with the assistance of Gonzalo Planta, the track marshal. But the race is going to finish under yellow flag conditions, which doesn't happen too often in the world of karting, but it certainly will do. They're on the Ultima Vuelta, the final lap. And Nacho Tunion is going to take a victory on home soil for the DBK Racing team on the Alonso kart chassis. So they can be very happy with that. And it means, I'm afraid, that Enzo Deligny is going to drop behind Ian Eichmans in the rankings. So it now looks as though it's going to be between either Tuukka Tarpanen or Ian Eichmans for the superheat pole. It all comes down to what happens to Tuukka Tarpanen in the final heat of the day. The checkered flag comes out and Nacho Tunion will take the win under yellow flag conditions in front of Enzo Deligny, Maxime Rem and Evan Gilter. Not the best way to win a race, but a win is a win. And Nacho Tunion was ahead of Enzo Deligny at the time anyway. So now the contenders obviously will make their way around the course. And they will come home. So a fascinating challenge for the drivers as they finish up in close formation. But Enzo Deligny was not quite able to catch up with and pass Nacho Tunion in the end. Nacho Tunion obviously able to come through for the victory, and that's a very popular one indeed for the Spanish driver in the Alonso Kart colours of the DBK Racing team on Spanish soil. A very worthy result. What that does mean though is that Enzo Deligny now drops behind Eichmanns, Igozzi and Nakamura Berta in the rankings as he drops to second place. So it's now either going to be Tarpanen or Eichmanns that will get the Superheat pole for the second Superheat tomorrow morning. So Nacho Tunion takes the win under yellow flags from Enzo Deligny and Maxim Rem. Evan Gilter ahead of Josh Erfen and Rentaro Sato. Christian Bertucca comes home with Matias Ferreira and Matias Morgato. Rounding out the top 10, Oscar Pedersen. Rashid Al-Daheri and Ivan David fight beautifully just outside the top 10. Simone Bianco and Nathan Sharp ahead of Nathaniel Denhont, Hiyu Yamakoshi, Nico Lemberg and Ricky Liu. The last driver home was Sofia Kotala in the Ward Racing Machine. 3 retirements in that one, Max Angelard and Emilio Koivisto. And on the very first lap, we lost Marlo Bollier after his spin into the turn 1 barrier. So a very tough battle indeed for the drivers as they are obviously getting themselves under starters' orders again. And it's not going to be too long at all before the drivers get up to starters' orders once again in the OK Junior battle. Now, interestingly, I'm just looking down at the edge of the dummy grid, and we can see that the race director, Nigel Edwards, has decided to bring the OK Junior drivers over. After the last 2 OK Junior races, of course, or at least 2 of the last 3 junior heats have finished under red flags. I have a feeling that Nigel Edwards is just going to remind the drivers about etiquette and sportsmanship out on the circuit. It's obviously always high pressure in the FIA Karting European Championships, whatever class you're looking at. But obviously with this being the second round of the European Championship, for a lot of drivers, this round is make or break in a championship which has a dropped qualifying heat performance and a dropped final. So obviously drivers will be working very hard to make sure they're not involved in these incidents, but the intensity obviously increases, and that obviously means that the likelihood for race problems and race incidents like some of the ones that we've seen are more likely. So race director Nigel Edwards just reminding the drivers about the business of racing, and obviously to make sure that the start is clean, because obviously we want to make sure that we finish in fine fashion out on the course. So the drivers are given the signal to return back to their karts. And this is going to be the last heat of the day for both the OK Junior and OK categories coming up. It's been a long one, and it's been a tough one, but the drivers really have been exceptional all the way through. And Lewis Werrell will take his place on pole position once again, alongside the Scotsman Zach Drummond. 2 British drivers who are used to racing against each other in the British karting scene. Now they're here in the pinnacle of the sport in Europe, and they will go to battle on the front row of the starting grid. Zach Drummond coming over to Lewis Werrell to wish him good luck and obviously have a nice chat with him as well. I do love the sportsmanship and the camaraderie between these young men and women. They are incredible talents, all of them, and they really deserve to be showcased at the very pinnacle of motorsport, up there alongside the likes of the world of touring cars and GT and Le Mans and IndyCar and Formula E and Formula One. These guys are just as exceptional athletes. They're having to do a lot of their development work and learning on the job in very high scrutiny and very high pressure. And these men and women give so much of their life to it, so much dedication. They give up their social functions. They have very little time to relax and chill at home with their friends in between lessons at school and learning and testing with their racing. But these men and women deserve and command your respect. They really have been absolutely exceptional all through the weekend. And even though it hasn't always been perfect in terms of the racecraft, these guys are doing an absolutely amazing job. And I would challenge any one of you watching at home to do better. Lewis Werrell and Zach Drummond on the front row of the grid. Kirill Ditiev and Enzo Tarnvanitschkel on the second row. René Lammers and Aaron Garcia will go together On the third row of the grid, Parolin versus Leclerc by Lennox. And then on the fourth row of the grid, it'll be Jules Caranta, the Frenchman for Energy Course, alongside Tame Saleh. And then on the fifth row of the grid, it'll be Matthias Orwela, alongside the Hungarian Martin Molnar. That'll round up a very competitive top 10. The drivers are just getting themselves into position now. And it's obviously a slightly delayed start as a result of the yellow flag finish the last time around. But I can tell you now that the recovery trucks are just getting the last couple of carts recovered. The two drivers were involved in that incident are okay. I should point that out, which is very good news. They both managed to walk away from the scene, and now the rescue crew is just returning those two carts back to their positions. So Lewis Werrell and Zach Drummond, as I mentioned, an all-British front row. Exprit versus Parolin. Forza Racing versus the Parolin Motorsport team. Watch out for the man in fourth position on the grid, though, Enzo Tarnvanitschkul. The young Thai superstar has a real genuine chance here to pull off something special. And from fourth position on the grid, he's already proven to be very, very quick on the mark. He could actually end up on the front row of the starting grid for one of the Super Heats. He's currently looking to do that at the moment. He's currently looking on the front row of the grid for Super Heat 2. Depending on how his battle goes with Zach Drummond, he could end up on the front row of the grid for Super Heat 1 alongside his teammate, Arthur Dorisson. So there's still a really interesting battle to come from the drivers in this last race of the day for the junior category. But obviously it's going to be very, very close from the outset. Lewis Werrell and Zach Drummond. Front row, Kirill Ditiev, Enzo Tarnvanitschkul on the second. And rounding out the top six, it'll be René Lammers and Aaron Garcia. The formation that begins, and this is the last OK Junior qualifying heat of the day and the last qualifying heat of the weekend for OK Junior as well. Tomorrow will be the Super Heats and final. So this is where it all comes to good. Lewis Werrell and Zach Drummond on the front row from Kirill Ditiev and Enzo Tarnvanitschkul. René Lammers and Aaron Garcia from Jules Caranta and Tame Saleh. Matthias Orwela and Martin Molnar. Ene Afrey and Oliver Kinmark from Marcus Saita and Luvoe Sambudla. Adam Ideg and Nico Lanalati from William Go and Marcel Kaspritsky. Jensen Burnett and Augustin Sebelvida. Dinan De Vos and Zoe Florescu. It looks like just the one absentee at this point, and that is Luvoe Sambudla. However, I'm trying to look and see where Kirill Ditiev is in the Ward Racing Machine, because it's coming up on the timing screen that Kirill Ditiev is not out there. And in fact, no, he's not. So that's a bit of a surprise. Kirill Ditiev is not on the starting grid by the look of it. So what's happened to Kirill Ditiev? Looks like he didn't get out there in the initial start, so a problem then for the Ward Racing driver. You'll have to keep an eye on the FIAKarting.com website for the updates on that one, but Kirill Ditiev does not appear to be on the starting grid. That is unfortunate for him. He should be third on the grid, but now Enzo Tarnvanitschkul is alone on row 2. So Werrell, Drummond, Tarnvanitschkul, Lammers, Garcia, Caranta, Saleh, Orwela and Molnar. Here we come up to the starting grid, and we're racing. Good start from Tarnvanitschkul. He slots in right behind Lewis Werrell as he tucks into the first corner. Doesn't quite have the momentum as they go through turn 1. Good challenge from Drummond to get through on the inside of Werrell. He can't make it stick. Lammers is through in the third position. Tarnvanitschkul P4. And in fifth place, that is one of the declared by Lennox carts. That has got to be Aaron Garcia as they skate down into the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through? Just about, although one car has gone off on the grass, manages to recover. That's one of the Forza carts, I do believe. Struggling in the middle of the pack. So a little bit of a wayward moment in the middle of the field, but other than that, I think it was William Go who just got a little bit loose, but otherwise all okay, and that's René Lammers getting past Zach Drummond. So Lammers overtakes Zach Drummond for second position. Those are the two Parolin teammates, the Dutchman and the Scotsman. So through they come again. Enzo Tarnvanitschkul running in fourth position. The man from Thailand in behind them. But this is going to make a really interesting shuffle of the deck in terms of the positions for the intermediate classification. We know that Dorisson and Bouzard are going to be on the front row of the grid. Are going to be in the Super Heat polls, whatever happens. But this now affects things massively in terms of the race battle. Werrell, Lammers, Drummond, Tarnvanitschkul, Caranta. Caranta's going to make his bid on the inside of Tarnvanitschkul, and he gets through. So the Energy Course driver from France now moves up into fourth position. A good run so far. 5 laps to go. And Jules Caranta now moves into P5 past the tie. So your race leader is still Lewis Werrell, ahead of Lammers, Drummond, Karanta and Tarvanichkul. But as it stays at the moment, it looks as though Drummond is going to be on the front row of the starting grid for the Superheat tomorrow alongside Arthur Dorisson, while Tarvanichkul will be on the front row alongside Bouzard in the second. So if it stays like this, there's still going to be a lot of good battles going into the Superheats tomorrow. Well, the drivers are really going to give us an excellent show. Out through the course they come once again. And out of the final turn, Lammers is getting very close to Lewis Werrell. Werrell's going to need to go defensive here. He's currently looking at third on the starting grid for his Superheat, by the way. So a victory for Werrell will definitely secure that. He wants to make sure he keeps Lammers and Drummond at bay. Lewis Werrell, having had a very consistent weekend so far, does not want to get himself into hot water, but Lammers is going for it on the inside. Lammers takes the lead from Lewis Werrell on lap 3 out of 6. So René Lammers hits the front, the Dutchman doing a great job in front of the Englishman Lewis Werrell and the Scotsman Zach Drummond. Fourth place is Gilles Karanta, Enzo Tarvanichkul in P5. Then it is Taim Saleh from Molnar, Garcia, Frey, Orjuela, Saita and William Go. Good battles all the way down the field. And there's going to be some excellent charges forward from Lewis Werrell if he gets another run at René Lammers. Lammers is trying to pull clear, but I don't think he's going to have the raw pace to be able to do that. There's still going to be some tough battles for the drivers as they make mincemeat around the circuit. Here comes the move from Drummond. Lovely on Lewis Werrell. Great move from Drummond, and now there's going to be a gap for Karanta. He gets into third place. So now Werrell's going to connect on the back of Karanta and Drummond, and they're going to go together. Second, third, fourth, all trying to get through on Lammers, but Drummond is actually moving to defend from Karanta. He wants second place, and no wonder, because second position will put him on the front row of the grid for tomorrow's Superheat. So Drummond is trying to keep his position, but he's getting crossed up with Werrell. They actually tangle. And what's happened to them? They've lost positions to Tarvanichkul and Karanta. So Tarvanichkul gets back into second, Karanta gets back into third, Drummond is down to fourth, and what that means now is that Tarvanichkul is looking good for a front row of the Superheat. On Superheat 1, I think, with his teammate, but Karanta gets back through. So Drummond losing a couple of positions. That's not good news for the Scot. Tarvanichkul has managed to get through and moves back into third position. René Lammers is away and clear up front. So the Paralin driver looking very comfortable out in front. Doesn't have to do too much to worry at the moment. A really strong battle for him as he runs out front. So Lammers, Karanta, Tarvanichkul, Drummond, Werrell, Taim Saleh and Martin Molnar in the top 7. But Lammers has got a decent advantage over Gilles Karanta. He's not going to lose that now with 2 laps to go and a second to make up. It's almost guaranteed now for Gilles Karanta to be in behind René Lammers. But Lammers will continue to put the pace on. It's not done until it's over. Gilles Karanta still running in front of Enzo Tarvanichkul and Zach Drummond. The battle between these three for second position. Tarvanichkul trying to get a little closer to Gilles Karanta. But Karanta was able to take a good opportunity there to get into second place, and now he's made good work of trying to stretch away. So Gilles Karanta booking himself a decent finish in this one. That will put him on 8th position in the aggregate standings so far. So right up in the sharp end, but Enzo Tarvanichkul with 3rd position is looking good for 4th overall in the rankings. There's the move on Taim Saleh. Martin Molnar gets the move on the German in the final turn. And René Lammers goes into the final lap in 1st position. As still Drummond and Werrell are battling for position, but now they've got to close up on Enzo Tarvanichkul. Drummond is going to defend from Lewis Werrell. Scotland versus England. Paralin versus Exbrit. Paralin Motorsport versus Forza Racing, as Lewis Werrell is going to try and get the switcheroo on Zach Drummond out of turn 4. They run side by side. Drummond's going to hold the inside line for turn 5 and keeps the position. Lewis Werrell trying to cut back in on the inside, but he's not going to make that happen. Some very tough racing out there. And still, Lewis Werrell is trying to get a fast one on Zach Drummond. Can he pull up across him and gets through? Lovely from Lewis Werrell. Awesome move. He cuts back around Zach Drummond and makes the overtake. But René Lammers, despite losing quite a considerable amount of time in the last 2 laps, certainly doesn't have to break a sweat. He had a big enough lead to be comfortable. The checkered flag will go the Dutchman's way as René Lammers is going to come through. And that is a spinner, I'm afraid, on the final lap. That is Augustin Sepulveda as René Lammers takes the win from Jules Caranta and Enzo Tarnvanitschkel, Lewis Werrell and Zach Drummond. And that means that Enzo Tarnvanitschkel is going to be on the front row of the starting grid for the final race, for the Superheat. Now we've got something come up on the timing screen that says Lewis Werrell is going to be shown a black flag. That's come up on the timing screen. Lewis Werrell, kart number 253, black flag. Now, I'm not entirely sure what that's for, but the British driver seems to have had a post-race transgression handed out to him. That's certainly what's come up on my timing screen. Lewis Werrell, black flag has been handed. Don't quite know exactly what that's for, but we'll have to investigate after the proceedings. But certainly for Enzo Tarnvanitschkel, he will line up on the front row of the Superheat tomorrow alongside his teammate Arthur Dorisson, in an excellent position as far as he's concerned. That is provisional, of course, at the moment. Even if it's given, a position is given back to Drummond, then he will still be on the front row of the starting grid for the second Superheat alongside Guillaume Bouzard. René Lammers takes the win from Jules Caranta and Enzo Tarnvanitschkel, from Lewis Werrell, Zach Drummond, Martin Molnar and Tame Soleil. Enea Frey ahead of Marcus Saita from Aaron Garcia, Anna Mideg and William Goh. Jensen Burnett in 13th place, his best result so far, the Canadian. Matthias Orwela in front of Marcel Kaspricki, Oliver Kinmark, Zoe Florescu and Dinand de Vos. There was a retirement in the last lap. Nicola Nalati was the last one across the line, but we lost Augustin Sepulveda on the final lap of the race as the DBK Racing driver was caught up in a spin at the top end of the circuit. Two drivers failed to start that race. Kirill Ditiev, the Ward Racing driver, and the South African Luverway Sam Budler. So, a fascinating battle all the way through the day. It's been a very tough one for the OK Juniors, but they have now concluded their race battles. And obviously, we will wait for official confirmation at the end of race battles. But it's definitely been an exciting one. And now we're going to get ourselves ready for the final race of the day in the OK Senior category. And we will have qualifying heat A versus F. One man we managed to catch up with on Thursday, who has turned his form around since moving to the Energy Course squad, is the talented young man from Singapore, Akshay Bora. We caught up with him on Thursday.
The first race at Portimao was definitely a difficult weekend, not just for me, but the whole team at Car Republic. But now, after 4 years, I've finally changed teams to Energy Course SRL. So now, it's a fresh start. There's no more pressure. I just want to get adjusted to the team, have fun, learn, do my best, and then if we do all three, we'll kick butt. Well, the Zuera International Circuit is probably in my top 3 favorite karting circuits, and it's a very good track, very long, longest on the calendar of 1,699 meters. It has a lot of straights, so definitely the sprocket is going to be longer than most tracks, meaning that you're going to have less initial exit speed, which makes it a big challenge because you have to make every corner very smooth and precise to prepare the exit of the corner, as we're using a longer sprocket. And it's not as easy with a bigger sprocket, like in a track like Franciacorta, with more turns and more slow speed corners. The MG Yellow Compound is a very difficult tire, and it's a good challenge for the drivers, in my opinion, because it wears really fast, and especially in the OK category with a lot of power, with the power valve and the fast corners at Zuera International Circuit, it's not easy to keep the tires in a good shape. So being smooth and pushing in the right parts of the track is key to save the tires. Qualifying is definitely an important part in Zuera because there's not many easy overtaking opportunities. There are a few, but you can only get 1 or 2 positions every lap if you're really, really fast. So qualifying ahead is very important to make sure that you only have to overtake 2-3 people and you're in the mix for the front, at the front end of the field. So definitely having good reference is important to have qualifying so that at least you're in the top 15 overall, and then you can make a few positions in the heats. So by the time you do super heat, you get a few more, and the final, you're at the sharp end of the field. Of course, I'm pretty confident. I haven't done any testing with my new team, Energy Course SRL, but so getting adjusted to the chassis and the engine will be a big, important part of this weekend, especially the engine, because a different engine than I was using in my previous team. Now we're using GFR engines. So getting adjusted to the kart is definitely something that is going to be an important part of this weekend. But I've been talking with the team, and I'm very good friends with Mick Panigata, who's the team boss. And so we are, of course, confident. And all I need to do is try my best, and I think we'll be at the front.
Great to hear from a completely rejuvenated Akshay Bora. He's a completely different driver now, having moved to the Energy Corps squad, and great to see the flashes of brilliance that we always used to see from him back in his native Asia. The 1 minute board goes up. Race director Nigel Edwards overseeing the scene and getting himself ready for the last race of the day. And this is, of course, going to be the race that books the front row of the starting grid for the Superheats, because it's not just done and dusted yet. We've obviously got the final race of the day. And for Tuukka Tarponen, who lines up on the front row of the starting grid alongside James Igotzi, this is the most important race of his weekend so far, because this one will book himself a pole position in the Superheat 2. He can't get Superheat 1 pole. That is his teammate, Joe Turney. But for Tuukka Tarponen, he has to remain in the top 8 positions. If he can stay in the top 8, then he will book the Superheat pole position for the second Superheat tomorrow. But obviously, it's easier said than done. And we said that about Nathan Tye in the junior category, and then he skated off the road at turn 1. So it's not done until it's all done, as far as the drivers are concerned. The last race of the day begins, qualifying heat A versus F. And for the front row, it is an all Tony Kart affair. James Igotzi, the overall pole position sitter from time qualifying, alongside the reigning world champion, Tuukka Tarponen. Then Alex Powell and Arthur Rojon from Ian Eichmans and Maxim Orlov, Lucas Samalisto and Keanu Alazadi, Harley Keeble and Akshay Bora, Olin Gali and Matteo De Palo, Arvid Lindblad and Nicolo Kuman, Luigi Coluccio and Max Popov, Caspian Hagman, Eric Genet, Andrea Vibriantit, Jacob Raschke, Ella Stevens and Max Ebicht. Now, looking at the accumulated points coming into this one, there are actually a handful of drivers that could still benefit depending on how the points work out. If Tarponen has a howler of a race, then the next man in line is Eichmans on 11 points. But he would have to win to stay on 11. Igotzi is ahead of him on the road, and he's currently on 12. So Igotzi could inherit the Superheat pole if things were to go badly for Tarponen. But also, if Igotzi has a bad race, then Kian Nakamura Berta on the sidelines has a chance to benefit. So there's a lot of drivers here, 4 in total, that could end up with the second Superheat pole, depending on what happens in this race. It's between Tarponen, Eichmans, Igotzi and Nakamura Berta, who is sitting on the sidelines watching. But Kian Nakamura Berta does still have a chance to end up on the Superheat pole. Mathematically, it's anybody's guess between those 4 drivers. So here we go. Let's find out who's going to get it. Well, we'll have to do another lap to find out, because it is a false start. The eagerness of the occasion obviously getting a little bit too much for some drivers. So this is going to be a very tight battle to the finish now. How tense is it getting here at the circuit? The last race of the day, the 30th and final qualifying heat, the 15th qualifying heat for the OK Senior category. And this is the one that will decide Superheat pole 2. Very tough to know who's going to get this. Tarponen is the favourite. He's only taken 3 points from the heats so far. Ian Eichmans currently has 11. He's the next man in if Tarponen has a horrible race. But then, of course, you've got James Igotzi, who's only 1 point behind Eichmans. So if Igotzi stays ahead of Eichmans, he'll overtake him. If all 3 of them have a bad race, then Kian Nakamura Berta has 12 points accumulated, sat on the sidelines watching, and he could end up with the Superheat pole. Anything could happen in this last 9 laps of the day, and it could transfer anything to anybody. Those 4 drivers are the ones in contention for a Superheat pole, and essentially they've all now got to wait and see what happens. 3 of them have got to make the race come to them. The 4th one, Kian Nakamura Berta, has just got to sit and watch. So Igotzi and Tarponen, Powell and Rojon, Eichmans and Orlov, Samalisto, Alazari, Keeble, Bora, Gali, De Palo, Lindblad and Kuman, Colicchio, Popov, Hagman, Genet. Are we getting a racing? Yes, we do. Up to the first corner. Good start from Igotzi. Tarponen keeps it nice and pressed around the outside. He's lost a couple of positions, but he's kept it on the island. Powell in second place. Tarponen trying to get round the outside of Eichmans to hold on to 4th position. He's not going to get 3rd. He does hang on to 4th place, though, in front of the talented Arthur Rojon. So they come through the hairpin, absolutely together, not a lot of space to play with, and a spin at the back of the field. That's Andrea Vibriantit. So Andrea Vibriantit, I'm afraid, has spun it coming out of turn 4, and that's game over for her. But the battles are really ferocious out there on the circuit here at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. Some good battles as the drivers are still putting on an excellent show. Still they drive forward and they battle for position. James Igotzi leads the race out front. Tuka Tarpanen is having to fight his way back into contention. Alex Powell is now second. Third is Eichmanns. Fourth is Tarpanen. What does this do to the positions in terms of the rankings? Well, as they come across the line, it'll update on the intermediate classification. And Tarpanen is still looking at Superheat pole number 2, but he is in 4th place. This will do for the moment, though. Igotzi is looking at moving up to 3rd ahead of Nakamura Berta and Deligny, with Eichmanns falling to 6th in the rankings, but that would be 3rd on the grid for Superheat 2. So he's still in a good position, even if he stays where he is. So much rests on these heats and how the aggregate positions fall out. But the drivers are there just racing for supremacy. That is Keanu Alazzari, having worked his way forward to 6th position on the opening lap. What a start from the young man from Dubai as the battles further back really intensify. That is Samalisto battling with Olin Galli, and Samalisto has held up the position there. Arvid Lindblad picked up the moves on both of them to get up into 8th place. A good charge forward from Lindblad. And now Alazzari has got right up to the back of Arthur Rojon. Alazzari was in front of him, but Rojon has responded. And now they're going to battle for 6th position down the home straight. So Igotzi, Powell, Eichmanns, Tarpanen, Orlov, Rojon, Alazzari and Lindblad. Then Galli, Samalisto, Coluccio, Popov, Keeble, De Palo and Genet. Still the battles rage. As now Tarpanen's going to make his bid on the inside of Ian Eichmanns. 3rd place, boom, that'll do. He can be very happy with that. 3rd position will be more than enough to get him the Superheat final pole. The second of the 2 races look like it's going to be Tuka Tarpanen from the front of the grid, and he won't even have to break a sweat from there the way he's currently pedaling. Here comes the move from Orlov on the inside of Ian Eichmanns, and that's another place loss for the Belgian. That's a very tough position for Ian Eichmanns to fall to, and that's now going to bring Alex Powell back into contention, as Powell is now going for the lead on James Igotzi. He has yet to win in the FIA Karting European Championship as an OK senior. He's come close before, but it's not quite happened. He's done it in other OK categories. Now he's going to make the bid on the inside of James Igotzi. Thinks better of it. Tucks back in at turn 1. Will still have the speed. Might have the opportunity to go into turn 4. 3 laps done, 6 to go. Igotzi is keeping pressure on Alex Powell, trying to back him into Tarpanen. And Powell is still trying to get past him. Igotzi is blocking. Tarpanen's going to get the switchback on the inside. And Tarpanen will get up into 2nd place. Now Igotzi round the outside. Tarpanen leads. Oh, magnificent. Tuka Tarpanen gets into the lead, and now Powell forces his way past Igotzi. Orlov gets past them both. Eichmanns coming in on the far side. Terrific racing in the final heat of the day. But Tarpanen has pulled a fast one on them all. Tuka Tarpanen into the lead, and you might not see him again in this one. And that will almost certainly guarantee him Superheat pole number 2 tomorrow morning. But now Max Orlov is into 2nd place. Alex Powell into 3rd. Igotzi in 4th, and Eichmanns is down to 5th. Rojon, Lindblad, Alazzari, Galli, and Popov in the top 10. Tarpanen is now guaranteed to be Super Pole for the final, Super Heat pole, I should say, if he stays where he is. Igotzi now gets on the inside of Alex Powell. That won't make the Jamaican very happy. He's now going to take on the Miami Flyer in front of him. Eichmanns hanging on in front of Lindblad, who is up to 6th place now. Rojon in 7th position. Lindblad with the fastest lap of the race. Watch for Arvid Lindblad. He's going to make his bid on Ian Eichmanns. Here he goes, dives in. Powell goes for Igotzi. Lindblad and Rojon both get past Ian Eichmanns. So Powell into 3rd position and Lindblad into 5th place. Now Lindblad's going to make his bid on Igotzi. Igotzi will make that very difficult for the Brit. So Arvid Lindblad is not going to make the overtaking move there. He's going to have to look for another chance. Igotzi up on the inside of Powell, gets on the curb. There goes Lindblad, there goes Rojon, and it's not going to be long before Eichmanns gets alongside him as well. Keanu Alazzari is reeling them in too, but that really didn't help out James Igotzi. Powell was not going to give him the place again. So Alex Powell remains in 3rd, now in front of his teammate Arvid Lindblad. Lindblad now going to push for position as he gets in behind Alex Powell, and Eichmanns dives in on the inside of Rojon. Eichmanns manages to hold the position there in front of Igozzi, in fact, and now Keanu Al-Azhari has tucked in behind them. 3 Tony Karts, 6th, 7th and 8th. Eichmanns GP and the Tony Kart factory twins of James Igozzi and Keanu Al-Azhari. So Igozzi in 7th, Al-Azhari in 8th. They come off the hairpin at turn 7. On the run through these trio of right-handers, the compression complex, if you like. Tightens up, tightens. And Lindblad is getting closer to the back of Alex Powell. So third position could be on here for the British driver. He's having to think about it. Alex Powell going very well indeed in third position, but Arvid Lindblad definitely looks like he's got the measure of him. The sun is beginning to set here. We're just going to get to the finish of the day before it becomes an issue for the drivers. Lindblad on the inside of Powell, third position. Lovely move from the British driver for the Red Bull Junior Academy. But the Mercedes Junior Academy driver is about to get overtaken again now as Arthur Rojon gets past Alex Powell. So once again, great battles at the front end of the OK Senior category. And this is going to be it, the final 3 laps, 2.5 laps I should say, of the OK Senior category. They're going to run against the gauntlet of the clock against the sun, but they will beat it, only just. Tarpanen, Orlov, Lindblad, Rojon, Powell. Alex Powell is not done yet. He is still all over the back of Arthur Rojon, looking for recompense. He wants revenge here. He wants to get himself back into 4th position. Al-Azhari has managed to cut his way through to 6th place. Lovely job from the young man from Dubai as we cut back to this trio. It's now Al-Azhari at the head of it. What a transformation Keanu Al-Azhari has made since Portimao. He is now an absolute threat at the front end of the senior OK category. Great to see him in such form. Eichmanns and Igozzi are struggling to hold a candle to him, as further back, that is Bora making the move into 9th position as Igozzi gets through on Eichmanns. So Igozzi gets up to 7th place, and actually Bora has managed to get into 9th place now past Olim Galli. What a sliding move from Igozzi. Gets through on Al-Azhari and takes over the place in P6. So from 2nd down to 5th, we've got Orlov, Lindblad, Rojon and Powell. 4 drivers nose to tail. Tarpanen 7/10 of a second clear. He's not going to lose the lead any time soon. But certainly those 4 drivers giving us plenty of excitement out there as Al-Azhari battles with his teammate James Igozzi and Ian Eichmanns in the Eichmanns Grand Prix racing machine. We're about to go into the last lap of the day, and look at Arvid Lindblad. He is hustling Max Orlov into the final lap. Here we go. Into turn 1. And Orlov is going to have his work cut out to keep Lindblad at bay. Lindblad will not be defeated. In a 2nd place he goes. He's not going to be intimidated by Max Orlov. He holds 2nd, holds the middle of the road, and he wants to tighten up so that Rojon starts to have a look at Max Orlov. Lindblad isn't going to have the time to go after Tuukka Tarpanen, but he's proved his point with the fastest lap of the race, a full half-second quicker than a lot of drivers have been able to do. 4/10 of a second quicker than any lap Tuukka Tarpanen has strung together in this race. And here comes the move from Rojon up alongside Orlov. Alex Powell trying to get stuck in as well. Orlov needs to hang on to 3rd place here. He's going ultra defensive. Watch for Alex Powell. He could get a cheeky one on these 2. Orlov and Rojon hanging on the inside line, but Tuukka Tarpanen, the reigning world champion, is going to book his place in the Superheat pole number 2. Excellent run from Tuukka Tarpanen, flawless. And Orlov and Rojon to the line. Orlov gets it by 0.08 of a second for 3rd place ahead of Rojon and Powell. That is what karting is all about. Pedal to the metal, flat out to the end of the day. Awesome from Tuukka Tarpanen. And he gets the job done. He will be in Superheat Pole 2. Excellent work and a terrific job from Tuukka Tarpanen. Thoroughly deserved. And that will get the job done in fabulous fashion. So there we are, the contenders are booked. We now know it's going to be Arthur Dorisson and Joe Turney on pole for their first Superheats, and Guillaume Bouzard and Tuukka Tarpanen on pole for the second ones. What a busy day at the office it has been here at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. And for Tuukka Tarpanen, it's a jolly holiday in Spain as he gets only 3 points from his 5 races, 4 wins and a 3rd place. Excellent work from him and a fantastic result for the Tony Kart Factory team. Tuka Tarpanen takes the win from Arvid Lindblad and Max Orlov. Arthur Rojon in 4th place from Alex Powell. James Igotzi in P6 ahead of Ian Eichmans and Keanu Alazari. Akshibora and Max Popov round out the top 10. Olin Galli is in 11th position in the end ahead of Caspian Hagman. Great comeback. Harley Keeble 13th from Lucas Samalisto and Matteo De Palo. Luigi Galuccio ahead of Eric Genet and the Richard Mille Talent Academy driver Ella Stevens. Behind them in 19th place is Nicolo Kuman, who finishes up ahead of Jacob Rashki and Max Hebicht. Just the one retirement from the race, and that was the Lithuanian Andrea Vebriantit. Wow. What a day of racing it has been here for the second round of the FIA Karting European Championships at the Circuito Internacional de Zuera. 3 weeks ago at Portimao, we started in fantastic fashion. Now we continue here at Zuera. It's been tough, rough and ruthless, but the battles are very much well and truly joined as we get ready for race action tomorrow. So the headline act then is that in the Tony Kart factory operation, we have 2 Super Pole sitters, Arthur Dorisson and Joe Turney. They will start on the Superheat pole number 1 in OK Junior and OK respectfully, but there are pole positions too for Guillaume Bouzard in the 2nd Superheat for OK Junior, and the reigning world champion Tuka Tarpanen will be in Superheat pole 2. It's going to be a fabulous day tomorrow. Make sure you tune in and join us. There's going to be great races tomorrow. 4 races for Superheats in the OK Juniors and OK category, and then of course the finals. At the end of that, we will know who the championship favourites are for the FIA Karting European Championship. I'm Jake Sanson. Massive thank you to everybody here around the circuit. It has been a very tough day, but a very exciting one, and we're getting ready to do it all again for 6 more races tomorrow here from Zuera. Bye for now.